Chapter 1. The Initial Reward Pagani Huayra. In the rain-soaked metropolis, outside the prestigious Modi University of Finance, within a Chinese fast food establishment named Dojiang King, sat a man clad in a black t-shirt, lost in thought. Lin Qinshuo was a third-year university student who had come to this place because his girlfriend, He, had not communicated with him for a month. Messages went unanswered, and when he called, she responded curtly with, "Is there something urgent? If not, I'm hanging up." He was his childhood sweetheart. They had known each other since middle school and grew close during high school, finally cementing their relationship in college. She attended Modi University of Finance, while Lin Qinshuo enrolled at Modi University of Transportation. Why did they not aspire to study at the same institution? This was He's choice. She told Lin Qinshuo that distance would create beauty, a notion he naively accepted. Now, as his heart ached, Lin Qinshuo recalled a saying quoted by a perceptive elder: "You can sense when a woman's focus and affection are no longer directed towards you." At this moment, he resonated deeply with those words. Yet, he was not one to passively endure such stagnation. After an hour-long bus ride, he had arrived outside his girlfriend's university, yearning for a direct conversation to clarify their tumultuous state. An hour had elapsed since his call, but he had yet to emerge. As Lin Qinshuo's anxiety intensified, so did an acute pang of heartache. Ding! A person in emotional turmoil has been detected. Binding eligibility confirmed. Ding! Initiating system binding. Ding! Binding complete. Host. Lin Qinshuo strength, 6 physique, 6 spirit, 6 charm, 6. Normal attributes for an average person cap at 10. The host metrics are representative of an ordinary individual. What on earth? System binding? Lin Qinshuo was well-versed in novels, where such bindings often happen to the heartbroken and those driven by despair, yet he never imagined it would stake its claim on him. Given the plethora of system narratives he had read, he presumed that he qualified merely as a jilted lover now. Or perhaps the system deemed him a simp. What a misunderstanding. System, come out. Let me explain, I am not a simp. Lin Qinshuo internally protested, but he received no response from the system. And what about these attributes? Was there a mistake? He was a basketball ace at school, barely scraping the surface of mediocrity. Yet he was fared a mere 66-66. He envisioned himself defeating 10 foes at once. Yet now, it all seemed a delusion. While Lin Qinshuo called out to the system, a long-haired girl entered the shop, clad in an oversized windbreaker. Upon spotting the windbreaker, his expression grew complicated. It was undeniably a man's garment. He's blatant choice to where it spoke volumes about her intentions. "What do you want?" He said coldly as she took a seat. Lin Qinshuo's expression shifted. He retrieved a bag from his side, placing it on the table. "Xiao, here is some honey from my hometown. It's good for your skin. I brought it for you." She glanced at it with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "I see. Is that all?" Lin Qinshuo opened his mouth, hesitating to voice what he truly wished to ask. He originally aimed to clarify her feelings. If she had stopped loving him, he was ready to let go. Yet, seeing her in person rendered him speechless. Noticing his indecisiveness, he sneered. "Look at you. I thought maybe you'd grown a spine and come to break up with me. Since you're not saying anything, it'll take the initiative. Let's break up." Heartbroken, Lin Qinshuo gazed at her, whispering, "Why? Why? What did I ever gain from being with you? Was it that silver necklace you gifted me for my birthday last year? Or the fact that I had to pay for our outings and hotel rooms?" Lin Qinshuo, let me be honest. I was with you because of your family's business background. They may not be wealthy, but they were living comfortably. Now that your parents have returned to farming, your living expenses are even less than mine. How will you support me in the future? He's frantic words struck deeply, assaulting his heart. Lin Qinshuo found himself at a loss for words. The once loving couple had ultimately succumbed to the relentless grip of reality. Lin Qinshuo foolishly believed they were still in love. Ding! The host is in the process of splitting with a materialistic girlfriend. Option 1. Use all your might to plead for her to stay. Reward: titanium simp badge. Option 2. Splash the soy milk in her face and reclaim the honey you just gifted. Reward: Pagani Huayra. Lin Qinshuo was momentarily stunned. A simp badge? A titanium one? This system was mocking him. Did it believe he would shy away from wanting a simp badge? I choose the second option. Rather than clinging to a woman who gazed at him with such chilliness, why not choose the luxury car? After all, It was a Pagani Huayra, valued at $25 million. Though he had never laid eyes on such a vehicle, he had definitely heard of it as an essential possession in extravagant novels. The system had indicated that he was materialistic. Perhaps upon acquiring the car, she would reconsider her choices. System. The host's path as a simp is steadily diverging. Seeing Lin Kinsh's prolonged silence, he interpreted it as an inability to confront the truth. Her eyes were filled with contempt. There are many suitors at my university now. You notice this oversized jacket? A wealthy senior draped it over me just now when it started to rain, and he is merely one of my backups. All my backups are rich second-generation folks. What makes you think you're qualified to be my boyfriend? How dare you occupy the position of my official partner? Lin Qinsho snapped back to reality, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Official partner? Did he truly consider herself the emperor? In a swift motion, he grabbed the soy milk on the table and splattered it across Yi's face before collecting the honey and heading towards the exit. All I owe you is in this cup of soy milk. We're even now, let's not cross paths again. He wiped the soy milk from her face, her expression frigid. Initially angered by the splash, she quickly suppressed her fury rather than endure Lin Kinsh's persistent clinging. Allowing him a moment of release was preferable. After all, this way, it might entice more wealthy suitors to approach her, yearning to curry favor with a drenched damsel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the tasks of splashing soy milk and reclaiming honey. You have been awarded a Pagani Huayra. The reward has been placed at the store's entrance, and the key is in your pocket. Lin Qinsho felt the keys in his pocket indeed. There was an extra set. As he stepped out of the Divine King, he found his Pagani Huayra parked at the curb, overshadowing every other vehicle around it. Chapter 2. The campus belle Qinshan, however, there was an unexpected twist. A stunning beauty adorned in a vibrant red pleated skirt and a crisp white blouse, her long, slightly curled hair obscuring her visage. Judging by her figure and attire, she was undoubtedly a striking woman. Beside the Pagani Huayra, a shared bicycle lay on the ground, seemingly having been knocked over by this enchanting lady as she collided with Lin Qinsho's vehicle. Lin Qinsho felt a sense of disbelief upon encountering his new car for the first time. It had already been scratched. With a resigned sigh, he made his way toward the scene. Beep! Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90 points. Name: Qinshan. Beauty score: 93. Age: 20. Height: 168 centimeters. Measurements: 34 cm. Affection level: 0. Beep! Affection level reaching 90 points will ensure unwavering loyalty to the host. Lin Qinsho's steps faltered. He was astonished to discover that she possessed a beauty score of 93. Though he was unsure how this score was determined, the system's alert suggested she must be a top-tier beauty. And that affection level, it was akin to a progress bar for courting women. Beep! Detected a beauty with a score above 90 points has scratched the host's vehicle. Option 1. Demand compensation vehemently. Using underhanded methods to win the beauty's favor. Reward: 1 box of super potent Viagra. Option 2. Waive the claim and escort Qinshan to her interview. Reward: a luxury mansion at Yunlu Mountain Villa worth 500 million. Was there even a need for deliberation? A mansion worth 500 million and a beautiful woman alongside a box of Viagra? The choice was clear. The mansion. With that estate, would he ever need to worry about the absence of beautiful women? As for the super potent Viagra, he had no use for it. He was in the prime of his youth. Lin Qinsho approached the car, projecting what he believed to be a charming smile. Excuse me, is there anything I can assist you with? Qinshan glanced up briefly, dismissing him, assuming Lin Qinsho was merely attempting to flirt. She had no time for such distractions, having scratched someone else's car without leaving her contact information. She was in a rush to attend an important interview. This was a crucial opportunity, having progressed to the second round after a competitive selection process. If she failed to show up, it would be tantamount to forfeiting her chance. As the rain held off, more people began to gather around the school's entrance, drawn by the sight of the Pagani Huayra. Wow! Which tycoon has arrived at our school? Isn't that a Pagani Huayra? It's just a sports car, isn't it? Now there are domestic electric cars that are also sports cars. Soon, sports cars will be ubiquitous. Fool! This Pagani Huayra costs 25 million. Don't compare it to those domestic electric sports cars. Seriously? This car is worth 25 million. But that's not surprising. This is Shanghai, where wealthy second-generation heirs drive luxury cars to school. Who knows which rich heir it is? I hope to get a chance to meet him later. A heavily made-up woman, brimming with confidence, pushed her hair aside. Isn't that our school's ordinary belle, Chin Shan Shan? What is she doing standing next to that car? I heard she is aloof and indifferent to the many wealthy suitors who pursue her. Ha! I've always said she is a flirtatious tease. She must have jumped at the chance. Perhaps those rich heirs haven't met her standards yet. There is a world of difference between a few million and tens of millions in cars. Look, there is a shared bicycle leaning against that sports car. Perhaps this is all part of our ordinary belle's ploy. This is how idle dramas unfold. The whispers reached Chen Shanshan's ears, sending a jolt through her. 25 million. She couldn't even muster 2,500 yuan. Overwhelmed, she felt utterly lost. Seeing her disregard him, Lin Qinshu awkwardly scratched his head and pressed the unlock button on the car key. If you don't need assistance, could you please step aside? I need to leave. Shock, stupefaction. Everyone stared at the seemingly ordinary man before them as he produced the key to the Pagani Huayra. What the hell? I thought this guy was just thick-skinned and trying to flirt. I had no idea he was the car owner. Impossible. His clothes are from a 30 yuan street vendor. How could he afford such an expensive vehicle? Don't ask me how I know. I have an identical piece. Just because you're aware, does that make you wealthy? I'm not, but my aunt has a friend whose son is wealthy. The bystanders raised their middle fingers in response. Chin Shanshan, flustered, said, I'm sorry. I accidentally scratched your car. Please let me know how much I owe you. Although I can't pay you now, I promise I will once I earn some money. Lin Qinshu walked around to inspect the damage. Indeed, a white scratch marked the surface. Do you know how much this car costs? This scratch could cost tens of thousands to repair. He spoke nonchalantly, though he wasn't entirely sure of the repair costs. He had merely gleaned insights from social media, where luxury cars seem to incur exorbitant repair fees for even the slightest blemish. Chen Shanshan's face turned pale at his words, stammering, I don't have that much money. I am not trying to extort you. How about this? Do you have any relatives or friends in auto repair? You could call them to inquire. Lin Qinshu was in no rush to lay out his conditions. Some matters needed to unfold naturally. If he hastily offered to escort her to the interview, wouldn't that make him appear desperate? Unbeknownst to him, since acquiring the system, he had developed a newfound intuition for such situations. Chen Shanshan indeed had a distant uncle in auto repair, residing in Shanghai. When she started college, her father had taken her to dine with him, leaving her with his contact information. However, they had not been in touch for years. As her uncle had never shown much interest in this distant, impoverished relative. Uncle, it's me, Chen Shanshan. She dialed her uncle's number. Shanshan. Why haven't you come to eat with me in years? The voice on the other end was accompanied by the harsh sound of a grinding machine. Sorry, uncle, I'll come by soon. I have a bit of a situation and wanted to ask for your advice. Chen Shanshan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Reaching out to someone wasn't her usual demeanor. And unless the situation was dire, she would prefer not to trouble anyone. Oh? What is going on? Tell me, uncle. I accidentally scratched someone's car while riding my bicycle, leaving a scratch over 10 centimeters long. What is the big deal? It's just a scratch, is it deep? If not, a few hundred for a coat of paint will do. Even for a better car, it shouldn't exceed 1,000. Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up at his words. If it were just a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, she could borrow the money. But this was a sports car. Her uncle fell silent for a moment. A sports car? That complicates things. What brand is it? If it's a good one, repairs could easily cost several thousand. Chapter 3. Are you overestimating yourself? Lin Qinshu noticed Chen Shanshan looking at him inquisitively. I believe this car is called the Pagani Huayra. Beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Chen Shanshan immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Her uncle had hung up, clearly afraid of being implicated. How did it go? Did you get an answer? Lin Qinshu asked, smiling at her. Chen Shanshan, her face pale, replied, I'm so sorry. I will definitely repay you, but I don't have the money right now. Could you allow me to pay you back once I earn some? Lin Qinshu shook his head. You seem quite anxious. Are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Yes, I have an interview I need to rush to. Once I pass, I'll be able to earn money and repay you. Chen Shanshan explained, thinking that Lin Qinshu was unwilling to wait. Lin Qinshu chuckled. How about this? If you agree to one condition, you won't have to repay me. Chen Shanshan immediately regarded him with suspicion. Beep. Chen Shanshan's affection level towards the host. 10. Beep. Chen Shanshan's affection level towards the host.
10. Beep. Chun Shanshan's current affection level. 20. Damn it. After all that build-up, her affection level still dropped. But the priority was to secure that task reward. Listen, Chun Shanshan. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. If you have ulterior motives, I suggest you abandon them. I'm calling the police to handle this matter, Chun Shanshan declared resolutely, pulling out her phone to dial. Lin Qinsho smirked. What kind of person do you think I am? I haven't even made a suggestion yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Chun Shanshan's complexion shifted between hues of green and white upon hearing this. Why condition is this? You ride with me in my car to your interview, and I want to hold you accountable for the damage. With so many witnesses around, including those recording videos, if I were to deceive you, wouldn't that be a path to self-destruction? I'm not one to seek the limelight. The crowd here makes me uncomfortable. Let us discuss how to resolve this while we walk, Lin Qinsho suggested casually. Only then did Chun Shanshan realize that a sizable crowd had gathered, many of whom were filming her with their phones. Lin Qinsho pressed a button on the car key, causing the doors to open gracefully like wings. Chun Shanshan was eager to leave this place and swiftly climbed into the car. Lin Qinsho pressed the accelerator, and the Pagani Huayra roared to life, speeding away. At that very moment, he emerged from the Dojiang Wang shop and was taken aback by the scene before her. She quickly thought to herself, how could that loser Lin Qinsho possibly own a sports car? It must be rented, and even that woman is likely hired. Humph. A loser remains a loser. He conveniently waited for me to exit before getting into the car. Even if he pretends to be wealthy, it only deepens my disdain for him. With a cold snort, he made her way to the school, unaware of the identity of the woman she had just seen. Had she realized it was Chun Shanshan, her perception would have surely changed. Both she and Lin Qinsho hailed from rural backgrounds. Lin Qinsho's parents had once engaged in business, making them relatively well off in the village. However, 2 years prior, they abruptly ceased their ventures and returned to farming. Consequently, the villagers mocked them, spinning tales that Lin Qinsho's parents had accrued massive debts from their failed business endeavors. This was Lin Qinsho's first experience driving a sports car. His family had previously owned a manual Toyota, which he cherished dearly. The exhilarating sensation of gripping the steering wheel and weaving through traffic was unparalleled. He suddenly recalled a phrase he had seen online. He looked exceptionally cool driving a Ferrari with one hand. Although he was not in a Ferrari, the car he was driving was still more expensive than most Ferraris. Both Lin Qinsho and Chun Shanshan sat in silence. Chun Shanshan was preoccupied with thoughts of how she had ended up in the car. Fearing what Lin Qinsho might have in mind once he dropped her off in a secluded area. Should she report him to the police? Finally, Lin Qinsho broke the silence, asking, "Where's the company you have an interview with?" "You must tell me." Chun Shanshan snapped back to reality and pulled out her phone to navigate. But the directions seemed off, directing Lin Qinsho into a narrow alley that could barely accommodate 2 or 3 people, making it impossible for his car to pass. Lin Qinsho took Chun Shanshan's phone, glanced at the destination, which turned out to be a branch of a bank in Lujiazui, and changed the navigation from cycling to driving, finally getting it right. Upon reaching the destination, Chun Shanshan exited the car, and Lin Qinsho drove off without uttering a single word. With a woman whose favorability was at a dismal -20. Even her beauty could not pique his interest at that moment. Chun Shanshan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. It was only then that she genuinely believed Lin Qinsho had indeed brought her for the interview. Until she got out of the car, she had suspected he had ulterior motives. Seeing him leave without a word made her realize she had misjudged him. As for Lin Qinsho's urgency to depart, it stemmed from his realization that the car was running low on fuel, and he had no money to refuel it. It would be hard for anyone to believe that a person driving a multi-million-dollar car could be so financially strapped. He reminisced about the times when they shared everything without reservation, and he longed for the moments when they dreamt together. Just then, Lin Qinsho's phone rang. It was a ringtone he had changed after entering a cold war with He. Perfectly reflecting his state of mind during that time, he pulled out his phone to see a number from the Magic City. "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Li Qing from the Yunlu Mountain Villa sales office. The aerial duplex mansion you purchased is ready for handover. When would be a convenient time for you to come by?" A melodious voice resonated on the other end. Lin Qinsho recalled the task involving Chun Shanshan, realizing there should have been a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking Chun Shanshan to her interview, earning a reward of a $500 million mansion at Yunlu Mountain Villa. It turned out the notification was delayed. He hadn't expected the system to have such delays. Ding. The system releases rewards immediately upon the completion of a task. The notification will appear at an appropriate moment. Not due to system delay. So that was the case, but Lin Qinshi was not yet inclined to collect the house, fearing he might have to pay property management fees he couldn't afford. Lee, I currently do not have time to come by. I'll find a moment to visit later. Despite having the system, he still hadn't fully grasped its functions. IT had already rewarded him with a luxury car and a mansion. Surely, it would provide him with money soon. All right, Mr. Lin, I will await your visit. After Li Qing finished speaking, Lin Qinshi hung up. He parked the car in the basement of the Guijin Center, where numerous luxury cars were housed. And the property management was quite competent. He felt secure leaving his vehicle there, even if the parking fees were a bit steep for him. At that moment, he had little choice. Chapter 4. The exceptional roommates arriving at school in a luxury car would undoubtedly cause a stir. But Lin Qinshi was not looking for such attention. His fuel was running low, and he barely had enough to get back to campus. This system was not playing by the usual rules. Other systems typically provide money up front, while this one had chosen to grant him a luxury car and mansion first. A few thousand for gas would have sufficed. Opting for the bus, Lin Qinshi returned to Magic City Transportation University, having spent his last bit of savings on soy milk at Dojiang Wang. From then on, he could only rely on the 50 yuan left on his campus card, with merely 3 yuan remaining in his bank account. What kind of wealthy individual would be so broke? Although taking the bus took longer, it was a direct route without transfers, unlike the subway, which twisted and turned while costing more. Upon returning to his dorm, he found his 3 roommates deeply engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings on their phones. Their dorm was renowned throughout the school as the exceptional dorm, for each member had a memorable and striking name. Fan Jianqiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, and Lin Qinshi. Each name resonated distinctly. Oh, the beast is back. Quick, log in and get ready. A new season has begun. We must be prepared. Li Wuqi glanced at Lin Qinshi as he entered, eagerly beckoning him. His personality was carefree, completely forgetting Lin Qinshi had mentioned he was breaking up with his girlfriend. The other two scrutinized Lin Qinshi, noticing he didn't appear as dejected as they expected. In fact, they detected a hint of joy in his demeanor. Beast, you didn't actually get dumped, did you? That girlfriend of yours clearly wants nothing to do with you. The prolonged Cold War was just a means to force you into a breakup? Fan Jianqiang inquired with a frown. Xiaolu's game character had just been killed, the screen fading to gray. He put down his phone and leaned in. You didn't go to win her back, did you? The trio often teased Lin Qinshi, branding him as a licking dog, a label he vehemently denied, never perceiving himself as such. Forget it, we broke up. I merely encountered something else uplifting. Lin Qinshi placed a hand on Xiaolu's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. The game has rebooted. Let us go, we're on the final wave, Li Wuqi urged. Hearing Lin Qinshi declare his breakup, the other two sighed in relief. They did not know he. But Lin Qinshi, standing at 6 feet tall and of average looks, treated everyone with respect. However, with he, whether on the phone or in video chats, he exhibited a servile demeanor. Don't worry. I'll be going out to dinner with Yin later. I'll ask her to introduce you to a girlfriend. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one flower? Besides, that flower eyes, even that special. We have many beauties in our school. Xiaolu said while picking up the phone to continue gaming. Lin Qinshi merely smiled and refrained from responding, grabbing his clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower. He had gotten caught in a light rain on his way back, and a warm shower was just what he needed. Under the warm water, Lin Qinshi's mind cleared as he reflected on his past with he. Viewing it from an outsider's perspective, he realized she did not harbor the affection he had imagined. Instead, it seemed more like a companion sought out of loneliness. Lin Qinshi was not as carefree as he appeared. Deep down, he was still hurt. However, with circumstances as they were, he could only allow time to heal these emotional wounds. When he first received the system, he had contemplated how to win her back, but after the incident with the soy milk, He's words made him realize she truly had no lingering feelings for him. To break up with him, she didn't even scold him for being splashed. She was merely worried he would continue to cling to her. After finishing his shower, Lin Qinshi discovered that only Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang remained in the dorm. Xiaolu had gone out on a date. It used to be just me and Lao Fan as the single ones in this dorm. Every time we saw you and Xiaolu going out looking for partners, we envied you. Now, We have 3 single men. Welcome to the single dog team, Li Wuqi teased. Lin Qinshi shrugged and replied, I had my share of relationships and now wish to return to single life. The disparity of this transition is something you wouldn't understand. Li Wuqi shot Lin Qinshi a middle finger. Hurry up and log in. We're waiting for you in the game. I'm not playing. IVE run around all day and need some rest. Get me a duck leg rice for dinner. My meal card is on my desk. Lin Qinshi climbed into bed, pulling out his phone to browse through social media. Coincidentally, he came across a post from He. Thanks to Senior Zhang Gang for the clothes. They kept me dry on this rainy day. Accompanying the post was a top-down selfie of her in the rain jacket from earlier. Flashing a peace sign, Lin Qinshi directly swiped past this moment on his social media, placing his phone aside. System. Open the panel. Host. Lin Qinshi. Strength. 6. Physique. 6. Spirit. 6. Charm. 6. The maximum attributes for an ordinary person is 10. And the host possesses normal values among ordinary individuals. Vehicle. Pagani Zonda. Mansion. Yunlu Villa. Now, it seems there is a vehicle and a mansion involved on the very first day of acquiring the system. He has already achieved a goal that most people strive for throughout their lives. Lin Qinshi pondered under what circumstances the System S task would be triggered. It appeared that remaining in the dormitory was the least likely scenario for task activation. Following the earlier task release by Chen Shanshan, it seemed that the system detected that the presence of a beauty scoring above 90 points would trigger a task. It appears he must venture out more often. Lin Qinshi resolved to take a nap before heading out for a leisurely stroll. In a daze, Lin Qinshi was awakened by Fan Jinqiang, who informed him that they had returned with dinner and urged him to eat while it was hot. Xiaolu wants us to go to a bar. It's his girlfriend Yinyan's birthday today, and he invited a couple of people from our dorm to celebrate, Li Wuqi announced as he entered the dormitory. Just as Lin Qinshi was about to decline, he reconsidered. He had intended to go out anyway, and rather than wandering aimlessly, it would be better to accompany his friends to the Billard AS for finances. He had no need to worry, for Xiaolu was the rich second generation among them. Typically, Xiaolu treated his friends generously. The first time they visited a bar was with him. The 3 swiftly tidied themselves up and set out. Since it was still early, they decided to walk, as the bar Xiaolu mentioned was merely 2 blocks away from the school. Not too close, yet not far either. Most of the students hailed from ordinary families. And taking a taxi was too costly. Senior, a cheerful voice called from behind Lin Qinshi in the bustling crowd at the campus gate. All the boys turned to look in the direction of the call. A girl, radiating boundless vitality, jogged up to Lin Qinshi. She exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, her large, sparkling eyes accentuated by 2 adorable dimples, standing at 1.64 meters, creating the most charming height difference with Lin Qinshi. Dressed in a black pleated skirt paired with a white t-shirt, her petite figure swayed enticingly, drawing Lin Qinshi's gaze. Chapter 5. Yi Mengshi, Beep, detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Yi Mengshi. Appearance, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160 centimeters. Measurements, 36D. Favorability, 85. Ming. Have you eaten? Lin Qinshi was astonished by Yi Mengshi's high favorability towards him, just 5 points shy of an unwavering bond. Moreover, the system had assessed her beauty to be above 90. However, the question he posed left everyone present speechless. It was nearly time for a late-night snack, and he was inquiring if anyone had eaten. What a conversation starter. I have, senior. Where are you headed? Yi Mengshi asked playfully. The school gates would close at 10:30 p.m., and anyone arriving after that would be locked out. With time nearing 10, Lin Qinshi and his companions were eagerly departing, seemingly intent on not returning to the dorm for the night. Oh, Xiaolu is celebrating his girlfriend's birthday, and he invited us to join, Lin Qinshi explained candidly, noting that Xiaolu had already booked a hotel for the night, planning to revel until the early hours and then retire to the hotel, as he had no classes until the afternoon the following day. Upon hearing this, a flicker of something unusual crossed Yi Mengshi's eyes, though her smile remained playful as she jested, Senior, just make sure nothing goes awry with your rendezvous. If your girlfriend finds out, you might be in quite a predicament. Lin Qinshi waved dismissively. No worries, I've already broken up. I'm single now, so I'm not concerned about any complications. This. Yi Mengshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a character! I don't think I've seen you around before. Li Wuqi wiped drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with desire, resembling a wolf. Lin Qinshi disdainfully regarded his lecherous demeanor and introduced her. This is Yi Mengxi, a fellow student I met during orientation. These two are my roommates, Li Wuchu and Fan Jinqiang. With a chuckle, Yi Mengxi could barely contain her laughter upon hearing their names. I almost forgot. Senior, you belong to our school's elite dormitory. Her laughter caused Li Wuchu to blush, but he quickly regained his composure. Why Yi Mengxi? Isn't that the name of the newly appointed campus flower? Li Wuchu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the so-called petty admirer was acquainted with the new campus beauty, and he found it hard to swallow that he was outshone by a mere sycophant. New campus flower? Lin Qinshi queried, puzzled by Li Wuchu's reaction. He had been preoccupied with his relationship with He and had not kept abreast of campus gossip, rarely glancing at other girls. Li Wuchu, a frequent visitor to the campus forum, was well versed in such matters, knowing precisely the names and ranks of each flower. Yi Mengxi, a freshman from the media department, has garnered unanimous votes from all new students for her adorable looks and impressive figure, thus earning the title of the new campus flower. Together with Su Weiwei, Shun Yu, and Qin Ruolin, she forms the quartet of campus beauties at our university. However, Qin Ruolin has already gone for an internship. Leaving only the three main flowers on campus, Li Wuchu produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, reading from an imaginary scroll as if recounting legends about campus flowers. Lin Qinshi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there were 4 so-called campus flowers. What kind of title was that? Sensing Lin Qinshi's skepticism, Li Wuchu elaborated. The 4 campus flowers each possess unique charms, which is why they are collectively acknowledged as such. This is a well-accepted fact at our university. Oh, no. It's just an exaggeration from the students. Yi Mengxi smiled and shook her head, neither overly pleased nor displeased. Quickly changing the subject, she asked, Senior, do you have time tomorrow? An MCN company has invited me for an interview in the afternoon, but my friends are unavailable, and I'm not familiar with the city. If you're free, would you accompany me? I'll treat you to dinner afterward. Yi Mengxi playfully stuck out her tongue. Beep, detected a beauty with a score above 90 requesting the host. Option 1, decline, causing disappointment, reward of 1 million in cash. Option 2, accept, accompany Yi Mengxi to the interview tomorrow, reward of 500,001 attribute point. A task has appeared. Indeed, one must venture out to encounter beauties to trigger tasks. If he remained in the dormitory, the system would be rendered useless. Finally, a cash reward is at hand. 1 million versus 500,000. It seems the former is more advantageous, as simply declining would yield 1 million. But who is Lin Qinshi? How could he harm a young girl's feelings for a mere 50,000? I choose the second option. It wasn't that Lin Qinshi was disinterested in the million. Rather, the allure of the 50,000 came with an attribute point, an enhancement for himself. Ordinary individuals max out at 10 points. And his current score was merely 6, barely passing. With the system in place, acquiring 50,000 would be a cinch, yet attribute points were a different matter, perhaps unattainable throughout a lifetime. I have class in the morning, but I'll accompany you to the interview in the afternoon, Lin Qinshi readily agreed. Yi Mengxi's eyes sparkled with delight as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior. See you tomorrow. After Yi Mengxi joyfully departed, Li Wuchu let out a loud exclamation. What the heck? You know the campus flower, and she invited you out. Oh, heavens! Are you blind? How could I, a handsome and charming guy, be overshadowed by a mere sycophant? Fan Jinqiang glared at Lin Qinshi with indignation. Though he was not particularly eloquent, his thoughts mirrored those of Li Wuchu. Lin Qinshi smacked Li Wuchu on the back of the head. You lecher. Who are you calling a sycophant? Let us hurry. Xiaolu is getting impatient. Li Wuchu and Fan Jinqiang quickly followed Lin Qinshi. Yet their eyes were filled with envy. The trio soon arrived at the bar Xiaolu mentioned, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. They intended to ignore it and enter the bar, only to hear Xiaolu's voice. Apologize to Yin Yin and her friends immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Xiaolu's furious voice rang out from the throng. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshi and his companions hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, where they spotted Xiaolu surrounded by 4 lovely young ladies, facing off against a skinny fellow with bleached hair. The youth's face was flushed, and he swayed slightly, clearly inebriated. Chapter 6. Snowfall Bar. Just a few bitches. Why should I apologize to them? The bleached-haired youth retorted, punctuating his words with a hiccup, the stench of alcohol wafting from his mouth as the girls beside Xiaolu grimaced. Covering their noses, old Xia, What's going on? The three of them finally managed to push through, aware that in today's society, there was never a shortage of spectators. As Xia Lu observed the arrival of the three individuals, his confidence surged. Though there was only one opponent, he had just witnessed a group of women surrounding him. Now, with 4 men on their side, dealing with a drunken man seemed like an effortless task. Xia Lu recounted the events that led to this confrontation. It turned out that after the drunkard exited the bar, he spotted the 4 girls beside Xia Lu and brazenly proposed that each would receive 10,000 to accompany him for the night, with promises of additional rewards for exceptional performance. Infuriated, Xia Lu was about to charge at the blonde man when his girlfriend, Yin Yin, restrained him. Thus, the current scene unfolded, demanding an apology from the drunken man. Li Wuqi, upon hearing this, eagerly approached the blonde, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. So, you think you can act like a rogue here? Apologize immediately, or I'll show you why flowers bloom in such vibrant colors. The slap jolted the blonde out of his drunken stupor, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Do you even know who I am? Seeing the mockery on his face, Li Wuqi's anger flared. I don't care who you are. Just apologize. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the bar, calling out to the blonde, Li Xiao, where have you been? We thought you had left. Xia Lu and the others exchanged worried glances as the numbers shifted, prompting Li Wuqi to slowly retreat towards Lin Qinshi and the others. After a reprimand from the blonde to his companions, the leader of the new arrivals stepped forward, a smirk playing on his lips. Li Xiao, you dare to strike. It seems you have no desire to remain in the Magic City. Here's your chance. Let those 4 women accompany Li Xiao for the night, and you 4 men can crawl beneath my legs. This matter will be forgotten. Li Wuqi's face flushed with indignation as he shouted, you were in the wrong first, and you still have the audacity to speak so arrogantly. Fan Jianxiang took a step forward, his robust frame lending strength to Li Wuqi's resolve. The man beside the blonde sneered, even if we give you a chance, it won't change anything. He clapped his hands, and the group that had accompanied him closed in, even the bar's security joining their ranks. This scene alerted Lin Qinshi and the others to the blonde's formidable connections. The bar, known as Piaoxue, was not the finest in the Magic City but had its unique charm. Rumor had it that the owner, a woman named Piaoxue, was exceptionally beautiful, drawing many wealthy heirs to the establishment, all eager to catch a glimpse of her allure. A beautiful woman running a bar in the Magic City, while maintaining her integrity, signified her exceptional capabilities. Beep. Host detected to be in a situation of potential violence. Choice 1. Rise in defiance. Regardless of success or failure, to uphold your dignity, reward. 1 point in strength attribute, ownership of Piaoxue Bar. Choice 2. Submit, plead for mercy, and agree to the demands of crawling beneath their legs. Reward, 200,000 in cash, a cowardly titanium plaque. Upon hearing this task, Lin Qinshi felt a jolt of adrenaline. Finally, he had triggered a selection task again, realizing it was not solely tied to encounters with beautiful women but also applicable in dire situations. However, the system's suggestion of a titanium plaque felt utterly humiliating. Enough. I, Lin Qinshi, a dignified man, would never crawl beneath anyone's legs to beg for mercy. If it's a fight, then let it be, he thundered internally, stepping heavily towards Xia Lu and the others. Although outnumbered 4-10, the drunken state of their opponents offered a glimmer of hope, choosing between gaining ownership of the bar and a mere 200,000 cash reward felt trivial. He had a system and would never debase himself for money. Without hesitation, he opted for choice 1. The man beside the blonde smirked, barking orders, those who refuse to drink will be punished. Break the men's limbs, and the women shall be delivered to Li Xiao. In an instant, a dozen individuals, along with the bar's security, surrounded Lin Qinshi. Beep. Host demonstrated commendable courage by confronting the forces of evil. As the host of this system, any insult to you is an affront to the system itself. Reward. 1 hour of mastery over Wing Chun. Unleash your inner strength. A flood of knowledge about Wing Chun surged through Lin Qinshi's mind, and his muscles became taut with newfound power. He stepped forward, pushing Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang back slightly. Step aside. Allow me to handle these ruffians, he playfully beckoned. I shall take on 10. Coincidentally, besides the blonde and the one who had spoken, there were exactly 10 men. Li Wuqi and the others stared in astonishment at Lin Qinshi, whose demeanor had transformed dramatically. leaving them momentarily speechless. Damn it, how audacious. If I don't knock you down, I won't be able to show my face at Piaoshui again. One particularly inebriated man, reeking of alcohol, hurled a snow cone at Lin Qinshi. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the others rushed to assist, but the ensuing spectacle left them frozen in shock. Lin Qinshi deftly dodged the flying snow cone and charged forward, using his shoulder to send the drunken man sprawling. This fellow is quite peculiar. Everyone, attack together! The toppled man shouted as he regained his footing. The surrounding 10 men converged on Lin Qinshi, but within 2 minutes, their anguished cries filled the air as they fell to the ground, defeated. Lin Qinshi dusted off his hands and sauntered towards the blonde. In a desperate plea, the blonde shouted, "Do you know who I am? My father is Li Jinfu from Jinlong Real Estate. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father will not let you off lightly." Gasps rippled through the crowd at the mention of Li Jinfu. Known for his notorious background and ruthless rise to power, those who opposed him either faced bankruptcy or met untimely ends, fostering a reputation that instilled fear across the industry. Although Jinlong Real Estate had been quieter in recent years due to government crackdowns on organized crime, Li Jinfu's son, Li Tianzong, was infamous in his own right, his misdeeds comparable to his father's but of a more despicable nature. As Li Tianzong faced Lin Qinshi, he believed he had intimidated him into submission, sneering, "Now that you know my identity, aren't you going to have those 4 girls assist me to my hotel? I've had a bit too much to drink and need their help." "Assist?" Lin Qinshi retorted with a smirk, delivering a swift slap to Li Tianzong's face. The sound echoed, freezing the surrounding air. The subsequent wails of Li Tianzong pierced the silence. "You dare strike me? You're finished. No one can save you now." Another slap followed, imprinting his other cheek with a handprint. A nearby lackey attempted to intervene but was met with a series of strikes from Lin Qinshi. Collapsing to the ground, "Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the Defiance task, reward. 1 point in strength attribute. Ownership of Piaoshui Bar. Host, Lin Qinshi, mastery of Wing Chun in effect. Strength, 7, Constitution, 6, Mentality, 6, Charm, 6, attributes of ordinary individuals max out at 10. Host possesses normal values among them. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, unclaimed. Mr. Lin, please stop." A languid yet melodious voice resonated from within the bar. Emerging was a woman clad in a red dress. Her youthful beauty imbued with a hint of maturity, instantly captivating the attention of those around her. Beep, detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Wenruxue, attractiveness, 95, age, 26, height, 172 centimeters, measurements, 36 c, favorability, 50, Piaoshui. The owner of Piaoshui Bar has appeared. Gasps filled the air as people recognized her. Is this the legendary Piaoshui? Truly a beauty. Even I, a woman, feel captivated. One girl beside Yin Yin remarked in awe. "Please, it's just a pretty face. Who knows how many men she's been with?" scoffed another girl near Yin Yin. Lin Qinshi furrowed his brow, realizing that Piaoshui's real name was Wenruxue. Yet, how did she know him? Her calling him Mr. Lin indicated a prior acquaintance. As Wenruxue approached, she gracefully passed Lin Qinshi and reached the girl who had insulted her, delivering a resounding slap. "Little sister, next time, don't just bring your mouth. Remember to bring your brain too." With a radiant smile, she turned and approached Lin Qinshi. The woman, having been struck, covered her face, her complexion alternating between shades of blue and purple. Observing that none of the ladies around her, including Yin Yin, intended to offer assistance, she let out a cold huff and departed from the scene. Indeed, she was at fault to begin with. One cannot simply defend the unreasonable. "Could you perhaps grant me a favor?" Allowing this matter to be laid to rest, irrespective of right or wrong, Piaoshui spoke, her ruby lips parting as she turned to Lin Qinshi. After all, Lin Qinshi held the reins of the current situation. Having been slapped twice, Li Tianzong's face was swollen, and he naturally hoped Lin Qinshi would acquiesce, intending to retaliate against him later. "Why should I grant you a favor?" Lin Qinshi replied coolly, gazing at Wenruxue. Despite being of humble means, he was not so easily turned into a sycophant merely upon encountering a beautiful woman. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wenruxue's face. She had not anticipated that her oft-repeated phrases would be met with such resistance. Leaving her momentarily rooted to the spot, Xia Lu and the others stepped forward, urging Lin Qinshi to relent. stating, "Let it go. The blows have been exchanged. If this stalemate continues, Yin Yan's birthday celebration will be ruined." After pondering briefly, Lin Qinshe called out to Li Tianzong, "Apologize to the ladies, and you may leave." Prolonging this entanglement was not a viable solution. His Wing Chun skills were time-limited, and if the situation escalated, it would ultimately be he who suffered. Li Tianzong's face turned crimson with rage. For years he had acted with impunity, never encountering such a scenario. Who would have thought he would hit a brick wall today? Internally, he vowed vengeance. Glancing around, he noticed that his lackeys were now evading his gaze. It was not that they were unwilling to cling to him. Rather, the sting of Wing Chun had left them apprehensive. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianzong muttered an apology to Yin Yin and her companions before swiftly exiting the scene. Following the commotion, Xiaolu lost interest in the bar and decided to find another venue for Yin Yan's birthday celebration. "Mr. Lin, please hold on," Piaoxue interjected. "I can arrange a private room upstairs for you and your friends, with complimentary beverages. Additionally, we have a pastry chef who can whip up a birthday cake on the spot." When Rushue learned that they had originally intended to celebrate at Piaoxue Bar, only to encounter the rogue Li Tianzong and this unfortunate incident. Though Lin Qinshe had not offered her courtesy earlier, she found herself in need and had no choice but to placate him. "How did you know my surname is Lin?" Lin Qinshe, although suspecting a trick of the system, still wished for her to confirm. When Rushue chuckled lightly, "Mr. Lin, you are quite forgetful. We have indeed been in contact." She gestured toward Piaoxue Bar behind her. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshe realized that the system must have implanted memories of his purchase of Piaoxue Bar into Rushue's mind, as these events had not registered in his consciousness. This was likely the system's way of providing the host with rewards in a plausible manner. Lin Qinshe turned to look at Xiaolu and the others, who were hesitating, still reeling from the astonishing developments of the evening, particularly as the owner of Piaoxue Bar now treated him with utmost respect. "Since the owner of Piaoxue has extended an invitation, and we were already considering a different venue, I believe this place will suffice," Li Wuchu chimed in, his gaze fixated on Piaoxue, nearly drooling. Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him before addressing Lin Qinshe. "Beast, let's stay here. Finding another place may be too late." After the earlier turmoil, it was nearing 11 o'clock, and Yin Yan's birthday was almost upon them. Chapter 8. The illegitimate daughter of the one family. "When Ruxu in that case, I must trouble the owner of Piaoxue." Lin Qinshe expressed his desire to understand the bar's financial performance, as it was now also his establishment. He needed knowledge of the circulating funds and staffing, as well as future management strategies. Sooner or later, he would have to familiarize himself with these aspects. There was no time like the present. When Rushue instructed the bar staff to escort the others to the private room on the second floor while she led Lin Qinshe to her office. As Lin Qinshe surveyed the bar, he noted the bustling atmosphere, marveling that such a vibrant establishment was run by a woman. Upon entering the office, when Rushue walked directly to her desk and retrieved a stack of documents from beneath it. "Mr. Lin, here are all the bar's records. Please sign here, and it will be yours from now on." The hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Had it not been for her urgent need for funds, she would never have considered selling the bar. Lin Qinshe skimmed through the accounts, noting that there were still several $100,000 remaining in the bar's operating account, along with some staff records. He glanced at them briefly before tossing them back onto the desk. "Miss One, do you have any plans for the future? Your reluctance to part with Piaoxue is quite evident. Why not continue to stay on?" Lin Qinshe spoke, acknowledging his ignorance about bar management and the likelihood that Piaoxue would falter under his stewardship. When Rushue's expression suddenly turned sharp as she coldly inquired, "How do you know my surname is Wan? Who exactly are you?" Lin Qinshe was taken aback by her abrupt shift in demeanor. It was merely a name he had learned, after all. "Miss One, you need not concern yourself with how I know. You should simply understand that I bear you no ill will. I am utterly clueless about managing a bar, and if Piaoxue were to fall into my hands, it would likely not last long. Do you truly wish for your hard work to go to waste? I am willing to offer you 30% of the shares and hire you back to continue managing the bar." When Rushue's eyes flickered with uncertainty, momentarily puzzled by Lin Qinshe's intentions, if he had no knowledge of management, why would he want to purchase Piaoxue? Was he perhaps aiming to leverage her skills? After a moment, she smiled brightly. "In that case, from today onward, I shall call you boss. Please take care of me, Mr. Lin." Regardless of his motives, she was indeed reluctant to part with Piaoxue Bar. Moreover, after leaving, she had no clear idea of what to do next. Originally, she had planned to travel, but one cannot wander aimlessly through life. Remaining at Piaoxue allowed her to feel a sense of worth. Furthermore, given her identity as the illegitimate daughter of the one family, only in the familiar surroundings of Piaoxue could she conceal herself effectively. For years, her uncle had secretly aided and cared for her, and now, with him in trouble, selling Piaoxue was her way of contributing what little she could. For Wen Ruxue, securing the funds while retaining a stake in the bar was the best outcome she could hope for. Let us draft a shareholder agreement. I will only take a share of the profits, and all operational matters will be entirely at your discretion. Lin Qingshi settled onto the sofa, picking up a pack of cigarettes from the table and lighting one. He occasionally indulged in a puff, but was neither averse to nor addicted to smoking. When Ruxue approached the desk and powered on her computer, suddenly recalling something, I apologize, but most of the bar's operating funds have been withdrawn. The money currently in the account is only sufficient for daily expenses, with nothing extra available for withdrawal. Lin Qingshi was momentarily at a loss for words. He had hoped to extract some funds for personal use, but he was left with only a meal card to his name. With just a few dozen yuan left in cash, he consoled himself that as long as he accompanied Yi Mengxi to an interview tomorrow, he would receive 500,000. Thus, he could afford to overlook the bar's meager funds. No worries. As long as the funds are sufficient for the bar's operations, there is no need to withdraw any. Is the remaining capital adequate, or do you require me to inject additional funds? Lin Qingshi feigned nonchalance as he spoke. He had no actual funds to invest. It was merely a display of bravado, attempting to impress Wen Ruxue. She had already clarified that the existing funds were sufficient for operations, so there was no need for additional investment. Shaking her head, she replied, the current funds are adequate. With Piaoxue's business, profitability will soon follow. Extra capital would serve no purpose. The sound of her fingers tapping on the keyboard resonated throughout the office. Before long, the printer whirred to life, and when Ruxue produced the contract, Lin Qingshi did not scrutinize it closely and simply signed his name. Trust those you employ. Do not suspect those you trust. Since this bar was obtained for free, I shall not lament its loss. It is better to broaden one's horizons. A flicker of something unusual crossed Wen Ruxue's gaze as she observed Lin Qingshi. Their acquaintance had yet to last an hour, yet he displayed such composure and decisiveness in signing the contract she presented. This required a certain level of audacity and confidence. Wen Ruxue. Lin Qingshi appeared to be the scion of a prominent family, someone who would not deign to concern himself with such trivial amounts. After signing, Lin Qingshi prepared to leave the office. Li Tianzong will undoubtedly seek revenge against you. I will assist you in handling this matter. I believe Li Jianfu will still extend me some courtesy. However, while Li Tianzong may publicly refrain from confronting you, he might resort to underhanded tactics. Mr. Lin, please be cautious. When Ruxue spoke without lifting her head, Lin Qingshi shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he exited the office. The moment he stepped out, he felt as if his body had deflated. The formidable aura he had exuded for that hour, akin to that of Yuan, had dissipated, and he was no longer capable of taking on 10 opponents. Lin Qingshi was acutely aware of the consequences of crossing a wealthy heir with connections to the underworld. However, in his youthful exuberance, bolstered by the confidence bestowed upon him by the system, he had boldly taught Li Tianzong a lesson. Yet, he would need to devise a strategy to eliminate any future repercussions. As he stepped into the private room on the second floor of the snowy bar, he was instantly seized by 3 individuals. Li Wuqi clamped onto his leg, Fan Jianxiang restrained his arms, while Xia Lu wrapped his arms around his head, bellowing, "Speak swiftly. Who on earth are you to dare usurp my brother?" Lin Qingshi feigned an angry laugh, declaring, "I am an ancient demon god. You insignificant pests ought to kneel before me." The trio immediately released him with a look of disinterest, realizing that in the realm of verbal sparring, none could rival Lin Qingshi. "You beast, you've hidden your true self well," remarked Li Wuqi. "With your formidable skills. Even the owner of Snowy treats you with utmost respect, yet you previously claimed to be from an ordinary family. How does that reconcile with your current demeanor?" Xiaolu posed the question that lingered in their minds. "It's nothing much. I've been bestowed with a divine system, and I am now the chosen one, commanding winds and rains at will." Lin Qingshi had anticipated their inquiries and had devised a plausible response. Knowing they would be disinclined to believe the truth as expected, All three scoffed and ceased their probing. Chapter 9. This restroom is surprisingly spacious. Hurry over to cut the cake. It's almost midnight, urged Guanyin. Xia Lu's girlfriend. After a night of revelry, they hadn't even introduced each other yet. These two are my roommates, Wang Shaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guoting. These three were well known within the school. Revered as the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi of dormitory life, needing little introduction, Guanyin chuckled, covering her mouth. They had grown accustomed to such scenes, given how memorable their names were, which fortuitously aligned them in one dormitory. If this wasn't fate, it was certainly orchestrated by the school. Li Jiao. We're practically family. Perhaps we share some distant kinship from centuries ago. May I call you Jiao Jiao? Li Wuqi, true to his shameless reputation, cozied up to Li Jiao. She, however, was a rather aloof girl, having scarcely exchanged words with Lin Qingshou since their first meeting, in stark contrast. Wang Shaoqing was a chatterbox, incessantly prattling on Lin. Did you begin practicing martial arts at a young age? What is the name of your style? Is it too late for me to learn? Could you teach me? Wang Shaoqing bombarded him with questions, leaving him momentarily speechless. As for the departed roommate Guoting, Guanyin had described her as a materialistic woman. When Li Tianzong had teased them earlier, Guoting had attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by the others. She later complained that they were obstructing her path to wealth, risking the ire of the Li family's young master. Thus, when Guoting was slapped by Wen Ruxue, they offered no defense on her behalf. Fan Jinqiang silently wept nearby, lamenting the fact that out of the three girls, one was Xia Lu's girlfriend, another was entangled with Li Wuqi, leaving him with none. Guanyin's roommates were all quite pleasant-looking, not stunningly beautiful, yet certainly not unattractive. By the system's scoring standards, they would likely all receive an 80. After slicing the cake, the group found the atmosphere in the private room lacking and decided to head downstairs to the dance floor, where the ambience was far more vibrant. Lin Qingshou exchanged greetings with Wen Ruxue before descending. At this point, the bar was at its most lively and spirited, as the patrons indulged in libations. Lin Qingshou, whose tolerance for alcohol was notoriously low, found himself utterly inebriated, having lost track of time amidst the fine spirits Wen Ruxue had provided. A ray of sunlight fell upon his face, causing his lashes to flutter slightly before he opened his eyes. The sensation of a hangover engulfed his mind, accompanied by a pervasive soreness throughout his body. After gently tapping his forehead a couple of times, he began to survey his surroundings, his memory still anchored in the snowy bar. Oblivious to the moment he had succumbed to drunkenness, he found himself in a room suffused with a delicate fragrance. Adorned with feminine decor, unmistakably a woman's sanctuary, a sigh of relief washed over him as he checked his attire, reassured that nothing untoward had transpired. The thought of having lost his virtue under such circumstances would have been a significant misfortune. Stepping out of the room, he spotted a busy figure in the kitchen, clad in simple home attire, her slender legs accentuated even in slippers. The woman turned to him, saying, "The bathroom has a toothbrush and towel. Please wash up, I'm making noodles. You can eat before you leave." This woman was none other than Wen Ruxue, the proprietor of the snowy bar. Lin Qingshou could hardly fathom how he had ended up in Wen Ruxue's home, basking in the extraordinary fortune of a beautiful woman preparing a meal for him. Yet, the throbbing pain in his head rendered him incapable of savoring such bliss. Upon entering the bathroom, he discovered a pristine toothbrush and towel awaiting him at the sink. However, having never ventured into a woman's bathroom before, some items were casually strewn about, capturing his attention and momentarily alleviating the throbbing in his head. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside, and when Ruxue, her cheeks flushed, dashed into the bathroom to collect her discarded clothing. Realizing she had forgotten to wash her clothes from the night before, she hurried over. Ahem, this bathroom is rather nice. The tiles are well chosen. Lin Qingshou coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment, recognizing that his previous actions had been somewhat inappropriate. After washing up, Lin Qingshou took a moment to thoroughly examine the apartment. It was neither too large nor too small. Approximately 90 square meters, with the living area occupying 2/3 of the space, accompanied by a single bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Wen Ruxue was evidently affluent and indulgent, as nowadays, purchasing a 60-square-meter apartment often necessitated partitioning into 3 rooms. Approaching the window, he noted that it afforded a direct view of Jiaodong University, indicating that it was indeed situated near the snowy Bar. In the bustling metropolis. A property like this easily commanded tens of millions. Although Lin Qingshou was unaware of the price the system had paid for the bar, he surmised it would likely be comparable to the value of this apartment. Selling a bar surely seemed more lucrative than selling a house. Yet she remarked, "This is rented. I did not purchase it. I simply prefer this layout and have paid the rent for 10 years. Come eat some noodles," when Rushue emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. Seemingly anticipating Lin Qingshou's curiosity. "How did I end up here? What about my friends?" he inquired. Upon mentioning his friends, when Rushue rolled her eyes, "I know nothing of your friends. I found you at the entrance of the snowy bar. Completely inebriated. Without your ID, I had no choice but to bring you here. After all, you are my boss, and I cannot ignore a drunken superior." Lin Qingshou chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging his poor tolerance for alcohol. Especially after having mixed drinks the previous night, he wondered about his friends, hoping they were faring better. "Rest assured, I've arranged for them, ensuring that your friends are all safe and sound. Nothing untoward should have occurred." Lin Qingshou nodded in gratitude. "I hope nothing embarrassing happened last night?" he asked cautiously, aware of his tendency to become overly sentimental when intoxicated. If he had indulged in heartfelt confessions, it would certainly be a source of immense embarrassment. When Rushue glanced up from her meal, recalling how, due to the absence of Lin Qingshou's ID, she had felt compelled to take him home, even offering him her room. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Perhaps stemming from the lack of perceived danger in his drunken state, or perhaps due to his recent purchase of the snowy bar at an exorbitant price, along with a generous gift of 30% of the shares. This made her feel less apprehensive about bringing him home. Moreover, something inexplicable had occurred during their taxi ride. Lin Qingshou had suddenly awoken, ready to settle the fare, only to find his balance insufficient. Even after attempting to switch cards, the result remained the same. This contradicted Rushue's expectations. How could someone capable of acquiring the snowy bar at such a high price be unable to cover a mere taxi fare? However, being a perceptive woman, she refrained from questioning him directly. Managing to thrive amidst the competitive landscape of Shanghai, bolstered by the support of the One family, was a testament to her personal capability and high emotional intelligence. When Rushue picked up her phone, displaying her WeChat QR code to Lin Qingshou, "Add me for contact purposes. I should keep you updated on work matters." As he prepared to scan the code, he noticed several missed calls from Yimengshi. Checking the time, he realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. "Oh no, my 500,000, he exclaimed, abandoning his chopsticks and sprinting toward the door, dialing back as he ran. When Rushue watched in bemusement as Lin Qingshou dashed off, pondering whether it was indeed an urgent matter or merely an excuse to avoid adding her on WeChat. "Ming, I'm so sorry. I drank too much last night and overslept," he blurted as soon as the call connected. "And no worries, senior. Are you feeling better now? I heard hangovers can be quite dreadful." Yimengshi's concerned tone made Lin Qingshou feel a pang of guilt. "No worries, where are you now? I'll come to find you." For Lin Qingshou, it is not merely a promise to a young lady, but also a matter of 500,000 in attribute points. "Senior, I am already on my way to the interview. You need not come over. Take a good rest." Initially, Yimengshi hoped that Lin Qingshou would accompany her on the subway to the interview. But upon hearing that he was hungover, she did not wish to trouble him and hoped he would rest well. "What nonsense! I will certainly fulfill my promise to you, and besides, I have already sobered up. Now, listen to me. Give me the address, and I shall wait for you at the company entrance to accompany you inside." Lin Qingshou spoke with firm conviction, leaving no room for Yimengshi to decline. Hearing this, Yimengshi felt both joy and gratitude and hurriedly sent him the address after hanging up. Upon receiving the address, Lin Qingshou swiftly made his way to the subway station. While on the train, he noticed a bank notification on his phone. "Dear customer, your Magic City Bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Your balance is now 100,003 yuan. Lin Qingshou was taken aback by this message. Could it be a scam company trying to swindle my remaining 3 yuan? I long for the days when we could talk about anything. The phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Magic City. "Hello, who is this?" Chapter 10. The setup. It's me, Rushue. The slightly frustrated voice on the other end reminded Lin Qingshou that he had almost added her as a friend earlier but had rushed off without doing so. "Ahem. I had to leave abruptly due to an urgent matter. Since you managed to reach me, you must have my number, so please add me on WeChat using this number." Lin Qingshou awkwardly cleared his throat. "I have added you, but But you haven't accepted. Let's not dwell on that. I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your Magic City bank account. Did you receive it? Lin Qingche's expression turned to one of confusion. Why is she transferring money to me? Didn't she say that the funds in the bar's account were just sufficient? Last night, she mentioned that the operating funds of the bar couldn't be moved. He couldn't comprehend why when Rushue was inexplicably sending him money today. The funds for Piaoxue are adequate. This money is what I drew out before you purchased the beard. It might be a bit ungracious of me. But since I still have a stake in Piaoxue, and my difficulties have been temporarily alleviated, consider this 100,000 yuan as the capital for acquiring that 30% share. Without waiting for Lin Qingche's response, she hung up. In reality, this 100,000 yuan was when Rushue's own money. After witnessing Lin Qingche's insufficient balance last night, she decided to assist him in this manner. She was taking a gamble, hoping that Lin Qingche was facing some issues. Perhaps a frozen bank card due to family circumstances, or that he had another card not linked to his phone, which explained why he couldn't pay that small fare. This 100,000 yuan could very well be a timely aid that would obligate Lin Qingche to her. Simultaneously, she was betting that Lin Qingche hailed from a family even more powerful than the one family. Moreover, since she now held 30% of the shares in Piaoxue, this 100,000 yuan would soon return to her. No matter how one looked at it, this 100,000 yuan was an investment that promised exceptional returns while also allowing Lin Qingche to accept it comfortably. Meanwhile, Lin Qingche was already overjoyed. He was far less proud than when Rushue had imagined. 100,000 yuan. He had never encountered such a sum of money all at once in his life. He hadn't anticipated that Piaoxue would generate profits for him so swiftly. He had thought it would take at least a month or two before he saw any earnings. It seemed that his decision to leave 30% of the shares to when Rushue was indeed a wise one. Given his age and social experience, if he were to manage Piaoxue, it would have closed down in no time. Now that he had money, he could finally indulge in some extravagant spending. Lin Qingche glanced at the address sent by Yimengshi. It was conveniently near Guojin. His Pagani Huayra was still parked in the basement of Guojin, so he decided to retrieve it and refuel before heading to meet her. Yimengshi had just left school, while he was already on his way, and he would have to wait for at least another hour for her. He might as well take this time to get the car out and fill it up. As he drove out of Guojin's underground parking lot, the parking fee had already exceeded 100 yuan, proving to be quite expensive. He hadn't even parked for a full day. After paying the parking fee, Lin Qingche's six-figure balance plummeted to 5 digits. He headed to a nearby gas station to fill up the tank before proceeding to the rendezvous point with Yimeng 11. As he took a detour from the main road, he suddenly noticed a commotion ahead. A crowd had gathered, as if something had occurred. Ding! A host with an appearance rating of over 90 has been detected ahead. Option 1. The individual appears to be in distress. Approach and assist the lady in resolving her issue. Reward: ownership of Jinmao building. Option 2. Honk aggressively and drive away. Reward: 3,000 yuan. Damn, does that 3,000 yuan look down on me? This task is clearly designed to grant me the building. Lin Qingche parked behind, alighting from the car and making his way into the crowd. Jinmao building, after all, is a prime office tower. Coincidentally, the MCN company that Yimengshi was headed to was located within Jinmao building. If he were to acquire that building, the rental income alone would suffice for his livelihood. The system had swiftly set him on the path to the pinnacle of life. A life of collecting rent was one that many envied. As Lin Qingche squeezed into the crowd, he observed a woman in a striped business suit standing before a Porsche Taycan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that accentuated her distressed expression. She had an air of professionalism yet appeared somewhat lost and anxious due to the situation at hand. The Porsche Taycan had collided with a stone pillar. While the damage was not severe, it rendered the vehicle inoperable. The front left of the car, a woman in her 60s sat on the ground, wailing, while a burly young man stood nearby. Ding! A female with an appearance rating above 90 has been detected. Name: Chun Jia. Appearance: 92, age: 25, height: 168 centimeters, bust: 36 c. Favorability: 0. You wretched woman. You hit my mother. If you don't compensate us, you can't leave. You have to come back with us and take care of my mother for a few days. The burly man spoke menacingly, his eyes gleaming with ulterior motives as he gazed at the stunning woman. The elderly woman on the ground, hearing the demand to take her away, clearly found the situation deviating from her expectations, and discreetly pinched the burly man's calf. I did not hit her. I swerved to avoid her and ended up colliding with the stone pillar. She came over and lay in front of my car. Claiming I hit her, can you please call the police? Let them handle this. Chen Jie's face flushed crimson as she realized the individual before her was attempting to scam her. Initially relieved that she had reacted quickly to avoid hitting anyone, she was now confronted with the reality of the elderly woman deliberately sitting in front of her car after the collision. The burly man quickly approached the vehicle, wielding an iron rod, and smashed it against the dashcam, shattering the glass and obstructing the camera's view. He then casually approached Chen Jie, insisting that she had struck his mother and demanding compensation. Chen Jie was furious. She had witnessed the elderly woman lying in front of her car, and now someone had come to vandalize her vehicle. Naturally, she was unwilling to be extorted and pulled out her phone to call the police. The burly man swiftly approached, slapping the phone from her hand. After it hit the ground, he stomped on it, leaving Chen Jie helpless to report the incident. The onlookers simply gathered to watch the spectacle, and the burly man's fierce glances deterred anyone from calling for help. Lin Qinsher glanced around. This location was conveniently situated in a blind spot without surveillance. Moreover, based on the burly man's method of smashing the dashcam upon arrival, it was evident he was a seasoned scammer. He smashed the dashcam not out of fear of being filmed for the scam, but rather to avoid having his appearance recorded. Once he extorted money, he could evade the elderly woman's exposure and continue his carefree life. Chapter 11. Be careful when walking at night. Lin Qinsher's mind raced as he discreetly retreated to a corner and called the police. Then he noticed a young boy sitting dejectedly on the steps nearby with a drone in hand, seemingly abandoned by his mother, who was also caught up in the crowd. Little buddy, would you sell me that drone? Lin Qinsher devised a plan and approached the child. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I can lend it to you. The child generously offered the drone and remote control to him. Lin Qinsher couldn't help but admire how sensible the child was. Unlike those mischievous kids, little buddy, I might accidentally break your toy, so it's better if you sell it to me. You can get a new one later. After a moment's hesitation, the boy opened the QR code on his smartwatch, and Lin Qinsher transferred 2,000 yuan, unsure of the drone's price, but assuming it would suffice. Little buddy, in 2 minutes, could you help me fly this drone over the crowd? Lin Qinsher suddenly realized he didn't know how to operate the drone, and by the time he learned, it might be too late. The boy nodded, though he didn't fully understand what the older brother wanted to do. He was more than willing to help with flying the drone for a bit of fun. After making arrangements with the young boy, Lin Qinsher once again plunged into the crowd, that moment. Chen Jie also contemplated yielding. Surrounded by so many onlookers, not a single soul was willing to assist her, all merely relishing the spectacle. To extricate herself from the predicament before her, she realized that she would have to part with some money. Biting her lip, Chen Jie inquired, "How much do you want?" Upon hearing her question, a conspiratorial smile spread across the face of the burly man. As I mentioned earlier, compensate us with 300,000, and then come with us to care for my mother for 3 days, and everything will be fine. Chen Jie's expression instantly transformed into one of fury. Are you out of your mind? It was evident that their intentions were malicious. If she accompanied them, she could not fathom where she would find herself days later. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. The burly man swung his hand toward Chen Jie's face. She instinctively closed her eyes in anticipation of the impact. A hand reached out from beside her, seizing the man's wrist. What's this? Unable to extort, now resorting to violence. A calm voice resonated beside Chen Jie. Opening her eyes, she caught sight of the young man beside her, and relief washed over her, accompanied by a surge of excitement. Finally, someone was willing to step forward to help her. The burly man, feeling his wrist caught, attempted to wrench it free but quickly realized that his strength was evenly matched. Who is this punk? Has he watched too many dramas and thinks he can play the hero? With a fierce glare, the burly man swung his other hand toward Lin Qinsher, who released his grip and pushed the man back a couple of steps. Had he not augmented his strength attributes the previous night, he would have truly found himself at a disadvantage against this brute. Judging by their earlier clash of strength, it was clear that the burly man's power surpassed 7. Perhaps even more. The burly man sensed that the young man before him was no ordinary individual. Despite his youthful appearance, he possessed the strength to match him. With a flash of malice in his eyes, he warned, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in this, or when you walk the streets, don't blame me for any misfortune that befalls you." Lin Qinsher scoffed. in broad daylight, engaging in extortion and attempted kidnapping, truly lawless. IVE already reported this. The police will be here shortly. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically as a drone hovered above them. Lin Chinchio pointed at the drone. Do you see that? It's the latest equipment from the police department. It is equipped with cameras and will record all the events and individuals present before the police arrive. You smashed that car because you feared being caught on the dashcam, didn't you? The evidence of your extortion will soon follow. A sardonic smile graced Lin Chinchio's face. The burly man's complexion paled. The reason he had shattered the car window was that he was a fugitive. If captured on camera, the police's advanced surveillance system would swiftly identify him. Desperate to avoid exposure, he covered his face with his hand and glared menacingly at Lin Chinchio. Kid, I'll remember you. You'd better be careful when walking at night with that. He shielded his face and hurried away, followed closely by his elderly accomplice. As the burly man and the woman departed, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. The young boy approached Lin Chinchio, handing him the drone. Keep this. Let us consider this incident our little secret, and please don't tell anyone. Just as the boy was about to say more, he was swiftly pulled away by his mother, one of the onlookers who had come to find her son. Having overheard the burly man's threats, she hurried over in concern for her child. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today. Chun Jie sighed in relief, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Lin Chinchio then took a moment to assess the stunning beauty before him, who had scored a remarkable 92 in the system's evaluation. It was no wonder the burly man had sought not only to rob her, but also to take advantage of her beauty. In this instance, it was simply a matter of convenience. At this hour, most young people were rushing to work, leaving no one to intervene as such a lovely young woman was subjected to extortion. And I truly have already contacted the authorities. When they arrive, you can explain everything to them. Lin Chinchio smiled before turning to leave. He still had to go to the Jinmao Tower. Although Chen Jie was undeniably beautiful, there were 50,000 awaiting him at the tower, and he had no time to indulge in romantic pursuits. Once his financial standing improved, he could have any beauty he desired. Chen Jie felt her cheeks flush at his words. Although many praised her beauty, few were so direct in their compliments. Seeing Lin Chinchio turn to leave, she quickly called out, "Let us exchange contact information. I'll treat you to dinner another day as a token of my gratitude." Lin Chinchio took out his phone. He refrained from suggesting they add each other on WeChat, not wanting to appear opportunistic. Now that she had proposed it, he saw no reason to hold back. "My name is Chen Jie." After they exchanged contact details, Chen Jie extended her delicate hand toward Lin Chinchio. "I'm Lin Chinchio." Their hands clasped together, and as Lin Chinchio held her soft hand, he was interrupted by the distant sound of police sirens. He released Chen Jie's hand and made his way to his car. Under Chen Jie's slightly astonished gaze, he entered his Pagani Huayra and drove away. Chapter 12. Jinmao Tower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of rescuing the beauty reward. Ownership of Jinmao Tower. As Lin Chinchio headed towards Jinmao Tower, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Filling him with exhilaration, he was on the verge of living the life of a landlord, leisurely enjoying life, playing here and there, and collecting rent at the start of every month. A lifestyle that many could only dream of was about to become his reality. Before he knew it, Lin Chinchio arrived at the entrance of Jinmao Tower. Although it housed an MCN company with numerous internet celebrities and a plethora of luxury cars, they all paled in comparison to his Pagani Huayra. Who is that? A new internet celebrity signed by this company? Some murmured, in a way. While they may not look bad, their attire appears rather cheap. Exactly. Nowadays, internet celebrities need to present themselves well, dressing to stand out. Could they be just an assistant, driving for some big internet star? Impossible. No live streaming company here can afford a car like that. It's a limited edition Pagani Huayra, as onlookers discussed Lin Chinchio, who had just exited his vehicle. He was left speechless by the grandeur surrounding him. Not being a local of the Magic City, he knew of Jinmao Tower's repute, but never imagined it would be this remarkable. His journey here had been nothing short of astonishing, as he had entered the financial hub of the Magic City, and this very building was one he had once wistfully remarked to classmates about. If he could find employment within its walls, he would have no regrets. Yet now, astonishingly, the entire building had become his. Jinmao Tower could easily yield billions in annual rent. Trembling, Lin Chinchio pulled out his phone, eager to delve into information about Jinmao Tower. This building had won awards for its architectural design and stood as a landmark in the Magic City, with the Huangpu River just a short distance behind him. Jinmao Tower was the headquarters of a large corporation. He couldn't fathom how the system had transferred ownership to him. Truly remarkable. Senior, a voice called, pulling Lin Qinxiu from his reverie. Yi Mengshi approached him with a bright smile. Lin Qinxiu composed himself, shaking off his astonishment, and cheerfully asked, "I hope I'm not late for the interview?" Yi Mengshi shook her head. "There's still half an hour left. We have plenty of time." The two entered Jinmao Tower hand in hand. The lobby of Jinmao Tower spanned 2 floors, making anyone inside feel diminutive. Reaching the 17th floor, they arrived at the MCN company named Moking Media, where Yi Mengshi was to interview. It was said to be a moderately sized MCN company, home to countless influencers, with only one boasting over 10 million followers. The receptionist led Yi Mengshi to the interview room, leaving Lin Qinxiu in the lobby to wait. With time to spare, Lin Qinxiu took out his phone. When he had received ownership of Jinmao Tower, a call had appeared in his contacts. Sun Ji, the property manager of Jinmao Tower, who managed the entire building on behalf of the corporation. The system had arranged everything clearly, so Lin Qinxiu need not fret over how to introduce himself. "Mr. Lin, I'm delighted to receive your call." Upon dialing, the other party responded with enthusiasm. "Manager Sun, I'm currently on the 17th floor of Jinmao Tower. Since I have a bit of free time, I'd like to gather more information from you." "Where can I find you?" Lin Qinxiu inquired. Yi Mengshi's interview wouldn't conclude anytime soon. He had noticed numerous individuals entering with resumes upon his arrival, so he intended to familiarize himself with Jinmao Tower and check if this year's rent was due for collection. "Oh, no. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Mr. Lin. You're on the 17th floor, right? I'll bring the information and come to report to you immediately," Sunji replied, sounding flustered. Lin Qinxiu didn't mind. If Sunji wanted to come, so be it. He had originally intended to send a message to Yi Mengshi, asking her to wait in place, but now that Sunji was coming, he decided against it. Just as Lin Qinxiu had tucked his phone into his pocket, Yi Mengshi rushed out, her face a mask of fury, as if she had suffered some grave injustice. "Ming, what happened?" Lin Qinxiu inquired with a hint of curiosity. After all, a job interview was merely a means to assess one's suitability for a position. If one was a good fit, the job would be secured. And if not, there would be disappointment rather than anger. Yi Mengshi took a few deep breaths, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, and shook her head. "Senior, it's nothing. Let's go." Lin Qinxiu, however, could sense something amiss and firmly grasped her wrist. "What is going on?" His tone was laced with seriousness. Yi Mengshi was renowned for her gentle temperament, and for her to exhibit such rage indicated she had indeed faced some form of grievance. His purpose in accompanying her was to ensure she remained unharmed. Otherwise, how could he claim any reward? With tears brimming in her eyes and her lips quivering, she leaned against Lin Qinxiu's chest and recounted the events of the interview. The interviewer was Shang Xinyuan, son of Shang Yuan, the owner of Moken Media. The moment Shang Xinyuan laid eyes on Yi Mengshi, he was utterly captivated. Although he had seen her during the live stream, the advanced beauty filters left the authenticity of online appearances in question. Shang Xinyuan never anticipated that the woman before him would be even more stunning than he had imagined. He promptly passed her interview. And initially, Yi Mengshi was elated, but as time passed, she discerned something unsettling. Shang Xinyuan's gaze was predatory, as he abandoned his seat to hover beside her, posing a series of unwarranted questions, including inquiries about her romantic history. Yi Mengshi felt a surge of fear. The interview room was devoid of anyone but her and Shang Xinyuan. She had already resolved that even if she passed the interview, she would not accept the position. Shang Xinyuan approached her from behind, leering, "You must be tired from coming so far. Allow me to give you a massage." He placed his hand on her shoulder, causing her to recoil like a startled rabbit, screaming as she pushed him away and fled. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinxiu's face turned crimson with rage. How dare he bully Yi Mengshi under his very nose? She had sought his company precisely to avoid such situations. This was intolerable. Moreover, Lin Qinxiu had already deemed Yi Mengshi as his own, and the humiliation she suffered was an affront he could not ignore. Chapter 13. I fear you cannot bear the consequences. Lin Qinxiu strode purposefully in the direction Yi Mengshi had fled. The receptionist, having overheard their conversation, displayed little surprise, as such scenes seemed commonplace. Instead of intervening, She picked up the front desk phone and deftly dialed. Senior, I wasn't wronged. Let us just leave. We needn't engage with these people again. Wai Mengshi was concerned that Lin Qinshur's impulsiveness would lead to trouble. Ming. Should you encounter such an ordeal and I fail to stand up for you? What purpose would my presence serve? With me around, no one shall bully you. Lin Qinshur pushed open the door to the HR department. Inside, he found Shang Xinyuan with his hand provocatively reaching into the collar of another interviewee, who was blushing and speechless. Shang Xinyuan was startled by the sudden intrusion. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter during interviews? He barked. Which department are you from? Get out immediately. The force with which Lin Qinshur had entered caused Shang Xinyuan to shrink back in fear. The interviewee, upon seeing someone enter, quickly covered her face with her resume and fled, relieved to escape the awkward situation. Upon noticing Yi Mengshi behind Lin Qinshur, Shang Xinyuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Have you reconsidered so soon? I thought it would take at least until tomorrow for you to return to me. It seems I overestimated you. He made no attempt to pursue as he called for the next interviewee. In his mind, becoming an internet sensation was a dream all women harbored, and Yi Mengshi was no exception. She would inevitably return to him, and he would have his chance to manipulate her. A resounding slap echoed throughout the office as Lin Qinshur delivered a sharp blow to Shang Xinyuan's face. Leaving him in a daze, Wai Mengshi clasped her hands over her mouth in disbelief. You dare strike me? Shang Xinyuan exclaimed, regaining his senses and swinging his fists at Lin Qinshur, only to have both caught effortlessly. So you dare lay a finger on my Ming? Lin Qinshur growled. With a swift motion, he twisted Shang Xinyuan's arms outward. A cacophony of cracking bones followed by the latter's agonized screams filled the air. Although Shang Xinyuan stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, years of indulgence had left him a mere shadow of his former self, no match for the youthful vigor of Lin Qinshur. Upon hearing Lin Qinshur refer to her as his Ming, Yi Mengshi felt a rush of warmth, her cheeks flushed with delight. However, the next scene left her pale with shock as Lin Qinshur broke Shang Xinyuan's hand. Outside, the receptionist, accompanied by 4 security guards, burst in. These guards were from the Jinmao Tower, and upon overhearing the conversation, she had anticipated trouble and promptly called for assistance. To her astonishment, they arrived just in time to witness Lin Qinshur deliver a beating to Shang Xinyuan. Ah, you little brat. I'll have you beaten to a pulp. I'll take the blame if something goes wrong. Shang Xinyuan screeched, realizing the guards were indifferent to his plight. The guards, accustomed to receiving favors from him, sprang into action at the receptionist's call. Stop right there. You won't want to bear the consequences, a middle-aged man interjected, stepping through the door. The guards quickly greeted him. Mr. Sun, what brings you here? We can handle this. Upon hearing this, Shang Xinyuan assumed Mr. Sun was there to support him and, nursing his injuries, complained. This unknown brat barged in and broke my hand. Don't worry about Jinmao. It's on me. I told you all to stand down. You cannot bear the consequences, Mr. Sun declared, walking up to Lin Qinshur, bowing respectfully to Mr. Lin. I apologize for the inconvenience and for you having to encounter such a situation. Mr. Sun was unconcerned with the right or wrong of the matter. In Jinmao Tower, whatever Lin Qinshur did was justified. Shock, stunned silence. The room fell completely still as they witnessed someone of high standing showing such deference to a mere youth. Wai Mengshi gazed at Lin Qinshur. Astonished, though unaware of Mr. Sun's identity, it was clear he held a position of authority far above the others, and this highest-ranking individual was treating her senior with utmost respect. Mr. Sun, anyone can set up shop in Jinmao Tower. I am considering whether it's time to switch property management for the next quarter, Lin Qinshur remarked coldly. Mr. Sun's expression shifted dramatically, sweat beading on his forehead. Jinmao Tower generated immense profits for his company annually. Should they lose the contract, his position as manager would be jeopardized, possibly leading to accountability. I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight in vetting the tenants. I hope Mr. Lin can grant us another opportunity. Mr. Sun bowed deeply, but Lin Qinshur waved his hand dismissively. Just then, another middle-aged man pushed the door open, fuming. What's going on? Who harmed my son? He had just been in a hotel on the 68th floor of Jinmao Tower, entertaining an affair when the front desk called to inform him of his son's beating. His anger boiled over. Shang Yuan scanned the room, quickly spotting Mr. Sun, and hurried over. Mr. Sun, why are you involved in this trivial matter? It's just children being foolish. We'll handle it and ensure Jinmao's reputation remains intact. Now, tell me what happened, Shang Yuan demanded, asserting his authority as a father. Dad, it was this guy. He slapped me and broke my hand. I want him to be carried out on a stretcher, Shang Xinwen accused, pointing a crooked finger at Lin Qinshi. Humph, Mr. Shang, hasn't he the rent from last quarter gone unpaid? Mr. Sun interjected coldly. Shang Yuan, taken aback, wondered why Mr. Sun would ask such a question. We discussed this. I'll pay last quarter's rent along with this quarter's when the big project concludes. Chapter 14. Yimingshi Falls. Mr. Sun smirked coldly. Tomorrow marks the end of this quarter. Including last quarter, you owe us 2 quarters' rent. You have until tomorrow to settle the payment. The contract expires then, and you must vacate. Jiamao Tower cannot accommodate your presence any longer. Shang Yuan stood dumbfounded. What was happening? Why were they suddenly expelling him? However, Shang Yuan is indeed a cunning old fox, and he immediately surmised that it must be related to this incident. There's some misunderstanding here. Mr. Sun, Shang Yuan inquired cautiously. Misunderstanding? Sunji approached Lin Qinshi and raised his hand to introduce. This is Mr. Lin, the new owner of the Jinmao building. To offend Mr. Lin is to make an enemy of me. Sun, the Jinmao building no longer welcomes you. Pack your things and leave at once. Oh, and remember to settle the rent before you go. As for the 4 of you, proceed to the finance department to settle your wages. You needn't come in from tomorrow onward. Mr. Lin, please, let us retire to the office for a discussion. Shock. The entire room was astounded. The 4 security guards had not anticipated that they would be dismissed after merely answering a phone call. Shang Xinyuan stared in disbelief at the person who had suddenly rushed in to assault him, realizing that this young man was indeed the new owner of the Jinmao building. Mr. Sun, you can't be serious. This young lad is the owner of the Jinmao building, Shang Xinyuan asked incredulously. Sunji's face darkened. With such words, if you do not clear your rent and vacate this place by today, I shall take coercive measures. There exists an unwritten rule within the lease agreement of the Jinmao building. When a tenant infringes upon the interests of the Jinmao building, the property management is entitled to evict them without legal repercussions. Lin Qinshi disregarded Sunji's methods, turning to lead the astonished Yimengshi out the door, while Sunji hurriedly followed behind. A resounding slap echoed through the air, causing Lin Qinshi to curiously glance back. He witnessed Shang Yuan mercilessly beating his son, Shang Xinyuan, who wailed for mercy. It was Lin Qinshi's first time witnessing a father so fiercely chastising his son, even lifting a chair to hurl at Shang Xun. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Shang Yuan forced Shang Xun to kneel. Mr. Lin, although I am unaware of how my son has offended you, I assure you it must be his fault. Given that I have already punished him, might you grant Mr. Sun a few extra days? Shang Yuan bent low, fully aware that staying was no longer an option. His media ventures over the years had yielded no profit. Both father and son were notorious for their lecherous pursuits of internet celebrities, and establishing a media company was merely a means to exploit those women. Moreover, the expenses associated with cultivating internet celebrities were insatiable, and he could not provide any money at this moment. Lin Qinshi paid him no mind and led Yimengshi into the elevator. 3 days. The instant the elevator doors began to close, Lin Qinshi's voice echoed from within, and Shang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Sunji escorted Lin Qinshi to the 50th floor, which had previously been the office of the former owner of the Jinmao building and had now seamlessly transitioned into Lin Qinshi's domain. However, as a student, Lin Qinshi found little use for such an office. Upon reaching the 50th floor, Sunji produced a card, swiped it at the entrance, and the door slowly opened. Mr. Lin, this is your office and lounge, which is typically inaccessible to others. The entryway has been programmed to recognize your face and fingerprint. You only need to show your face to access it. This entire floor was dedicated to the offices of the Jinmao building's owner, encompassing nearly 3,000 square feet, which Lin Qinshi found somewhat extravagant. He considered whether to relinquish the floor and lease it out instead. As they entered, Sunji guided Lin Qinshi through the space. Although labeled an office, it bore a striking resemblance to a lavish private club, featuring a dining area, conference rooms, entertainment zones, a lounge, and even an indoor golf area. The office itself occupied only a small portion of the space. It was more opulent than many wealthy estates, functioning more as a private club for hosting distinguished guests than an office. Within this office floor, there was even a wine cellar stocked with various prestigious wines, leaving Lin Qinshi astounded. The sheer value of these wines, if sold, would amount to a significant fortune. The office also contained a tea cabinet and a cigar cabinet, filled with an assortment of fine teas and cigars. Even Lin Qinshi, who seldom indulged in tea or cigars, felt a wave of delight upon seeing these items. "Senior, I had no idea you were this impressive. The entire Jinmao building is yours." Yi Mengxi, who had been in shock since earlier, finally began to regain her composure. Lin Qinshi smiled and leaned closer to her, whispering, "You are the only person who knows about this. Let us keep it our little secret. Shall we?" Yi Mengxi, blushing from his closeness, nodded firmly and declared, "I won't tell a soul. This is our secret." Lin Qinshi's intervention on her behalf had already deeply moved her. She had always viewed him through a favorable lens. And now, with several additional points in his favor, her admiration soared. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of accompanying Yi Mengxi to the Jinmao building for her interview. Reward: 1 attribute point, cash reward of 500,000 yuan, transferred into the host's Magic City bank account in a reasonable manner. Dear customer, your Magic City bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Current balance, 599,053 yuan. The system's notification chimed in sync with the alert on his phone. Just 2 hours prior, Lin Qinshi's bank account had held a meager 3 yuan, and now he was suddenly enriched with 600,000 yuan. Ding! Yi Mengxi, whose looks exceed 90 points, has developed a favorable impression of the host, reaching 90 points. Unwavering loyalty. Given that the host has garnered the favor of a beauty with over 90 points in appearance for the first time, a special reward of 1 to all attributes is granted. Shall the host allow the enhancement now? Not yet. I'll decide later, Lin Qinshi mentally called out, astonished that Yi Mengxi had succumbed so easily. However, considering she had harbored a crush on him, it was hardly surprising that she had fallen for him after today's events. Sun Ji led Lin Qinshi into the office and boldly took a seat at the tea table. Grinning obsequiously, "Mr. Lin, I dare to occupy your seat and brew you a fine pot of tea." This was Sun Ji's first time sitting here, despite having entered before. "Manager Sun, please, make yourself at home. I'm quite hopeless at brewing tea, so I must trouble you to prepare some for us," Lin Qinshi replied, settling into the guest seat. Chapter 15. Do you also work here? Yi Mengxi, filled with curiosity about everything in the office, did not sit down, and Lin Qinshi encouraged her to explore freely. After all, she was the first person to surpass a 90-point favorability rating with him. He wondered whether the system referred to the first with a score above 90 in appearance, or the first among all women. If it were the latter, Lin Qinshi would be left in despair, having been with He Yi for so many years without her favorability ever exceeding 90. Ding! System scan confirms that Yi Mengxi is the first woman whose favorability towards the host has exceeded 90, unrelated to appearance score. Damn, this dog of a system is so discouraging. Regaining his composure, Lin Qinshi addressed Sun Ji. "Mr. Sun, my earlier remarks were merely said in a fit of anger. I hope you won't take them to heart. However, we must thoroughly evaluate the cultural image of the companies residing in the Jinmao building. As a landmark of Magic City, the Jinmao building represents not just a financial center but the very image of Magic City." Lin Qinshi retracted his earlier comment about replacing the property management and proceeded to exert pressure on Sun Ji, making it clear that he should not assume that youth equated to ignorance. Sun Ji, upon hearing this, faltered slightly as he poured tea, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead once more. He was acutely aware that Lin Qinshi was subtly admonishing him, although he appeared young. His tactics rivaled those of many seasoned business tycoons. "Mr. Lin, it was my oversight. I have heard rumors regarding the dealings of Moke Media. The father and son duo running the media company merely seek to exploit internet celebrities. However, no one has raised any complaints, and I cannot evict tenants simply based on hearsay. Rest assured, I will ensure a thorough vetting of these individuals moving forward," Sun Ji stated, promptly presenting a stack of documents to Lin Qinshi. "Mr. Lin, these are the profiles of all tenants in the Jinmao building. The rent is collected quarterly, and tomorrow marks the collection for the next quarter. Please provide your bank account number, and I will transfer the rent to you." Excitement flickered in Lin Qinshi's eyes as he perused the documents, and he promptly jotted down his Magic City bank account number. After engaging in further conversation at the tea table, Lin Qinshi prepared to leave. As Yi Mengxi had an elective class to attend that evening, Sun Ji initially intended to summon the chef from the hotel upstairs to prepare a meal, but that plan was now abandoned. As Lin Qinshi retrieved a few packs of cigarettes from the cigar cabinet, items he deemed useful rather than wasteful. Sunji inquired, Mr. Lin, what is your license plate number? I will have the system record it and reserve a dedicated parking spot for you. Sunji, deserving of his position as the property manager of the Jinmao building, was adept at managing these minor details. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinsher suddenly remembered that he had yet to check his license plate. He quickly pulled out his phone to view a previously taken photo, revealing the plate number. MOA 10,000. Stunned, Lin Qinsher realized he possessed such a symmetrical license plate number, which must be worth a considerable sum. Upon seeing the plate number, Sunji regarded Lin Qinsher with even greater respect. In Magic City, possessing such a prestigious license plate required more than just wealth. It clearly indicated that the new owner of the Jinmao building was not an ordinary individual. Accompanied by Sunji, Lin Qinsher descended to the lobby on the first floor and was about to take his leave when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Mr. Sun, I called you. But you didn't answer it, so you're here. Lin Qinsher was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, for the person calling out to Sunji was none other than Chen Jie, whom he had encountered on his way here. Oh, Mr. Lin, you're here as well. Are you perhaps working in this building? Chen Jie expressed her surprise, her eyes discreetly scanning the figure of Yimengshi beside him. Lin Qinsher nodded with a smile, choosing not to respond. Mr. Chen, is there something you need? Originally, Sunji intended to let Chen Jie wait a bit longer, but upon noticing her acquaintance with Lin Qinsher, the situation changed. It's about what I mentioned earlier. We plan to expand our office space. And you said there was no extra room available, right? However, I heard that Emojin Media on the 17th floor is relocating. I wanted to inquire if I could rent that space. Chanjia had also heard about Emojin Media's situation. It was rumored they had offended an influential individual, leading to their eviction. Jinmao building had never struggled to find tenants, so upon hearing the news, she persistently contacted Sun Zhi.as someone working in the media industry herself. The departure of Emojin Media presented an ideal opportunity for her, saving her the hassle of renovations. Yet, Sunji was preoccupied with hosting Lin Qinsher and ignored all calls. The mention of the 17th floor. Sunji glanced at Lin Qinsher. Lin Qinsher interjected, Manager Sun, please do not mind me. Proceed with the usual protocol, Miss Chen. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, he exited the hall alongside Yimengshi. Chunjia, puzzled, turned to Sunji and asked, Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also one of our tenants in Jinmao building? What did he mean by that? Sunji assessed Chunjia with a smile. It seems you are not very familiar with Mr. Lin, are you? Otherwise, you wouldn't need to approach me regarding the 17th floor. Chunjia remained perplexed. If not you, then who? Aren't you the manager of Jinmao building? Sunji burst into laughter. Mr. Lin is the new owner of Jinmao building. He holds authority over the entire building. The rent you pay goes directly to him. If you know Mr. Lin, you can approach him directly. However, since you have come to me, in light of your acquaintance with him, I will prioritize renting the 17th floor to you. I will have someone deliver the contract to you shortly. With that, Sunji turned and departed. Chunjie stood frozen in place, initially believing that Lin Qinsher was merely a wealthy second-generation heir driving a sports car. Little did she know, Sunji's revelation that Lin Qinsher owned the entire Jinmao building was a shock. Curiosity about Lin Qinsher began to blossom within her. Jinmao building had once belonged to a large corporation, and such a sale would typically indicate impending bankruptcy for that group. Yet, no negative news had surfaced regarding the corporation recently. Moreover, the young woman beside Lin Qinsher seemed vaguely familiar. She wondered if she might be his girlfriend. Lost in her thoughts, Chanjie stepped into the elevator, completely unaware of the intense curiosity she had developed towards Lin Qinsher. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her infatuation. Meanwhile, in the car, Yimengshi appeared somewhat despondent. Not only had Chunjie noticed her, but she had also seen Chunjie's striking beauty. Her admiration for Lin Qinsher, who had grown remarkably successful, led her to ponder how many others would be attracted to him now. Ming, what are you thinking about? Lin Qinsher remarked, noticing her distraction, though he couldn't fathom the reason behind her melancholy. Chapter 16. Many will be attracted, including me. Yimengshi snapped back to reality, smiling at Lin Qinsher. Senior, that lady just now was so beautiful. Is she your friend? Oh, I met her this morning. She was being harassed by some scammers, and I happened to pass by and intervened. I only know her name is Chanjia. Lin Qinsher had begun to piece together why Yimengshi seemed out of sorts. It appeared she was feeling a touch of jealousy. The sensation of a woman being jealous on his behalf was novel for him. filling him with delight. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that even when he was close to other girls, he never expressed any interest. Ming Ming, I've been calling you that for years. Why do you still address me so formally as senior? Yimengxi's cheeks flushed. Although senior sounded less intimate, she reserved that term solely for Lin Qinshi, referring to other seniors as Xixiang. It was a little secret she intended to keep from him. Well then, how about I call you Qin Shou Gij from now on? Lin Qinshi's expression darkened. That would make him sound like a beast. No, just call me Qin Gor Shou Gu instead. That way, we can be a bit closer. Wai Mengxi chuckled, realizing he was teasing her. Oh dear, senior, you're so annoying, she exclaimed, covering her slightly reddened cheeks. Earlier, when she had been lost in thought, she had only now noticed the luxurious interior of the car. Shogu, this car must be quite expensive, right? It's my first time riding in a sports yard. Wai Mengxi explored the interior, having come from a family that ran a small business. Her father owned a BMW, but compared to this, it seemed insignificant. I believe it's worth over 20 million, but I'm not entirely sure. It was a gift to me, Lin Qinshi replied. He wasn't wrong. It was indeed a reward from the system for completing a task. I never expected you to be a rich second-generation heir. Why were you so low-key in school? By the way, your ex-girlfriend must regret breaking up with you now that she knows how wealthy you are. After hearing the news of Lin Qinshi's single status, she had secretly reveled in it, believing it opened the door for her own affections. Lin Qinshi wore a bittersweet smile. He thought to himself. She has no idea. Oh well, some connections are meant to be severed. After the breakup, he had gained clarity, realizing that he had never truly loved him. Wai Mengxi gently placed her small hand atop Lin Qinshi's, gripping the gear shift. Shogu, don't be sad. It's her misfortune. There will be better opportunities ahead. With your kind nature and favorable conditions, many will surely be drawn to you. Many? Including you? Lin Qinshi grinned mischievously at her, aware of the affection points he had received from the system. As if he had gained a supernatural insight, Wai Mengxi's face flushed instantly. Her hand that had rested on his retreated to clutch her clothing. I don't know. Senior, you're so bad, Lin Qinshi chuckled softly. He believed it was best not to rush things. Being overly eager might give Mengxi the impression of a playboy, which could diminish her feelings for him, resulting in a significant loss. Ming Ming, with so many admirers around you, why did you choose to bring me along for your interview? Lin Qinshi finally posed the question he had pondered since the previous night. Logically speaking, aside from being slightly taller, he should be quite ordinary. Even the system had only granted him a mere 6,666 in attribute points. What made him deserving of the affections of a campus beauty with a score of over 90? It's precisely because you never pursued me, Mengxi playfully winked at him. Lin Qinshi chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't the type to be fickle. After getting involved with he had never looked at other girls, nor had he entertained any thoughts about them. As he had put it, he was a straightforward person. However, today marked a change. Being straightforward only invited others to take advantage of him. From this day forward, Lin Qinshi resolved to be a playboy, not lingering on a single tree but instead cultivating an entire forest. I come from Shanxing, and until now, I've never lived away from my parents. Attending university in Modu was my first experience living independently. Upon arriving at school, I felt lost and disoriented. During that time, you, senior, were like a guiding light, helping me adapt to campus life. You even worried about my adjustment and treated me to meals for a whole month, showing me around every corner of the campus. Mengxi gazed at Lin Qinshi, who was driving, her eyes glimmering with affection. Lin Qinshi suddenly understood. It was not due to his charm, but rather that she had developed a sense of reliance on him during her vulnerable moments in a new environment. This revelation clarified the mystery of why Mengxi had harbored feelings for him. Lin Qinshi parked the car at the campus entrance, where the campus security guard, Uncle Wang, approached. Students were not permitted to drive freely into the campus without prior registration. Hey, where did this sports car come from? It's so flashy, Uncle Wang exclaimed, surprised to see who was behind the wheel as the window rolled down. Lin Qinshi was quite familiar with this security guard. Often treating him to beers, he handed Uncle Wang the cigarettes he had picked up at Jimao building. Uncle Wang, it's my new car. Could you help me with the registration? Upon seeing the 2 packs of premium cigarettes, Uncle Wang's eyes widened. Ahem. Registration is a minor detail. You can drive and I'll get you an entry pass by tomorrow. But don't buy such expensive cigarettes again, Uncle Wang said, accepting the gifts while ushering Lin Qinshi through. After Lin Qinshe left, Uncle Wang glanced around, ensuring no one was watching him. There were other security guards, and he didn't want to share such fine cigarettes with anyone else. Oh, I was so focused on the cigarettes that I didn't even see the girl in the car. Uncle Wang mumbled to himself. A Pagani Huayra weaving through the campus drew countless gazes. Lin Qinshe parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory. Thank you, senior, for accompanying me to the interview today. Although I did not succeed, I still feel quite happy. Just as Yimengshi was about to open the car door, she turned back and said, someone as good as you, Shogu, would surely be liked by many, myself included. As soon as she finished speaking, Yimengshi leaned in and pecked Lin Qinshe on the cheek, then quickly exited the car and dashed back to the dormitory. Lin Qinshe was momentarily taken aback by this sudden affectionate gesture. But a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He pressed the accelerator and left the girls' dormitory behind. Chapter 17. Soaring basic attributes. After parking in the dormitory parking area, Lin Qinshe walked back to his room. At Jiaodong University, countless students arrive by car, prompting the school to designate specific parking areas for students. After all, this is Magic City, where the wealthy second generation is abundant. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Qinshe discovered that he was alone. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was Friday. Xia Lu had taken his girlfriend Guanyin out, Fan Jianxiang had gone to meet friends, and Li Wuqi was out working. Among them, only Li Wuqi's family circumstances were slightly less favorable. Xia Lu was from a wealthy family, while Lin Qinshe and Fan Jianxiang were relatively better off, not impoverished, but certainly not from affluent households. He had originally intended to treat his friends to a lavish outing after earning a little money, but they were all absent. Lying on his bed, Lin Qinshe suddenly remembered that he still had unallocated attribute points. He quickly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Qinshe, Strength, 7, Constitution, 6, Mentality, 6, Charm, 6. The maximum attribute for ordinary individuals is 10. The host values are within the normal range for an average person. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, not yet claimed, balance, 599,053. Aside from a 1-point increase in strength, the rest remained at 6th. The system still had an all-attribute point that he had not utilized, and he also had an additional point available for accompanying Yimengshi to the interview. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Qinshe decided to allocate that point to his constitution. With a stronger constitution, other attributes would naturally improve. System, apply all attribute points, and allocate the extra point to constitution. Ding! All attributes 1, constitution attribute 1, enhancement process completed. The process may involve some discomfort. The system will assist the host in entering a state of sleep. Before Lin Qinshe could fully comprehend the situation, he was forcibly put to sleep by the system. Upon awakening, it was already the next morning. He lifted his hand and felt a sticky residue on his body. After getting out of bed, he realized he felt remarkably light. Lin Qinshe put aside his self-examination for the moment, as the foul odor emanating from his body was unbearable. After showering, he discarded all the bedding from his bed, as the dirt had seeped into it, and even after washing, there would still be an unpleasant scent. Fortunately, he had the means to replace it with new items. After completing these tasks, he opened the system panel to check his attributes. Host, Lin Qinshe, Strength, 8, Constitution, 8, Mentality, 7, Charm, 7. The maximum attribute for ordinary individuals is 10. The host values are within the normal range for an average person. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, not yet claimed, balance, 599,053. Both Constitution and Strength had increased to 8, while Mentality and Charm stood at 7. Lin Qinshe waved his fist, feeling the rush of air from his movements. With his current Constitution, he should now meet the standards of a Special Forces soldier. If he were to encounter Li Tianzong and his group again, even without the spirit of Ip Man, he would still be able to handle most of them. As Lin Qinshe gazed into the mirror, he noticed that his once solid abdominal muscles had now been defined into 8 distinct segments. His appearance also seemed more pleasing, a testament to the noticeable effects of his increased charm. Picking up his phone, he noticed several messages. Yimengshi, Shogu, actually, I only call you Senior, Yimengshi, Shogu. I think I'll continue calling you Senior. It feels more intimate. Yimengshi, Senior, are you busy? Yimengshi, Senior, has my affection caused you any distress? If so, I can suppress my feelings. Yimengshi, Senior, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kissed you or confessed my feelings. Please don't ignore me. The timestamps of the messages spanned from the afternoon to the early morning, indicating that his lack of response had led her to overthink. Lin Chincho replied, Ming Ming, I'm sorry. I fell asleep after returning yesterday afternoon. I just woke up. Silly girl, how could your affection be a burden? I'm delighted. As soon as he sent the message, just as Lin Chincho planned to check other notifications, Yimengxi's reply arrived. Why Yimengxi? That's wonderful. I thought you would ignore me from now. I stayed up all night waiting for your message. So, does this mean you accept me? Lin Chincho was taken aback. Was this how a woman with a satisfaction level of 90 responded? She had stayed awake all night simply because he didn't reply? This inflamed his sense of vanity. Lin Chincho, you should go to sleep. Once you wake up, I'll tell you in person. I'm not one to express my feelings over WeChat. Why Yimengxi, okay? ILL go to sleep now. Once I wake up, I'll message you, senior. Lin Chincho exited the chat with Yimengxi and noticed that Chen Jia had also sent him a message. Expressing gratitude, she mentioned that, thanks to him, Sun Jiao prioritized renting the 17th floor of the Jinmao building to her and asked if Lin Chincho was free for dinner that evening. Lin Chincho replied that he was unavailable and didn't elaborate further. Although it was a beautiful woman inviting him, he had plans to ask Yimengxi out for a date that evening. Regardless of how much sleep he needed, Yimengxi would likely be awake by then, and he should seize the opportunity before pursuing other matters. After receiving Lin Chincho's message, Chen Jia, who had just arrived at the office, wore a displeased expression. This was her first time inviting a boy to dinner, only to be so decisively rejected without any explanation. She had typed out so many words, only to receive a curt response. If it had been any other man, they would have provided a lengthy explanation for their unavailability. No, wait. Most other men wouldn't have rejected her at all. Lin Chincho, I will make you regret turning me down. Lin Chincho was oblivious to the feelings he had stirred with his brief reply, which had ignited Chen Jia's competitive spirit. She was no longer merely curious about Lin Chincho. Her pride and desire to win had been awakened. In the dormitory, Lin Chincho remained unaware of these developments. After transferring the 60,000, he intended to send some money to his parents. After some thought, he decided to transfer 100,000 back home. Transferring too much might make his family hesitant to accept it. He would need to explain for quite a while about this amount alone. As he took out his phone to make the transfer, a limit notification popped up, indicating that his Magic City bank card had a daily transfer limit of 10,000 yuan. Damn, what a humiliation for someone destined to be a future tycoon. It seemed he would need to visit the Magic City Bank today to address this limit issue. After that, he also needed to collect the apartment he had acquired. He planned to stay there over the weekend. After changing into a new outfit, Lin Chincho noticed that his clothes had become somewhat snug. The enhancement of his constitution had transformed any excess fat into lean muscle, making his attire no longer fit comfortably. Chapter 18. Encountering Qin Shanshan again, he needed to buy a few new outfits to wear. Grabbing his car keys, he headed to the parking lot, only to find a throng of students surrounding his vehicle, taking photos. Wow, is that the Pagani Huayra? That's a legendary car. Only 100 of these luxurious sports cars were ever produced. Each one costs around 25 million. Although our school is not short on wealthy second-generation students, there can't be many who drive cars worth over 20 million. If only you knew, Magic City is overflowing with affluent individuals. There are hardly any Pagani Huayras in the country. If only I could take it for a spin, I'd gladly call the owner father. Dream on. You think the owner would look at you? This scruffy son of his? Excuse me. The crowd of students blocked Lin Chincho's path, making it difficult for him to squeeze through. Are you here to admire the legendary car too? Can't you see their essay line? I was here first. Why should I give up my spot? One of the onlookers stood his ground, refusing to let Lin Chincho pass. With no other option, Lin Chincho pulled out his car keys and pressed the button. You blocking my car? Shock, stunned silence. They had assumed the owner would be a dashing, charismatic rich kid. Instead, it was an ordinary-looking student. While not unattractive, he certainly didn't fit the mold of a wealthy individual in their minds. Lin Chincho paid no heed to their astonishment. Shoving aside the student who obstructed his way, he climbed into the car and drove away. Lin Chincho navigated to the nearest Magic City Bank, a place that seemed familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that this was where he had dropped off Qin Shanshan last time. He wondered if she had passed her interview. After parking the car, he entered the bank and immediately spotted Qin Shanshan. Dressed in the bank's black uniform, She was facing a middle-aged woman who appeared to be her supervisor, reprimanding her. "Do you think you were hired for any particular reason? Do you know how many students graduate from the financial university each year? Countless graduates come to interview with us, and many are turned away. What makes you think you could be hired? Just because you're pretty. Your beauty is your only advantage when you're meeting clients. You dare to offend them? Are you trying to get fired?" The middle-aged woman scolded. In the bank lobby. Being berated like this left Chen Shanshan looking both aggrieved and defiant. It was Chen Shanshan's second day at work. On her first day, her superior had assigned her the task of handling a visit from a young heir of a conglomerate. The moment this wealthy second-generation rich kid laid eyes on Chen Shanshan, his gaze gleamed with ulterior motives as he expressed his eagerness to assist her in all her endeavors. Naively, Chen Shanshan believed she had encountered a cooperative client, but when the man placed his inappropriate hand on her shoulder and suggested they retreat to a private room, she realized his intentions were far from honorable. In a moment of alarm, she swiftly stood up, slapped him, and fled. The young heir immediately called the bank in the bustling metropolis to lodge a complaint about Chen Shanshan, even threatening to withdraw his funds and cease all collaborations with the institution, leading to the current situation. Li Xiao had mentioned that if Chen Shanshan could appease him today, he would designate her as his personal banker. This opportunity would allow her to secure her position and even significantly increase her salary, paving the way for her to become a permanent employee. She was urged to consider whether her trivial concerns were more important than the prospect of a better material life. The middle-aged woman snorted dismissively and turned to enter the office. Beep. Detected. A stunning beauty with a score above 90 is encountering difficulties. Option 1. Ignore her, allowing the beauty to walk into danger, and receive a cash reward of 10 million. Option 2. Become Chen Shanshan's personal banker, assisting her in achieving her savings performance, leading to a promotion and salary increase. Rewards: 1 billion tokens. A luxurious Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Qinshuo, standing at the entrance of the bank and observing the unfolding drama, was startled by the sudden task notification. Examining the options presented, he found both appealing. Currently, he was in dire need of cash, and simply doing nothing would earn him 10 million. However, if he helped Chen Shanshan, he could receive a staggering 1 billion tokens, although, for someone like him who rarely watched live streams, tokens held little value unless he collaborated with someone to convert them into cash. As for the Lamborghini Veneno, that reward seemed somewhat excessive. His Pagani Huayra had barely been driven for 100 kilometers, and acquiring another vehicle felt unnecessary. He had heard that the Veneno was a luxury car worth 100 million, and he would prefer that amount in cash. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshuo resolved to choose the second option. While both outcomes were beneficial, he could not bear to see a beautiful woman fall prey to danger. Such an exquisite girl should not be so easily surrendered. Approaching Chen Shanshan, he inquired, "Hello, may I ask if I need to take a number to increase my card limit?" He pretended to seek advice. Aware that Chen Shanshan had a low opinion of him, without a chance encounter, his plans would falter. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped away the tears of grievance from her eyes and turned to him with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Qinshuo, both were momentarily taken aback. Chen Shanshan was surprised to see him, while Lin Qinshuo was captivated by her radiant smile. Despite their brief interaction that day, he had not witnessed her smile before. It turned out that a beauty with a score above 90 could be breathtakingly enchanting when she smiled, leaving one almost breathless. Chen Shanshan was the first to regain her composure, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for that day." Lin Qinshuo chuckled, teasingly remarking, "It seems you aced the interview, so now you can pay me back for the car repairs." Chen Shanshan became flustered. I just started working, and I'll repay you once I get my salary." Lin Qinshuo waved his hand dismissively, continuing his jest. "How about this? Your tears haven't dried yet, and I'm quite curious if you share why you were crying. I won't require any compensation." He reverted to his old tactics. Chen Shanshan shook her head with a bitter smile. She wasn't accustomed to confiding her troubles to strangers. "You mentioned wanting to increase your limit, right? Come over here, and I'll assist you." She walked aside to retrieve a tablet. Noticing his usual approach had failed, Lin Qinshuo decided to remain silent for now. After a series of operations on the tablet, Chen Shanshan observed Lin Qinshuo's account balance. Over 590,000. For someone working in a bank, such an amount was rather commonplace. However, for Chen Shanshan, this was the largest sum she had ever seen, especially on her second day at work. "Your limit here is 10,000 per day. How much would you like to adjust it to?" Chen Shanshan entered work mode, leaving Lin Qinshuo somewhat entranced. Cough. Is it possible to have no limit? Lin Qinshu snapped back to attention, contemplating that any limit could be a hassle. Even though he currently had over 500,000, that amount could increase in the future. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, today was the rent collection day for the Jinmao building. Soon, he would receive a large sum of rent, making any limit quite inconvenient. My maximum authority allows me to raise it to 100,000 per day. If you want an unlimited limit, you'll need to qualify for a personal banking service, which requires a dedicated financial officer. Chen Shanshan had attended training before starting her job at the bank, so she possessed some knowledge on the matter. Personal banking? Lin Qinshu was not well versed in this area. Unsure of its implications, Chen Shanshan patiently elaborated, personal banking means having a dedicated financial director for your account balance within this bank. A substantial deposit is required to apply for personal banking. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up with understanding. Given his current funds, he couldn't qualify for personal banking, so he would have to wait on the limit. The requirement for personal banking was a deposit of at least 50 million or convincing a client to deposit that amount. Hearing this, Lin Qinshu's mind began to race with ideas. It's only 50 million. I could ask Sun Ji to transfer a portion of the rent early to resolve this. His thoughts spiraled into a plan. He remarked, actually, I overheard your boss reprimanding you. Would it be beneficial for you if I became your personal banking client? Chen Shanshan stared blankly at Lin Qinshu, unsure of his meaning. Once she regained her composure, she replied, since you heard, I might as well tell you. That Li Xiao had a deposit of 50 million, which is why my boss wanted me to apply for his personal banking. Who would have thought he had ulterior motives and made unwelcome advances, leading me to slap him? She spoke with indignation. Lin, I must first thank you, but I really don't need your assistance. I have no desire to remain in such a sordid place for even a moment longer. If necessary, I can deliver food. I have hands and feet, and I won't starve. Chen Shanshan suddenly realized that seeking Li Xiao's forgiveness was impossible, so she would have to bid farewell to this hard-won job. As for Lin Qinshu's offer to help, she dismissed it as mere talk, believing he couldn't truly assist her. Lin Qinshu admired her strong sense of pride. If it were him, he might have bowed to money countless times. Yet, too much pride could lead to a burdensome life. He had his own tasks to complete. He needed to assist Chen Shanshan in resolving her current predicament to earn his reward. Can you guarantee that you won't face similar treatment elsewhere? You may escape this time, but what about next time? This society is such that wherever you go, in whatever industry, your beauty will attract unwanted attention. The only way to truly overcome this is to become exceptional. Lin Qinshu's expression grew serious as he spoke. Chen Shanshan suddenly noticed that Lin Qinshu appeared far more agreeable than just a few days prior. Perhaps it was a result of his growing charm or her shifting perception. Without waiting for her response, Lin Qinshu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Manager Sun, please transfer the rent I have received to my bank account in the bustling metropolis. He wasn't certain if the tenants of the Jinmao building would pay on time. Especially since Emojin Media had been overdue for 2 quarters, he wondered if other tenants might be similarly delinquent. Understood. I will take the special channel to ensure the rent reaches your account within 2 minutes. Sunji had initially planned to complete the process by the end of the day, but Lin Qinshu's early morning call prompted him to act swiftly, as he perceived it as a test of his professional competence. Moments after hanging up, Lin Qinshu received a notification on his phone. Glancing at his outdated iPhone 8, he realized it was time for an upgrade. Previously, he had refrained from purchasing a new device due to financial constraints. But now, with his current capabilities, he could easily buy dozens of phones for gaming. Dear customer, your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan. Your current balance is 599,053 yuan. 300 million. He was astonished that the funds for a quarter amounted to such a staggering sum. Had Sunji already collected all the rent this early? This revelation left Lin Qinshu dumbfounded. The previous balance of 590,000 was already considerable, and now, he had suddenly gained 300 million. A second message appeared, confirming that Sunji had completed the collection of all the rent, with some funds remaining in the building's account, and had transferred a round figure to Lin Qinshu. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as a woman in a bank uniform hurried down the stairs. Lin Qinshu assessed her as she approached, noting that she was also quite an attractive girl, though her gait seemed deliberately exaggerated, as if she were trying to flaunt her allure. Upon seeing Chen Shanshan, the girl rolled her eyes and remarked, "You had your chance, yet you proved utterly useless. It was initially my responsibility to approach Li Xiao, but Sister Wu insisted I offer you an opportunity to showcase your abilities. And you squandered it. Now, a significant client has emerged at the bank, having just deposited 300 million into our account. I cannot afford to entrust this to you again. If you mishandle another client, our branch may face closure. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who had just reprimanded Qin Shanshan stepped out of the office, and upon noticing Qin Shanshan still lingering, she frowned and scolded, "Why are you still here? Hurry and finally Xiao." Qin Shanshan bit her lip, her brows slightly furrowed. "I am currently processing a limit increase for this client." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman beside her burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it seems you are only fit for these trivial tasks. It's truly disheartening that Sister Wu had such high hopes for you." With a tone laced with mockery, she cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qinshi. The middle-aged woman, referred to as Sister Wu, shook her head in disappointment. "Is this how the Magical City Bank treats its clients?" Lin Qinshi couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. This green tea was brazenly calling him a low-end client in front of him. The woman continued, "Is the deposit 100,000 or 200,000? Do you know how much that client I am about to meet is depositing, compared to clients with hundreds of millions? You are indeed low-end." With that, she pulled out her phone to call, having just received information about the major client from internal sources. She had been waiting for a significant client, never having given away her private banking quota. "I miss those days when we could talk about anything. I long for the moments we shared dreams." Lin Qinshi's phone rang at that opportune moment. From their earlier conversation, it was clear that the 300 million client was indeed him. Yet they had the audacity to label him as low-end in front of him. "Mr. Lin, please hold on." Lin Qinshi smirked coldly as he answered the call. "Mr. Lin, this is Yang Yin from Magical City Bank. We see that you have deposited 300 million with us, which qualifies for our private banking standards. Starting today, I, Xiao Yang, will provide you with 24-hour service. As soon as the call connected, Yang Yin's sycophantic demeanor became evident, emphasizing the 24 hours with exaggerated emphasis. "Is that so? Yet someone just called me a low-end client," Lin Qinshi remarked with a mocking smile as he observed Yang Yan's back. "How could that be? You are incredibly capable." Yang Yin suddenly realized something and turned around sharply, encountering Lin Qinshi's cold gaze. "Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you earlier, which led to my inappropriate comments." True to her nature as a green tea, Yang Yin swiftly replaced her shocked expression with a beaming smile as she approached Lin Qinshi, bowing in apology, revealing deep crevices on her face. At that moment, Qin Shanshan was utterly stunned. She initially thought Lin Qinshi's offer to help was merely casual banter. She never expected him to effortlessly transfer 300 million into the account. 300 million. She could work multiple lifetimes and never earn such an amount. Sister Wu reacted quickly, hastily approaching. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank. I sincerely apologize. It was my failure to manage these employees properly, allowing them to speak without thinking. They should promptly apologize to Mr. Lin." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. This is my fault, and I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit," Yang Yin added, casting Lin Qinshi a suggestive glance. Lin Qinshi feigned ignorance. "The attitude of Magical City Bank has greatly disappointed me. I initially transferred the funds for Shanshan's sake, but witnessing how you mistreated her, I see no reason to transfer the remaining 1 billion. Shanshan, submit your resignation. It's best to leave this place. If you come to work at my company as a financial officer, no one will dare to bully you with me around." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian and Yang Yan's faces turned pale with fear. The prospect of losing such a significant client because of their actions could spell disaster for their jobs. "Shanshan, why didn't you tell us you had such a major client? We have neglected Mr. Lin." Wu Qian had long forgotten about Li Xiao. This Mr. Lin eclipsed 6 Li Xiaos combined. "What's going on? Why is everyone just standing around?" A middle-aged man entered the bank, frowning as he inquired. Upon seeing the branch manager, Wu Qian rushed forward to explain the situation. Once the manager understood, he immediately donned a smile and approached Lin Qinshi. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am Wu Xiaogong, the branch manager. Let us move to my office to discuss this." Lin Qinshi nodded, taking Qin Shanshan's hand as they followed Wu Xiaogong. Qin Shanshan felt her face flush. This was her first experience being held by a man's hand. Moreover, Lin Qinshi's casual mention of her name made her blush. But she understood he was helping her, putting on a show for others, so she remained silent. Inside the manager's office, Wu Xiaogong was offering Lin Qinshi a cigarette, wearing a flattering smile. as a manager. He could be haughty in front of subordinates yet humble before his clients. Regardless of whether Lin Qingche's claim of transferring 10 billion was true, he indeed had 300 million in their bank. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my inadequate supervision, which allowed my staff to be disrespectful. I would like to offer you a generous gift package and assign you the best financial team to assist in risk management and more. Please let me know if you have any other requests. Everything is negotiable. Wu Xiaogong's servile demeanor brought immense comfort to Lin Qingche. This was the feeling of being wealthy. Did the branch manager think I would care about the so-called gift package and financial team? I transferred my funds to your bank for Shanshan's sake, but now I feel quite disappointed. If Shanshan is not planning to stay, please approve her resignation. I will take her away immediately. Lin Qingche's approach was strategic. His goal was to assist Chen Shanshan in overcoming her predicament and even facilitate her promotion. It was unrealistic for someone fresh to the job to expect immediate advancement. So Lin Qingche had to employ this tactic to compel the bank to elevate Chen Shanshan's position. Wu Xiaogong shot a knowing glance at Chen Shanshan. Wu Qian had briefed him on the situation, and it was clear the primary issue lay with this girl. Wu Xiaogong's eyes shifted slightly as he beamed at Chen Shanshan. Hello, Xiao Chun. Since this is our first meeting, let me assure you that Magical City Bank is a good place. Some staff may have acted out due to my busy schedule, leading to disrespectful behavior. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. As for the resignation, well. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qingche, feeling uncertain. Wu Xiaogong's intentions were clearly directed at retaining Lin Qingche as a significant client, and keeping her was merely a means to that end. However, she didn't want her issues to create trouble for Lin Qingche, which is why she turned to him for guidance. Lin Qingche gently patted her hand and addressed Wu Xiaogong. Manager Wu, jobs can be found anywhere. Rather than let Shanshan endure humiliation here, it would be better for her to resign. Given my capabilities, I can certainly support her. If this is your bank's sincerity, then we shall take our leave. Lin Qingche stood up, pulling Chen Shanshan with him, ready to exit. Mr. Lin, please hold on. Wu Xiaogong sprang to his feet, realizing the gravity of losing such a client. Internally, he cursed Wu Qian and Yang Yin, labeling them as incompetent. Lin Qingche paused and turned back. Manager Wu, do not consider me difficult to deal with. I will give you one more chance. Present me with a satisfactory proposal, or I will instruct other banks to facilitate the transfer of these 300 million. Once money enters the bank, there are various restrictions on withdrawing the entire amount. However, if Lin Qingche sought a full-service proxy from another bank, the process would become significantly simpler. Mr. Lin, in light of the disrespect you've encountered from certain employees, I will demote Wu Qian from financial director to financial officer, and Yang Yin from financial officer to bank receptionist. As for Chen Shanshan, she will be promoted to financial director and become your private banking manager. Does this arrangement meet your satisfaction? Wu Xiaogong gritted his teeth, making the personnel changes. Wu Qian was his cousin, yet to retain a valuable client, he had to sacrifice her position. Chapter 21. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. A barely perceptible smile graced Lin Qingche's lips. He had nearly achieved his goals. In that case, I am not one to be unreasonable. If I am to be satisfied, I shall accept Manager Wu's proposal. With Shanshan as my private banking manager, I feel assured. At that moment, Chen Shanshan was overwhelmed by the news, unsure of how to react. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly rejected, No, manager. I am just a newcomer. I am unworthy of being the financial director. Please retract your order. This foolish teammate, Lin Qingche inwardly cursed. Yet, Wu Xiaogong was perceptive and would not allow Chen Shanshan to decline the offer. I will have Wu Qian assist you so that you can familiarize yourself with the job. This matter is settled. I have already submitted the personnel appointment letter. As branch manager, I can finalize this within a day. Fearing Lin Qingche might change his mind, Wu Xiaogong spoke while tapping away at the keyboard. Moments later, the appointment request was approved and published on Magical City Bank's official website. Chen Shanshan was unexpectedly promoted without even having a chance to refuse. Lin Qingche, seeing that the task was accomplished, intended to take his leave. I must trouble President Wu to take care of our Shanshan. Shanshan, I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I won't be able to join you for lunch. You've just become a director and have plenty to keep you busy, so I'll take my leave. As Lin Qingche spoke, he opened his arms and quickly embraced Chen Shanshan before departing hastily. After performing in the role for so long, he had nearly immersed himself in it. Having assisted Chen Shanshan with her promotion and salary increase, a hug seemed only reasonable, right? Chen Shanshan was still in a daze. She didn't even react when Lin Qinshi embraced her. Only now did her face show a slight blush. This was the first time in her life that she had such an intimate gesture with a male. And while she realized Lin Qinshi was taking advantage of her, she seemed not to mind at this moment. In the car, Lin Qinshi was still savoring the softness of that embrace. Seizing the opportunity when Chen Shanshan was momentarily stunned, he thought it wouldn't be excessive to claim a little interest for himself. Lin Qinshi took out his phone and searched for the number of the sales office at Yunlu Mountain Villa. Today he was to finalize the house, and later he would take Yimengxi out for dinner, marking a ceremonial farewell to his life with the 5th Mississippi after a few months of Cold War with He. He had relied on the 5th Miss to relieve his pin-up stress. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Li Qing. Are you coming today?" As soon as the call connected, the other party directly addressed Lin Qinshi by name, showcasing the exceptional skills of these top salespeople. "Yes, I'm on my way now. It should take about half an hour." Lin Qinshi checked the navigation. It was less than 20 kilometers away, but with the city's complex traffic, half an hour seemed just about right. "All right, Li Qing will be waiting for your arrival." With a press of the accelerator, Lin Qinshi left the place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of assisting Chen Shanshan with her promotion and salary increase. Reward: 1 billion Do coins. Reward: the luxurious Lamborghini Veneno. Ding! Lamborghini Veneno has been placed in the host's garage at Yunlu Mountain Villa. Hearing the notification, Lin Qinshi couldn't help but smile. The Lamborghini Veneno, valued at 100 million. With 1 billion Do coins, given the 10-to-1 conversion rate, cashing it out would yield 50 million. However, given Lin Qinshi's current financial standing, there was no need to convert it. He could simply use it to reward streamers. Most importantly, this task had liberated a girl with a stunning score of 93 in looks. Furthermore, he believed he had left an impression on her. And with time on his side, he was confident he could win over Chen Shanshan. In the past, Lin Qinshi had always aimed to be wholeheartedly devoted to someone, but after the incident with He and acquiring this extravagant system, he realized that his former self was rather foolish. How could he abandon a forest for a single tree? Half an hour later, Lin Qinshi arrived at the sales office of Yunlu Mountain Villa. At first glance, aside from 2 tall security guards, there was only a woman in a black uniform skirt, her long legs adorned with black stockings. Her exquisite features were complemented by large, bright eyes and a trademark smile. Upon seeing Lin Qinshi, she gracefully approached and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the sales consultant and housekeeper responsible for your Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. At your service 24 hours a day." 24-hour service? Is that what I think it is? Lin Qinshi's imagination was sparked by Li Qing's words. The fact that Li Qing didn't trigger the system's notification indicated that her appearance didn't meet the 90-point threshold. But in Lin Qinshi's eyes, she was certainly close, definitely above 85. Who could resist the allure of a stunning beauty offering 24-hour service? "Mr. Lin, this way please." Li Qing smiled, having grown accustomed to the way men looked at her. Each one yearned for her attention, and while she didn't mind such advances, she was inclined to seek someone with potential. After all, old men didn't hold value for long. It was better to preserve her worth until she encountered someone deserving. At that moment, Lin Qinshi was her target of evaluation. He was young and had the financial capacity to purchase Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1 for 500 million, making him a person not to be underestimated. Lin Qinshi retracted his intrusive gaze and followed Li Qing as she explained the details of Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. "Mr. Lin, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1 is the crown jewel of the estate. Originally, it was purchased by a mysterious tycoon for 880 million. However, after acquiring it, the tycoon never occupied the residence. Recently, he decided to sell it, and now the owner of this exquisite property is you." Lin Qinshi was somewhat surprised. He recalled the system indicating the property was worth 500 million, yet the previous purchase price was 880 million. It appeared the price had been artificially inflated. The system's valuation was the true price of Yunlu Mountain Villa. No. Yes, they entered the grand estate. The sight at the entrance left Lin Qinshi astounded. 2 rows of maids in black dresses and stockings lined the entrance. What was going on here? Lin Qinshi gazed at the numerous beauties, each with an appearance of no less than 80 points, their tall figures accentuated by their black stockings. Li Qing chuckled lightly and explained, "These 6 women were hired by the previous owner to assist with daily living. However, just as they were hired, the owner sold the property to you." Consequently, these maids found themselves unemployed. I took the liberty of allowing them to stay for an additional day to see if you might need their services. Chapter 22. I have lost my worries. I certainly need them. I absolutely need them, Lin Qingshi internally exclaimed. Having 6 pairs of black stocking legs swaying before him every day would be a delightful situation. Externally, he maintained his composure, suppressing his eager thoughts. Let us first take a look at the house. Please show me the layout, Lin Qingshi calmly stated as he walked past the 6 maids. This scene surprised Li Qing. Initially, she had perceived Lin Qingshi as a lecherous man, having seen him fixate on her legs. Such individuals were typically easy to manipulate. Yet now, with even more beauties present, he remained composed. Was it an act? Or had her impression of him been mistaken? Li Qing quickly approached to provide Lin Qingshi with an introduction to Yunlu Mountain Villa. As Li Qing walked beside him, she intentionally leaned closer to Lin Qingshi. He understood her intentions and discreetly glanced at her. The estate was indeed deserving of the title villa, as it was expansive. Behind the house lay a golf course, a vast garden, a basketball court, an indoor heated swimming pool upstairs, and a wine cellar in the basement stocked with a plethora of fine wines, all left by the previous owner. When they arrived at the side parking area, a sleek black carbon fiber Lamborghini Veneno caught Lin Qingshi eye. When did this car arrive? It wasn't here before. Li Qing was surprised to see the Lamborghini Veneno. She frequented the place and had never seen this car before. This is my car. I had it delivered here. Lin Qingshi was unaware of how the system had placed the vehicle there, so he took it upon himself to claim it. After spending over half an hour touring the estate, they returned to the main hall. Lin Qingshi sat on a 7-figure sofa, while each of the 6 maids approached with a tray, offering red wine, fruits, and snacks. They knelt to place the items on the table, their graceful curves reigniting the suppressed flames of desire within Lin Qing's eye. Li Qing also noticed the spark of desire in Lin Qingxi's eyes and seized the moment to say, Mr. Lin, these maids are all high achievers. Albeit in somewhat niche fields, we have dance majors, vocalists, culinary experts, and mixologists, among others. You might consider keeping them, as our community has dedicated personnel for maintaining the villa's cleanliness and landscaping. They could manage your daily needs. Such niche skills, Lin Qingshi pondered. They offered both domestic and entertainment services, perfectly aligning with the standards expected of maids in affluent households. What are their salary expectations? Li Qing responded with a smile. Their annual salary is 500,000. 500,000 was relatively modest for the vibrant city of Shanghai, especially for these beautiful high achievers. Even with their niche expertise, they could command salaries of 200,000 to 300,000 elsewhere. And yours? Lin Qingshi inquired, not only regarding the maids but also interested in Li Qing, given her previous role in managing the affairs of Yunlu Mountain Villa. No. Li Qing, unfazed by the question, had previously brushed against Lin Qingxi's arm, seeking his attention. I primarily oversee post-sale services, earning an annual salary between 800,000 and 1 million. Are you considering bringing me on board? Li Qing blinked, feigning ignorance. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingshi responded contrary to expectations, smiling slightly, not at all, I was merely asking. Since that's the case, let us keep these 6. While their annual salary is 500,000. I am willing to offer you 1 million. Lin Qingshi stated decisively. Please provide your bank account details. I'll arrange the transfer immediately. He took a sip of red wine, finding it quite pleasant, smooth without bitterness, with a hint of sweetness as an aftertaste. Looking down, he noticed it was a bottle of Roman e Conti, a world-renowned wine. Explaining its exquisite flavor, Li Qing was bewildered. The man she initially thought she could easily manipulate was proving to be anything but predictable. Lin Qingshi indeed desired for Li Qing to remain here as a housekeeper. However, Li Qing's pride was insurmountable. Although she feigned humility on the surface, her inherent arrogance was palpable, compelling him to temper her ambitions. From their initial encounter until now, Li Qing had consistently dictated the pace, attempting to ensnare Lin Qingshi within her rhythm, yet he was far from foolish. Had it been the infatuated Lin Qingshi of the past, he might have fallen into her trap. However, the present Lin Qingshi, having recently navigated the turmoil of a breakup, possessed an acute clarity of mind, further enhanced by his attribute upgrades, which had effectively eradicated his previous naivety regarding love. The 6 maids, upon hearing that Lin Qingshi intended to offer them a salary increase to remain, were overjoyed and eagerly approached to introduce themselves. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Li Shui, and I specialize in culinary arts, capable of preparing a myriad of exquisite dishes and pastries. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am young man, a dance major. Should you find yourself bored, I could perform a dance for you. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Xia Shi, a vocal artist. Whenever you desire music, I can sing for you, and I can also provide accompaniment while man dances. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Song Yu, and I graduated with a degree in musical instruments, proficient in various instruments such as the piano and guitar. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Yu Qian, a bartender. I can mix a variety of cocktails and even non-alcoholic beverages. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Han Shuang, a medical professional. Should you ever feel unwell, I can take care of you and prepare the necessary medications. As Han Shuang spoke, she retrieved a stethoscope from her pocket. While the 6 women introduced themselves, they executed slightly suggestive gestures, leaving Lin Qingshou parched and flustered. Ahem. Allow me to outline my requirements. First, you shall all address me uniformly as master. If anyone finds this unacceptable, you are free to leave. I will not insist. The 6 women exchanged glances, their cheeks tinged with a slight blush as they sweetly addressed him as master. Lin Qingshou was utterly delighted by their utterances, relishing the sensation that coursed through him. Each maid possessed her unique talents, allowing him to finally experience the lifestyle of the affluent. Who said that wealth comes at a cost? I have shed my worries. Lin Qingshou exclaimed inwardly. My second requirement is that Han Shuang should don attire befitting her profession. Additionally, please bring forth your bank cards. I shall disburse your first year's salary. Lin Qingshou retrieved his phone and looked at them. Chapter 23. Controlling Li Qing. A flicker of hesitation appeared in the expressions of the 6 women, leaving Lin Qingshou perplexed. He was about to issue their salaries, yet they seemed uncertain. Master, are you truly going to pay us now? Aren't you concerned we might flee? Li Shui posed the question they all harbored in their minds, their apprehensions stemming from the belief that Lin Qingshou was testing their willingness to present their cards. Lin Qingshou chuckled in realization. So that was the reason for their reluctance. Rest assured, I am indeed paying you. As for whether you choose to run once you receive your salaries, that is entirely up to you. If 100,000 were to vanish, it remains uncertain whose loss would be greater. Upon hearing this, the 6 women's gazes became resolute, and they swiftly returned to their rooms to retrieve their cards. They had resolved that if this was indeed a test from Lin Qingshou, they would certainly pass it to secure their positions. Lin Qingshou reclined on the sofa, savoring the exquisite Romani Conti, when he suddenly noticed Li Qing still sitting nearby. Miss Li, you haven't left yet. I have grown accustomed to this place, and besides, I have these maids to assist me. You may return to your duties. Li Qing's expression turned awkward. She had initially thought Lin Qingshou was merely jesting, but now that he had issued an eviction order, it was clear he was not playing around. Furthermore, the scene where Lin Qingshou had increased the maid salaries had genuinely startled her. The annual salary, initially 50,000, had surged to 100,000, making it seem as though money held no meaning. If she could remain here, her own salary could potentially double. Just as Li Qing was about to speak, Li Shui and the others returned with their cards, and Lin Qingshou promptly transferred 120,000 to each of them. As they received the text notifications, their expressions turned blank. They had genuinely been paid in advance. And moreover, there was an additional 20,000. This 20,000 is for your daily expenses on clothing and accessories. You need not be confined to professional attire. With the plethora of cosplay and anime-inspired garments available now, feel free to purchase whatever suits you. Those who perform admirably will also receive bonuses, Lin Qingshou mused, contemplating that with such fine figures, it would be a waste not to explore other outfits. His intention in dispersing their salaries early was to provoke a reaction from Li Qing. For him, the extra 20,000 was but a trivial expense. Not only were Li Shui and the others astonished, but even Li Qing was taken aback. Although she had claimed her annual salary to be between 80 and 100,000, the reality was that her earnings, which included bonuses from assisting the owner with various tasks and recruitment, amounted to a mere 60,000. When the previous owner of Yunlu Villa No. 1 had offered 50,000 to hire maids, she had been tempted. However, her aspirations exceeded that 50,000. Therefore, she had restrained herself. Now, witnessing those maids earning 100,000, along with an extra 20,000 for clothing, filled her with regret. What had she been trying to prove by maintaining her high ground? If only she had been more pragmatic. She could have secured that 120,000 for herself. With newfound determination in her gaze, Li Qing addressed Lin Qingshou. Mr. Lin, might you consider employing me as your housekeeper? I could assist with tasks like salary disbursement. All you need do is give me a command, and I shall arrange everything, providing 24-hour service. She deliberately emphasized the phrase 24-hour. Lin Qingshou's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, though he feigned reluctance. However, I could just as easily have Li Shui and the others handle such matters. Li Qing's expression faltered, and she turned to the 6 women with a pleading look. The 6 women, who had initially decided to stay because of Li Qing's recommendation, were kind-hearted and remembered her kindness but dared not speak up, fearing Lin Qingshou's displeasure. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Master, we have all been managed by Sister Li Qing, if it pleases you. Could you consider hiring Sister Li Qing as well? I am willing to forfeit half of my salary to accommodate her. Li Qing looked at Han Shuang with gratitude, and simultaneously, the other 5 women echoed similar sentiments. Their intentions aligning with Han Shuang's, Lin Qingshou's expression darkened. Are you all attempting to compel me into labor? The 6 women's expressions shifted instantaneously, and they stood frozen in place, afraid to utter another word. Li Qing offered a rueful smile. Please do not hold it against them, Mr. Lin. They are simply too kind-hearted. Having encountered such a wonderful employer as yourself, I hope to remain here as well. Li Qing understood Lin Qingshou's intentions and began to withdraw. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. With a heavy heart, Li Qing stood and made her way toward the door, as if her pride had been shattered in that moment. It seemed she would have to return to her previous job, which, although burdensome, still offered a reasonable income. She just couldn't shake the feeling of regret. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Wait, Lin Qingshou called out to Li Qing, who was on the verge of stepping outside. Alas, I am simply unable to resist a woman's pleas. Miss Li, please stay. However, your remuneration will align with theirs. Is that acceptable? Lin Qingshou shook his head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I shall strive to perform exceptionally well and fulfill all your directives, as long as her salary matched that of the others. She felt utterly content, having no grounds for disagreement. Moreover, with Lin Qingshou's generous nature, she could only expect to gain more by staying, and still calling me Mr. Lin? You were present just now. You should know how to address me while working here. Lin Qingshou chuckled. He had always regarded Li Qing as a capable individual, and now, having tempered her arrogance, he believed that winning her over would foster gratitude rather than mere outward compliance, masking her inner superiority. Yes, Master, Li Qing responded without hesitation. Thank you, Master, for accepting Sister Li Qing. Han Shuang was the first to lean in and plant a kiss on Lin Qingshou's cheek. The others quickly followed suit, much to Lin Qingshou's delight. Finally, even Li Qing leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. Lin Qingshou promptly transferred 500,000 to her account, with 120,000 designated for her, while the remaining funds were set aside for future expenses. With such a vast estate, there would undoubtedly be numerous instances requiring financial resources. He did not wish for them to have to approach him repeatedly for small sums. Seeing the balance in her account, Li Qing felt she had made the best decision of her life. He had transferred 500,000 for convenience alone. Just how substantial were this master's assets? After leaving the villa, unlike the maids, she still had her job to attend to, so she needed to submit her resignation. Although this hasty departure would incur some penalties, for someone now possessing several 100,000, it was merely a trifling matter. Chapter 24. Bathing and massaging. Upon entering the master's suite, Lin Qingshou discovered an inviting bathtub suitable for soaking. He immediately instructed the maids to fill it with water. He had never indulged in a bath before, as he had previously lacked the means and found hotel facilities unsatisfactory. Now that he was in his own home, it was entirely different. Li Shui had gone to prepare lunch, being a culinary expert capable of crafting dozens of dishes from any cuisine Lin Qingshou chose. Lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, Lin Qingshou suddenly sensed the presence of another. As he turned, he saw a young man approaching from behind, gently kneading his shoulders. Master, we have all received training. We are adept at massages and foot soaks. Allow Man to assist you. Lin Qingshou merely responded with a soft resuming his closed-eye repose. However, inside, his emotions were tumultuous, for a woman had entered the bathroom. And he was a young man brimming with vigor. Have you all not encountered the previous owner of this residence since your arrival? Lin Qingshou suddenly recalled something and inquired. Young man shook her head. indicating she had not seen him, but we heard from Sister Li Qing that he was a prominent businessman. This place seems designed to entertain distinguished guests, but it appears that something unfortunate befell him, which also implicated his guests, leading to the sale of this property. At that moment, a faint blush crossed young man's cheeks, for Lin Qingshi had stood up, nonchalantly exiting the bathtub. Since you are trained in massage, why not give me a treatment? With such skill, it would be a shame not to indulge. He had never experienced a massage before. His cousin had once promised to take him, but shyness had prevented him from going. The room also contained a sauna, and young man, who had knelt on the floor, rose to guide Lin Qingshi to the sauna room. The massage tables here were worth 7 figures, and Lin Qingshi couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the room's owner. The sauna was adjacent to the master bedroom. Lin Qingshi lay down on the massage table, which began to shift and adapt, seemingly altering the internal air cushion structure. This remarkable table could sense the body's various positions, inflating and deflating the internal cushions to achieve the most suitable form and support. The air cushions beneath him even emitted gentle warmth, ensuring that he felt comfortably cozy despite his lack of clothing. A pair of delicate hands began to massage Lin Qingshi's back, and he had to admit that young man's technique was incredibly soothing, lulling him into a blissful slumber. Young man, however, did not cease her ministrations. When Lin Qingshi unconsciously turned in his sleep, she continued, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. After all, one could hardly massage through clothing, as that would cause skin to rub against skin. When Lin Qingshi awoke after a brief slumber, he found young man still diligently massaging him, now standing beside his right hand. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. This dreamlike existence left him questioning whether he was still dreaming or if it was reality. Suddenly, young man's body trembled slightly, her complexion deepening in color, though the dim lighting obscured her current state. What was about to unfold might not be to everyone's taste, but I witnessed it on behalf of all. The women downstairs, upon hearing the commotion from above, felt their cheeks flush. Li Shui paused her tasks, having prepared the ingredients, ready to cook for Lin Qingshi when he desired a meal. It seemed unlikely that Lin Qingshi would seek food anytime soon. An hour later, Lin Qingshi glanced at the crimson stain on the sheets and cast an astonished look at young man in this regard. His thoughts wandered to an uncomfortable place, mistakenly believing young man to be a woman of experience. Man, I am truly sorry. Lin Qingshi felt a twinge of guilt, unsure of what to say. The event had concluded, rendering any further words seemingly futile. This guilt stemmed not only from his earlier roughness, but also from his initial assumption that young man was a woman of loose morals. Someone he had underestimated. Master, it is quite all right. Man is simply delighted to be treated by you, young man replied, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did Sister Li Qing not inform you? One of the conditions for applying as a maid is to be inexperienced. Lin Qingshi had not heard this from Li Qing, and the revelation made him feel even more fortunate. Man, does that mean you were hired specifically for such duties? Young man quickly shook her head. No, the contract clearly stated that we cannot be coerced into doing anything we do not wish to do. What just happened was entirely my choice. Her cheeks flushed as Lin Qingshi, young and affluent, may not have been exceptionally handsome, but in her eyes, every aspect was a plus. You may rest here. I shall have the others bring you food shortly. Lin Qingshi had come to genuinely appreciate young man, vowing to cherish her even more in the future. Master, I am fine. I studied dance, and small injuries are part of the training. I have always persevered. Young man wished to appear strong before Lin Qingshi. Be good and heed my words. Lin Qingshi gently caressed her head, his concern palpable. After descending the stairs, he instructed Li Shui to ensure young man received proper care and nourishment. The gazes of the women towards Lin Qingshi were filled with admiration. The earlier sounds had left them feeling bashful. They were surprised to see Lin Qingshi so unperturbed, casually mingling with them. None of them had experienced such a situation, yet they were aware of the implications of the earlier commotion. Lin Qingshi himself marveled at his own abilities. Previously, he had been criticized by He, even enduring days of cold treatment after each encounter. It was evident that his physical constitution had improved. Once rated at 6 points, he now boasted an 8, though merely a 2-point enhancement. It represented a significant transformation. Lin Qingshi eagerly anticipated the next task, curious to see what he might become once all his attributes reached their pinnacle. Upon reaching the dining table, He found that Li Shui had prepared a sumptuous meal, having made traditional Sichuan dishes at his request. Li Shui, a culinary expert, surpassed any Sichuan food he had tasted outside. After finishing his meal, Lin Qinshu recalled his intention to transfer money home and promptly sent 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. Within a minute, his mother, Qin Xiuxiang, called him. Xiaoqin, why have you transferred 10,000 yuan to me? Where did you acquire such funds? You haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Please, do not act recklessly. Qin Xiuxiang's barrage of questions left Lin Qinshu at a loss for words. Rest assured, Mom. My classmates and I developed software for sale to a major company. The profits are substantial. You can use this money freely. The software will earn me plenty. Lin Qinshu's parents were not well versed in modern affairs, so he could easily convince them to go ahead and spend it. Did you not want to upgrade the refrigerator and air conditioning? Now you can. Lin Qinshu continued to reassure her, eager to prevent her from returning the funds. All right, I will save this money for you. For when you marry. Your father has started cultivating tea, and it is beginning to sell. We are managing well enough. You can keep your earnings for yourself and do not feel obligated to send any back home. Chen Xiuxiang felt confident in her son and had never viewed his earnings as something that required monthly contributions, often citing it as saving for him, though in reality, it often disappeared. After a lengthy chat filled with familial warmth, she finally hung up. While scrolling through his phone, Lin Qinshu stumbled upon a group message from their dormitory chat, where the four of them convened. The goddess ultimately succumbed to materialism. This was a revelation from the campus forum that morning, where a student had posted a photograph. Li Wuqi shared an image that Lin Qinshu opened to find a sports car, with a girl kissing the driver, whose face was obscured by the glare of light. What the hell? Is that not Yi Xiaohua? He mused, having previously thought he might have a chance with her. Instead, it seemed she had been swept away by a wealthy heir. Fan Jianxiang, typically reserved, was now verbose in the chat. It's normal for someone as beautiful as Yi Xiaohua to have a boyfriend. Would you rather lose her to a rich kid than a mere pauper? Xia Lu chimed in, offering a somewhat unflattering yet sensible perspective. Lin Qinshu's expression turned peculiar as he recognized that the driver in the photo was indeed him, capturing the moment he had dropped Yimengxi back at school. Goodness, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether that person is you or not, do you even know what kind of car that is? It's a 25 million yuan Pagani Zonda. Li Wuqi, ever knowledgeable about such things, declared. Beast, this isn't merely heartbreak. It is akin to losing one's sanity. Fan Jianxiang continued his commentary. Alas, let us speak less. Tomorrow evening, I shall accompany Qinxiu to indulge in a couple of drinks. As brothers, it is imperative to help him emerge from the shadows of heartbreak. Enough said. I am off to Disneyland with Yin Yan. Please take good care of Qinxiu. Lin Qinshu perused their messages, stifling a laugh. To be honest, no one ever believes him. What can he do? He feels quite helpless. At that moment, a message from Yimengxi arrived, indicating that she had already risen and had breakfast. Her words subtly conveyed a desire to meet Lin Qinshu. Conveniently, he also planned to venture out in the afternoon to purchase some clothing and perhaps upgrade his phone to a better model. Now that he had acquired wealth, he could no longer deprive himself. Lin Qinshu grasped the key to his Lamborghini Veneno, a vehicle he was not particularly familiar with, and took the initiative to research it online. To his astonishment, he discovered that this car was one of the few in the world, with the system assigning him a Lamborghini Veneno worth a staggering 100 million. The entire vehicle was crafted from carbon fiber. Upon sitting inside, he pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the engine resonated with raw power. This was indeed the epitome of a show-off's car, rendering the Pagani Huayra suddenly lackluster. This time, Lin Qinshu took a glance at the license plate, which read MO A10001. The vehicles gifted by the system came pre-registered with all formalities completed. He drove the Veneno toward Jiaotong University. Yimengxi placed great importance on this date with Lin Qinshu. As he had mentioned in the morning that he had some words to express in person, she believed that he was ready to accept her, thus she spent a considerable amount of time meticulously preparing herself. Donning a white spaghetti strap dress she had never worn before, she eagerly arrived at the school gate to wait. However, before Lin Qinshu could arrive, another car parked beside her. The white BMW Z4 pulled up, and a crew-cut young man emerged, holding a bouquet of roses. Mengxi, what a coincidence. I was about to find you downstairs, and fate brought me to you right here at the school gate. This bouquet is for you. A token of my affection. I love you, Mengxi. Will you be my girlfriend? Yimengxi's eyes flashed with irritation. Thank you for your words, Senior Lu Jimin, but I am allergic to roses, so I cannot accept your flowers. Moreover, I already have a boyfriend. Please do not harass me any further. Today was the day she was to confirm her relationship with her senior. If he saw this and misunderstood, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Lu Jimin smiled confidently. Mengshi, you need not deceive me. In these 2 years of university, I have never seen another boy by your side. If you truly have a boyfriend, why not bring him out to prove it? A rumble of engines approached, and a sleek black sports car arrived at Yi Mengshi's side. Lin Qinju stepped out of the vehicle, and Yi Mengshi joyfully ran over. Senior, you've come, let's go. Lin Qinju also noticed Lu Jimin and inferred that he was Yi Mengshi's admirer. Lu Jimin's expression darkened. He had never seen Yi Mengshi smile before, and now it was directed at another man. Chapter 26. Is this Guijin Center yours? Upon seeing Yi Mengshi grasp the other man's hand, Lu Jimin could no longer contain himself. Mengshi, if you wish to upset me and reject me, please do not degrade yourself. He believed that this man was merely an actor Yi Mengshi had hired. Someone with a sports car to deter others from harboring fantasies about her. Yi Mengshi regarded him with a look of incredulity. Senior Lu Jimin, I have already stated that I have a boyfriend. This senior is indeed my boyfriend. Thank you for your affection, but I will not accept you. Think as you wish. After speaking, Yi Mengshi wrapped her arms around Lin Qinju's neck and leaned in to kiss him. She decided to deliver a decisive blow. Otherwise, Lu Jimin would always assume that the senior was merely a hired actor. Of course, this also included a hint of her own selfishness, as it was only now that she felt bold enough to kiss Lin Qinju. Lin Qinju was momentarily taken aback by Yi Mengshi's sudden advance, but he quickly regained his composure and reciprocated. No. Lu Jimin watched in dismay as the scene unfolded before him, his hands dropping the 99 roses he had been holding. As the two kissed, they slowly parted, their lips still lingering close. Yi Mengshi's cheeks flushed, gazing affectionately at Lin Qinju. He then produced a single rose from behind him. Ming, I initially intended to fill the trunk with flowers. But alas, this car has no trunk, so I could only buy one. Yi Mengshi gleefully accepted the rose, exclaiming, Thank you, senior. How did you know that roses are my favorite? Lu Jimin, standing nearby, felt as if he might choke on his own blood. Moments ago, she had claimed to be allergic to roses and had dismissed his 99 blooms. Yet now she was ecstatic to receive a single rose from someone else, declaring it her favorite. Lin Qinju and Yi Mengshi entered the car and drove away, leaving Lu Jimin in a state of confusion, while students around them began to murmur and many took out their phones to capture the moment. It seemed the campus forum was about to become lively, as the previously unseen male lead was now thoroughly caught on camera. Senior, others may lack sensitivity, but I can see your worth. What do you think of me? A girl weighing around 180 pounds approached Lu Jimin playfully. Despite his height of 1.8 meters and athletic build, Lu Jimin was a well-known figure among the students. Yet, Yi Mengshi's heart had already been captured by Lin Qinju. Even without wealth, she would never look upon Lu Jimin. Get away from me! Lu Jimin shoved the girl aside. Enraged, she retorted, Who do you think you are? Your car isn't as nice, nor are you as handsome. If it were me, I would choose the other guy. You deserve to be rejected. Fuming, Lu Jimin slapped the girl across the face. Murder. I will fight you. The girl charged at Lu Jimin, and this spectacle became yet another entertaining topic for the forum. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinju and Yi Mengshi, who had already moved on to more amusing endeavors. Ming, shall we explore the Guijin Center? I was hoping to buy a few clothing items. Would you accompany me? Along the way, Yi Mengshi gazed adoringly at Lin Qinju and, upon hearing his words, nodded eagerly, cautiously asking, Senior, does this mean we are now considered a couple? Lin Qinju chuckled lightly, teasing, Isn't it possible to kiss even without being officially a couple? That kiss was quite passionate. Surely you wouldn't do such a thing with someone who isn't your boyfriend? Yi Mengshi quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. I thought that was my first kiss. You must believe me. Lin Qinju felt a pang of sympathy for her fragile state. I was merely joking. How could I not know what kind of girl my Ming is? Lin Qinju gently patted her head. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the Guijin Center. Coincidentally, a bright orange Lamborghini was parked in front of his car, with the two Lamborghinis occupying adjacent spaces. As Lin Qinju pulled the door handle, the door swung open, and simultaneously, the passenger door of the orange Lamborghini opened as well. The distance between the two cars was sufficient to avoid contact. Yet the person who emerged from the passenger seat caused Lin Qingju's expression to darken. Upon seeing Lin Qingju, the individual smirked. I thought you were more sophisticated. Are you still stalking me? I told you, we are done. Could you please leave my life? The person who exited the orange Lamborghini was none other than Lin Qingju's ex-girlfriend. The man in the driver's seat approached as well. What's going on? He quickly wrapped her arm around the man's, declaring, Lin Qingju, this is my boyfriend, Zhou Junfeng. You should give up on any hopes you have of rekindling things. Lin Qingju coldly smiled. Is this Guijin Center yours? Am I not permitted to browse? Yimengshi, now by Lin Qingju's side, inquired, Senior, who is this? Lin Qingju grasped Yimengshi's hand, stating, just an arrogant individual. Let us be on our way. He then noticed Lin Qingju's vehicle, seemingly different from the one he had driven a few days prior, further solidifying her belief that Lin Qingju was merely renting sports cars. She had observed that this car lacked a traditional door handle, requiring a pull cord to open, which confirmed her assumption that it was a subpar vehicle. Stop pretending. Why does the car you drove to find me a few days ago look different from today's? Is it because the previous one was too expensive for you to afford, so you switched to this cheaper model? Lin Qingju ignored her and entered the elevator with Yimengshi, heading towards the shopping mall. Xiao Yi, is this your ex-boyfriend? He looks rather handsome, Zhou Junfeng remarked, lifting his chin slightly in a condescending manner. Upon hearing this, he took note that Lin Qingju indeed seemed somewhat different, although she couldn't pinpoint the exact change. He appeared more attractive than before. However, she was now Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend and could not admit to any such thoughts. Oh please, he is nothing compared to my senior. Just a loser renting a sports car to flaunt in front of me. Probably still hoping for a reconciliation, Zhou Junfeng's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingju's departing figure. Why Yimengshi's appearance had captivated him. What a stunning girl she was. Though he wasn't unattractive, she paled in comparison when standing next to Yimengshi. Renting? Isn't renting that Lamborghini quite an expensive endeavor? If your ex-boyfriend is indeed a destitute individual, then the cost of renting that car for a day would surely suffice for his living expenses over the course of 2 months. Although they are both Lamborghinis, Zhou Junfeng was not particularly familiar with the vehicle before him. Had it not been for the emblem of the bull, he would have been oblivious to its identity as a Lamborghini. Chapter 27. That wretched vehicle lacks even door handles, he scoffed, remarking on how her ex could never compare to her senior's car, asserting that if he were to rent, it would undoubtedly be a cheaper option. I witnessed it myself. That dilapidated vehicle doesn't even possess door handles and requires a rope to open. After her words, he even gave the car's roof a light slap, completely unaware that Zhou Junfeng's expression had shifted dramatically behind her. A rope pull door handle? The sixth element. In a Lamborghini, only the top-tier model, the Veneno, is designed this way. As Zhou Junfeng approached Lin Qingju's vehicle, he noticed the English inscription Veneno. Holy cow! It truly is the Veneno. Zhou Junfeng's heart screamed internally. The price of this Veneno could easily purchase several of his own models. Who exactly is he Yi's ex-boyfriend? A man capable of affording a Veneno is certainly not a mere renter. Such vehicles are exceedingly rare globally. Who would rent out a car worth over 100 million? The owner would likely hesitate to drive it at all. Zhou Junfeng quickly pulled He away from the vehicle before she could strike it again. This was no ordinary car. This was a Veneno. Just taking it for a spin would incur damages exceeding tens of thousands. If he continued to hit it, he wouldn't even have enough to cover the costs of his own vehicle. However, Zhou Junfeng refrained from revealing the car's identity to He. He harbored his own desires. He had pursued this woman for quite some time, and if she were to discover that her ex-boyfriend was a wealthy magnate, she would undoubtedly cast him aside. It was better to keep it under wraps until he had secured her affection. Senior, was that woman your ex-girlfriend? Yimengshi gleaned from their brief exchange that the woman was indeed He. Lin Qingju's former partner. Lin Qingju nodded in affirmation. Yimengshi tightened her grip on his arm, and Lin Qingju patted her hand, smiling to reassure her not to take it to heart. The two entered the shopping mall, the Guijin Center, home to various luxury brands. Lin Qingju was unfamiliar with these, so Yimengshi took the initiative, leading him to a Versace store. Although Yimengshi didn't frequently shop for clothes, her innate femininity allowed her to navigate this world with ease. She selected 3 casual outfits for Lin Qingju, along with some belts and shoes. As they strolled and tried things on, they ended up purchasing 5 outfits, totaling over 600,000, averaging more than 100,000 each. Ming, I've settled my matters, now it's your turn. Come, let your boyfriend buy you a few pieces of clothing. Lin Qinshi pulled Yimengshi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need anything. I have plenty of clothes I haven't worn yet. Yimengshi replied, just now realizing Lin Qinshi's wealth. Yet, she still felt a pang of concern for his finances, and she didn't wish to be perceived as materialistic right after they had started dating. Be obedient. If you refuse, I will be unhappy. I might just go home and not want to shop anymore. Lin Qinshi's words proved effective, and Yimengshi ceased her resistance. Upon entering the store, they unexpectedly encountered He, who stood before a mirror, admiring herself in the clothes she had tried on. From the reflection, she caught sight of Lin Qinshi entering, and her face immediately contorted with fury. Are you ever going to be done? How entertaining it is to linger like a ghost. Zhou Junfeng, who had been seated on the store's sofa, lifted his gaze to see Lin Qinshi, feeling somewhat awkward. How unfortunate. Ming, shall we go check out other stores? Lin Qinshi hadn't anticipated running into He in such a vast space as the Guojin Center. Yimengshi furrowed her brows and clutched Lin Qinshi's arm. No, we will shop here. Why should we leave? If anyone should go, it should be them. Lin Qinshi chuckled, gently tousling her hair. He understood that Yimengshi didn't want him to avoid his ex-girlfriend. All right, we shall do as you wish. He finally noticed the woman beside Lin Qinshi. Having not paid attention to her earlier in the parking lot, from the very beginning, she had assumed this woman was merely an actress rented by Lin Qinshi. Humph, even specially rented a woman to flaunt in front of me? Lin Qinshi, can you not be so childish? Have you spent all your allowance on such frivolities? Renting both a car and a person? It seems you've resorted to online loans. I never realized you were so self-absorbed. You are hardly in a position to make such judgments about me, Lin Qinshi retorted coldly, before turning to Yimengshi. Ming, let's choose some outfits, senior. I am now his girlfriend, so please mind your words and refrain from being so presumptuous. Yimengshi couldn't help but interject. Upon hearing this, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to a child who had played with a beloved toy for years, only to see it taken away by someone who cherished it. Sales associate, hurry and escort these two out. They are clearly impoverished and cannot afford anything here. They are merely here to take pictures and show off. The sales associate glanced at Zhou Junfeng, who was a familiar face in the store, known for bringing different girls to shop on numerous occasions. Zhou Junfeng feigned interest in a magazine, not lifting his head. He recognized that Lin Qinshi was no ordinary individual. Anyone capable of affording a Lamborghini Veneno was surely not just an average person. However, he found himself in a dilemma. If he assisted he would offend Lin Qinshi, who might retaliate. Conversely, aiding Lin Qinshi would mean losing he as a potential conquest. Thus, he opted to remain silent, pretending to be oblivious. The sales associate misinterpreted Zhou Junfeng's silence as acquiescence, gaining confidence as she approached Lin Qinshi and Yimengshi. Sir, miss, you are disturbing our esteemed guests. We must kindly ask you to leave. She gestured for them to exit. Lin Qinshi was incredulous. How could the store's staff dismiss customers based on another's words? How can you treat us this way? They were the ones who started the commotion. Yimengshi's temper flared. The Chanel sales associate was utterly condescending. The sales associate, however, had a keen eye. Lin Qinshi's attire and shoes together barely amounted to 300. Yimengshi's outfit was slightly better, including her $500 CK bag, totaling about 1,000 at most. In contrast, Zhou Junfeng was a regular customer, well aware of the dynamics at play. Mr. Zhou is a VIP at our store. Your presence is disrupting his shopping experience, so we must ask you to leave. Lin Qinshi chuckled coldly, pulling Yimengshi to another sales associate standing in the corner. Please fetch your store manager. I have a significant purchase to discuss. Zhou Chunyin, the new sales associate, felt conflicted. Although she doubted the potential for a substantial sale from this interaction, she yearned for the opportunity. This mindset was akin to the hope of winning the lottery. Before purchasing a ticket, one might feel a sense of possibility that they could be the lucky winner, which is why the lottery industry endures. Summoning her resolve, Zhou Chunyin dialed the store manager's number, rationalizing that it was merely a phone call and not likely to cost her job. Just then, the store manager, Lin Xiaomei, entered, having just parked her car. What is happening? Zhou Chunyin hastened to explain the situation to the manager. After listening, Lin Xiaomei frowned slightly, disapprovingly glancing at the other sales associate. Such matters could have been resolved through diplomacy rather than forcing a choice that offended customers. Lin Qinshi, not waiting for the manager's response, produced a card from his pocket. I will purchase everything in this store, including the item that woman is wearing. Please calculate the total value of the merchandise and ensure that the sales are credited to her account. As the manager, you should have the authority to assess the store's inventory and verify the funds on my card to avoid any misconceptions. Stunned, petrified, everyone present fell silent, except for Zhou Junfeng, who maintained his composure. In his view, it would not be surprising if the individual bought out the entire store. Ha ha ha, what a lunatic! The sales associate who had attempted to expel Lin Qinshu suddenly burst into laughter. Having seen many show-offs before but never one as audacious as this, sir, are you joking? Lin Xiaomei, too, found it hard to believe. If you doubt my words, verify the balance on my card, and you will see. Lin Qinshu's patience wore thin. Wei Mengshi quickly tugged at his hand. Senior, let's not bother. We can simply leave or try another store. Lin Qinshu tightened his grip on her hand, whispering, do not worry, no one can bully you but me. I will ensure you have your revenge. Lin Xiaomei approached the register and inserted the card into a machine, which promptly displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood frozen, her chest heaving with excitement. Lin Xiaomei quickly returned to Lin Qinshu, handing the card back to him. Allow me to assess the value of the items in the store for you. Due to the considerable volume of goods, to which location are they to be delivered? Do you have any additional requests? Upon hearing Lin Xiaomei's words, the sales assistant felt as though struck by lightning, for it signified that Lin Qinshu's previous remarks were not mere posturing, but rather the truth. Even more astonishing was the instigator, who, not being a fool, quickly grasped the underlying relationships at play. Impossible, impossible. You are not the store manager. You are an actor hired by Lin Qinshu, he exclaimed, pointing at them. The crowd regarded her as though she were a fool. If the manager were a fraud, surely the sales assistant would recognize it. Zhou Junfeng also felt that staying any longer would result in a severe embarrassment for him, though it was not his own face being slapped. Let us depart. Let us check the neighboring store, Zhou Junfeng urged, pulling the somewhat deranged He towards the exit. Zhou Chunyin quickly obstructed their path. Sir, the attire worn by this lady belongs to our store. Please have her change before leaving. Zhou Junwei, somewhat impatient, retorted, How much is it? I have paid. I intend to take this garment with me. It's merely a piece of clothing. I have spent a considerable sum in this store, and this little hand dares to impede me, Manager Lin. Should one item be missing from this store, I shall retract my intention to purchase everything. Lin Qinshu responded with a cold smile. Lin Qinshu, do not overstep your bounds. He glared at him fiercely, still unwilling to believe that Lin Qinshu possessed wealth. She would rather think of them as mere actors. Even if Lin Qinshu were indeed affluent, she would not stoop to accept his charitable offer, even if it were not guaranteed that she could obtain it. Lin Qinshu disregarded her, turning to Lin Xiaomei and stating, Manager Lin, I desire everything in the store. If even one item is lacking, I shall forego all of it. Handle it accordingly. After saying this, he took Yi Mengshi to the store's break room. Lin Qinshu deliberately omitted mentioning the other sales assistant, curious to see how Lin Xiaomei would manage the situation. The other sales assistant, who intended to expel Lin Qinshu and his companion, was now flustered, swiftly turning towards the break area in search of Lin Qinshu to apologize, only to be blocked by Lin Xiaomei. You may leave. There is no need for you to return to work. You nearly caused us to lose a significant client, although the client said nothing. If I do not handle this, no one will dare to come to this store again. No, you cannot fire me. I am responsible for the store's performance. If you dismiss me, the headquarters will suffer substantial losses, and you will be blamed. The sales assistant hurriedly pleaded, attempting to persuade Lin Xiaomei to retract her decision, especially since the client had not voiced any complaints. Lin Xiaomei responded with a cold smile. Performance. With your meager results, you dare to claim that the headquarters would incur losses. Do you think I am unaware of your actions in the store? Bullying newcomers, driving them away when a sale is imminent, and claiming the achievements as your own. These newcomers dare not voice their anger. Had it not been for your seniority, I would have dismissed you long ago, and you have been secretly pilfering items from the store to sell elsewhere. Do you think I do not know? Leave at once, or I shall call the authorities. The sales assistant's expression changed, biting her lip in resentment, ultimately retreating in defeat. She had engaged in numerous under-the-table transactions. If the authorities were alerted, she could face imprisonment, or at the very least, substantial fines. This is too much. Senior Junfeng, please help me. I will comply with any of your demands. He was desperate. She simply did not wish to be outdone by Lin Qinshu. Zhou Juanfeng's eyes lit up. Though he did not lack for female company, he always evoked a special feeling within him, making her unique in his heart. If he could satisfy her this time, perhaps he might win her over today. Manager Lin, I am a regular customer. Please grant me a favor and allow me to purchase this clothing at 3 times the price. Zhou Junfeng addressed Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled slightly. I am afraid I must decline, Mr. Zhou. All items in the store have already been sold to Mr. Lin. If you require anything, you shall have to purchase it from him. I am not authorized to make such decisions. Zhou Junfeng's expression darkened, yet in order to win over he had no choice but to concede. Brother, sell me this garment. I am willing to pay 5 times the price. Chapter 29. The Happiness Index. Lin Qinshu laughed coldly. Brother? Who is your brother? Manager Lin. The garment she wears shall not be sold. Once removed, it should be used to clean the restroom. You? Zhou Junfeng pointed angrily at Lin Qinshu. Leave a line today, and we may meet again in the future. There may come a time when you seek my assistance. Lin Qinshu laughed heartily. Seek your assistance? Do you think you are worthy? He's face turned pale. She knew Zhou Junfeng could no longer assist her. She shook off his hand, dashed into the fitting room to change back into her own clothes, and fled the store, ignoring Zhou Junfeng entirely. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. Zhou Junfeng hurriedly pursued her. A smile crept onto Lin Qinshu's lips. This outcome brought him great satisfaction, as if the pent-up frustration in his chest had finally been released. Zhou Chunyan arrived in the break area with 2 cups of coffee. Sir, those 2 have already departed. You and the young lady may select the items you wish to purchase. Lin Xiaomei prompted her to confirm whether they intended to buy the entire stock of the store, as it was the staff's error. And even if Lin Qinshu were to withdraw, they would harbor no grievances. Lin Qinshu furrowed his brow and said, Did I not state that I want everything in the store? How many more times must I repeat myself? Go assess the pricing. Zhou Chunyan could hardly conceal her delight as she hurried towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, there are quite a lot of items in this store. Do you truly have that many girls to gift them to? Perhaps we should heed their advice and select just a few pieces. Yi Mengshi surveyed the dazzling array of clothing, jewelry, and perfumes, with the most expensive items likely being the handbags. Lin Qinshu smiled as he ruffled her hair. I shall purchase everything, and they are all yours. You may choose how to handle these items as you wished. Yi Mengshi was momentarily stunned. She initially thought Lin Qinshu intended to make a statement and then find a way to resell the items. As they were all brand new, she never anticipated they would be entirely gifted to her. No, these are too extravagant. I cannot accept. Yi Mengshi quickly declined. Lin Qinshu feigned disappointment and sighed. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to gift them to other girls. After all, I have no use for such feminine items. In a way, Yi Mengshi exclaimed urgently. What girl could resist the allure of a Chanel store's treasures? The last thing she wanted was to create more romantic rivals for herself. Ultimately, Yi Mengshi acquiesced, as there were also some men's clothing among the items, which she planned to sort out for Lin Qinshu. Additionally, with so many items, she had no place to store them. Perhaps I should buy an apartment to accommodate these belongings, allowing us to occasionally enjoy a cozy world of our own. Lin Qinshu contemplated. Although he already owned Yinlu Mountain Villa, it did not seem convenient to bring Yi Mengshi there, given that it housed 7 beautiful women in black silk. Since he still had funds available, purchasing an apartment for Yi Mengshi seemed a better option. After all, there was wisdom in keeping a cherished one close. Buy.an apartment. Lin Qinshu repeatedly shattered Yi Mengshi's perceptions with his astonishing statements. Is it the case that those with wealth can act so capriciously? Just how much money does Senior possess? Indeed, I have no apartment either. We cannot keep returning to the school for our weekend dates. And hotels are inconvenient. Purchasing an apartment would be far better for our love nest. Lin Qinshu's reasoning stemmed from the task prompt that had resonated in his mind earlier. Ding. Detected that the host is on a date with a woman scoring above 90 in appearance and 90 in favorability. Option 1. Exert all efforts to enhance the other party's happiness, limited to 24 hours. Reward, mastery of martial arts. Option 2. A simple date, revealing the host's stingy side, limited to 24 hours. Reward, mastery of lowly techniques. Both rewards appeared quite appealing to Lin Qinshu, and he desired them. The lowly techniques could be useful against lowly people, which was not unreasonable. While the task seemed straightforward, it was, in fact, quite challenging. For instance, when he drove a Lamborghini, the task would become unmanageable, as one could hardly be stingy when driving a luxury car. Moreover, enhancing happiness was equally complex, as happiness is self-generated. For those who have endured hardships, a sumptuous meal can significantly elevate their sense of happiness. However, each person's perception of happiness differs, making this task challenging. Since Lin Qinshu could no longer act miserly, he resolved to strive towards enhancing happiness. Mastery of martial arts? He recalled the exhilarating moment at the entrance of the Snowfall Bar, when he had fought 10 opponents, and blood surged within him. Who has not harbored a dream of martial arts? Thus, Lin Qinshu was now determined to employ every means to enhance Yimengxi's happiness. Ding! Yimengxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding! If Yimengxi's happiness index reaches 90, the host shall be deemed to have completed the task. Lin Qinshu felt a headache coming on, despite gifting her an entire Chanel store and even suggesting they buy an apartment together. The happiness index had not increased significantly. It appeared that money was not an omnipotent solution, as even spending tens of millions did not raise Yimengxi's happiness index. Why? Yimengxi wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, her eyes sparkling like water. Senior, you are so kind to me. I am so happy. After speaking, her cherry lips drew closer. Ding! Yimengxi's happiness index increased by 3, bringing the current happiness index to 68. Alas, my joy has only increased by 3 points. With such a meager increment, when shall I complete my task? Fortunately, the system has just initiated this task, marking the beginning of a 24-hour countdown, thus granting him a full day ahead. Just as two individuals were locked in an intense kiss, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the door to the lounge. Yimengxi immediately released her embrace around Lin Qinshu's neck. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xiaomei appeared oblivious, stepping forward with several sheets of paper in hand. Mr. Lin, here is the inventory of all items in our store, with a total value of 6,340,000 yuan. I have created a membership for you, and with the member discount, it amounts to 6 million. Lin Qinshu casually flipped through the items. The clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics were not excessively priced, with the bags constituting the majority of the total. Nonetheless, this price was within Lin Qinshu's expectations. The store itself was not particularly large, making the valuation of over 6 million quite reasonable. This marked Lin Qinshu's first indulgence in such extravagant spending. Although outwardly calm, his inner turmoil was tumultuous. Had it not been for the billions in his bank account, he would not have dared to spend so recklessly. 6 million. Although Yimengxi was aware that the items in the store were not inexpensive, this price exceeded her imagination. Chapter 30. I still prefer your previous defiant attitude. Lin Qinshu produced his card and handed it over. Please proceed with the payment. As for the membership, create one for Ming Ming. I have no need for it. Pack the items, and in a few days, Ming Ming will send you an address for delivery. There was no place to store these items at the moment, and it was already late. Purchasing a home was impractical, so they would wait until Sunday to do so. After completing the transaction, Yimengxi selected a few outfits to take with her, and together with Lin Qinshu, they ventured into a store selling domestic smartphones. Lin Qinshu's current device was a fruit phone, a relic from 6 or 7 years prior. While it still functioned, it felt outdated and did not align with his ostentatious persona. He chose 2 of the most expensive foldable phones. Albeit somewhat cumbersome, he was enamored with their novelty and ostentation. After their shopping excursion, they attended a romantic film, which concluded with the protagonists not ending up together. Yimengxi wept profusely, while Lin Qinshu succumbed to slumber. Upon exiting the cinema, it was time for dinner. Ming Ming, what would you like to eat? Yimengxi shook her head, her appetite indifferent. Senior, you decide. Lin Qinshu noted that she was still absorbed in the film's narrative and silently vowed never to take a girl to such melodramatic love stories again, as they could adversely affect the ensuing mood. He recalled hearing about the prestigious private dining establishment in the Magic City, Shuiyun Pavilion. It was said that they only accommodated 8 tables daily, with each reservation costing upwards of 100,000, inclusive of exquisite wines and rare delicacies. Previously, he could only dream of such indulgence, but now he possessed the means to partake in such a meal. Come, I shall take you to a place for dinner. I have merely heard of it. Lin Qinshu activated the navigation on his phone. Shuiyun Pavilion was located near the Magic City Park in the city center, nestled amidst mountains and waters, with monthly rental costs exceeding several million. However, the establishment employed a limited supply strategy, generating daily revenues of over 100,000, quickly recouping their rental expenses. After parking, Lin Qinshu approached the grand entrance of Shuiyun Pavilion. where the receptionist promptly inquired, "Good day. Do you have a reservation?" Lin Qingshuo shook his head, stating, "I do not have a reservation, but I am willing to pay double for a table." The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. Such an offer would net a profit of over 100,000. Unsure, she promptly contacted the owner. The proprietor, Shang Ping, emerged, his slightly elevated chin indicating his pride. However, Lin Qingshuo possessed the ultimate weapon against arrogance, the power of wealth. "I apologize, sir, but we are fully booked today. Even if you are willing to pay double, I cannot make an exception. Some things cannot be purchased with money, such as the rules of Shuiyun Pavilion. No matter how wealthy you are, you cannot break them." Shang Ping's demeanor reeked of arrogance, seemingly emerging solely to deliver a rejection and slap the faces of those who believed money could solve everything. Beep! The system has detected that the host is being looked down upon. How can a wealthy individual endure such humiliation? Option 1. Dinner must be at Shuiyun Pavilion tonight, with the finest set meal. Reward, 1 billion cash. Option 2. Beat up the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion in front of him. Reward, a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs. Damn, who is being mocked here? Everyone knows which option to choose between silver handcuffs and 1 billion. Initially, Lin Qingshuo had intended to leave upon realizing the other party was unfazed by his wealth. However, just then, the system unexpectedly issued a task, marking the first occurrence of 2 simultaneous tasks, alongside an unfinished task regarding Yimengxi's happiness index. What exactly did Shang Ping say that was insulting? Was this damn system overly sensitive? Upon spotting the 1 billion reward, Lin Qingshuo resolutely decided he would complete this task. After all, it was 1 billion. He could not afford to squander such an opportunity. Ahem, Mr. Shang, I will offer 1 billion to purchase Shuiyun Pavilion, and I have but one request. I want an additional table tonight. Shang Ping's pupils contracted slightly at the mention of 1 billion. Although he had invested tens of millions into this establishment, business had been sluggish lately, and they had only managed to fill reservations today due to the weekend. Typically, they barely booked 3 tables. While the Magic City boasted many wealthy patrons, the inconvenient transportation and traffic congestion during mealtimes posed challenges. Lin Qingshuo's offer stirred internal conflict within Shang Ping. Accepting 1 billion would cover his recent losses and yield a profit of several million. After a moment of hesitation, Shang Ping declared, "Sir, Shuiyun Pavilion is my labor of love, not something to be measured in monetary terms. There is no need to continue. The rules cannot be broken. Please leave." 2 billion? Lin Qingshuo interrupted, adding another billion to his offer, which was the maximum he could afford. Shuiyun Pavilion was not worth 2 billion, and he had just over 2 billion left in his account. If the proprietor refused again, it would indicate the matter was beyond financial concerns, leaving him no choice but to abandon the task. Deal. Shang Ping immediately acquiesced. A moment's hesitation over 1 billion was a reflection of his aspiration for his career. But to hesitate over 2 billion would be nothing short of foolish. What dream could possibly be worth 2 billion? Lin Qingshuo was momentarily taken aback by the speed of Shang Ping's acceptance. He had prepared himself to abandon the task, yet the proprietor had readily agreed. "Welcome, sir. I shall prepare the contract and the private room." Shang Ping's face broke into a sycophantic smile. Lin Qingshuo, pulling the still-dazed Yimengxi along, patted Shang Ping's shoulder as they passed. "I still prefer your previous defiant attitude." Upon hearing this, Shang Ping straightened, the smile vanishing from his face as he followed Lin Qingshuo into Shuiyun Pavilion. "Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 2 billion just to bring me here for dinner?" Inside the private room, Yimengxi still could not believe what had transpired, pondering whether they were discussing money or something else. "Since I promised to bring you here for a meal, I cannot go back on my word. Spending 2 billion is merely a means to ensure your happiness." Lin Qingshuo's heart ached at the thought. But as long as he completed the meal, those 2 billion would transform into 10 billion. With this perspective, the pain seemed more bearable. "Senior, you are so kind to me. Let's not eat and just go home." Yimengxi insisted, tugging at Lin Qingshuo to leave. Lin Qingshuo swiftly pulled her into his embrace, softly saying, "Trust me. Enjoy the food here. If it is as delicious as rumored, spending 2 billion for a good meal is worth it. Before long, I will earn it back. Rest assured." He remained unaware if the establishment could indeed turn a profit. As long as the task was completed, he would net an additional 8 billion. Whether Shuiyun Pavilion thrived or faltered thereafter was of no concern to him, and he was determined not to let Yimengxi leave. Chapter 31. A full Manchuhan banquet if he merely conveyed to Yi Mengshi that this was an investment idea of his, which also served the purpose of treating her to a meal, she would likely refrain from insisting on leaving. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Yi Mengshi obediently returned to her seat, deeply touched at that moment. Shang Ping entered, donned in a chef's uniform. Mr. Shang is actually the chef here? Lin Qingxiu was taken aback. He had not expected Shang Ping to be the head chef of Shuiyun Pavilion. Shang Ping smiled proudly. Indeed, I am the head chef of Shuiyun Pavilion, a recipient of the Michelin 3-star title, and the only chef in all of China capable of preparing a complete Manchuhan banquet. This revelation astonished Lin Qingxiu. No wonder Shang Ping exuded such confidence. Mr. Lin, let us set aside the contract for now. I will personally prepare tonight's dinner. Shang Ping clapped his hands, and a server entered, carrying an ice bucket with 2 bottles of wine. These are 82 Lafite, specially prepared for you. Originally priced at 300,000 in the store, they were complimentary to the new owner. Lin Qingxiu was at a loss for words. Having spent 2 billion to acquire Shuiyun Pavilion, everything within should rightfully belong to him. Shang Ping's gesture was akin to offering his own gifts, ultimately returning to Lin Qingxiu. Enough of this nonsense, quickly bring out the dishes. Lin Qingxiu waved his hand dismissively. Shang Ping awkwardly chuckled, recognizing that his actions were akin to leveraging someone else's generosity for his own benefit. Serve the dishes. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a throng of waitstaff outside, each balancing a basin in their hands. That moment, the server who had just fetched the ice bucket poured 2 glasses of red wine and presented them before Lin Qingxiu and his companion. The first server placed a plate on the table and removed its cover. Steam wafted from the dish, yet Lin Qingxiu could not discern what culinary masterpiece lay within. Chef, please do introduce the dish. He requested. At that instant, Shang Ping exuded an aura of confidence, declaring, "This is our first course, steamed lamb." The Shuiyun Pavilion prepares a lavish Manchuhan imperial feast on weekends, a meticulous endeavor that occurs only once a week due to its extensive preparation time. Originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, we have made an exception for you today. A Manchuhan imperial feast that entails over 100 dishes. Just the 2 of us, along with Yi Mengshi, won't even begin to sample them all. Lin Qingxiu protested. Rest assured, these are all served in small portions, Shang Ping reassured him. The feast is designed for multiple diners, and those who frequent Shuiyun Pavilion typically do not come in large groups. Thus, I have prepared only small servings for this occasion, allowing you to savor them at your leisure. Seemingly anticipating Lin Qingxiu's concerns, Shang Ping hurried to explain. Even if you take your time, it would be unfeasible to finish all 108 dishes. However, while Lin Qingxiu had merely heard of the Manchuhan imperial feast, he was keen to sample it, regardless of his capacity. He signaled for Yi Mengshi to join him in dining, sipping wine while indulging in the opulent spread. The 1982 Lafite was quite palatable, though it paled in comparison to the Roman e Conti from Yunlu Villa. By the time they reached the 30th dish, they were utterly satiated. Lin Qingxiu instructed Shang Ping to pack the remaining dishes to be sent to Yunlu Villa No. 1, where his 7 maids awaited. Far better to share than let it go to waste. Yi Mengshi was so full she could hardly rise, prompting Lin Qingxiu to accompany Shang Ping to his office to sign the contract. Upon completing the transfer, Shang Ping, with a sycophantic smile, inquired, "Boss, we also have fireworks. Would you like to set some off?" Lin Qingxiu's interest peaked at the mention of fireworks, knowing that they would delight any young woman and perhaps elevate their happiness quotient. However, the only place nearby to launch fireworks was within Shuiyun Pavilion itself, necessitating them to tilt their heads back, a rather uncomfortable position. Shang Ping continued, "The best vantage point for the fireworks is from the presidential suite at the Bulgari Hotel across the street. Its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offer a splendid view of the entire sky. I have already reserved the suite for you. You may rest there." Lin Qingxiu regarded him with an appreciative glance, realizing why Shang Ping had been so grinningly eager since earlier. As the chef of Shuiyun Pavilion, it was ultimately Shang Ping who managed the establishment, and to retain his services, Lin Qingxiu had granted him a 30% stake. Thus, Shang Ping had essentially sold 70% of Shuiyun Pavilion for 200 million. His initial investment of 30 million, coupled with operational costs and early profits, had nearly recouped his investment. However, the current trajectory suggested potential losses, and Lin Qingxiu's involvement had secured him a profit of 200 million. Meanwhile, within the confines of Magic City Bank, Chun Shanshan was organizing some documents when she was summoned to Wu Xiaogong's office. Little Chun, I've noticed significant fluctuations in the amounts in your private banking account. Just now, 200 million was withdrawn, leaving less than 80 million. Should we inform Mr. Lin? If it dips below 50 million, your private banking role may become untenable, Wu Xiaogong said gravely. The day had not yet concluded, and over 200 million had already been transferred out by Lin Qinxiu. Initially perceived as a major client, Lin Qinxiu's continued withdrawals could jeopardize that status. Unsure of how to proceed, Chun Shanshan thought it inappropriate to interfere with how he chose to spend his money. Little Chin, your position is not yet secured. If this is the extent of your deposit capacity, perhaps your abilities do not align with the role. Would you like to discuss it with Mr. Lin and seek a solution? Wu Xiaogong continued to advise Mr. Wu. I will communicate with Mr. Lin, she replied, exiting the office. Biting her lip, she hesitated momentarily before dialing Lin Qinxiu's number. At that moment, Lin Qinxiu was preparing to leave Shangping's office. Surprised to see Chen Shanshan's name on his phone, he wondered why she was calling him. Good evening, Lin. Have you had dinner? Chen Shanshan asked, uncertain how to broach the subject. I have already eaten. I trust you are not still working late. Miss Shanshan? Lin Qinxiu responded, perplexed by her awkward greeting. Chen Shanshan, summoning her resolve, explained, I wanted to inquire about the significant fluctuations in your bank account and see if you have encountered any issues. Upon hearing her concern, Lin Qinxiu quickly understood the purpose of her call. It was likely that his substantial withdrawals had raised alarms within the bank. Furthermore, Chen Shanshan, being a newcomer to the professional world, was hesitant to address the matter directly. I apologize. I recently made a large investment which has required considerable funds. Was it Wu Xiaogong who pressured you? Don't worry. I will resolve this issue promptly. Recalling that his task was complete and a reward imminent, Lin Qinxiu felt confident that Chen Shanshan's predicament would soon be alleviated. That's not quite it, Lin. I merely wished to see if you had dined and to invite you for a meal as a token of gratitude. Nothing more, Chen Shanshan hurriedly clarified. Lin Qinxiu chose not to expose her pretense, engaging in light conversation before ending the call. After hanging up, Chen Shanshan felt a wave of calm wash over her. For some reason, Lin Qinxiu's casual words brought her an immense sense of security. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the dining task at Shuiyun Pavilion. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Dear client, hello. Your Magic City bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,000,000,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 1,082,369,053 yuan. Just as Lin Qinxiu hung up, the system's melodious notification chimed. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaogong sat before his computer, momentarily dazed, when he suddenly noticed a staggering influx of 10 billion into one account. He quickly sat up, rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, and hurriedly printed the appointment letter before rushing to Chen Shanshan's new office. Mr. Wu, what brings you here in such haste? Chen Shanshan asked, puzzled by his urgency. Wu Xiaogong took a moment to catch his breath, donning a feigned smile. Little Chen, I was merely jesting. Your appointment letter has long since been issued. I just wanted to give you a little scare. Here it is, sign it, and you will be the financial director of the Lujiazui branch of Magic City Bank. Don't forget to extend my regards to Mr. Lin. He placed the appointment letter down and exited the office. Leaving Chen Shanshan bewildered. As she sat down at her computer, Chen Shanshan saw that her client had just transferred 10 billion. Only then did she comprehend Wu Xiaogong's sudden change of attitude. A man capable of transferring 10 billion at will was a client the bank president would covet. With a sigh of relief, she recalled Lin Qinxiu's reassuring words from earlier. Promptly, she took out her phone and sent him a message. Thank you. After glancing at her message, Lin Qinxiu tucked his phone away, pleased to have completed the billion yuan task, but there was still a happiness-related task lingering. It was his first time feeling so powerless regarding a task, despite the opulence of the Manchu Han imperial feast and various efforts. He had only managed to elevate Yimengxi's happiness by 2 points. Just reaching 70, he still needed 20 more points to fulfill the task. An arduous challenge. In the private room, Yimengxi appeared somewhat dazed. The effects of the wine weighing heavily on her, especially as she had never consumed alcohol before. Lin Qinxiu supported her as they exited Shuiyun Pavilion, handing the car keys to Shangping with instructions to drive to the Bulgari Hotel across the street, while he and Yimengxi settled into the Rolls-Royce designated for their transport. Senior, I am so happy, Yimengxi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lin Qinxiu's neck, her flushed cheeks possibly a result of the wine or her own anticipations. Lin Qinxiu playfully flicked her upturned nose, saying, "There is yet another surprise in store for you. Do try not to fall asleep, just Ye." Mengshi perked up, and the car swiftly arrived at the Bulgari Hotel, directly across from the artificial lake at Shuiyun Pavilion. After announcing his name, they were escorted to the presidential suite. This marked Lin Qinxiu's first entry into such opulence. The staff began to introduce the room's layout and amenities. But Lin Qinxiu hastily dismissed them. He swept Mengshi into his arms and carried her to the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, which overlooked the very Shuiyun Pavilion where they had dined. He turned off the lights within the suite before picking up the phone. "We can begin now." Mengshi watched Lin Qinxiu's flurry of activity in confusion. This was his plan conceived when Shang Ping mentioned the fireworks. Realizing monetary gifts were unfeasible, he decided to channel his sincerity into a romantic gesture. Sometimes it is curious how, in times of financial scarcity, one is expected to meet monetary demands, while affluence invites scrutiny over one's romantic inclinations. Once the call concluded, a brilliant light erupted from Shuiyun Pavilion, illuminating the night sky as fireworks cascaded above. "How beautiful!" Mengshi gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. Mengshi murmured involuntarily. Lin Qinxiu approached her from behind and embraced her. The two stood together, watching the fireworks across the river, which continued for over 10 minutes before finally concluding. At that moment, Lin Qinxiu finally heard the system notification sound he had been longing for. Ding! Mengshi's happiness index is 18, and the current happiness index is 88 points. With 88 points, they were just 2 points away from completion. It seemed that Mengshi was the emotional type. Despite the considerable sum Lin Qinxiu had spent, the results were merely incremental increases. A seemingly worthless firework display, combined with the enchanting environment, allowed their affection to surge by 18 points in an instant as they nestled against each other. Mengshi gazed at her senior, Lin Qinxiu, with fervent eyes, proclaiming, "I love you." The two figures embraced tightly amidst the dazzling fireworks. That night, words were unnecessary. In the early morning, Lin Qinxiu was roused from his slumber by an itch on his nose, only to open his eyes and find Mengshi gently brushing his face with her long, flowing hair. What greeted him was Mengshi's playful smile. Lin Qinxiu affectionately tightened his embrace, asking, "You're up so early? You were exhausted last night. Why not sleep a little longer?" Mengshi buried her head in Lin Qinxiu's chest, exclaiming, "Senior, I feel as though I am dreaming right now. I am so happy, so content." Ding! Mengshi's happiness index is 3, and the current happiness index is 91 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of raising Mengshi's happiness index, earning the reward of martial arts mastery. A surge of information regarding martial arts flooded Lin Qinxiu's mind, and his muscles felt imbued with the memory of those skills. He had not anticipated completing the task merely by waking up in the morning. He had thought he would need to wait until after purchasing the house to achieve those last 2 happiness points. For Mengshi, perhaps simply waking up to see the person she cherished was a profound source of happiness. As someone once said, the sense of happiness is something one creates for oneself. When you are a content individual, it is easier to attain happiness. Conversely, if you are never satisfied, like an insatiable void, no matter how many good things occur, you will find it impossible to feel happiness. With the task accomplished, a celebration was in order. However, the inexperienced Mengshi could hardly handle any more excitement. So Lin Qinxiu reluctantly let it go. He called for breakfast to be delivered to their hotel room and then got up to wash up. Chapter 33. The campus forum erupts as Mengshi found it difficult to move. Lin Qinxiu carried her throughout the day. Having not paid close attention to the presidential suite the night before, he now realized that even the distance from the room to the door was considerable. It was indeed a lavish presidential suite worth 188,000 for a night, complete with every conceivable amenity, including an entertainment room. Yet, all he needed was a room and a bed. After satisfying their hunger, the attendant returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinxiu assisted the somewhat weak Mengshi into the car. Originally, they were supposed to go house hunting today, but Mengshi's condition was unsuitable for such endeavors. Moreover, due to last night's exertions, she kept yawning, prompting Lin Qinxiu to take her back to school instead. "I'm so sorry. Senior, I feel like I ruined your plans," Mengshi said regretfully, knowing that Lin Qinxiu had intended to take her house hunting today, but her health had forced them to cancel. What nonsense are you talking? You becoming like this is my fault too. Just rest well. We can go whenever you're feeling better, Lin Qinshi reassured her, gently ruffling her drooping head. The two shared some tender moments in the car before Yi Mengshi reluctantly exited. Lin Qinshi then left the school and returned to Yinlu Mountain Villa. With Yi Mengshi absent, he found it unnecessary to personally visit the housing developments. He simply instructed Li Qing to handle AT that moment. The campus forum of Jiaodong University was abuzz with excitement. The news that the newly crowned campus beauty, Yi Mengshi, had departed from school in a car worth 100 million had spread like wildfire. Numerous sensational headlines emerged. Shocking. The new campus goddess falls victim to the poison. Terrifying. The emergence of poison has ensnared the campus beauty. Jiaodong University's new gold-digging campus beauty. A wealthy tycoon descends, recruiting campus beauties. One article after another, accompanied by images, flooded the campus network, capturing the moment Lin Qinshi and Yi Mengshi were together. Hey, doesn't that guy look familiar? Now that you mention it, I think I recognize him too. Oh my god. Isn't that our class's beast? What? The notorious Lin Beast, one of the 4 notorious dormitory members. But isn't the Beast from an ordinary family? I heard he just got dumped by his girlfriend for being poor. And now he's driving a luxury car? Maybe he rented it. Ye goddess, he's a fake tycoon. Please don't fall for his tricks. The forum's comments stirred up a storm, filled with skepticism regarding Lin Qinshi's ability to afford such an extravagant vehicle. Meanwhile, Yi Mengshi was surrounded by her 3 close friends from the dormitory. The 3 of them frowned, wrapping around her as she entered, immediately sensing something was amiss. Mengshi, you didn't come back last night? And now you're in this state. You wouldn't? Ruan Qingqing spoke hesitantly, dreading Yi Mengshi's response. Why? Yi Mengshi shyly nodded, leaving the other 3 in shock. Mengshi, what were you thinking? Even if he is a rich second-generation heir, you shouldn't have given yourself to him so quickly. He could easily discard you. Yao Jingjing scolded, shaking her head in disbelief. Yes, we've never heard you mention him before. Why the sudden relationship? You haven't been bewitched, have you? Wang Ying added, equally perplexed. I've liked Senior for a long time. I just never told you I was the one who took the initiative when I liked him. He wasn't even driving a luxury car, Yi Mengshi explained to her friends. The 3 of them sighed in unison. A campus beauty like her had fallen for a man. If they had her advantages, they would have basked in the flowers. Now, with the forum buzzing about her being a gold digger, it seemed her position as campus beauty would soon be jeopardized. Wang Ying observed the wailing posts on the forum. Indeed, the 4 campus beauties were chosen because they were single. Now that you're not, and with all this commotion, you're bound to be voted out. Yao Jingjing scrolled through her phone. Why? Mengshi pouted, declaring, I couldn't care less about being the campus beauty. I never wanted that position. I just want to be Senior's little woman. Ruan Qingqing and the other 2 sighed again. Yinlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Lin Qinshi lay on the massage table, enjoying a massage from Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Picking it up, he saw that Fan Jianqiang had sent a flurry of texts in their group chat. Fan Jianqiang, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Xia Lu, did you take the wrong medicine? Fan Jianqiang, you need to hurry and check the pinned article on the campus forum. Xia Lu, what? Is that the Beast? Fan Jianqiang, I can't believe the Beast actually managed to win over the campus goddess, a flower placed in cow dung. Lin Qinshi, I want to allow you to say Mengshi is cow dung. Fan Jianqiang, I was talking about you. Sends a middle finger emoji. Xia Lu, a Lamborghini poison. Beast, what's going on with that car? You're not really some invisible rich guy, are you? Lin Qinshi, I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire, and I've come clean. Fan Jianqiang, damn, with such a big shot. You should have let me in on it earlier. Lin Qinshi, I told you yesterday that the person in that car was me, but you all refused to believe it. Xia Lu, where's the shameless one? He should be the first to jump in and claim it, but he is so quiet. Fan Jianqiang, exactly. If that shameless one knew the Beast was a tycoon, he would have jumped at the chance to acknowledge it. Why hasn't he made a sound? I'll call him. Lin Qinshi set his phone down and closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. It was undeniable that the 2 women had indeed mastered the art of muscle relaxation through training. Although his physique had improved under their skilled hands, he felt utterly relaxed and even slightly drowsy. Just as Lin Qinshi contemplated his next action, his phone rang again. forcing him to retract his hands. Internally cursing, he reluctantly reached for the phone beside him. Beast, something's wrong. The Shameless One is in trouble, Fan Jianxiang said urgently. Lin Qinshi sat up straight, asking, what happened? Fan Jianxiang's voice was laced with urgency. As if he were running, I just called, and a stranger answered. The Shameless One is being cornered at his workplace, and now they're demanding that the three of us go over, or they'll break his legs. It seems like Li Tianzong's group found him somehow. Chapter 34, a formidable opponent sent me the address. I'll head over right now. Lin Qinshi quickly changed his clothes, grabbed the car keys, and dashed out. Li Wuqi worked part-time every weekend due to his family's financial struggles. Both of his parents were farmers, and he had relied on the villagers' support to attend university, despite his unfortunate name. He was a diligent and filial person who would rather work to earn money than ask his family for assistance. Today, he was working at a milk tea shop when he happened to be spotted by someone from Li Tianzong's group. Upon making an immediate call to Li Tianzong, prompted by the incident at the Snowfall Bar involving Wen Ruxue, he found himself unable to investigate the backgrounds of the individuals involved. His inquiries stalled at Wen Ruxue. Now that he had finally located someone, he was determined to vent his frustrations. Accompanied by his father's bodyguard and a dozen others from that night, Li Tianzong arrived at the milk tea shop, where he promptly unleashed a brutal assault on Li Wuqi, demanding that he summon Lin Qinshi and the others. Li Wuqi, resolute in his loyalty, refused to betray his comrades. Unexpectedly, a call from Fan Jianxiang revealed Li Wuqi's predicament. Lin Qinshi, being nearby, quickly made his way to the pedestrian street. As Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang arrived, just as he stepped out of his vehicle, Li Tianzong's vengeful gaze fixated on Lin Qinshi, who drove a Lamborghini Veneno, hinting at a formidable identity. Yet, blinded by rage, Li Tianzong, unaccustomed to being struck or humiliated throughout his life, felt an insatiable need for retribution. With Li Wuqi beneath his foot, Li Tianzong menacingly warned Lin Qinshi and his companions that should they wish for his mercy, they must remain still while his men delivered a beating, after which he would spare them. Such a proposition was utterly untenable. Li Tianzong was a lawless individual, and compliance could very well lead to their demise. In defiance, Fan Jianxiang raised his middle finger at Li Tianzong, dismissively retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" This act of provocation ignited Li Tianzong's fury, and he commanded his entourage to kill them, assuring them he would take responsibility for the consequences. Lin Qinshi quickly urged Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang to seize the opportunity to rescue the Shameless One, declaring, "I will handle the fighting." Having recently mastered martial arts, he was eager to put his skills to the test. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang, having witnessed Lin Qinshi's prowess at the Snowfall Bar, instinctively stepped back. As the assailants approached Lin Qinshi, they noticeably slowed their pace, still haunted by the lingering pain from their previous encounter. To charge at him again would likely confine them to their beds for weeks. Li Tianzong, recognizing this hesitation, bellowed that anyone willing to engage would earn a reward of 100,000 yuan, with all medical expenses covered. Upon hearing this promise, the group rushed forward without hesitation. Lin Qinshi assumed the Wing Chun stance, delivering a flurry of strikes that sent several individuals crashing to the ground. Though his skill remained formidable, he found himself lacking in strength compared to that fateful night. What once required a single punch now demanded two. From this, one could infer that the martial prowess he exhibited that evening was likely a result of a power level of 9 or 10. After dispatching the henchman, Lin Qinshi turned his gaze toward a man in sunglasses standing beside Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong, however, did not rely on his minions for strength. His confidence stemmed from the bodyguard at his side, an individual hired for an annual salary of 5 million yuan, who had resolved many threats faced by his father, Li Jianfu, over the years. "Brother Tian, help me eliminate this brat, and I'll arrange for a few women tonight." Zhang Tian shook his head. "I don't want women. Just give me 1 million. Beep. Host detected a formidable opponent. Option 1. Use all your strength to defeat the opponent. Reward: 1 attribute point in physique. Option 2. Flee and avoid combat. Deduction of the previous reward. What is happening? Why is there a deduction for rewards? In the past, I would receive a lesser reward instead. This compelling me to fight. The previous reward was martial arts mastery, and I cannot afford to lose it. Wing Chun, reliant on finesse, proves ineffective against overwhelming strength. Zhang Tian tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Before Lin Qinshi could utter a word, Zhang Tian's fist was already upon him. Lin Qinshi evaded by turning his head, retaliating with a punch aimed at Zhang Tian's chest, only to feel as though he had struck solid stone. Zhang Tian, with a defiant thrust of his chest, sent Lin Qinshe reeling backward. In the brief exchange, Lin Qinshe surmised that their levels were comparable, both in strength and physique, likely around 8 points. Recognizing that Wing Chun was futile, he decided to switch tactics. Lin Qinshe positioned his hands horizontally, one in front and one behind, facing Zhang Tian. The latter, sensing the shift, grew wary. He discerned that this stance was no longer Wing Chun, but rather indicative of Baguazhang. While Lin Qinshe and Zhang Tian engaged, Xia Lu and Fan Jianqiang stealthily approached Li Tianzong, who remained oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him. Knocking him down, Xia Lu hurried to assist Li Wuqi, while Fan Jianqiang restrained Li Tianzong. "Once that kid is dead, your time will come," Li Tianzong growled through clenched teeth, protecting his head. Meanwhile, Li Wuqi, battered and bruised, managed to rise and delivered a kick to Li Tianzong's groin. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Zhang Tian turned to see Li Tianzong bleeding profusely from his thigh. In that instant, Lin Qinshe seized the opportunity, launching a powerful Baguazhang strike to Zhang Tian's chest, sending him flying. When two equally matched opponents clashed, experience and condition became paramount. Even the slightest distraction could lead to defeat. Zhang Tian, recovering from the ground and wiping blood from his lips, charged toward Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the others quickly retreated. Zhang Tian hoisted Li Tianzong onto his shoulder as the latter screamed, "Kill them! Kill them!" Acknowledging the parity in strength and martial skill, Zhang Tian realized he was no match for Lin Qinshe. After casting one last glance at him, he left the scene. Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the combat task. Reward, 1 attribute point in physique. Once slightly winded, Lin Qinshe felt a surge of energy coursing through him, banishing his fatigue. Host, Lin Qinshe, strength, 8, physique, 9, mentality, 7, charisma, 7. The maximum attribute value for ordinary individuals is 10. The host possesses normal values among them. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Skill, Martial Arts Mastery, Balance, 1,082,369,053. Upon opening the system's character panel, Lin Qinshe noted that his physique attribute had risen to 9. Chapter 35. Is it true? Adoptive father. Furthermore, a skills section had appeared, indicating that any skills acquired would now be displayed on this panel. Li Wuqi, having sustained significant injuries, was promptly taken to the hospital by Xia Lu. Medical examinations revealed fractured ribs and a broken hand, necessitating casts and chest binding. His ability to work was now compromised. Damn it, these brutes. Thankfully, we had a fighter among us. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. Fan Jianqiang cursed. Xia Lu wore a solemn expression, recognizing that this matter was far from over. Having injured Li Tianzong, it would not be long before he returned for vengeance, and they would need to remain vigilant. Shameless one, you should refrain from working for now. Li Wuqi sighed. In my current state, I can't work either. It seems I'll have to tighten my belt for a while. After parking the car, Lin Qinshe returned to the dormitory, finding the trio with furrowed brows, immediately grasping their concerns. Don't worry. I will resolve this. Shameless one, I've already loaded money onto your meal card. You can't work for the time being, but you need to eat. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, you can pay me back later. I'll expect a little extra. Lin Qinshe joked. Although Li Wuqi was poor, he held a strong sense of pride and had never accepted assistance from others. In the past, when Xia Lu offered him a meal card to use as he pleased, Li Wuqi had refused. Deeply moved, Li Wuqi silently vowed to repay Lin Qinshe in the future, recognizing that Lin Qinshe's family was not much better off than his own. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding on the forum and stubbornly insisted, "You can't just take it upon yourself like this. I want to pay you back." Fan Jianqiang produced his own meal card and approached Lin Qinshe. "Great benefactor, please load some money onto mine as well." "Get lost?" Lin Qinshe laughed and scolded. It was then that Xia Lu informed Li Wuqi about the happenings on the forum, including Lin Qinshe's luxurious car and his wealthy status. The three had taken a taxi earlier, initially believing Lin Qinshe was preoccupied with something. Lamborghini Veneno. Li Wuqi gaped at the information on the forum, astonished not by Lin Qinshe's relationship with Yimengshi, but by the car itself. Adoptive father. I am your long-lost son. Li Wuqi exclaimed, grasping Lin Qinshi with his uninjured hand. Isn't it true? I am shameless enough to acknowledge a thief as my father. Xia Lu shrugged, wearing an expression of knowing amusement. Adoptive father, may I take the Veneno for a spin? I wish to experience what it feels like to drive a car worth over 100 million. Fan Jianxiang interjected, pulling Li Wuqi aside. Damn. I thought you'd be the one to join in the banter, and now you're the next to acknowledge a thief as your father. Lin Qinshi was no longer surprised by their antics. I'll indulge you next time, but for now, I must step out to see if there is a way to resolve this. Is it true? Adoptive father. They chorused in unison. Adoptive father, take care. Be sure to remember what you said today. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang watched as Lin Qinshi departed the dormitory. Li Tianzong's insatiable desire for vengeance will only lead to further troubles. Despite having repelled him twice, the enemy lurks in the shadows, akin to a fishbone lodged in one's throat. When Ruxue had initially vowed to resolve this matter, yet it appears that no resolution has been achieved. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Lin Qinshi departed from the school, while Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang opted to remain in the dormitory, keeping Li Wuqi company, as his fractured hand rendered him somewhat helpless even in the act of dining. Lin Qinshi arrived at the Snowfall Bar. For news concerning Li Tianzong could only be gleaned from when Ruxue. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that when Ruxue was absent from the bar, and his attempts to contact her by phone were met with silence. As it was turned off, with no other recourse, he made his way back home. Just as he was preparing to return to Yunlu Villa, Lin Qinshi received a message from Chan Shanshan, expressing her gratitude for his assistance and inviting him to lunch. Naturally, when a beautiful woman extends an invitation, Lin Qinshi felt compelled to accept, promptly driving to the entrance of the financial university. Today, Chen Shanshan was not at work, as she was still a senior student residing on campus. Upon parking, his car drew a considerable amount of attention from the surrounding students. A woman clad in a striking red dress approached his window, her heavily made-up face beaming with confidence. Hello, I'm Qian Yumeng. May I add you on WeChat? Lin Qinshi observed the woman leaning against his car window. Although her looks might score around an 80, her enviable figure was undeniable, and the generous curves seemed to captivate him. I am afraid I'm waiting for someone, so it's not convenient right now. If we happen to meet again, I would be happy to exchange WeChat, he replied, contemplating that such a forward girl might not possess the best character. However, recalling a saying from an online dating expert, good girls, don't miss out, bad girls, don't waste your time, prompted him to suggest they connect next time. Qian Yumeng, perceptive enough, understood his hint and chose not to linger further. All right, handsome, remember your words. I have a strong feeling we will cross paths again soon. With a playful wink and a blown kiss, she departed. Yet, due to the conspicuous nature of his vehicle, Lin Qinshi found himself besieged by other women eager to engage. Some even attempting to open his car door. Thankfully, he had locked them. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by this pack of female wolves. Clad in a white dress, Chen Shanshan, with a white canvas bag slung over her shoulder, burst out of the school gates, only to witness Lin Qinshi surrounded by admirers. After a considerable effort, he managed to disperse the crowd and finally spotted the smiling Chen Shanshan in the distance. He quickly exited the car and opened the door for her. If you hadn't shown up soon, I might have been torn apart by your female classmates, he sighed in relief. That was quite terrifying. It seems one cannot park a luxury car at the school entrance without attracting attention. You have no idea, the financial university is predominantly female. Many girls enroll here with the intent of finding wealthy partners, as most careers in finance are lucrative. Moreover, the second-generation rich hold these types of specialized schools in high regard. Chen Shanshan laughed lightly as she settled into the car. Lin Qinshi gazed at her in surprise, realizing this was perhaps the first time he was engaging with her in a friendly manner. And you? Do you share the same sentiment? He teased. I am an exception, she replied, casting him a playful glare. My dream since childhood has been to work in a bank, and now it seems I am on the verge of fulfilling that dream. But enough about that, what do you feel like eating? Lin Qinshi shrugged. Whatever you choose, I shall partake. I have no particular cravings, having recently feasted on a lavish banquet. How about we head to the old town? There's a noodle shop there that isn't bad, though the ambience leaves much to be desired. After all, I've just started working and have yet to receive my first paycheck, so funds are limited, Chen Shanshan suggested, sticking out her tongue playfully. Lin Qinxiu sensed that she had become more at ease in his presence. Evidently, his financial prowess had elevated his appeal in her eyes. Ding. Chun Shanshan's current affinity towards the host is 80. The system promptly conveyed this information to Lin Qinxiu's mind, noting that her affection had risen from a previous negative score. It appears that with a bit more effort, I could win the heart of this campus belle from the financial university, he mused. All right then, you are treating. I shall defer to your choice. With a firm press on the accelerator, the roar of the Lamborghini echoed throughout the school entrance, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. Wait, did I just see that right? Our campus belle, Chun Shanshan, is actually riding in a Lamborghini. The crowd buzzed with incredulity. Isn't she supposed to disdain the second-generation rich? How did she end up in the car of a wealthy man? The air was thick with resentment and jealousy as whispers of disdain filled the air. The first to approach Lin Qinxiu, Qian Yuming, gazed longingly at the departing Lamborghini. Yuming, what's going on with these people? Why the heavy negativity? He inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The wealthy man just passed by. And they say that car is a Lamborghini worth over $1 billion. Too bad. When I tried to flirt with him, he ignored me and said to add him on WeChat next time we meet. Qian Yuming lamented. He suddenly recalled the previous day's events, feeling nauseated at the mention of the Lamborghini. Zhou Junfeng had already been blocked by her, having presumed himself a wealthy heir, only to be publicly humiliated by Lin Qinxiu. By the way, weren't you supposed to go on a date with Junfeng? Why are you coming out from the school? Qian Yuming asked, realizing that her friend had seemingly returned from the campus rather than from the outside. Ugh, don't mention it. He's a pathetic loser, running into my ex-boyfriend and getting humiliated without a word in return, leaving me utterly embarrassed, he said, waving her hand dismissively. Seriously? I thought your ex was just a broke loser. How could he possibly embarrass Zhou Xiao? Qian Yuming was taken aback. Having heard rumors of He's lowly boyfriend and having advised her multiple times to part ways, I don't know how he managed it. But he rented a dilapidated Lamborghini, with the door handles rigged to pull a string to open. He even colluded with the manager of the Chanel store to humiliate me, he scoffed. Still unwilling to believe that Lin Qinxiu was genuinely wealthy, suspecting he had some hidden connections. Pull string handles? Qian Yuming recalled seeing the same mechanism in the Lamborghini she had just encountered. Hey, is it possible that there's a Lamborghini model designed with pull string handles? She pondered, having overheard discussions about the car's worth. In a way, I told Zhou Junfeng about it, and he didn't say anything. If there were such a model, he would have mentioned it to spare me embarrassment. He shook her head. Qian Yuming seemed to grasp the underlying truth. Zhou Junfeng must have been aware of the car's luxury, and thus chose to conceal its nature from he. However, she kept this insight to herself as they left the school premises. And you? How did your evening with the top-tier heir go? He asked her best friend. Don't even mention that gathering. He was just a lackey, fawning over everyone. I ended up leaving early to get some sleep. But I did add WeChat with a few other wealthy heirs. I'll need to sift through them, Qian Yuming replied. The two friends conversed animatedly as they exited the campus. Lin Qinxiu drove into the old town, where due to narrow streets and heavy foot traffic, they had to leave the car in an outer parking lot and walk in. This area appeared to be an older part of the city, bustling with pedestrians, and cars were prohibited. Chun Shanshan led him directly to a noodle shop called Yujian Miangguan, a modest establishment of about 20 square meters with tables set outside. The owners, a couple in their 50s, wore worried expressions as they noticed Chen Shanshan, their faces brightening at her arrival. Little Chen, you here, have you found a job yet? Is this young man your boyfriend? The proprietress, Chen Wanqing, warmly grasped Chun Shanshan's hand, eyeing Lin Qinxiu curiously. Blushing, Chun Shanshan quickly clarified, no, this is just my friend, Lin Qinxiu. IVE secured a position at the Modu Bank.at that moment. The owner, Wang Ding, approached with a broad smile. Congratulations on landing a good job. The benefits in banking are quite favorable. What would you like to eat today? I'll whip something up for you, he said, rolling up his sleeves. Chen Shanshan replied, I'm here to support your business, so you shouldn't have to treat us. 2 bowls of your signature noodles. Please. She chose a table near the entrance. Lin Qinxiu was slightly taken aback by the behavior of the girl before him, for the table was in disarray, surrounded by numerous clean seats, yet Chen Shanshan chose to sit here. Was it because this position faced the entrance, allowing passers-by to see her? This was a subtle tactic in the business of storefronts, letting those outside know that the establishment was indeed frequented. People in Huaxia tend to favor bustling environments, The more people queuing up, the more likely others would join in, even without understanding the reason. Conversely, should one encounter a shop devoid of customers, no matter how delectable the offerings, most would hesitate to enter. Xiaoqian, you and your friend can sit for a moment. I'll fetch some cold dishes for you, the proprietress announced as she headed towards the kitchen. During my 4 years at university, a significant portion of my time was spent working here. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun treated me with great kindness. Lacking children of their own, I felt as though they regarded me as their daughter. Our family circumstances were not favorable, and I had to earn my own living expenses through work. Chun Shanshan gazed at the busy couple in the kitchen, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Although Lin Qingxiu had only just met this couple, he could discern their warmth and kindness from their brief interaction. Chapter 37. Evidence of Jinlong real estate scandals. Qin Shanshan retrieved a silver-gray bag from her purse, extracting its contents. These are gifts from our bank for private banking clients, 10 gold bars in total. 1 bar is awarded for a deposit of 100 million, and this is the card I'll be exchanging for you. Your regular card can be discarded in favor of this black gold supreme card. Lin Qingxiu accepted the hefty gold bar, realizing why she had appeared burdened while carrying her bag. The bar bore the inscription of 100 million, indicating that a deposit exceeding this amount at Modu Bank warranted such a gift. While the value of the gold bar seemed insignificant to Lin Qingxiu at present, who could resist the allure of such a gleaming token? The black gold card, adorned with a black and gold border, exuded an air of sophistication, displaying the last digits of the original bank card. Originally, your gift would be issued after signing the deposit agreement, but the bank manager arranged this for you in advance. Please hand me your old card. I'll take care of its destruction. Chun Shanshan, in her innocent demeanor, dismissed the matter lightly, unlike other financial officers who would have embellished their efforts in securing such a gift for him. Lin Qingxiu handed over the old card just as a steaming bowl of noodles emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the noodles, Chun Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she quickly seized her chopsticks to indulge. Oblivious to her own image, Uncle Wang watched with a benevolent expression, advising her to eat slowly, assuring her that no one was competing for her food. Aunt Chun soon brought out a platter of cold dishes. You adore Uncle Wang's noodles so much. Why not ask him to teach you how to make them? Otherwise, you'll have to return to our hometown to enjoy them. After saying this, Aunt Chin's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Chun Shanshan noticed the troubled looks on their faces. What is the matter? Uncle Wang, Aunt Chin, aren't you keeping the shop open? Aunt Chin sighed. The landlord is in urgent need of money and intends to sell this place. Today is our last day of business. Tomorrow, we must move. The cost of living in Modu has risen, and we can no longer afford the rent. We can only return to our hometown and seek work there. Upon hearing this, Chun Shanshan's expression shifted. How could the landlord be so heartless? I'm so sorry, Uncle Wang. I currently lack the means to assist you. Disappointment washed over her, igniting a sense of helplessness within. Such matters, resolvable with money, felt utterly beyond her control. Old Wang, have you begun packing? A middle-aged woman entered from outside. Uncle Wang hastily approached. Landlady, I still have customers. Please allow me to finish today, the landlord sighed. I understand your plight. I refrained from bringing clients to view the premises during your operation. However, it has dragged on too long, and I am indeed in a hurry. From this exchange, it appeared the landlord was not wholly unreasonable. Having acted out of necessity, we appreciate that you Haven Tea raised our rent all these years. We understand your kindness, Aunt Chun expressed gratefully. Chun Shanshan's eyes sparkled with determination as she bit her lip. Landlady, could you grant us a few days? I'll apply for a loan at the bank to buy this shop. The landlord regarded Chun Shanshan with a hint of recognition. Oh, it's Xiaoqian. Long time no see. If you can secure a loan, then of course, I can sell it. I'm looking to sell this 3-story building for 6 million. The landlord's expression was skeptical. In the old city of Modu, a 3-story building priced at 6 million was already quite reasonable. However, a girl who once worked at this noodle shop didn't seem capable of affording such a purchase. Even with a loan, one needed collateral. Xiaoqian, this is a matter for us as a couple. We have other means of survival without the shop. You needn't worry, Uncle Wang quickly interjected. But that S6 million, a girl just entering the workforce would spend her entire life repaying such a loan. How could she find any semblance of a life thereafter? Chun Shanshan retrieved her phone and called bank manager Wu Xiugong. Can I secure a loan of 6 million in my name? The voice on the other end hesitated before responding earnestly. Xiaoqian, you're just starting out. The system cannot approve your loan. At most. You can apply for a credit card. 6 million is quite substantial for you. Perhaps you should seek assistance from Mr. Lin. For him, 6 million is merely a few days' interest. Wu Xiaogong inwardly scoffed. Had Chen Shanshan not had the support of a major client like Lin Qingshou, he would have lost his temper at her audacity to seek a 6 million loan so soon after starting work. Chen Shanshan hung up, her expression forlorn as she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Qingshou. Yet she remained silent. Just as Lin Qingshou was about to speak, a system notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to close his mouth. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score of 90 encountering difficulties. Option 1. Help her resolve the predicament by purchasing the building. Reward. Cash 8888888888. Option 2. Remain indifferent and silent. Reward. Evidence of Jianlong real estate scandals. Cash 300 million. Choosing the first option would mean helping Chen Shanshan acquire the building, earning a profit of 800 million, a sum that seemed trivial to him, and potentially enhancing Chen Shanshan's affection towards him. The second option also promised a monetary reward, though only 300 million. Alongside evidence of Jianlong real estate's misdeeds, which he desperately sought to settle his grievances with Li Tianzong. After careful consideration, Lin Qingshou ultimately opted for the second choice. He remained silent, and Chen Shanshan's eyes reflected disappointment. She genuinely wished to seek Lin Qingshou's assistance, but could not fathom any reason for him to help her, ultimately refraining from speaking. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, Aunt Shun. I couldn't be of assistance. Aunt Shun quickly embraced Chen Shanshan, reassuring her, it's all right. Even if you wish to help, we wouldn't accept it. Chen Shanshan departed the noodle shop alongside Lin Qingshou, her expression betraying her despondency. She held deep affection for Uncle Wang and Aunt Shun, having felt their familial warmth in this vast, unfamiliar city. Lin, I'll take the subway home. You needn't see me off. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingshou, she entered the subway station. Just as Chen Shanshan vanished from Lin Qingshou's view, the task notification finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of indifference. Reward. Evidence of Jianlong real estate scandals. Evidence of the Li family's misdeeds has been stored in the host's vehicle. Cash 300,000,000 has been deposited into the host's Modu bank account ending in 9527. Dear customer, your Modu bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300,000,000,000. Current balance 138,659,9053. Lin Qingshou exhaled, relieved to have completed the task. This was his first time selecting the option of indifference, and the experience had been rather grueling. Now that the task was complete, he could make some amends. Chapter 38. Purchasing a building for Chen Shanshan. Lin Qingshou turned back towards the noodle shop, where the landlord was still discussing her difficulties with Uncle Wang and Aunt Shun. Upon noticing Lin Qingshou's return, Uncle Wang exclaimed in surprise, "Did you forget something, young man?" Lin Qingshou smiled, "Landlady, I'm purchasing this building. Please prepare the contract. I will pay you in full." Uncle Wang, since Shanshan used to work for you, surely you have her identification on file. Please provide that to the landlord. The building will be transferred to Shanshan's name. Stunned silence enveloped the room. Young man, is this what Shanshan wants? We can't let her bear such a heavy debt alone. It's not easy for her in Modu. Aunt Shun quickly interjected, don't joke around. Don't burden your wife with unnecessary errands. What if you can't pay later? The landlord seemed incredulous regarding Lin Qingshou's ability to muster 6 million. Show me your payment code. Lin Qingshou scanned the landlord's code, transferring 1 million as a deposit. This is your deposit. Should I fail to purchase it, you may keep this amount without repayment. Upon receiving the million, the landlord's face lit up with joy as she hurried outside. Young man, we genuinely don't need your assistance. We have our own means to get by, Uncle Wang continued to insist. Uncle Wang, your care for Shanshan is truly commendable. If it can assist you in any way, this small sum is insignificant. However, I must mention that I am undertaking this matter in secrecy, so please do not disclose it to Shanshan. Her character does not favor feeling indebted to others. That is why she did not ask for my help earlier, Lin Qingzhu admonished. Such a significant transaction, Shanshan will undoubtedly learn of it soon. Which is why Lin Qingzhu intentionally remarked this, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Wang Ding and his wife. As expected, Chen Wanqing's demeanor softened. Little Lin, are you pursuing Shanshan? It is truly a stroke of luck for her to have met you. Nevertheless, we shall inform her, for this building has now become hers. She is our new landlord, after all, and we must pay her rent. The landlord quickly returned, presenting the contract. Lin Qingju affixed Chen Shanshan's name to it, while Wang Ding produced a photocopy of Chen Shanshan's identification for the landlord to facilitate the transfer. Lin Qingju also transferred the remaining 5 million to the landlord before departing from the noodle shop. Meanwhile, upon returning to her school dormitory, Chen Shanshan was suddenly greeted by a message from Chen Wanqing. Shanshan, little Lin is a good person. You might want to consider him. Chen Shanshan was perplexed upon reading this and then noticed a PDF file sent by Chen Wanqing, which boldly declared property ownership. Chen Shanshan, Annie Chen, what is the meaning of this? Why has the owner changed to me? Chen Shanshan recognized that the property in question was indeed the noodle shop's building. It is your friend who purchased the entire building and transferred ownership to you. He requested that I not inform you, fearing it would burden you, and wishes for us to continue operating the noodle shop there, replied Auntie Chen. Stunned into silence, Chen Shanshan pondered Lin Qingju's silence earlier. He had not spoken, not even upon leaving. Was it all to surprise her? Why transfer the ownership to her name? After much contemplation, Chen Shanshan concluded that Lin Qingju harbored feelings for her, seeking to pursue her while ensuring she bore no burdens. Annie Chen, please continue with the noodle shop, as long as you and Uncle Wang remain. That is paramount. Chen Shanshan initially aimed to assist Wang Ding and his wife, and now that her objective had been achieved through another means, she felt a sense of satisfaction. However, she resolved to ensure Lin Qingju transferred the property back. It was far too valuable for her. From now on, you shall be our landlord, and we will pay rent to you punctually. You may raise the rent as you see fit, without concern. Chen Wanqing believed it unjust to benefit from Chen Shanshan without reciprocation. No need for that, Auntie Chen. I have begun working and earning my own income. You should continue your endeavors. Chen Shanshan hastily declined, still inexperienced in the ways of the world, feeling a sense of resistance toward this unsolicited wealth. Chen Wanqing refrained from pressing further, deciding to simply transfer the money to Chen Shanshan later. Although they operated the noodle shop on the first floor, the second and third floors were also utilized by them. One could not simply take advantage of the entire building's rent. After ending the call, Chen Shanshan continued to reflect on Lin Qingju's actions. His method of pursuing her was subtle, devoid of burdens and pressures, making her feel that he was indeed a considerate individual, thus increasing her fondness for him. If she truly became his girlfriend, would he continue to treat her as kindly? Pooh, what are you thinking? Shanshan? There isn't even a hint of it yet, she scolded herself, covering her flushed face. Ding! Chen Shanshan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, now totaling 85 points. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, Lin Qingju suddenly heard the system notification. This sound puzzled him. Why did only Chen Shanshan receive this affection notification? Could there be a hidden task? After much contemplation, he concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Lin Qingju entered his study and retrieved the dossier containing the incriminating evidence against Jinlong Real Estate, which included various documents, most of which were records of illicit agreements. Many of these documents were signed with the victims' families, which did not constitute solid evidence. Among the contents was also a USB drive. The contents of the USB drive were the most explosive. It contained 2 folders, one named Li Jianfu and the other Li Tianzong. Both father and son were infamous for their nefarious deeds, and within were several gigabytes of videos. Opening Li Jianfu's folder, he randomly selected a video. The video depicted a private room in a restaurant where Li Jianfu and another man were each embracing a woman, discussing something. Li Jianfu then produced a cardboard box and pushed it toward the man. The video revealed the box's interior was filled with cash, likely amounting to several million. Lin Qingju did not recognize the man, but anyone who could receive bribes from Li Jianfu was undoubtedly a figure in the political arena. Flipping through some of the videos, he noted that Li Jianfu's were either bribes or murders, most of which involved high-ranking officials in Modu. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Li Tianzong's folder, however, contained less serious content, mostly involving drugging girls, with some instances leading to death. Lin Qingju shut off the computer and closed his eyes. The Li family's influence in Modu was formidable. Even if he submitted this information, it might simply vanish without a trace, potentially endangering his life. It seemed imperative to locate a person of considerable power who had no ties to the Li family to ensure the information would be effective. Chapter 39. I want you to support me. With his eyes closed, Lin Qingju contemplated his course of action when suddenly a pair of delicate hands reached from behind, gently pressing on his head. He had sensed the presence of another but had not turned to see who it was. allowing her to continue her ministrations. One must not enter the master's study without making a sound. Do you not understand this simple rule? Lin Qingju thought to himself, intending to startle the maid behind him. The hands trembled slightly before resuming their pressure. I apologize, Master. Li Qing is willing to accept punishment. It was Li Qing. No wonder she dared to enter his study. Other maids would not have such audacity. Lin Qingju turned and pulled her close, causing Li Qing to gasp as she landed in his embrace. Dressed in a black business outfit, she wore black stockings but no shoes, which explained why he had only noticed her upon her arrival. Gazing at her close visage, Lin Qingju suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Li Qing's body stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing. Responding shyly, Lin Qingju's hands soon grew restless, and Li Qing involuntarily emitted soft sounds. What I miss is the ability to speak freely. What I miss is the dreams we shared. Just then, a phone's ringtone shattered their moment, jolting them awake. Li Qing quickly disentangled herself from Lin Qingju's embrace. Flustered as she hurried out, adjusting her skirt along the way, Lin Qingju, feeling quite vexed, cursed inwardly, whoever is calling better have a reason, or they will be in trouble. He picked up the phone to find it was Wen Ruxue. He had sought her at the bar earlier without success, and now she chose to return his call at this moment. How convenient, Boss Lin. I heard you were looking for me. I also have something to discuss with you. Would you be able to come to Piaoxue for a gathering? Wen Ruxue's languid voice came through the line. Certainly. I have matters to discuss as well. Lin Qingju informed Li Qing and then drove toward the Piaoxue bar. At that moment, Li Qing's face still bore a hint of redness. She had nearly been caught in a compromising situation with Lin Qingju, forgetting the matters she intended to report. Inside the office of Piaoxue bar, Wen Ruxue, clad in a long coat that concealed her alluring figure, wore a troubled expression as she rested her forehead, waiting for Lin Qingju's arrival. It was already evening, and the bar's music began to play. Lin Qingju entered, observing Wen Ruxue's fatigued visage. Manager 1, what troubles you? You look as though you haven't rested for days. Wen Ruxue shook her head, preparing a cup of tea for Lin Qingju. Please, go ahead. What brings you to seek me? A few days ago, I had an altercation with Li Tianzong, and he retaliated by harming a friend of mine. I wanted to gather some information about them. But it seems unnecessary now, as I have learned about Jianlong Real Estate's influence through other sources. Given your status as a mere woman, you likely cannot manage it alone. Lin Qingju had discerned Jianlong Real Estate's strength from the pile of incriminating evidence. Though not among Modu's elite, it was not a foe that an ordinary individual could confront. Although he was unaware of Wen Ruxue's background, he felt that even if it were formidable, it was not his to burden others with. He would handle it himself. I apologize for this. I had initially planned to have my uncle intervene to restrain Li Jianfu's son. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, my uncle is unable to assist, which is why Li Tianzong sought to retaliate against you. I will make sure to inform my uncle when the opportunity arises. Wen Ruxue admitted, a hint of guilt in her voice. Lin Qingju waved his hand dismissively. It is not an issue. Seeking your protection is not my style. I will manage this matter on my own. What about you? Are you in need of assistance? Is the bar short on funds? Though only a day or two had passed since his last visit, he had changed significantly. Previously, he had hoped for financial relief from the bar, but now his balance had alleviated his worries about money. When Ruxue's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of determination appearing in her eyes. I want you to support me, Lin Qingju, having just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked in shock. What an outrageous proposition. Although he was unaware of the true nature of the Wen family, from the implications of Wen Ruxue's words, it seemed that her third uncle had the power to command the Li Jianfu family with a mere phrase, indicating that the Wen family was indeed formidable. If not more so. Despite being an illegitimate daughter, Wen Ruxue was nonetheless a member of the Wen family. How could she find herself in such a position, seeking support? Lin Qingxiu wiped the tea he had spat out and asked with a hint of indifference. Your request suggests you have demands. I am curious to know what they entail. Wen Ruxue poured him another cup of tea and continued, my request is quite simple, 200 million a year. And during this time, I am willing to be your lover, secretary, employee, or even maid. You may do as you please with me for a duration of 10 years. The initial payment would be 100 million for the first 5 years of support. Lin Qingxiu gazed at Wen Ruxue, as if she were a fool. Do you realize that with 200 million, I could hire countless maids, secretaries, or lovers? I could have a different one each day. What gives you the confidence to think I would agree to such terms? I may be wealthy, but I am certainly not foolish. Your demands are exceedingly unreasonable, even if you were made of gold. You wouldn't be worth 200 million. Why maids only cost $1 million a year? For the daughter of the one family, it would be more prudent to hire several skilled maids. When Rushua lowered her head, biting her lip, she understood how outrageous her previous request was, yet she felt utterly helpless. If it could assist her uncle, she would sacrifice herself without hesitation. In her eyes. Only Lin Qingxiu seemed to hold a glimmer of hope to help her. She was acutely aware that she was not worth such a price, but she still wished to try. Ding! Detected a stunning beauty with a score above 90 seeking assistance from the host. Option 1. Agree to her request. Assist when Rushua in overcoming her difficulties. Reward, 800 million, and a secret of the one family. Option 2. Refuse when Rushua's request and remain uninvolved. Reward, 2 billion. Once again, both options were enticing. The secrets of the one family alongside 800 million, or a straightforward 2 billion. Clearly, the second option appeared more favorable, especially considering the secrets of the one family held little value for him. However, Lin Qingxiu, who was not particularly in need of money, found himself disliking the sight of beautiful women in tears. After much contemplation, he decided to choose the 800 million. Can you explain why you made such a decision? Perhaps understanding your reasoning might lead me to consider your request, he suggested. When Rushua's unreasonable demand for support must stem from some dire circumstance, she sighed deeply and spoke softly. I am from the one family in the Magic City. Although I am merely an illegitimate daughter, I cannot deny the blood of the one family that flows within me. Lin Qingxiu interrupted her. The one family in the Magic City? Is it that impressive? How does it compare to the old Wang of Yida Plaza? When Rushua looked at him in disbelief, you do not know the one family of the Magic City? Lin Qingxiu shook his head. He was not from the Magic City, and his ordinary student background had never afforded him knowledge of such elite families. Seeing his genuine ignorance, when Rushua explained, the 4 great families of the Magic City are the Wan, Xian, Zhao, and Wang families. These 4 families account for 80% of the city's annual GDP. The old Wang you mentioned is merely a representative of the Wang family, pushed to the forefront. How can you not know of these 4 illustrious families? Lin Qingxiu shrugged. Isn't it normal not to know? I am not from the Magic City, and the GDP they generate has nothing to do with me. Why should I care about those so-called illustrious families? When Rushua found his indifference somewhat perplexing. In the Magic City, the 4 families were common knowledge, yet he seemed entirely oblivious. She continued, currently, the one family is under the leadership of my grandfather, who is gravely ill. My father is the eldest son, while my second uncle, Wen Jiaxiu, and my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, are currently tallying results and vying for the position of family head. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiu began to piece together Wen Rushua's motives. Her actions were clearly tied to the power struggle for the head of the family. When Rushua recalled their previous encounter, where Lin Qingxiu had referred to her as Miss One. Although I do not know how you came to know of me. Aside from my father and third uncle, my story is likely unknown to anyone else. My mother's family were servants of the one family. Though she grew up within the one household, she ultimately became one of their servants, living a life no different from that of my grandmother and grandfather. My mother encountered a drunken young master of the one family one night and was forcibly taken, leading to my birth. Thus, from the moment I was born, I was never welcomed by the one family, and my mother was driven to her death by the original wife of the one family. And soon after, my grandparents also perished due to various targeted reasons. When Rushua hugged herself, trembling slightly, Lin Qingxiu, intending to offer her comfort with a gentle hand on her back, hesitated, realizing it might not be the appropriate moment. Unaware of his gesture, when Rushua continued, to me, the one family is a nightmarish existence. My biological father has never looked at me. Only my third uncle Wen Jiaming has secretly assisted me. Upon turning 18, he quietly helped me escape the one family. Without his help over the years, I would have been homeless long ago. Now, my third uncle is in peril in the struggle for the family head position. His company faces a 10 billion funding gap, with the money having vanished without a trace, and those connected to it have long since disappeared. If this sum cannot be resolved by tomorrow, he risks losing his chance at leadership and could spend the rest of his life in prison. At this point, when Rushua suddenly stood up, untying the bow at her waist and loosening her coat, Lin Qingxiu's eyes widened in shock. That I am willing to give you my untouched body if you agree to help me. Though not mention 10 years. As long as I live, I shall forever be yours," she declared, raising the stakes. Clearly, her third uncle held a significant place in her heart. Lin Qingshou stood, turning away to conceal the heat rising in his face, feigning composure. "How much more do you need?" When Rushua's trembling hand halted, looking at him in confusion. "How much more does your uncle need?" 5 billion, she replied hastily. Lin Qingshou turned back, the impactful image still fresh in his mind. He stepped closer, his gaze burning as he looked at Wen Rushue, reaching out to cover her with her coat once more. "I will grant your request. I will provide you with the 5 billion, and from now on, you shall be mine. Right now, your mind is elsewhere, and I am not so desperate. Take care of your matters first, then come to me prepared." Lin Qingshou pulled out his phone and transferred 5 billion to Wen Rushue. Then, he abruptly embraced her, kissing her fervently. When Rushue, initially intending to push him away, found herself unable to resist as she recalled her own proposal. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and Lin Qingshou exited the office. "The money has been transferred. Take care of your matters, then come find me." As Lin Qingshou left the Snowfall Bar, he licked his lips, reflecting on the 5 billion spent and the necessity of collecting some interest. The encounter with Wen Rushue had been too stimulating. He had nearly lost control. Fortunately, having indulged recently, he managed to maintain composure. Acquiring Wen Rushue now would only lead to her reluctance. With the system at his disposal, he was no longer solely pursuing physical gratification. He sought deeper emotional fulfillment. He intended not only to possess Wen Rushue physically, but also to win her heart. She was already his, and he could have her whenever he wished. In time, he would find the right moment to ensure she willingly became his woman. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, as he entered, the maids approached to assist him with his shoes, since he had not informed them he would be dining. No meal had yet been prepared. Schwer, no need to cook. We'll order takeout, Lin Qingshou instructed, pulling out his phone to call Sun Ji. "Manager Sun, do you have the number for Manhen Pavilion? I would like to order some takeout." Having heard of Manhen Pavilion in the Magic City, Lin Qingshou knew they offered a vast array of Huaxia cuisine, even hosting a full Manhen banquet, though it wasn't as renowned as Shuiyun Pavilion, which required a month's advance reservation. The line to dine there was always long, and those who queued today might be securing spots for the following month. Sun Ji, somewhat speechless, replied, "I do have the number for Manhen Pavilion, but they do not offer takeout, Mr. Lin. If you like, I can try to acquire a number for you. No worries, just give me the number, and I will speak to them directly." Lin Qingshou then received the contact for the duty manager at Manhen Pavilion. "Hello, this is Manhen Pavilion. How may I assist you?" A deep voice responded from the other end. "I would like to place a takeout order." Lin Qingshou casually stated, "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not accept takeout orders at Manhen Pavilion. I can secure a reservation for you. The current waitlist extends to the 15th of next month," the duty manager replied in a calm tone, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. Chapter 41. The red packet game. The demand for reservations at Manhen Pavilion was so high that securing a spot meant waiting a month. A testament to their popularity that left their staff feeling quite smug in declining such impolite requests. "Oh, I see. I had been planning to spend 3 million on a lavish meal at Manhen Pavilion. Since you seem unimpressed by my financial capacity, I shall look for another establishment that offers takeout," Lin Qingshou remarked with a hint of regret. Wait a moment, sir. Please provide me with an address immediately. I happen to have a team of chefs available, and I shall send them over with the necessary ingredients." The duty manager paused, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly regaining composure. 3 million. A single meal could yield 3 million in revenue. This duty manager might as well drop the duty from his title. Although uncertain of the veracity of the claim, he figured he could collect a deposit from the chefs upon their arrival. After all, the wealthy abound in this city, making it highly probable that the offer was genuine. "Very well then. Cloud Lush Villa number 1. Hurry over, for I am quite famished. Bring all the finest ingredients from your Manhen Pavilion. Surely 3 million is sufficient to indulge in your exquisite dishes." Lin Qingshou's request for takeout from Manhen Pavilion stemmed purely from his newfound wealth, a whimsical desire to see if these proud individuals would relinquish their dignity for monetary gain. The outcome, it seems, confirmed his hypothesis. Had he been impoverished, he likely would have forsaken his so-called pride for the sake of financial stability. Cloud Lush Villa. The duty manager's heart swelled with joy. This order was assured. Cloud Lush Villa is a haven for properties valued in the hundreds of millions. where the inhabitants are not merely affluent, but rather extraordinarily wealthy. 15 minutes later, the personnel from Manhan Pavilion arrived. A large bus accompanied by a freight truck, housing a 20-member culinary team along with a contingent of cleaning staff. The truck was laden with premium ingredients and cooking utensils, as the chefs promptly began setting up in Lin Kinsu's courtyard. Judging by their adeptness, it appeared that Manhan Pavilion was no stranger to such external catering. Despite their earlier facade of exclusivity. One chef approached Lin Chinso, presenting him with a gift box. "Mr. Lin, this is a bottle of ancient well tribute wine from Manhan Pavilion. While it may not be the most expensive, it is valued at 300,000, for as they say, Chinese cuisine pairs with white wine, while Western cuisine pairs with red." Lin Chinso accepted the bottle. Placing it aside nonchalantly, his tolerance for alcohol was merely average, and he harbored little interest in wine. Besides, his cellar boasted an ample supply of high-priced spirits. This $300,000 bottle hardly captured his attention. After settling the promised $3 million with Manhan Pavilion, the chefs hastened their preparations. In less than 30 minutes, the 5-meter-long dining table was laden with an array of dishes. Lin Chinso beckoned the maids to join him for the meal, each carrying a small bowl, meandering about as they dined. He also uncorked the $300,000 wine, pouring a glass for each person. As the evening progressed and spirits lifted, he instructed Li Qing to fetch additional bottles of Maotai from the cellar. Inviting the chefs to partake in the revelry as well as Lin Chinso became pleasantly inebriated, the staff from Manhan Pavilion began to pack up and depart. The ladies, too, had indulged and were now gazing at Lin Chinso with dreamy eyes. They all took out their phones to engage in a game of red envelope game. Those who collected the least would face a penalty, while the one with the most would receive a reward. Whether it was due to the wine or the haste of the moment, the atmosphere grew quiet. Li Qing was the first to regain her composure, cheerfully urging everyone to take out their phones. The ladies complied, and Li Qing quickly created a group chat, prompting Lin Chinso to send out a red envelope. Young Man emerged as the luckiest, while Xia ended up with the fewest. The one who amassed the most could assign a task to the one with the least and receive a reward in return. Lin Chinso decided to reward Young Man first, transferring 100,000 yuan. As Lin Kinsu's transfer occurred within the group chat, everyone witnessed it. Initially, they thought it was merely a playful gesture from him, so they cooperated with mild interest, but their excitement surged upon realizing it was a cash reward, 100,000 yuan. Their monthly salary was only that much. Instantly, the ladies perked up. After receiving the reward, Young Man leaped into Lin Kinsu's arms, planting a sweet kiss on him. She had been thoroughly charmed by him and felt no hesitation in expressing her affection. "Master, may I ask her to do anything?" Young Man blinked her large eyes. "Of course. Everyone must comply with the victor's task, including me," Lin Chinso assured with a pat on his chest. Young Man wore a mischievous smile as she looked at Xia. Xia must kiss the master for 3 minutes, and it must be passionate. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi's cheeks, already flushed from the wine, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Lin Kinsu's eyes brightened. He had merely intended to liven the atmosphere with the red envelopes, but he had not anticipated such delightful perks. He silently commended Young Man for her thoughtfulness. If one refused to accept the penalty, they could send a 10,000 yuan red envelope for everyone to snatch, thus avoiding the punishment. Lin Chinso stoked the fire. Xia was rather shy, and without a little encouragement, she might hesitate all night. Hearing this, Xia quickly moved closer to Lin Chinso, leaning in to plant a kiss. Regardless of whether she was willing to part with the 10,000 yuan envelope, she realized that displeasing the master over a mere game would be a costly mistake. 3 minutes later, Xiaxi's gaze became increasingly dazed. At that moment, Lin Chinso could have done anything he wished. Lin Chinso found himself on the verge of losing restraint, had it not been for the presence of the other ladies. He might have taken Xia to his room. The second round of the red envelope game commenced. This time, Young Man was the one who drew the short straw, while Li Shui claimed the title of luckiest. The penalty for Young Man was simply to wash Lin Kinsu's face. In the third round, 2 individuals ended up with the least, Yu Qian and Han Shuang, both of whom had simultaneously grabbed a red envelope worth 18.88. Naturally, they would share the penalty. Once again, Young Man was the luckiest, and a wicked smile spread across her face. Yu Qian and Han Shuang, already tipsy from the drinks, though shy, completed Young Man's task without hesitation. Upon finishing, Young Man teased them. "You two were quite bold, weren't you?" You could have sent a red envelope to cancel the penalty, considering how much you grabbed. The two women promptly began to playfully bicker with young man. Throughout the game, Lin Chinso reveled in the merriment, while the ladies' faces remained flushed. Over the course of 2 hours, none escaped unscathed. Each had experienced both fortune and misfortune, and every penalty was fulfilled. While the most rewards were initially thought to belong to young man, it ultimately went to Songyu, who had only been penalized once with a passionate kiss. During other rounds, she either fared the best or landed somewhere in between. You need not remain cooped up at home every day. Feel free to go out and enjoy yourselves. Although this job is relatively relaxed, you shouldn't be confined daily, Lin Chinso stated before sending everyone off to wash up and rest, retreating to his room. He realized he could not endure much longer, hastening to take a cold shower to cool down, planning to summon young man later for some adult games. After his shower, Lin Chinso lay on his bed. Everyone had indulged quite a bit tonight. He wondered if the maids had finished their showers. At that moment, he found himself perfectly sober, with no trace of fatigue. He took out his phone, intending to call for young man, but suddenly remembered he had accumulated some dough coins in recent days. He had been too busy to even open Douyin. Now, he could finally relax and watch some live streams, as he had plenty of coins to spend. After browsing for a while, he found nothing particularly engaging, likely due to his lack of frequent viewership, resulting in the algorithm recommending an array of bewildering options. Suddenly, he stumbled upon someone familiar, not someone he knew personally, but a girl he recognized from the past. Her name was Xiaoyu, a game commentator who seemed to be an official host for the game. She had been on the scene for several years, initially gaining fame due to her striking appearance and solid expertise. However, as newer talents emerged, her popularity gradually waned. Xiaoyu was not particularly skilled at entertaining audiences. Her appeal relied mainly on her looks and professional competence, barely maintaining a foothold in the hosting and commentary realm. What drew her fans was her lack of scandal. There had been no whispers of her involvement with any man. Unlike other female hosts and commentators, who often rose quickly but fell just as rapidly due to sensational news, Xiaoyu remained free of such entanglements. Tonight marked Xiaoyu's first live broadcast on Douyin, with only a meager 30 viewers in attendance. Her recent engagements had dwindled, as her hosting opportunities were snatched up by more charismatic newcomers. Bound by contractual obligations, she could not freely stream. With her contract finally expired, she chose to broadcast on Douyin to gauge her current standing. The results were disheartening, and her popularity had plummeted. Although her lack of promotional efforts contributed to this, the natural recommendations and retention rates suggested it might be time to reconsider her career choices. Thank you to those who continue to support me. My contract with the game company has ended, and I may not pursue this line of work any longer. To show my gratitude, I will send out a lucky bag for everyone to grab, Xiaoyu said, her expression tinged with melancholy. Why? A user with the username Shuangmu Qinchai typed. Given the sparse audience, the messages rolled by at a leisurely pace. Xiaoyu happened to notice this message and feigned nonchalance, stating, "What can I do? My professional skills are lacking, and work is becoming increasingly scarce. Sitting idly every day, I might as well venture out." Initially, she had hoped that observing the live broadcast effect could facilitate her career transition, but now with only a little over 30 viewers, it seemed that this path was also unfeasible. Was Xiaoyu considering withdrawing from the scene? No, please don't. If my goddess retires, I'll be left with only those entertaining female hosts to watch. Was Xiaoyu's retirement a prelude to marriage? Could it be that she was shedding her single status and preparing for a family? As Xiaoyu gazed at the scrolling text, she couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not getting married. For the time being, I'm uncertain about my next steps. Perhaps I wish to travel and explore the world outside before making any decisions. Is your withdrawal a choice or a necessity? Shuangmu Qinchai inquired again. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu patiently replied, "It is indeed a necessity. Even without grand ambitions, I still need to put food on the table. Moreover, I genuinely cherish this job. It's just that the opportunities are dwindling. Let us not dwell on that. In 30 seconds, we can grab the lucky bags." She had just released 30 lucky bags, investing 2,000 yuan in them. With over 30 participants, each person could average 666 dough coins, which translates to 66 yuan. Furthermore, these lucky bags had no restrictions. Some live rooms required following or even joining a fan club to claim them. I'll assist you, Shuangmu Qinchai declared once more, and suddenly the entire screen was dominated by a massive carnival gift. What the heck? Who sent this gift and blocked my chance to grab the lucky bags? Even if blocked, you can still click. Hurry and click furiously. We can open the lucky bags. Xiao Yu felt as though she was being suffocated by the carnival gifts, and the lucky bags had vanished. Wait, was that a carnival just now? Has a big shot finally arrived in Xiao Yu's live room? It was the whiteboard account that had promised to assist Xiao Yu earlier. The viewers, realizing this, quickly checked who had sent the carnival gift. After sending a carnival, Shuangmu Qinchai instantly reached level 3. He was no longer a whiteboard account. Xiao Yu was also taken aback. That had indeed been a carnival. Worth 30,000 Do coins, equating to 3,000 yuan in cash. After the platform's cut, she would still have over 2,000 left, effectively returning her earlier investment in the lucky bags. Shuangmu, no need for gifts. I am planning to step away from this. Let us just chat, Xiao Yu advised, genuinely wishing to avoid having others shower her with gifts. Given her intention to retire, she preferred not to exploit her fans. Wishing to leave with dignity and a good reputation, Shuangmu Qinchai remained silent and sent out another carnival. Before the live room could react, carnivals continued to flood in. The system detected the heightened activity and began recommending this live room to viewers. Many who had previously played the game recognized Xiao Yu, and upon discovering it was her live room, they chose to linger. Wow. With this gift frenzy, my phone screen is lagging, brother. Could it be that your phone is just too outdated? Maybe you should consider an upgrade? Isn't that Xiao Yu? She's live on Douyin now. She used to be my favorite goddess, but I've been too busy with life lately to catch her game commentary. The number of viewers in the live room continued to swell, while Shuangmu Qinchai's gifts kept pouring in. Xiao Yu was utterly bewildered and sent a private message to Shuangmu Qinchai, urging him to stop. However, he ignored her and continued to send carnivals. Had Xiao Yu struck gold with a wealthy benefactor? Perhaps, but it could also be due to her signing with an agency that was generating buzz for her. While there are companies willing to invest hundreds of thousands for publicity, this seemed to have exceeded millions. Indeed, Xiao Yu's status doesn't warrant such a hefty investment from those companies. Then she must have encountered a big shot. Xiao Yu, make sure to seize this opportunity. Chapter 43. Is the palace being demolished? Xiao Yu gazed at the screen filled with carnivals and surrendered her struggles. After sending a simple thank you in the private chat, she returned to the live broadcast interface. Thanks to Shuangmu Qinchai's flurry of gifts, Xiao Yu's live room skyrocketed to the top of the Douyin gift leaderboard. After sending 6,666 carnivals, Shuangmu Qinchai's level also surged to level 60. The viewer count reached 100,000, transforming this previously overlooked live room into a sensation. AS discussions erupted in the live room about whether a wealthy patron had arrived or if a guild was lending support. Shuangmu Qinchai abruptly ceased sending gifts and exited the live room. This action left Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. Shuangmu Qinchai had only spoken 3 sentences before launching into a gift spree. Over the course of the evening, he gifted 200 million Do coins worth of gifts to Xiao Yu, which even under the platform's stringent algorithms, would net her a cool 10 million. Yet, he said nothing and simply departed. Shuangmu Qinchai's offer of help was genuine, as Xiao Yu's fanbase surged by nearly 1 million overnight. With this newfound foundation, she could expect a large audience whenever she went live, even venturing into live commerce. Eagerly, Xiao Yu sent a private message to Shuangmu Qinchai, sharing her personal WeChat ID to express her gratitude for his assistance to AT that moment. In Yundong Mountain Villa No. 1, Lin Qinxiu was searching for his phone charger. The Shuangmu Qinchai from Xiao Yu's live room was indeed him. He had initially intended to send 100 million Do coins, but ended up sending only 20 million before his phone died. It was his first time giving gifts, and he was unaware that holding down could allow continuous gifting. By the time he realized this, his phone was nearly out of battery. Now that his phone was charged, he had no intention of re-entering. He would return another day to gift again, having ample Do coins left. Lin Qinxiu glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. Young man had likely gone to bed, so he decided against waking her. Tomorrow was Monday, and he had classes to attend. This weekend had been quite fulfilling, however. In the middle of the night, an unexpected event occurred in Lin Qinxiu's room, in a half-awake state. It seemed he had done something, but he was unaware of who the other party was. As morning dawned, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Lin Qinxiu, who had forgotten to draw the curtains the previous night. Remembering the events from the previous night, he hurriedly glanced to the side. There lay Li Qing. Her head turned towards him, her closed eyes twitching uncontrollably. It was clear she was awake, but pretending to be asleep. A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Qinxiu's lips as he began to tease her. Ah, Li Qing exclaimed, her brows furrowing slightly. Observing her state, Lin Qinxiu understood the situation. The 6 maids were acceptable, as they had been hired without prior experience. What surprised him was that someone like Li Qing, who had navigated the social landscape for years, was of a similar type. Li Qing was a clever woman. She understood the significance of certain aspects of womanhood, not just for herself, but for men as well. These attributes could fulfill a man's vanity, making him feel as though he possessed a trophy. Thus, until she encountered a man worthy of her investment, she had maintained her virtue. Now, having met Lin Qinxiu, she had resolved to entrust herself to him. Lin Qinxiu leaned down to kiss Li Qing's forehead softly, whispering, "Rest well today. Set everything else aside and focus on your health." Li Qing nodded in silent joy, recognizing that this time, her gamble had paid off. After tidying up, Lin Qinxiu drove to school. Upon passing through the school gate, he handed 2 cigarettes to the security guard, requesting assistance with a pass. The excited guard patted his chest, assuring him that from then on, he would have unrestricted access to the campus. On campus, students heading towards the teaching building noticed Lin Qinxiu's car and began to gossip. "Isn't that the guy who took away the campus flower? A Lamborghini Veneno. The only person who could drive such a beast is that guy from the dorm. I wonder why he's suddenly so ostentatious. Could he be a demolition victim? Who knows, someone might have struck it rich overnight, either by winning the lottery or due to a family demolition. Is the palace being demolished? That car is worth over 100 million. What kind of demolition could compensate that much? Damn it, why can't such a handsome and charming guy have a stroke of luck like that? Who has to pee? Wake him up. I have yellow urine." "I'm coming." As Lin Qinxiu stepped out of the car, Yimengxi jogged over, looking rejuvenated after a day's rest. Lin Qinxiu affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "Feeling better?" Yimengxi blushed, replying, "Much better." 3 girls approached from behind Yimengxi, eyeing him with hostility. "So this is the senior you've been raving about?" Lin Qinxiu was perplexed. Why were these 3 girls so hostile? He didn't recall provoking them, nor did he even know them. "Senior, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates, who are also my good sisters, Yao Jingjing, Wan Qingqing, and Wang Ying." Yimengxi tugged at Yao Jingjing, who had been speaking. Lin Qinxiu's expression shifted to one of realization. It was no wonder they were so hostile, likely fearing that Yimengxi might encounter a scoundrel. "Good morning, ladies. I am Lin Qinxiu, Mengming's boyfriend. It is indeed a blessing for Mengming to have such caring sisters like you." Lin Qinxiu smiled as he spoke, his words carrying a double meaning. On the surface, he praised their concern for Yimengxi, yet underneath, he hinted at their meddlesome nature. However, the girls in Mengming's dormitory were not lacking in beauty either. Although they did not possess Yimengxi's striking score of 90, they were certainly above an 85. "I warn you, you must treat our Mengming well, or you'll face the consequences," Wang Ying declared, shaking her tiny fist. Lin Qinxiu chuckled. "Of course, if I don't treat Mengming well, who else would I treat well?" He then mentioned he had to attend class and suggested they have lunch together later. After planting a kiss on Yimengxi's forehead, he made his way to the classroom. Upon entering, Lin Qinxiu immediately sensed the gazes of his peers, filled with envy and jealousy. Today, the classroom was unusually crowded. He even wondered if he had entered the wrong one. "Over here, beast," Li Wuqi called from the back row. "What's going on? Why are there so many people in today's law class?" Lin Qinxiu inquired as he plopped down next to his trio of dorm mates. "Today's class is combined with the medical students," Li Wuqi replied excitedly. Observing the bruises on Li Wuqi's face, Lin Qinxiu couldn't help but tease, "Do you need the medical students to treat that bruise? What's so exciting about it? And why are the medical students attending a law class? Are they afraid of medical disputes?" Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed his bruised cheek. "You wouldn't understand. Don't you know that Su Weiwei is in the medical class? Today, we get to attend class with the campus beauty, Su Weiwei. Oh, you have any idea how many people outside envy us?" Lin Qinxiu scoffed. "Look at your desperate demeanor. She's just a campus beauty. No matter how pretty, she can't compare to Mengming." At that moment, Fan Jianxiang chimed in. "Su Weiwei is different from Yimengxi. Yimengxi is lively and playful, while Su Weiwei embodies elegance and purity." Li Wuqi gave Fan Jianxiang a knowing glance. "I've got yin yin. To me, a campus beauty is just another woman." Xiaolu, engrossed in his book, remarked without lifting his eyes. He was a romantic at heart, having grown up alongside Guanyin. Xiaolu's current state mirrored Lin Qinxiu's past, with eyes only for his beloved, ignoring all other girls. Li Wuqi disdainfully shot him a middle finger, reminding him that the last person to utter such words had already broken up, Lin Qinshu himself. Suddenly, all eyes in the classroom turned to the doorway as a stunning figure in white gracefully entered. Her straight long hair cascaded down, cradling a book in her arms, and her bright, blinking eyes captivated everyone's hearts. She exuded an ethereal aura, and her gentle movements suggested she was a kind-hearted person. It felt as if every boy in the class had momentarily lost their souls to her presence. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name: Su Weiwei. The beauty score: 94. Age: 20. Height: 171 centimeters. Measurements: 36D. Effect: 50. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered another beauty with a score exceeding 90, triggering a rescue mission. Option 1. Use every means to cure Su Weiwei's brain ailment. Reward: 1 spirit point. Mastery in medicine. Option 2. Use every means to cure Su Weiwei's brain ailment while making her fall in love with you. Reward: 1 spirit point. Mastery in medicine and a formidable physique. Lin Qinshu was not surprised by the system's task upon the appearance of a beauty. What baffled him was the similarity in rewards for both options. Both required him to cure Su Weiwei. But he was not a doctor. How could he heal her without first mastering medicine? He felt exasperated. Yet Su Weiwei was the second most beautiful girl he had encountered, boasting a score of 94. Despite the slight difference in scores, it represented a significant leap in beauty standards. Moreover, why was the system so insistent on him treating this woman? The only distinction between the two options was the requirement to make Su Weiwei fall in love with him during the task. With the reward of a formidable physique sounding quite tempting. Given that he had been particularly active lately, even with an improved constitution, he felt his vitality was still somewhat lacking. However, he never expected this delicate Su Weiwei to possess such a robust foundation. For the sake of that physique, he felt compelled to give it his all. At the very least, he needed to complete the first task to gain mastery in medicine, which would allow him to assist his family and those around him. Even without obtaining the formidable physique, he could still use his medical skills to enhance his own health. Weiwei, come sit with me. A handsome young man beckoned enthusiastically from the classroom. Li Wuqi leaned closer to his companions, whispering that Shenli, a top-tier rich heir from the Magic City. He has been pursuing Su Weiwei for quite some time. However, Su Weiwei hardly pays him any mind, especially since his sister, Shenyu, is another campus beauty. Lin Qinshu glanced at Shenli and found him quite attractive, suggesting that their family genes were indeed remarkable, especially being part of the Shen family, one of the 4 prominent families in the Magic City. How do you know so much? Lin Qinshu asked, mildly astonished by Li Wuqi's gossip. You're such a gossip. The entire class watched with bated breath, eager to see if Su Weiwei would succumb to the charms of the top heir. The classroom was packed, with only Shun Li's reserved seat beside him and the spots next to the elite dormitory group still available. Shun Li's seat was clearly saved for Su Weiwei, and anyone who dared to approach was quickly sent away. The elite dormitory group radiated an aura that made others reluctant to draw near, since Lin Qinshu was the last of the 4 to arrive. He took the outermost seat, which conveniently left the adjacent seat available. Everyone was aware of the campus forum's news. One was the scion of the Magic City's Shun family, and the other, Lin Qinshu, who had suddenly risen to fame with his luxurious car and wealth. It was evident that Lin Qinshu must have always been wealthy but had recently chosen to flaunt it. The unspoken rivalry between these 2 top heirs had everyone speculating whom Su Weiwei would choose, as it would signify the victor of this initial clash. Su Weiwei surveyed the remaining seats in the classroom and approached Lin Qinshu. The entire school knew about Shun Li's pursuit of her, and she certainly did not want to sit next to him, fearing it might imply an association. Lin Qinshu, however, was a stranger to her. She had heard about his relationship with Yimengshi recently. A taken man would likely maintain decorum in such a public setting, causing less gossip. Thus, Lin Qinshu's seat appeared to be a more favorable option. Excuse me, may I sit here? Su Weiwei softly inquired as she reached Lin Qinshu's side. He furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing that this woman was not as innocent as she seemed. An unsettling feeling of being manipulated crept in. Shunli had openly invited Su Weiwei to sit beside him in front of the entire class, yet she chose to ignore him and walked directly to Lin Qinshu, clearly provoking a rivalry between the 2. Although Lin Qinshu was indifferent to Shenli, the notion of being used left a bitter taste in his mouth. The beauty before him began to irk him. Even the allure of the formidable physique reward lost its appeal. Go ahead. The classroom isn't mine. If it were, I wouldn't have let you sit down, Lin Qinshu replied coolly. The moment he spoke, the classroom fell silent. Was the campus beauty rejected? Had she been rebuffed? Did wealthy individuals truly lack the ability to cherish fragile beauty? Su Weiwei, momentarily stunned, offered a slight smile, seemingly unfazed by his earlier words, and chose to settle beside Lin Qinshu. Bang! Shunli slammed his hand on the desk. How ungrateful. It's your honor that Weiwei wants to sit next to you. Apologize to her immediately, or I'll show you why flowers bloom so beautifully. Lin Qinshu let out a cold laugh, glancing at Shunli with disdain. Another pathetic sycophant? The classroom buzzed with anticipation, eager for the spectacle of the two rich heirs clashing. Shunli, incensed, stood up, ready to confront Lin Qinshu. He detested being labeled a sycophant more than anything. What do you all think you're doing? A striking female teacher, clad in a white business dress and sporting a high ponytail, entered the classroom, her voice booming. She had heard the commotion even before stepping inside and was met with the sight of Shunli rising from his desk, ready to brawl. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Su Xia, beauty score, 93, age, 26, height, 169 centimeters, measurements, 34D, effect, 0. Su Xia approached the podium, grasped the microphone, and declared, "Everyone, sit down. Those who do not wish to attend class may leave." Shunli, who had intended to retort, suddenly found himself at a loss for words and, in frustration, took his seat. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up upon seeing the teacher, another stunning beauty with a score of 90. However, this time, the system did not issue any tasks, which was unusual, as typically, the appearance of a beauty scoring above 90 would be accompanied by a mission. The classroom was large enough that one person's voice could not reach every corner. Hence, such spacious classrooms were equipped with a microphone. As Su Xia noticed the students had quieted down, she began, "I am your future law teacher, Su Xia. From now on, both of your classes will attend my lectures together. If anyone is unwilling, you are free to abstain. However, when it comes time for supplementary classes next year due to failing grades, I may not be the one teaching you." Her final remark carried a hint of authority, prompting the students to respond in unison, "We understand." Lin Qinshu observed Su Xia on the stage, marveling at the presence of a 26-year-old beauty with such commanding authority. Her assertive demeanor seemed almost innate. Although this group of students was not much younger than Su Xia, they were rendered timid by her mere words, none daring to voice any objections. What puzzled Lin Qinshu the most were his two roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianqiang. Typically, upon encountering a beauty scoring above 80, they would be like wolves, eyes gleaming and drooling. Yet before Su Xia, they were utterly speechless, even suppressing the gleam in their eyes for fear of attracting her attention. "Have you two taken some strange medication? Is this new teacher a relative of yours?" Lin Qinshu questioned, bewildered. Li Wuqi quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This only deepened Lin Qinshu's confusion. What exactly were these two afraid of? Fan Jianqiang explained, "Don't be fooled by her stunning looks. Her background is even more intimidating. She is the daughter of Su Banning, the secretary of the Municipal Committee of Magic City. Did you not notice that even Shunli, one of the 4 young masters of Magic City, dared not utter a word?" Li Wuqi added, "And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Her father is merely a minor figure. She has an elder brother, a legendary warrior of the southern military region, and her grandfather is one of the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in middle school, a boy once blocked her path in an attempt to win her affection. Although nothing happened that day, a fighter jet took off from the southern military region that very night, and thereafter, neither the boy nor his family was ever seen again. Wow, this is either an official background or a mafia one. With a father like the secretary of the municipal committee, a brother like a military god, and a grandfather from the Red First Generation, no wonder Su Xia possesses such an imposing aura. One word from her can render even Shunli immobile. How do you know all this? Lin Qinshu asked, surprised. Isn't this beyond mere gossip? Forums. A few days ago, it was reported that a beautiful new teacher named Su Xia had arrived at our school. As soon as Fan and I heard the word beauty, we rushed to check the forum for pictures and discussions, and someone in the know spilled the beans, Li Wuqi replied. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xiaolu, seemingly inquiring if he was also aware. Xiaolu shrugged. I don't check forums. When I have free time, I'm video chatting with Yin Yan. Sitting beside Lin Qinxiu, Su Weiwei overheard their conversation, her eyes seemingly fixed on the podium, yet her heart raced with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that the new teacher had such a powerful background. Su Weiwei couldn't help but think that if she could establish a good rapport with the teacher, perhaps Shun Li and the other boys would cease their harassment. Currently, she had no inclination for romance. Her rare illness had begun to flare up again. Su Weiwei had enrolled in the medical program with the sole purpose of finding a cure for her rare condition, one that was virtually non-existent worldwide. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Option 1. Skip class and flirt with Su Xia in front of everyone. Reward: Mastery of Chess. Option 2. Skip class and flirt with Su Xia in front of everyone. Must include physical contact. Reward: Mastery of Chess, Proficiency in Marksmanship. Here it comes, a task. But wait, does this task mean certain death? Skipping class isn't a big deal. At worst, he would fail, but to flirt with Su Xia? After all, she has a military god for a brother. Wouldn't he end up not knowing how he met his demise? Especially with the second option, which required physical contact during the flirting. System, can I opt out of this task? Ding. Not completing the task will incur no punishment, but if the host cannot accomplish such a simple task, the chances of triggering future tasks will diminish. The host should consider carefully. Lin Qinxiu's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. After all, if the system stopped issuing tasks, he would be left in despair. This time, he resolved to choose the first option. Just a bit of flirting would suffice. If things escalated, he might end up losing his life, and he had only recently acquired the system. He hadn't yet enjoyed its benefits. Just then, their hushed whispers caught Su Xia's attention. That student in the white shirt at the back row. Stand up, Su Xia commanded sharply. Coincidentally, only Lin Qinxiu and Su Weiwei were in white, while the others wore predominantly black or navy blue. Since they were all dressed similarly, Su Xia had no choice but to identify Lin Qinxiu by his attire. Lin Qinxiu slowly rose, his gaze fixed on Su Xia. He had just been contemplating how to complete his task when he was unexpectedly called out. Which class are you from, and what is your name? Su Xia inquired, having just joined and not knowing any of the students. Lin Qinxiu, Sociology Class 1, he replied casually. Seeing his attitude, Su Xia frowned. Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it. Lin Qinxiu smiled slightly. I apologize, but your voice is so melodious that it captivated my thoughts, and I didn't catch what you said. The classroom fell into a stunned silence, eyes wide with shock. Some darting fearful glances at Lin Qinxiu. Shunli shot him a look of schadenfreude. Most students in the classroom frequented the campus forum, and even those who didn't had heard about Su Xia's background moments prior. Knowing her powerful identity, how could he dare to flirt? Was he courting death? Su Xia, infuriated, recalled that for many years, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner since the incident with the boy who had gone missing. Fine, if you can't hear, come up here and I happen to need a teaching assistant for today's lesson, and you will do nicely. That Su Xia thought of a way to deal with Lin Qinxiu. Having learned some self-defense techniques from her brother, she could use this opportunity to teach him a lesson for his insolence. Her self-defense skills were certified by her brother, and even ordinary soldiers found it challenging to contend with her. As Lin Qinxiu approached the podium, they stood side by side, creating a striking height difference. Su Xia turned to the other students and announced, Today, I will educate you on the laws applicable when a girl faces harassment. You, consider yourself a rogue, now dare to take liberties with me. Lin Qinxiu was momentarily taken aback, and the entire class was equally bewildered. What kind of audacious declaration was this, allowing someone to directly assault her? However, he quickly realized there was an ulterior motive behind this. But how could he resist the opportunity for physical contact, especially when he was struggling with how to complete his task? Lin Qinxiu reached out towards Su Xia's waist, and she swiftly grasped his hand, turning her back to him as she attempted to execute a shoulder throw. However, Lin Qinxiu remained unmoved, and in the next instant, he swiftly used his other hand to give a light smack to the area behind her that faced him. Ah! Su Xia gasped, releasing Lin Qinxiu's arm, her face filled with indignation. With a mischievous grin, Lin Qinxiu teased, Was that a shoulder throw you were attempting just now? I don't have any outstanding features, but my lower body is quite sturdy. Su Xia's face flushed with anger. She had never been touched by a stranger before, yet Lin Qinxiu had struck her in such a sensitive area. that situation could be classified as a minor act of sexual harassment, warranting at least 15 days of administrative detention. Though she hadn't succeeded in her attempt to throw him, she still needed to continue her lesson. Now, place your hands on my shoulders, Su Xia gritted her teeth, instructing him. Lin Qinshou complied, placing his hands on her shoulders. Su Xia raised her arms, intending to push his hands away and then strike his face with her head. However, instead of pushing his hands away, Lin Qinshou pulled her into his embrace. "Let me go," Su Xia shouted, her face flushed with rage as she found herself in his arms. "Teacher, didn't you say I should act like a rogue? Do you think real rogues would listen to you?" Lin Qinshou replied with a cheeky smile. "Release me at once." Su Xia's fury reached its peak, planning to teach Lin Qinshou a lesson, only to find herself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Lin Qinshou let go, deciding not to tease Su Xia further. He had already exceeded the task's requirements, and now it was time to skip class. "You don't need to attend today's class. Leave," Su Xia pointed toward the classroom door. "Teacher, everything I did was to cooperate with you. You're being unreasonable now." Lin Qinshou feigned innocence. "Humph, your intentions are clear to everyone. Do not presume that a mere acquaintance with martial arts grants you the liberty to act as you please. Depart at once and stand outside. Meet me in my office after class." Lin Qinshou deliberately took advantage of her, yet it was she who had beckoned him earlier. Now, upon seeing him, she was filled with fury. Lin Qinshou shrugged and exited the classroom. However, he did not heed Su Xia's words. Instead, he left the teaching building directly. On his way, he sent a message to Yi Mengxi. "Ming, have you finished class? What would you like to eat for lunch?" With no response from Yi Mengxi, he decided to return to his dormitory, as lingering at the classroom door was not an option, differing from his usual truancy. Upon his return to the dormitory, the notification sound of a completed system task echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, fulfilling the request and aiding Wen Ruxue in overcoming her difficulties. Reward, 800 million in cash, and a dossier of the One Family's secrets." Ding! The One Family's secrets have been transmitted to the host's WeChat collection in document format. "Dear customer, your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 800,000,000 yuan. Your current balance is 1,362,369,053 yuan. Huh? Why is this the reward? I thought it pertained to the task regarding Su Xia. This was the task from last night involving a payment of 500 million to Wen Ruxue. It seems the crisis has been resolved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of teasing Su Xia. Rewards, mastery of chess and marksmanship. Host, Lin Qinshou, strength 8, constitution 9, spirit 7, charm 7. Attributes of ordinary humans max out at 10. The host values are within the normal range for an ordinary person. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skills, mastery of martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance, 1,362,369,053. The reward for the Su Xia task arrived promptly, and Lin Qinshou felt an influx of knowledge regarding chess and marksmanship in his mind. These skills, however, held little utility for him. He had no passion for chess and had no intention of joining the military. Nevertheless, possessing more skills is always preferable to lacking them. Lin Qinshou retrieved his phone, opened his collection, and intended to explore what secrets the One Family possessed during this interval. Chapter 47. Secrets of the One Family. Lin Qinshou opened the 1 GB file, which began with an outline of various secrets. Accompanying images revealed the numerous scandalous events that transpired within this prominent family. The head of the One Family had a wife from the Yang family in Kyoto. Known for her reckless and unrefined demeanor, she was often exploited without awareness, proud, arrogant, and foolish. She was not favored by the elder Wen patriarch, yet her position as the primary wife was unassailable. The eldest son of the Wen family, Wen Wenfeng, was not even the biological son of the family head but rather of Wen Jiaxiu, a fact unbeknownst to him. Over 20 years ago, after a night of heavy drinking, the head of the One Family stumbled past the servants' quarters and, upon seeing a maid fresh from the bath, lost all reason and assaulted her. That night, the maid became pregnant and eventually gave birth to Wen Ruxue. In reality, Wen Ruxue was not the daughter of the One Family, as the patriarch was afflicted with a condition that rendered him infertile. His wife, Yang Xinghua, concealed this truth from him due to Wen Wenfeng's circumstances, ensuring he remained oblivious to his condition. 2 years ago. At a certain club, the head of the One family, while under the influence of illicit substances, engaged in a fatal encounter with a young lady, a secret that remained hidden as he buried her body beneath a large tree at the entrance of the One family ancestral hall. The deceased, an orphan with a peculiar temperament and few friends, went unnoticed after her disappearance, allowing the matter to be kept under wraps. Lin Qingxiu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, having only read the beginning. The narrative was already riveting. The fact that Wen Rushua's father was not truly her father, and that he remained unaware that both his son and daughter were not his own, was indeed a dramatic twist. Wealthy families certainly engage in convoluted entanglements. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Continuing to read, Lin Qingxiu discovered details about the One family's head, including his gambling habits and being ensnared in a trap set by his younger brother, Wen Jiaxu, resulting in debts amounting to 80 million in high-interest loans. Fearing expulsion from the competition for family head, he believed that securing the position would enable him to repay these debts. However, this knowledge became leverage for Wen Jiaxu, who would likely reveal it during the competition for leadership. As the section detailing the One family's secrets concluded, it left behind several photographs related to these scandals, which were quite unsightly and difficult to behold. Yet Lin Qingxiu found himself engrossed. Several images depicted Wen Jiaxu in the company of individuals he had ensnared in gambling schemes. The simplest photograph featured a large tree, presumably the very one under which the body had been buried. Observing this, Lin Qingxiu marveled at the system's capabilities. The photographs appear to be captured in a manner reminiscent of a snapshot taken at a specific moment in time. As he examined the secrets of the second son of the One family, he found Wen Jiaxu's story far more captivating than that of the ineffectual family head. Wen Jiaxu was a deeply calculating individual. His wife, the head of the secretary's office in the Magic City, was a powerful figure who had yet to bear children. On the night of their elder brother's wedding, she took advantage of his drunken state to engage in some rather scandalous behavior. Unlike his foolish elder brother and timid younger sibling, Wen Jiaxu was ruthless in his ambition, willing to resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. His wife, Yu Qing, provided him with significant support, allowing him to endure her refusal to engage with him physically. Even as rumors circulated about his supposed impotence, he refrained from defending himself, knowing full well he had an heir. In fact, he had secretly allied with the Wang family in the Magic City, vowing to seize the position of family head. Yu Qing, who harbored a disdain for men, had denied him any intimacy since their marriage, leading to a union rife with ulterior motives, having established ground rules from the outset. The subsequent photographs depicted Wen Jiaxu meeting with various individuals, as well as images of Yu Qing socializing with women in hotels. Lin Qingxiu observed these images of Yu Qing and her companions with a mix of intrigue and disbelief. It seemed that dramas had not exaggerated the existence of couples who led separate lives. Although Yu Qing was approaching her 40s, she still possessed an alluring charm. Indeed, women who do not bear children seem to age more gracefully. Based on the information provided, it was possible that Yu Qing had never engaged intimately with a man. Wen Jiaxu's schemes were numerous, even causing the recent financial shortfall of Wen Jiaming. Lin Qingxiu chose not to delve further, flipping to the section on Wen Jiaming, who was Wen Rushua's third uncle. The individual who facilitated Wen Rushua's signing of the contract to sell herself must have been the most decent among them. Wen Jiaming, married to Zhao Yaping, had a son named Wen Jianfeng, who was the biological father of Wen Rushua. Upon reading this line, Lin Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. The head of the Wen family could not father children, and he had been pondering who Wen Rushua's father was, only to be presented with this explosive revelation. This was indeed big news. Over 20 years ago, when Jiaming returned home late one night after school, while on his way to his room, he heard a soft weeping emanating from the servants' quarters. Peering inside, a sliver of moonlight illuminated the darkness. In that dim glow, he witnessed a scene that would forever haunt him. A boy on the cusp of adolescence. Devoid of restraint, at that moment, desire clouded his judgment, and he shut the door behind him, lunging toward the figure before him. The girl on the floor weeping was none other than Wen Rushua's mother, who had just suffered an assault at the hands of the family head, only to be violently overpowered once more by a shadowy figure. After a prolonged period, the figure fled the room. The following day, when Jiaming learned the identity of the girl he had assaulted, this incident rendered him too ashamed to return home, forcing him to stay at school until Wen Rushua was born. He did not dare return until her mother had passed away. Later, The Wen family arranged a marriage with the Zhao family, and upon marrying Zhao Yaping, when Jia Ming had a stroke of luck, he discovered the truth regarding his elder brother's infertility. It was then that he realized Wen Ruxue was, in fact, his daughter. From that moment on, he took it upon himself to care for Wen Ruxue in secret. However, due to the nature of his past actions, he never dared to reveal his identity to her. When Jia Ming's secrets were limited to this singular tale, his other behaviors were rather conventional, and his dossier was the briefest, though it still contained photographs. One image captured a moonlit room, suggesting it was taken recently, despite being over 20 years old. Lin Qingshou set down his phone, exhaling deeply. None of the Wen family members displayed redeeming qualities. While they referred only briefly to Wen Ruxue's mother, the events chronicled had irrevocably marred her life, leading to her untimely demise during what should have been the most beautiful years of her existence. Chapter 48. Just how much money does your senior have? The tragedy of Wen Ruxue's mother also cast a long shadow upon Wen Ruxue herself. Had it not been for Wen Jiaming's later discovery of her true parentage, Wen Ruxue might have faced an even grimmer fate, perhaps even one where she would not have survived. Lin Qingshou continued to sift through the documents, seeking any further narratives, but the remainder pertained solely to the third generation, Wen Wenfeng and Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue's primary secret was her current status as Lin Qingshou's lover, which, from his perspective, hardly constituted a secret at all. However, Wen Wenfeng's story was far more intriguing, resembling that of his biological father. Wen Jiaxu, deeply calculating and cunning. What nearly made Lin Qingshou retch was the revelation that Wen Wenfeng was, in fact, gay. The images depicting such scenarios were enough to turn his stomach. This document purportedly contains the secrets of the Wen family, yet it merely outlines the unsavory affairs that transpire within their household. With this information at hand, one could easily manipulate every member of the Wen clan. Furthermore, the extent of Wen Wenfeng's depravity far exceeds imagination. He nearly brought harm to his own brother, Wen Jianfeng. The saga of the Wen family is drenched in melodrama. What purpose does it serve to remain entangled with such a family? It is imperative that Wen Ruxue extricates herself from that sordid environment. As for the 5 billion, I have no hope of reclaiming it. I shall consider it a purchase for Wen Ruxue's freedom, having ultimately gained 3 billion in return. Beep. The system detects the host's dissatisfaction regarding the 5 billion. Choice 1. Utilize the secrets of the Wen family to assist Wen Ming in seizing the position of head of the Wen family. Reward, 100 billion. Choice 2. Utilize the secrets of the Wen family to elevate Wen Ruxue to the position of head of the Wen family. Reward, 88 billion, plus 1 spirit. I harbor no dissatisfaction. Goodness, this insidious system. I have no desire to wade through the murky waters of the Wen family. Beep. The contest for the head of the Wen family will take place tomorrow morning at the Wen Ancestral Hall. Wishing the host good luck? This system is hastily pushing me into a predicament. I merely brushed against a fleeting thought, and now I am tasked with a mission. It seems I cannot avoid attending tomorrow. The system has nonchalantly assigned this task, but Lin Qingshou is acutely aware of its difficulty. Securing Wen Ruxue's ascendance to the position of head is akin to scaling a mountain. Even with the Wen family's secrets, it is an insurmountable challenge, given the opposition from the 3 Wen brothers and others. How can a mere illegitimate daughter ascend to such a position? I must devise a suitable plan. Lin Qingshou tucked away his phone and pondered, losing track of time until his phone rang. Senior, I've just finished class. Where are you? Yimengshi stepped out of the classroom and immediately called Lin Qingshou. Dream, I'm sorry, but something has come up, and I can't join you for dinner. Perhaps we can wait until the evening? I'll reserve a room at Shuiyun Pavilion. Lin Qingshou, preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow, had little appetite for dining. He intended to speak with Wen Ruxue. Yimengshi replied with a hint of disappointment. All right then, senior, please be careful while you're out. After hanging up, Ruan Qingqing, who stood beside her, exclaimed indignantly, I told you he is a scoundrel. Just when he has one dream over, he ditches her. Yimengshi hurriedly defended. No, that's not it. Senior just happened to have something to attend to. He mentioned he would invite you all to Shuiyun Pavilion for dinner. Shuiyun Pavilion? Is it really the one that only serves 8 tables a day and offers a mini Manchuhan banquet? Wang Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Jingjing and Ruan Qingqing were equally astonished by Wang Ying's revelation. Yimengshi nodded. Of course it's true. Senior has bought out Shuiyun Pavilion, so we can dine there whenever we wish. Recalling the night they dined at Shuiyun Pavilion and watched fireworks from a nearby hotel, Yi Mingxi's cheeks flushed slightly. What? That scoundrel actually bought Shuiyun Pavilion? How much must such a lavish establishment cost? Ruan Qingqing gasped in disbelief. Why Yi Mingxi shot Ruan Qingqing an exasperated look. All right, I misspoke. He.S. your senior. Not a scoundrel, Ruan Qingqing quickly backtracked, unable to withstand Yi Mingxi's glare. Shuiyun Pavilion is quite renowned. Buying it must have cost several tens of millions. Yao Jingjing marveled at Lin Qincher's financial prowess. Realizing that a restaurant they considered legendary had been purchased by her friend's boyfriend, it cost 2 billion. At the time, it was because Senior promised to take me there for dinner. But there were no reservations, so he simply bought out the entire place. Yi Mingxi spoke with pride, oblivious to the astonishment painted across the faces of the three girls. Tio treat Yi Mingxi to a meal at Shuiyun Pavilion. He impulsively spent 2 billion to acquire the entire establishment. Such a man cannot be labeled a scoundrel. Even if I were to be treated poorly, I would gladly accept it. Dream. Just how wealthy is your senior? Yao Jingjing felt parched. To spend 2 billion merely for a meal. This transcended the realm of ordinary wealth, and they shifted from indignation to envy. Yi Mingxi shook her head. I don't know. I haven't asked him. I'm not with him for his money. I liked him even when he had nothing. The three girls fell into silence, initially harboring a negative impression of Lin Qincher. The revelation of his immense wealth left them disoriented. If they were in her position, they too would surely succumb to his charm. Sadly, they were not, and could only envy Yi Mingxi. Seated in his car, Lin Qincher was about to call Wen Ruxue when Li Wuqi's call came through. Beast, where have you run off to? Teacher Su wants you to stand at the classroom door as punishment. When class ended, you were nowhere to be found. Everyone's about to explode. I think you're in trouble. Li Wuqi's tone was tinged with schadenfreude. I had a few matters to attend to. Please inform Lao Fan and the others that I'll be dining out this evening and rescheduling other appointments. Lin Qincher replied nonchalantly. Great, finally, I can mooch off your meal. Nothing is more important than food. Li Wuqi exclaimed, clearly excited. After hanging up, Lin Qincher tried calling Wen Ruxue again, but no one answered. He decided to check if she was at the Piaoxue Bar in broad daylight. The bar was not yet open, and even the cleaning staff confirmed that Wen Ruxue was not present. Lin Qincher felt exasperated. He had sought Wen Ruxue twice and found her absent both times, just as he contemplated whether to visit her home. When Ruxue's call came through, Where are you? I need to talk to you. Shall we have lunch together? Lin Qincher answered directly, I'm currently dealing with something. How about dinner together instead? When Ruxue, lying on her bed with a complex expression, had anticipated Lin Qincher would seek her out to fulfill a promise. The abruptness of his call caught her off guard, leading her to decline. Claiming she was busy, however, she knew that while she could evade him today, she could not indefinitely avoid the inevitable. Given half a day to mentally prepare, she felt ready for the evening. Unbeknownst to Lin Qincher, her thoughts were tangled, and he had no intention of pressing her. Remembering his prior commitment to Yi Mingxi and the others for dinner, he knew it would be rude to cancel. I have plans for the evening. How about this? I'll find you after I'm done. It may be quite late. After some contemplation, he decided to meet her after dinner. Okay, I'll wait for you at Piaoxue. When Ruxue sought a public place to escape the situation. No need. Let us go to your place. Piaoxue is too noisy for serious discussions. Without waiting for her agreement, he ended the call. When Ruxue's face flushed as she recalled what would transpire that evening, biting her lip in hesitation. After a moment, her expression hardened with resolve. A promise is a promise. She would uphold her word, as backtracking was not in her nature. Glancing around her room, she decided to spruce it up a bit. Since she had already resolved to yield herself, she would do so openly rather than hesitantly. Enhancing the ambience would add a sense of ritual to the occasion. With that thought, she took out her phone to order decorations and petals online, even retrieving her 1982 Lafite red wine. After ending the call, Lin Qincher felt a wave of confusion. Had he known when Ruxue would be unavailable, he would have simply gone to dinner with Yi Mingxi. While sitting in the car, he pondered and then called Chen Shanshan. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability toward him was nearing 90. If he successfully wooed her, he wondered if the system might offer some special reward. Additionally, Chen Shanshan had sent numerous messages about transferring the building back to him, which he had yet to reply to. At that moment, Chen Shanshan was in her office, engrossed in financial literature. Now holding a high position, She felt compelled to learn more. She could not afford to be underqualified. After answering Lin Qinshi's call, she quickly set aside her book to tidy her appearance in the mirror. Uncertain of her feelings for Lin Qinshi, she found herself elated upon receiving his messages and often thought of him. She was unsure if this was what it meant to like someone, as the concept of affection had always seemed a luxury to her. She had focused solely on improving her family circumstances, leaving no room for other thoughts. The branch of the Magic Capital Bank where Chen Shanshan worked was situated in the financial center of the city. After Lin Qinshi picked her up, he had no intention of traveling far for dinner. He parked the car, and they strolled to a nearby Western restaurant. Chen Shanshan was the first to speak. "Let me treat you to this meal. You've helped me so much. It's only right that I invite you." She handed him a document. "Also, fill this out, and I'll transfer that building back to you. Of course, I don't mind you treating me, but as for the transfer, let us skip it. If you give me the building, Uncle Wang and the others might feel uneasy taking advantage of me since I'm not familiar with them. Besides, 6 million in assets is inconsequential to me. If it burdens you, feel free to save up and return the 6 million. Lin Qinshi chuckled. For a proud girl, respect was paramount. The question of who paid for the meal was trivial to Lin Qinshi. But for Chen Shanshan, it held great significance. If he were to adopt a domineering attitude and insist on paying, her fondness for him would plummet. Previously, Lin Qinshi had heard a story from a cousin about a man who was overly masculine, convinced that men should always pay. When a girl who had initially liked him offered to treat him to a meal, he declined, which led to a significant change in her feelings. Ultimately, the cousin clandestinely purchased the item on his own, which infuriated the girl. From that moment on, she severed all contact with him. For the cousin, it was merely a few hundred yuan for meals, but for the girl, it represented a testament to equality and mutual respect. While the two were engrossed in the menu, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Shanshan, you are here as well." A man with slicked back hair, dressed in a casual suit, appeared beside their table. It was Senior Wang Kun. Chen Shanshan turned to the newcomer, recognizing him as her senior from school, who had graduated a year prior. During their time at school, he had relentlessly pursued her, yet she had always ignored him. Wang Kun's fervent gaze made Chen Shanshan feel quite uncomfortable. "Shanshan, our chance encounter in this vast sea of humanity is fate. May I join you?" Wang Kun flashed a self-satisfied smile. "No," Lin Qinshi responded coldly. Were it not for his uncertainty regarding the relationship between Chen Shanshan and Wang Kun, he would have been ready to physically remove him. Wang Kun then noticed Lin Qinshi sitting across from Chen Shanshan. "Is he from our school?" He looked somewhat unfamiliar. "Hello, Junior. I'm Wang Kun, several years your senior." "You can call me Senior Wang," Lin Qinshi icily retorted. "Get lost." Wang Kun's expression soured, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Chen Shanshan, not wanting their meal to be disrupted, interjected. "Senior Wang, this is Lin Qinshi, not from our school, but a friend of mine. It may not be appropriate for you to stay." Although Wang Kun had been rejected by Chen Shanshan countless times, her directness still embarrassed him. He awkwardly chuckled. "All right then, Shanshan, let us reschedule." Chen Shanshan's demeanor turned frosty. "Senior Wang, please refer to me as Chen Shanshan, and I shall not be meeting you again in the future. So please mind your words." A flicker of malice crossed Wang Kun's eyes, but he said nothing further and left the place. Wang Kun exited the restaurant with a face as dark as thunder. He had actually followed Chen Shanshan to this establishment, hoping to orchestrate a chance encounter. Upon discovering where she worked, he rushed over, coincidentally witnessing her and Lin Qinshi walking together. He had deliberately ignored Lin Qinshi earlier to gauge if he was an easy target. But Lin Qinshi had given him no face whatsoever. "Brother Bao, could you do me a favor? I'll treat the brothers to drinks tonight." Wang Kun made a call, conveying his request, then turned to glance through the glass at the laughing Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinshi, a sneer creeping onto his lips before he departed. Chapter 50. The Hidden Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks. Lin Qinshi and Chen Shanshan shared a lively meal, during which they learned more about each other. Chen Shanshan was a child from a humble background. Her mother had passed away shortly after giving birth, and her father never remarried, leaving them to rely on one another. Her father, a kind-hearted man, placed great importance on education, instilling in Chen Shanshan the principle of never accepting handouts, which fostered her strong sense of pride. Chen Shanshan was also quite sensible, consistently ranking first in her class throughout her academic journey. Now, she had finally reached a point where she could provide a better life for her father. This exchange significantly altered Chen Shanshan's perception of Lin Qinshi, as she recounted many childhood pastimes, only to discover that he was familiar with them and had participated in them as well. In her mind, wealthy individuals typically did not engage in the activities of less fortunate children, thus expanding their common ground. "Do you have work this afternoon? Would you like to take a stroll?" Lin Qinshu recalled that he had no classes later and was relieved not to have to return to school. Water Cloud Pavilion was nearby, and he was too lazy to run around. Chen Shanshan pondered for a moment, realizing she indeed had no pressing matters, as Wu Xiaogong had not assigned her too much. Given that she was still acclimating to the job's demands, "Sure, I need to look for a place anyway. Graduation is approaching, and now that I have a job, I can't continue living in the dormitory." Lin Qinshu's forehead twitched slightly at her words. He had initially wanted to suggest watching a movie together, but she preferred to search for housing. "All right, but didn't your company provide dormitories?" Lin Qinshu inquired curiously. As it was generally expected for bank employees to have assigned accommodations, Chen Shanshan shook her head, explaining that the area was a financial hub, making housing exorbitantly priced. The company only offered housing allowances without providing dorms. They found a nearby milk tea shop, ordered 2 drinks, and sat down to check rental prices in the vicinity. The cost of single rooms was over 6,000, prompting Chen Shanshan to sigh. "It's too expensive. It seems I'll have to look further away, or else most of my salary will go to the landlord." Chen Shanshan lamented. "These shabby and cramped places are still charging 6 or 7,000. Although my salary, along with various allowances, totals around 20 to 30,000, it's still too steep for me. It's simply not worth it. I'd rather travel further. Let us go. Instead of staring at our phones here, it would be better to see the actual places," Lin Qinshu said, pulling Chen Shanshan along to explore the immediate area, intending to assess the surroundings first before considering the interiors. Given Lin Qinshu's current capabilities, purchasing a home for her would pose no financial strain, but he understood that even if he were willing to buy, she might not wish to live there. They arrived at a residential area where the buildings appeared quite dilapidated, giving the impression that they could collapse at any moment. This neighborhood likely suffered from overcrowding and neglect, raising questions about how such a rundown area could exist adjacent to a financial center in such a prosperous city. As they turned into an alley, 4 or 5 burly men with menacing glares fixated on Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan. Lin Qinshu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that these individuals were deliberately waiting for them. Chen Shanshan also sensed something amiss. Disregarding the difference in gender, she anxiously tugged at Lin Qinshu, urging him to turn back, only to find 3 more individuals approaching from behind, cornering them. Noticing Chen Shanshan's hands growing clammy, Lin Qinshu gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." He turned to confront the men, asking, "What do you want with us?" Surrounded by the 2 groups, who else could they be seeking? A scarred-faced man sneered. "We noticed you looking sharp and accompanied by a beautiful woman, which sparked a bit of jealousy. Just give us some cash to treat ourselves, and leave the lady behind for my enjoyment, and you can walk away." Lin Qinshu's gaze hardened as he prepared to retaliate, only to catch sight of a shadow lurking at the corner behind them. Recognizing who it was and understanding why this group had appeared to intercept them, Lin Qinshu smirked coldly. "Why don't you let the person hiding behind you step forward and take a bow? Otherwise, I fear he might miss his chance." As soon as Lin Qinshu's words fell, the figure dashed out, shouting, "Let go of my schoolmate. If you have something to discuss, come at me." It was none other than Wang Kun, who had encountered them at the restaurant earlier. Pushing through the crowd, he stood before Chen Shanshan, declaring gallantly, "Shanshan, don't worry, I'm here. No one can harm you." After saying that, he turned and assumed a fighting stance, prepared to engage in a battle. The onlookers exchanged bemused glances. Had he emerged before Lin Qinshu had spoken, he might have played his part. Yet now that his ruse had been exposed, it only served to make him appear foolish. The scarred-faced man cleared his throat. "Brother Wang, they've seen through your act. You should stop." Wang Kun was momentarily stunned. Had he been recognized so quickly? Chen Shanshan stepped forward, glaring at Wang Kun with disdain. "Senior Wang, I initially thought you were a decent person. A good man, I even considered you a friend, but to my dismay, you sought to stage a heroic rescue. Remove yourself and your friends from my sight, or I will call the police." Wang Kun, now aware of how he had been unmasked by the scarred man, felt an urge to retch upon realizing it was Lin Qinshu who had exposed him. It was a casual remark, and they could have simply denied it. What a bunch of incompetent allies, all thrown together. After all, Calling him out was practically confirming his role. However, since the charade was already blown, he decided to drop the act. Wang Kun swatted Qin Shanshan's phone from her hand, causing it to crash to the ground and instantly black out. He then abandoned his pretense, sneering, "Call the police? Do you think you can still do that? I pursued you for 4 years, and you never even glanced my way, not even granting me a chance to dine together. Now I've awakened. I no longer desire your heart, just your body will suffice. Brother Bao, beat the man to a pulp and take the woman back to enjoy with the brothers." The man referred to as Brother Bao grinned, his smile more ghastly than a grimace. "Remember what you said, and don't forget about my brothers drinking money tonight. This woman can be the first for you." Qin Shanshan trembled slightly, a mix of anger and fear coursing through her. Lin Qinshu pulled her behind him, whispering, "Stay behind me. If you're scared, just close your eyes." Earlier, he could have prevented Wang Kun from knocking Qin Shanshan's phone away, but it seemed rather worn and perhaps not worth saving. "That yellow-haired brat is so full of himself. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Get him." Wang Kun roared in frustration. Brother Bao's henchman lunged forward. Qin Shanshan, frightened, shut her eyes, hearing a few muffled grunts followed by the anguished cries of pain. Chapter 51. The surging favorability of Qin Shanshan. Qin Shanshan hastily opened her eyes, which had been shut in fear, and the scene before her left her utterly speechless. She beheld Lin Qinshu weaving through the throngs of adversaries. His movements as fluid as silk, executing strikes with remarkable simplicity. In less than a minute, out of the 9 assailants, only Wang Kun remained standing. The others, including Leopard Brother and his minions, lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Qinshu approached Wang Kun and spoke in a tone just loud enough for Leopard Brother to hear, promising to transfer the money later and commending his performance. After giving Wang Kun a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he turned and led Qin Shanshan away from the scene. Once they had distanced themselves, Wang Kun remained frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Qinshu's words. Leopard Brother, his face ashen, struggled to rise from the ground, his right arm having been dislocated by Lin Qinshu. "What a clever boy, setting a trap within a trap. You were using us all along, in cahoots with that kid. Brothers who can still move, attack him." Leopard Brother kicked Wang Kun in the stomach, and the group, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, felt compelled to retaliate since their leader had initiated the violence. Lin Qinshu had deliberately refrained from attacking Wang Kun, leaving that parting remark for Scarface to overhear. This ensured that once he departed, chaos would ensue as they turned on each other. Even if Scarface recognized Lin Qinshu's words as falsehoods, they had just endured a beating and were eager to vent their frustrations, thus taking the bait. The alley echoed with Wang Kun's cries for help. It wasn't until Lin Qinshu and Qin Shanshan reached the outside that they realized they were still holding hands. "My apologies, the situation was urgent. I didn't mean to intrude," Lin Qinshu chuckled as he released her hand. Qin Shanshan, recovering from her shock, realized that the seemingly dire situation had been salvaged by this remarkable man. His valiant stand against 9 adversaries was something she would never forget. Ding! Qin Shanshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 3, now at 88 points. "Lin, I never expected you to possess martial skills. You terrified me just now. I was ready to bite my tongue and end it all," Qin Shanshan exclaimed, her hand pressed against her rapidly rising chest, the rhythmic movement causing Lin Qinshu to swallow hard. "Ahem, I have many skills. Once you spend more time with me, you'll see," he replied, masking his embarrassment with a cough. Ding! A beauty with a score of 90 has encountered difficulties. Option 1. Help Qin Shanshan with her housing issue. Reward, linguistic proficiency, 3.3 billion. Option 2. Ignore it, let Qin Shanshan handle it herself, deduct 30 points from her favorability. Darn it, why does the system have to do this? Even if you offered me more money, I would still choose to help Qin Shanshan. There's no need to threaten me with a deduction in favorability. As they walked, it became clear that the surroundings were unsuitable for habitation due to the disarray. Midway through, Lin Qinshu mentioned needing to use the restroom and returned with a black bag in hand. "Shanshan, I just so happen to have a vacant apartment near your workplace. Why don't you stay there for the time being? I'm still a student and mostly reside in my dormitory, so the apartment is just sitting empty." Lin Qinshu had just conceived a plan that would resolve Qin Shanshan's housing dilemma while also fulfilling his task. Qin Shanshan fell silent, unsure of what to say or how to respond. Deep down, she wanted to accept Lin Qinshu's offer, but she felt she had already troubled him too much recently. Their relationship was still ambiguous. Moving into his place might not be appropriate, even though he insisted he wouldn't be there. What if he needed to stay occasionally? The thought of a man and woman cohabiting was rather concerning. Lin Qinsher sensed her hesitation and reassured her, if the arrangement burdens you, you can simply pay me rent, 800 yuan a month. I have a fondness for the number 8. I want to enter without your permission. So you would be the tenant, and I would be the landlord. A landlord cannot just waltz into a tenant's home, so you needn't worry about me crashing at your place. He smiled warmly, adding, moreover, look at the state of the surrounding area. It's messy and unsafe for a girl like you. Trust me, stay at my place. Qin Shanshan gazed at Lin Qinsher with liquid eyes, fully aware he was trying to preserve her dignity. She didn't wish to disappoint him, especially since she genuinely needed a place to stay. If she continued searching, she might end up far from her workplace, resulting in long commutes that would consume her days. Thank you. Why are you being so kind to me? Qin Shanshan asked, touched by Lin Qinsher's recent gestures. Each one resonated deeply within her. Their interactions made her, a proud yet insecure woman, feel a sense of comfort. Because you deserve it, Lin Qinsher replied, gazing intently into her eyes. Their faces drew closer, the tension palpable, but just as they were about to kiss, a loud honk from an electric bicycle interrupted them, snapping them back to reality. Hey, if you want to kiss, at least move to the side. This is a crosswalk. Do you think you're filming a drama? An elderly woman scolded. Finding themselves at a crossroads, they inadvertently obstructed the path of the passing bicycles. Qin Shanshan's face flushed crimson as she hastily departed the scene, prompting Lin Qinsher to chase after her. Shanshan, it's getting late. I have dinner plans with my roommates tonight, so we'll have to look at apartments another day. Would you like to join me for dinner? As dusk settled around them, Lin Qinsher realized he couldn't show her an apartment at that moment. He needed to think of an excuse. He urgently needed to purchase a property in the next few days, and inviting Qin Shanshan to dinner was simply a casual suggestion. However, he regretted it as soon as he spoke. If she agreed, it would complicate matters, as he had a dinner date with Yimengshi. With a sense of anxiety, Lin Qinsher awaited her response, and Qin Shanshan shook her head. I want to go. I need to return to the company to wrap up a few things before heading back to school to pack. Do you have time this weekend? If possible, can you take me to see the apartment then? I could move in right away. Lin Qinsher breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I'm available anytime you need. He truly feared Qin Shanshan would accept his offer. A man's words are but deceitful. He thought to himself, how could he have time to show her apartments when he had other commitments? The system's inner thoughts. By the way, this is a gift I just bought for you. Your phone was broken earlier, and while I was in the restroom, I happened to pass by a phone shop, so I got you a new one. You can't refuse. If you really want to thank me, let me taste your cooking next time. Earlier, during their conversation, Qin Shanshan had mentioned her culinary skills. Qin Shanshan smiled brightly. All right, when moving day arrives, I'll cook for you. Ding. Qin Shanshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. Now at 89 points. Just 1 point shy of successfully winning her over, Lin Qinsher felt an immense joy within. After escorting Qin Shanshan back to her workplace, he drove towards Shuiyun Pavilion. Chapter 52. Perhaps we should buy a few helicopters at this hour. The evening rush was in full swing. Although Shuiyun Pavilion was not far, it would still take over an hour to reach. Stuck in traffic, Lin Qinsher pondered whether it would be better to buy a helicopter. At least that way, he wouldn't be caught in such congestion. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Sheng Ping waiting for him. Yi Mengshi and the others had been sent for by car. And since Lin Qinsher had acquired Shuiyun Pavilion, Sheng Ping had swiftly arranged for 2 additional Bentleys for transportation. Mr. Lin, the private room is ready, and the guests have all arrived. Shall we serve the Manchu Han Imperial Feast again? Sheng Ping inquired respectfully. Another Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Lin Qinsher felt somewhat fatigued by it, considering he had just indulged in it 2 days prior. Let us skip it this time and opt for different dishes. By the way, could you look into purchasing a helicopter? Shuiyun Pavilion should consider acquiring one for guest transport. It would significantly enhance our business. Lin Qinsher had been contemplating this during the traffic jam. The declining business at Shuiyun Pavilion was primarily due to its location being prone to congestion, yet its favorable position also attracted patrons. This location was like a double-edged sword, capable of generating profits while also incurring losses. Resolving the transportation issue would effectively tackle the root cause of the poor business. Sheng Ping's lips twitched at Lin Qinsher's casual suggestion. Even a modest helicopter would cost over 10 million. And the real expense lay in maintenance and the construction of a helipad. Moreover, they would need to collaborate with other buildings to establish landing pads on rooftops. When all the costs were calculated, even with a surge in customers, the venture would likely incur losses, considering the minimal profit from each meal. After careful consideration, Xiangping decided to relay these concerns to Lin Qinshe, hoping he would grasp the reality of the situation. Lin Qinshe, however, lacked business acumen and couldn't fully grasp the potential losses. Yet, armed with the system and his wealth, he felt unfazed by the prospect of losses. What he sought was to preserve Shuiyun Pavilion. If this continued, even his esteemed chef Xiangping would be driven away, and who would prepare his small-scale Manchu Han imperial feasts then? Lin Qinshe clapped Xiangping on the shoulder and reassured him. You needn't worry about the losses. Your responsibility is to manage this project, purchase the helicopter, rent the helipad, and I will cover the maintenance costs. This will not be counted as an investment in Shuiyun Pavilion. The restaurant only needs to focus on generating income. Let me handle the losses. Lin Qinshe promptly transferred 100 million to Xiangping, intending to purchase 3 helicopters for storage. With ample space at Shuiyun Pavilion, coupled with the rented building's helipad and the daily maintenance of the helicopters, such a sum would suffice for quite some time. He instructed Xiangping to request more funds once the initial amount was exhausted. After the money was transferred, Lin Qinshe walked into Shuiyun Pavilion, leaving Xiangping alone, bewildered by the turn of events. INA dining establishment, casually investing 100 million raises the question. Is this person extravagantly wealthy, or is there a greater plan at play? Xiangping stood at the entrance, pondering for a long while without arriving at a conclusion. Upon entering the private room, Lin Qinshe was warmly greeted by Yimengshi. The 3 friends who had confronted him earlier that morning now appeared somewhat subdued. What a beast! This is my first time riding in a Rolls-Royce. It's simply opulent and extravagant, Li Wuqi exclaimed. He had come along with Fan Jianqiang, while Xia Lu brought his girlfriend, Guan Yin, indicating a budding romance. After everyone was seated, Xiangping began serving the dishes. There was no predetermined menu for the evening. Whatever was served, they would eat. However, the culinary offerings at Shuiyun Pavilion were anything but simple. Xiangping even had the staff bring out 2 cases of 1982 Lafite red wine, since Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang claimed that red wine wouldn't intoxicate them, and 1 or 2 bottles would certainly not suffice. I raised this glass to Mengming's friends. Thank you for your care towards her. Without your friendship, I might never have met Mengming, Lin Qinshe said, lifting his glass in a toast to Ruan Qingqing and the other 2 women. Ruan Qingqing stood up, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she said, "We were a bit presumptuous. We apologize for our previous judgments." They realized that their initial impression of Lin Qinshe as a frivolous playboy had changed after learning how he lavishly spent for Yimengshi. Although assessing someone's sincerity based on their monetary expenditure may be superficial, it was undeniably direct. How do you know I'm not a scoundrel? Lin Qinshe replied with a teasing smile. Well, you're handsome and wealthy. I'd be willing to be deceived, Yao Jingjing said first. Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. I assure you, as long as Mengming wants me, I will remain by her side until she grows weary of me. Lin Qinshe proclaimed, finishing his drink in one gulp. Li Wuqi joined in, raising his glass, despite still wearing a cast. Upon hearing of the dinner gathering, he had forsaken his antibiotics just to indulge in a few drinks. Hello, ladies. I'm Li Wuqi, a good friend of the beast here, and currently single. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from Wang Ying. Everyone turned to her, surprised at her reaction, as they were all well aware of Li Wuqi's peculiar name. I apologize. I'm from Xiangjiang, and in my dialect, this senior's name translates to you shameless, so I couldn't help but laugh. Wang Ying explained with a smile, a Xiangjiang native. Lin Qinshe exclaimed, astonished, as it was rare for someone from Xiangjiang to study in the mainland. Most would either attend local universities or choose to study abroad, given the advantages local universities offer to their residents. Fan Jinxiang playfully pushed Li Wuqi aside and declared, Ladies, I'm Fan Jinxiang. My name is much more normal, right? I'm also single. Another round of laughter erupted from the 3 women. Yao Jingjing chuckled, You extraordinary dormitory fellows needn't keep introducing yourselves. Everyone at Jiaota knows who you are. Both Fan Jinxiang and Li Wuqi exchanged awkward smiles. As the evening unfolded amidst laughter and cheer, time swiftly approached 9 o'clock. With the school closing at 10:30, they knew they couldn't prolong the gathering. Lin Qinshe instructed Xiangping to arrange transportation to take everyone back, and amidst Yimengshi's wistful gaze, he ushered her into the vehicle. Lin Qingshou too wished for Yimengshi to stay. Yet he had more pressing matters at hand. The timeline for the tasks assigned by the system was exceedingly tight, and he needed to meet Wen Ruxue to strategize for the forthcoming day or to uncover any secrets and weaknesses within the One family. After ensuring everyone was sent off, he asked Shang Ping to drive him to Wen Ruxue's residence. Though he had consumed alcohol, he would require transportation for the following day, so he opted to let Shang Ping take the wheel while he would hail a cab for his return. Guided by memory, Lin Qingshou found Wen Ruxue's abode and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came her voice from within. "It's me. Didn't we agree to meet tonight?" Lin Qingshou observed the scattered petals at the entrance and wondered if she was concealing a man inside. The petals seemed to have fallen from a bouquet, possibly indicating a suitor had come bearing gifts. Pressing his ear to the door, he listened intently to the sounds within. Upon opening the door, Wen Ruxue welcomed Lin Qingshou inside. The dimly lit room, adorned with several flickering candles, was strewn with petals. "Have you been unable to pay your electricity bill, or have you taken a liking to a primitive, energy-saving lifestyle?" Lin Qingshou remarked, lacking in subtlety. Wen Ruxue lowered her head, saying, "Why are you here so early? Please wait a moment." She then hurried into another room. Lin Qingshou caught a whiff of a unique fragrance in the air. The dining table was set with 2 covered plates, alongside wine and candles, with petals scattered across the floor. If he didn't grasp the situation now, he would truly be a man devoid of sensitivity. At that moment, Lin Qingshou realized that Wen Ruxue must have misunderstood his intentions, believing he was seeking to fulfill a promise, hence the romantic setup. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Wen Ruxue dressed in a black lace nightgown. Her bare feet touching the floor, her hair cascading like a waterfall. The candlelight cast a warm glow on her slightly flushed face as she approached Lin Qingshou and softly said, "I've prepared some food and drink. Let us indulge a little?" Lin Qingshou was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gesture. Wen Ruxue had spent the day preparing, and even if he hadn't intended for such an occasion, he decided to play along to spare her feelings. After taking a seat, Wen Ruxue poured him a drink. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, filling Lin Qingshou's senses. Unable to resist, he pulled Wen Ruxue into his embrace, causing her to gasp as she nearly spilled the wine. Their eyes locked, and they gradually leaned closer until their forms melded together. Lin Qingshou's restless hand slipped beneath the hem of her nightgown, moving with intent. Wen Ruxue startled, quickly standing up. "Wait, let us eat something first." Lin Qingshou smacked his lips, watching her hastily return to her seat, the warmth of their earlier kiss still lingering on his lips, leaving a glimmer behind. Wen Ruxue's cheeks flushed, the flickering candlelight casting playful shadows on her face. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lin Qingshou said, "Actually, I didn't come to find you for that. I have other matters to discuss." Wen Ruxue looked at him with curiosity. "I want to learn more about your One family." Having gathered insights from the secrets of the One family, Lin Qingshou now sought to understand Wen Ruxue's perspective on her relatives. Her expression shifted to one of confusion. Why would he want to know about the One family when he had such a stunning beauty before him? Was it a lack of charm on her part, or was there indeed something more pressing? Although perplexed, Wen Ruxue cooperatively replied, "Though I am a member of the One family, my knowledge about them is rather limited. Since childhood, I've been treated more like a servant. My father has never truly acknowledged me, and Yang Xinghua has always held disdain for me. My half-brother, Wen Wenfeng, has also never paid me any mind." Yang Xinghua hailed from the Yang family in the capital. Although not among the elite families, they were significantly more powerful than the One family. Hence, regardless of the One family's shortcomings, he remained a favored candidate for the family head position. As for our generation, there are only myself, an older brother, and a younger brother. Our family has always been rather sparse, and my second uncle, Wen Jiaxu, I've had minimal contact with. I saw him a few times as a child, but he seems to seldom be home. My second aunt is even rarer. She only returns during holidays and is hardly seen otherwise. She is the Secretary General of the city's secretariat. Though lacking real power, she is always in proximity to those who do, often wielding more influence than many. Remarkably, they have no offspring, making them the most enigmatic family within the One clan. My third uncle, Wen Jiaming, might be the only normal person in the One family. My third aunt, Zhao Yaping, isn't from a prominent family, nor is she a high-ranking official. She simply hails from an ordinary wealthy family. She bore my third uncle a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. Upon mentioning her third uncle, When Rushue's expression softened, it seemed Wen Jiaming was a beacon of light in her otherwise dark childhood, guiding her and preventing her from succumbing to despair. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingxiu inquired, in your opinion, who will prevail in tomorrow's contest for the family head? Are there any voting members involved in this struggle for succession? When Rushue gazed at him in astonishment. How do you know about the family head selection meeting tomorrow? There were no others present, just the three families persuading one another. Though it seemed rather foolish, the one family had dwindled in numbers, making it unnecessary to involve many participants. The most assured candidate should be Wen Jiashong. After all, he was the eldest son, with Yang Xinghua backing him, and my third uncle, despite having replenished the missing funds, was certainly framed, and the evidence must be in someone else's hands, rendering him powerless in the competition. The struggle for the head of the one family was essentially a contest for control over the one group. The victor would govern, while the vanquished would be exiled from the country, never to return. This method of election employed by the one family was indeed quite foolish. The three brothers attempting to persuade one another could go on for days and nights without yielding. I truly do not wish to witness the faces of you people, she remarked. Ultimately, it would either involve coercion or violence. Moreover, this could hardly be deemed a power struggle, as the one family had so few members left. It was merely a scramble for the family's assets. When Jiasu had prepared an abundance of resources, appearing to be in a position of overwhelming confidence. "Do you wish to become the family head?" Lin Qingxiu inquired, his gaze piercing as he regarded Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. "Why, only goodwill towards the one family lies with my uncle's family. The affairs of the one family are none of my concern. And as a mere woman, an illegitimate child at that, I have no right to aspire to such a position." Given Wen Rushue's aversion to the one family, even if the title of family head were offered to her, she would likely refuse. This posed a dilemma. "How about I assist your uncle then?" Lin Qingxiu pondered, opting to promote Wen Jiaming instead, since Wen Rushue had no desire for the position. After all, there was 100 billion reward at stake, merely a tad less than the second prize. "And you? What do you intend to do?" Wen Rushue felt perplexed by Lin Qingxiu's sudden interest in this matter. "Why are you so invested in this situation? It seems you were unaware of the one family's nature until now." She scrutinized him closely, as though searching for answers in his expression. "It's nothing. You are already mine now. I merely wish to rectify the grievances you endured in the past," Lin Qingxiu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, tears shimmered in Wen Rushue's eyes. Throughout her life, aside from her uncle Wen Jiaming, no one had ever shown her such selfless kindness. From purchasing wine to granting her 500 million, although it was stated that she would henceforth belong to Lin Qingxiu as payment. She was well aware of her own worth, and Lin Qingxiu had never demanded any recompense from her. In truth, tonight's circumstance arose from her misunderstanding. Lin Qingxiu's intention was solely to seek justice for her and intervene in the one family's election for the head. Such selfless assistance, always ready to fulfill her requests, would undoubtedly overwhelm any woman, let alone one like her, who had lacked love since childhood. When Rushue approached Lin Qingxiu from behind, wrapping her arms around him. "Why are you so kind to me? I truly do not deserve it." Lin Qingxiu grasped her small hand that had reached out to him. "Who says you are undeserving? To me, you are always worthy. Do not mention 500 million. If 50 billion could bring you joy, I would gladly pay it." The atmosphere had reached such a point that to remain aloof would be utterly ungracious. Lin Qingxiu rose from his seat, slowly turning to face her. This time, Wen Rushue did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, she leaned closer. Lin Qingxiu lifted Wen Rushue in a princess carry and walked toward the room, grinning mischievously. "Since everything is prepared, let us not waste your thoughts." Wen Rushue's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly murmured and buried her head in Lin Qingxiu's chest. The candlelight flickered, seemingly blessing them. Congratulations to the host for successfully securing the first kill of the highly attractive Wen Rushue. Reward of Charm 1. And a Complete Rejuvenation Pill X1. Complete Rejuvenation Pill. Upon consumption, it replenishes whatever is lacking within the body, restoring to full value. Host: Lin Qingxiu. Strength: 8. Constitution: 9. Mentality: 7. Charm: 8. The maximum attributes for ordinary people is 10. The host possesses normal values among ordinary individuals. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skills: Mastery in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance, 1,262,069,053. In the middle of the night, Lin Chinchio heard the system notification but did not dwell on it. He completed his tasks and fell asleep. The following morning, Lin Chinchio carried Wen Ruxue to the car. Although he had been gentle the previous night, it was still her first time, and she was somewhat awkward. Early that morning, Lin Chinchio went to buy breakfast. Now was the time to head to the One Ancestral Hall to assist Wen Ruxue's uncle in securing the position of family head. Lin Chinchio did not disclose that Wen Jiaming was her biological father. Knowing such a truth would likely cause Wen Ruxue more heartache. The elder she had always respected had, in the past, harmed her mother and was the very father who had brought her into this world. Such a melodramatic situation was better left unsaid. It was best to maintain their current relationship. Lin Chinchio first drove to the Jinmao building, where he had secretly instructed Sunji to print several photographs early that morning, placing them in 3 envelopes, each labeled with the names of the one family's 3 brothers. This was Lin Chinchio's plan for the day, to compel them to retreat upon seeing the photographs. Chinchio, perhaps we should reconsider. I feel quite content as I am now. It might be better for my uncle not to become the family head. His honest and simple nature makes him ill-suited for such a role. If we pursue this, we may not even gain entry to the ancestral hall, Wen Ruxue advised, disinclined to become the family head or allow her uncle to take on that role. A simple life within an ordinary family might indeed be the most suitable path, especially as she wished to shield Lin Chinchio from any troubles. After all, he struggled even with a construction company like Jinlong Real Estate, let alone the more formidable Wen family. Do not worry. I am confident in my ability to have Wen Jiashong and Wen Jiasu step aside. If my plan fails, then Wen Jiashong and Wen Jiasu will inevitably clash. Lin Chinchio reassured her, withholding the entirety of the one family's secrets and only directing Sunji to print the images. Before long, they arrived at the One Ancestral Hall. To possess a small ancestral hall in the city center suggested that the one family had once been quite formidable. Now, they had dwindled to a mere 3 contenders vying for the position of family head. In the ancestral hall, tables and chairs had already been arranged before the spirit tablets. Wen Jiashong, along with his family of 3, Wen Jiasu and his wife, and Wen Jiaming and his family of 3 were all seated there. Now that everyone is present, let us begin, Wen Jiashong declared calmly, eyes closed in meditation. He believed that with his wife Yang Xinghua by his side, the other 2 had little chance of competing. Schwerer has not yet arrived. She is also a member of the one family. When Jiaming remarked he had called Wen Ruxue the previous night, urging her to attend the family head election, but the call had gone unanswered, and it was uncertain whether she had received his message. A servant is nothing. What does it matter if she is a one? Let us begin. I have a spa appointment with my girlfriends, Yang Xinghua huffed impatiently. When Jiashong continued to meditate, saying nothing, Jiaming, everyone's time is precious. Schwerer does not have deep feelings for us, and she may not even come. Let us proceed, Wen Jiasu suggested blandly. When Jiaming gazed toward the entrance, then sighed and fell silent. He had hoped for Wen Ruxue to engage with the family affairs, potentially securing some benefits for her. Though be honest, I truly do not wish to witness the faces of you people. Wen Ruxue announced as she entered, hand in hand with Lin Chinchio. Impudent. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? And who permitted you to bring an outsider into the one ancestral hall? You are not even qualified to be here, and yet you dare to bring someone. When Jiashong bellowed as he opened his eyes and glared at Wen Ruxue. Lin Chinchio stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Ruxue. Old man, do not raise your voice at my fiancée. She came here to honor Wen Jiaming. Otherwise, your family would have already crumbled quietly. Lin Chinchio scoffed. If Wen Jiashong were genuinely Wen Ruxue's father, he might have restrained himself somewhat, given the familial connection. However, he was merely a spineless relative and had no right to berate his woman. This is my fiancé, Lin Chinchio. We are here for no particular reason, just to witness the disgraceful spectacle of your competition for the family head. Wen Ruxue introduced Lin Chinchio before taking a seat beside Wen Jiaming. Wen Jiashong, now furious, exclaimed, Fiancé? When did I allow you to marry? You are a member of the one family, and such decisions are mine to make as your father. Take him and leave this place at once. Lin Chinchio let out a cold laugh. Father? What kind of father are you, when you do not even know whether the child is yours? At this declaration, Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiasu, and Wen Jiaming all changed expressions. The impact of Lin Chinchio's words reverberating through the room. Big brother, Let it go. Schwerer is a one family member. Let her and her fiancé observe. When Jiasu suggested, a flicker of coldness in his gaze as he regarded Lin Qinxiu. When Jia Shang attempted to voice further objections, but Yang Xinghua interjected, let us commence. My friends are urging me. Upon hearing Yang Xinghua's remarks, Wen Jiarong finally sealed his lips, letting out a cold snort. Both Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu exchanged glances with Lin Qinshi, uncertain of the implications behind the man's earlier words, pondering whether he possessed some hidden knowledge. Let us commence. I trust no one wishes to withdraw from this contest for the family headship. Speak of your worth. When Jiarong gestured dismissively, his impatience palpable. When Jiaming presented a financial report, declaring, this document reflects the fiscal performance of the enterprises under the one family group that I have meticulously managed over the years, generating nearly 10 billion in wealth for our clan. I believe I possess a modicum of acumen in matters of profit. This is my value. Implicitly, he challenged the others. Should they deny him the position of family head? They would have to prove their own capabilities in generating wealth. Lin Qinshi's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that when Jiaming, who appeared so guileless and earnest, could articulate such incisive arguments in the pursuit of leadership. It seemed he was no simpleton. Oh? As I recall, your company is currently facing a significant financial shortfall. It appears you have quite a stash of personal funds. Have you not managed to cover it? When Jiaxu perused the financial report, launching a counterattack. When Jiaming's expression shifted dramatically, this was information known only to him, Zhao Yaping and Wen Ruxue. How could Wen Jiaxu possibly be aware of his financial troubles? If Wen Jiaxu had this knowledge, it could only stem from two possibilities. Either someone close to him had betrayed him, or Wen Jiaxu had orchestrated this scheme from the outset, targeting him for today's confrontation. What good is earning such vast sums if they merely line your own pockets? It would be a miracle if you weren't expelled from the family, yet you still aspire to the headship. When Jiarong interjected angrily, pondering whether his third brother's considerable wealth could assist him in repaying his gambling debts. Second brother, what a clever tactic. When Jiaming scoffed, taking a seat in resignation. He realized that the position of family head was slipping from his grasp. When Jiaxu cast aside the financial report, regarding it as mere folly. The one family had more than just Wen Jiaming's ability to generate wealth. As long as there were funds, they could attract even greater talents to serve the family. I oversee public relations within the one family, possessing an extensive network of connections. A family cannot thrive solely on money. My wife, Yuqing, is the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office, engaging regularly with various high-ranking officials. Should I ascend as the family head, I could elevate the one family beyond mere commercial confines. When Jiaxu's words silenced the room, for there was undeniable truth in his assertion, a family cannot thrive on finances alone. With connections, wealth would continuously flow toward the one family, and no one dared to refute him. And when Jiarong too made his candidacy speech, I am the eldest son of the one family, and my wife, Yang Xinghua, hails from the illustrious Yang clan of the capital. Furthermore, my son, Wen Wenfeng, has brought in billions in profit for the family over recent years. When it comes to connections and financial acumen, I possess both. A sardonic smile crept upon Wen Jiaxu's lips. The so-called wealth and connections were not a testament to Wen Jiarong's capabilities. A feckless man was still a feckless man, relying on his wife and child to vie for the position of family head, unaware that both were in fact his own. Recently, I received a call regarding the considerable gambling debts owed by our elder brother. The sum is rather substantial. I wonder if there is any truth to this matter? When Jiaxu inquired. When Jiarong's countenance darkened, he had believed such matters were confidential. How could the debt collectors have reached Wen Jiaxu? There is no such thing. Second brother must have fallen victim to a scam. When Jiarong insisted defensively, when Jiaxu appeared prepared for this eventuality, he withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket, emblazoned with the words "Ayu" in bold. I too suspected a scam, so I had someone investigate, curious as to who would dare to defraud me, Wen Jiaxu. The result was an IOU. Upon seeing the document, Wen Jiarong's face turned a deep shade of crimson. This was indeed his signature, the amount being 80 million. It was not that he lacked the funds, but rather that his losses far exceeded this amount, having depleted his resources. When Jiaxu smiled faintly, addressing his elder brother, you need not contend for the position of family head. I will assist you in resolving this matter and offer you an additional 200 million. I have already arranged a place for you abroad. You may retire there. When Jiarong fell silent, turning to Yang Xinghua, who was preoccupied with her phone, ignoring him. Frustrated. When Jiarong swatted the device from her hand, I am being forced into such a predicament, and you have nothing to say? Yang Xinghua, her face aflame with anger, retorted, what is there to discuss about your ineptitude? If second brother wishes to be family head, let him be. You can go abroad if you wished. I will take Wenfeng back to the capital. I am filing for divorce, vile woman. How dare you? When Jiarong raised his hand, intending to strike her, but when Wenfeng seized his wrist. Chapter 56. A self-inflicted humiliation. When Jiarong was incensed to find that his son, whom he had cherished since childhood, stood against him. Rebellion, rebellion. At that moment, Zhao Yaping stepped forward. Elder brother, please calm down. I have a few photographs you may wish to see. Lin Qinshi cast a glance at the photos, recognizing they bore a striking resemblance to those in his possession. Had the system pilfered them from her? They depicted when Jiaxu engaged in discussions with several individuals. These were likely the conspirators against Wen Jiarong. Upon viewing the photographs, Wen Jiarong's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he spat. Second brother, your schemes are truly adept. You have ensnared me. When Jiaxu, realizing his ruse had been exposed, dropped any pretense, stating, elder brother, in the Game of Thrones, it is the victor who prevails. You have stepped into my trap, signifying my triumph. Hemph, dream on if you think I will concede the position of family head. When Jiarong snorted derisively. When Jiaxu smiled slightly. If you refuse to concede, then repay the amount on this I owe you. What sort of family head is one who owes gambling debts? When Jiarong turned to his third brother, Jiaming, lend me 80 million. Once I become family head, I shall repay you. With a sigh, when Jiaming shook his head, he lacked even 8 million, let alone 80. Had it not been for Wen Rushue providing him with 500 million previously, he might have found himself ensnared by Wen Jiaxu's machinations. While he was astonished by Zhao Yaping's possession of those photographs, it was clear that Wen Jiaxu had successfully commandeered the situation. The position of family head was now destined for Wen Jiaxu. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi regarded Zhao Yaping thoughtfully. The Wen family's secrets contained little about her, and her current demeanor seemed to contradict public perception. Was there an undisclosed truth? Wen Jiaxu rose with a hearty laugh. Both of you possess flaws, and your hearts are not aligned. Fear not. I have made arrangements for you abroad. You shall spend your remaining years there. The room fell silent, and it seemed Wen Jiaxu had anticipated this outcome at that moment. Lin Qinshi interjected, if I may, I have a few words to share. All eyes turned to him, and the brows of Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua furrowed in unison. They still felt uneasy about Lin Qinshi's earlier statement. This is a matter concerning the Wen family. What right do you, an outsider, have to speak? When Jiaxu remarked coolly, Lin Qinshi retrieved a thick envelope from his pocket. Tossing it to Wen Jiaxu, did I suggest you find a secluded corner to peruse this? Do not let others see it. Wen Jiaxu ignored him, extracting the photographs from the envelope. The first image was of him and Yang Xinghua. Causing him to break into a cold sweat, he hastily shoved it back in. Retreating to a corner, he examined the photographs, his heart racing. He could not recall when they had been taken. The content within could spell his doom multiple times over. Minutes passed, and Yu Qing, curious about the nature of those photographs, approached, only to be blocked by Wen Jiaxu's hand. When Jiaxu approached Lin Qinshi, his voice low, what do you desire? Lin Qinshi smiled faintly. I wish for you to relinquish the position of family head to Wen Jiaming, transferring all shares of the One Enterprises to him, and then take your little fortune abroad to retire. I refuse to believe you have not concealed some private savings, and have you not already arranged everything overseas? When Jiaxu stared at Lin Qinshi, and after a long moment, sighed, third brother, I did not anticipate you possess such cunning. It seems that over the years, second brother has underestimated you. When Jiaming sat in bewilderment. Upon hearing Lin Qinshi's demands, he turned to Wen Rushue, who only smiled and shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the situation. Lin Qinshi scoffed, do not flatter him. He does not know me, nor is he privy to these matters. Were it not for my regard for Schwer, I would not have shown up today. Lin Qinshi held no particular fondness for Wen Jiaming, as he too had been one of the aggressors in the past. Do not invoke youthful indiscretion as an excuse. Who among us has not been young? When Jiaxu cast a complex glance at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfeng, letting out a deep sigh, feeling suddenly aged. I agree. As long as this information remains undisclosed, I shall reside abroad indefinitely. At this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. Wen Jiaxu, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Qing exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Yang Xinghua was equally astonished as she gazed at him. Last night, when Jiaxu had sought her out, promising that once he secured the position of the family head, he would divorce Yu Qing and grant Yang Xinghua a legitimate title, while also expelling the one family from the country. Now that when Jiaxu had abandoned his ambitions to become the family head and chosen to leave the country, did that mean his previous promises were rendered void? Even if when Jiaxu relinquished his claim, there was still me. I certainly did not consent to Jiaming taking on that role. The troublemaker when Jiazhang had re-emerged. Lin Qingju pulled a photograph of the large tree from an envelope and tossed it over. You two, transfer all your shares of the one family's enterprises to one Jiaming, and then get lost upon receiving the photograph. A look of disdain on Wen Jiazhang's face quickly morphed into a cold sweat. The tree depicted was the very one in the ancestral hall's courtyard, beneath which lay a concealed corpse, buried by none other than him. How could this secret, which he believed was known to no one, be revealed to the other party? A look of suspicion and uncertainty crossed Wen Jiazhang's face as he crumpled the photograph in his hand, glaring fiercely at Lin Qingju before collapsing weakly into a chair. Lin Qingju produced several share transfer contracts, urging them to sign. What methods did you employ to threaten my father and second uncle? When Wenfeng stepped forward, shouting loudly. Seeing him stand up, Lin Qingju instinctively took 2 steps back, not wishing to be too close to this man. You have them too? Lin Qingju rummaged in his pocket and pulled out an envelope labeled with Wen Wenfeng's name, tossing it over. Though his surprise, when Wenfeng slapped the envelope to the ground, scattering the photographs inside. Don't think these worthless items can intimidate me. They may work on my father and second uncle, but they're useless against me. When Wenfeng didn't even bother to look at the scattered photographs, Lin Qingju regarded him strangely. Are you certain? The photographs of Wen Wenfeng are rather explosive. The entire assembly had been curious about those small envelopes and turned their gazes toward the pictures strewn across the floor. One of the photographs landed at Yang Xinghua's feet. As she picked it up and glanced at it, her face darkened instantly. Chapter 57. Expulsion from School Scoundrel. Upon seeing the photograph, Wen Jiazhang kicked Wen Wenfeng from behind. The kicked Wen Wenfeng, bewildered, only realized the gravity of his mistake when he lowered his head to see the photograph in it. He was together with 2 men, revealing the deepest secrets of his heart, now exposed before his closest family members. Finally, he understood why his father and second uncle could be so easily manipulated by an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu trembled with rage upon seeing the photographs. Their only child was evidently not quite normal. When Wenfeng glared fiercely at Lin Qingju, gritting his teeth, "How do you possess these photographs? Who on earth are you?" In that moment, Lin Qingju appeared devilish to the onlookers. Able to unveil the darkest secrets hidden deep within each individual, he retrieved the remaining envelopes from his pocket, still containing those for Yang Xinghua, Yu Qing, and Wen Jiaming. Lin Qingju kept Wen Jiaming's for himself and tossed the others to Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing, thinking that since they had been given, they might as well be complete, allowing them to understand why Wen Jiazhang and Wen Jiaxu had yielded. As soon as Yang Xinghua saw the photographs, she shoved them back into the envelope, her face pale as she looked at Lin Qingju. Yu Qing mirrored her shock. Now that everyone's curiosity had been sated, they could return to their business. Lin Qingju resumed his seat. Both Wen Jiazhang and Wen Jiaxu signed the share transfer documents. I hope you keep your promise. After a deep look at Lin Qingju, Wen Jiaxu turned and departed, though the cold glint in his eyes sharpened as he turned away. Wen Jiazhang also snorted coldly and hastily left. When Rushue curiously asked, "What method did you use to make this group of people back down? What was in those envelopes?" Lin Qingju took her hand. Just some compromising evidence, nothing to worry about. Now that the matter is resolved, let us depart. Just as they were about to leave, when Jiaming stood up. Wait. He felt as though he were dreaming. Upon arriving that morning, he had known he could never become the head of the one family. His earlier remarks had been nothing more than a desperate struggle, an attempt to try one last time. Ultimately, he had failed, believing his family would soon depart from Huaxia to live abroad. Yet, here stood Lin Qingju, effortlessly driving away Wen Jiazhang and Wen Jiaxu, while he, having done nothing, had become the new head of the one family, with the share transfer contracts already signed. Though I know you helped me for Rushue's sake, I must still thank you. It is a blessing for Rushue to have met you. Rushue, you can move back home now. From this day forth, we shall be a true family, Wen Jiaming exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Rushue, Even though you have always called us third uncle and third aunt, we regard you as our own daughter." Zhao Yapin added with a beaming smile. The photograph she had provided earlier was given to her by a cousin, who happened to be one of those who had schemed against Wen Jiazhong. She had originally intended to use that photograph to incite a fierce conflict between her elder brothers, hoping to benefit from the fallout, but it turned out she had been too naive. Wen Jiazhong was too pitiful. With just a few words and actions, he was rendered speechless, stripped of any courage to argue. Hearing this, Lin Qingzhu let out a cold laugh. Did Wen Jiaming really think he could recognize Wen Ruxue this way? He did not want Wen Ruxue to discover her true lineage. Otherwise, he would have handed over that medical report detailing Wen Jiazhong's hidden ailments just moments ago. Wen Ruxue was currently living a blissful life, and there was no need to stir up any melodrama. Lin Qingzhu pulled out the envelope belonging to Wen Jiaming and tossed it over. "Ruxue will not return to the Wen family. From now on, she has no ties to you. Do as you wish." The words Lin Qingzhu spoke left Wen Ruxue utterly perplexed. She could not fathom why Lin Qingzhu harbored such animosity toward her third uncle. Tugging at his sleeve discreetly, Lin Qingzhu grasped her hand, turning to lead Wen Ruxue away from the Wen family ancestral hall. Wen Jiaming, holding the envelope, watched the departing pair in confusion, unable to comprehend why Lin Qingzhu held such animosity toward him. He had not opposed their relationship, he had said nothing, yet found himself regarded with disdain. Wen Jiaming opened the envelope as Zhao Yapin leaned in closer. Originally planning to reveal the photographs inside, he abruptly hesitated, recalling the reactions of the people when they had seen the contents of the envelope, along with Wen Wenfeng's photographs. He felt that those images were for his eyes alone, not to be shown to Zhao Yapin. "Why not take a look?" Zhao Yapin queried in confusion. "There's nothing worth viewing. You should take Jianfeng home first. I need to handle a few remaining matters at the company." "The one family will soon be our family," Wen Jiaming replied, unable to conceal his excitement. Zhao Yapin, equally delighted, did not press further about the envelope's contents. Though not particularly astute, she understood that everyone had their own secrets, and knowing certain secrets might make it impossible to turn back. Upon returning to the company, Wen Jiaming locked the office door and retrieved the envelope Lin Qingzhu had given him. He pulled out a photograph depicting an event from over 20 years ago, one that had occurred late at night when he returned from school. As he beheld it, Wen Jiaming trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom how this photograph had come into existence. It had been a dark night, with only a faint moonlight filtering in. The clarity of this photograph was something that could not have been captured in that era. Slumping into his chair, his gaze flickered with fear and complexity. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. After a long while, he pressed the intercom to summon all executives and shareholders of the One Group to a meeting in 2 hours. On the other side, as Lin Qingzhu settled into the car, he received a call from Li Wuqi. "You beast, you skipped Suxia's class again today. That woman instructed us to relay to you that if you do not show up by sunset this afternoon, she will request your expulsion from school. Damn it." Although Lin Qingzhu was not particularly concerned about his academic status, he did not wish to disappoint his parents. Furthermore, campus life was so wonderful. He had just begun enjoying a carefree and luxurious existence. He could not afford to disregard the words of that terrifying woman, as expelling Lin Qingzhu could easily be accomplished with just a word. Chapter 58. Disguise Card. "Ruxue, let me take you home. You should rest well. I need to return to school. A new teacher has arrived, and they are threatening to expel me for skipping class." Lin Qingzhu escorted Wen Ruxue to her building. Rolling her eyes, Wen Ruxue replied, "Does it truly matter to you whether you attend school or not? Thank you for today. Without you, my third uncle wouldn't have become the family head. I'll reward you when you have some free time." With that, she leaned in and gave Lin Qingzhu a quick kiss. After she exited the car, he headed straight for the school. On the way, he pondered why he had not received a completion notification for his task. Logically, having completed the first task, he should have received a reward of at least 100 billion. However, this task had been the one Lin Qingzhu found most displeasing, as he held no regard for Wen Jiaming. As a father, even an unknown biological father, he should have expressed concern for his daughter. Yet, upon learning that his daughter had a fiancé, he had shown not a hint of change in expression. He did not even inquire about Lin Qingzhu's background, showing no concern for his daughter's potential misfortune. This was the first reason Lin Qingzhu held a disdain for Wen Jiaming. The second reason was that, despite having seen the image of Wen Wenfeng, which contained a likeness of his younger son Wen Jianfeng, he remained silent, even going so far as to trample the photograph underfoot to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it. as if he feared she might intervene and disrupt his desire to observe the situation quietly. From these 2 points, it is evident that Wen Jiaming is a selfish individual. However, there is no alternative. The task requires either him or Wen Ruxue to assume the role of family head. Wen Ruxue herself is unwilling, and he does not wish to expose her to the muddy waters of family affairs, thus leaving the position to Wen Jiaming. Although Wen Ruxue harbors deep affection and gratitude towards her third uncle, her overall impression of the Wen family suggests she will seldom return to them in the future. As Lin Qinshuo's car approached the school, it headed directly for the faculty office building. The roaring engine of the Lamborghini Veneno echoed throughout the entire structure, coincidentally as Su Xia was preparing to ascend the stairs while on a phone call downstairs. "Su Laosher, I heard you were looking for me," Lin Qinshuo said with a smile as he exited the vehicle. Su Xia, engaged in her conversation, shot him a glare and raised a finger to signal silence. Lin Qinshuo stood quietly beside her, waiting for her to finish her call. "Mom, I've told you I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'm not interested in Zhou Xiao or Guan Xiao. IVE just started working. Can you stop making it seem like your daughter is desperate to marry?" Su Xia said impatiently into the phone. "Stop being willful. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by Grandpa, and he has already booked his flight for tomorrow from Kyoto. You must come home for dinner and meet him," Su Xia's mother, Li Lingyu, insisted from the other end of the line. While Su Xia was on the phone, she inadvertently glanced at Lin Qinshuo and suddenly devised a plan. "Mom, I've already said I have a boyfriend, so please tell Zhou Feng to go back. I'll introduce you to my boyfriend instead," she declared. Li Lingyu immediately retorted, "Are you treating your mother like a fool? You just said you didn't want a date, and now you're claiming you have a boyfriend? Your excuse is pathetic." "It is true, I just didn't want to let you know yet. But since you are already trying to set me up, I might as well not keep it from you," Su Xia said, discreetly glancing at Lin Qinshuo while turning her back. "Perfect, you can bring that boyfriend along tomorrow night. If he turns out to be real, I won't bother you with blind dates anymore. Now, I'm off to play mahjong." Li Lingyu hung up before Su Xia could respond. After the call ended, Su Xia stomped her feet in frustration and turned to face Lin Qinshuo, still lost in the momentary charm Su Xia had exuded during her foot stomping. Lin Qinshuo suddenly felt a shift in her gaze. "Su Laosher, although I may have skipped class, it's not to the extent of expulsion. Don't think you can threaten me into doing anything undesirable." He crossed his arms defiantly. "Pooh, come with me," Su Xia exclaimed, exasperated yet amused by his demeanor. However, recalling the previous day's incident, her smile faded. Originally intending to take Lin Qinshuo to her office to scold him in front of the other teachers, she reconsidered and instead headed towards the faculty apartment. Lin Qinshuo followed, pondering whether she had developed feelings for him. Did the presence of a system mean he too would fall victim to unspoken rules? Upon entering Su Xia's apartment, he was greeted by a subtle, pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of her own scent. The faculty apartment consisted of a bedroom and a living room, each teacher having their own fully equipped unit. Lin Qinshuo found it curious that the daughter of a city committee secretary chose to reside at the school. Logically, her home should be nearby. Why then live in such a modest faculty apartment devoid of any semblance of a normal life? "You skipped my class twice. Each time I'll deduct 5 credits. AT this rate. You 1T graduate," Su Xia stated bluntly as she sat down. Lin Qinshuo found a stool and casually replied, "You called me here just to intimidate me, didn't you, Su Laosher?" Su Xia had initially intended to report his behavior to the academic affairs office, but seeing it was his first offense, she decided to offer him a reprieve. "I was prepared to discuss your issues with the administration, but since you're a first-time offender, I'll give you a chance. I need your help with something tomorrow. And if you perform well, this matter will be forgotten." What Su Xia required was for Lin Qinshuo to pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her home to deal with her family's matchmaking pressures. She had no male friends, as her brother, known as the war god of the military district, deterred any suitors, leaving men to avoid her out of fear of disappearing without a trace. However, she also desired to maintain that distance. Now, having encountered a man who was unafraid of her and dared to take advantage of her in front of the whole class, he was the perfect candidate. "Can I decline? What could a mere student like me possibly do to assist you? You overestimating my abilities, Su Laosher." Lin Qinshuo had gleaned from Su Xia's earlier conversation what kind of help she sought. He had no intention of wading into the murky waters of such a powerful family. And if her military brother found out, he would likely suffer severe consequences. Ding! Detected a request from a beauty with over 90 points in attractiveness. Choice 1. Become Su Xia's fake boyfriend. Accompany her home to resolve matchmaking troubles and earn 1 strength point. Choice 2. Become Su Xia's fake boyfriend. Accompany her home to resolve matchmaking troubles. Gain at least 2 members of the Su family's approval. Earn 1 strength point and receive an invisibility card. Invisibility card allows the user to become transparent for 1 hour through light refraction. Chapter 59. Accompany Yi Mingxi to buy a house. Invisibility card? Goodness, now even sci-fi elements are surfacing. This task is unavoidable. Damn, I just refused, and now I'm being assigned a mission. This dog system must be doing this on purpose. Lin Qinshu cursed inwardly. Had the system presented the task earlier, he would have agreed without hesitation. Now, if Su Xia simply accepted his refusal, how would he go about pretending to be her boyfriend? Wouldn't that mean the mission would fall through? I can agree to help you with one thing within my capabilities. In exchange for overlooking your truancy. Think it over, Su Xia proposed, resorting to enticement as a last resort. She was willing to make some sacrifices to resolve her current dilemma. After a moment of silence, Lin Qinshu saw an opportunity to take advantage of her offer, though he didn't want it to be too easy. How about this? You help me with something, and I'll agree to be your fake boyfriend for a day to help you with your matchmaking issue. His eyes twinkled with intent. He had a task in mind that suited Su Xia's background perfectly. Sure, what do you need me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Lin Qinshu added her on WeChat, then opened a document detailing the One Family's secrets and sent her a few incriminating photos. These are some criminal activities I stumbled upon. The opposing family has considerable power. Reporting them would be futile and could jeopardize my safety. If your status is as formidable as rumored, you should be able to bring them to justice. He forwarded evidence of the One Family's crimes, including Wen Jiashang's murders and Wen Jiasu's numerous offenses. Over the years, he had facilitated many of One Family's darker dealings, making him acutely aware of the evidence that could ensure they faced severe consequences. He had never intended to let them off the hook, for he was no saint. The human heart is unpredictable, and he preferred not to leave potential threats unchecked. Initially, he lacked the means to counteract their influence, as Wen Jiasu's connections were far superior to those of the so-called Li family. Now, however, with Su Xia's strong background, he felt confident in testing the waters. As for why he didn't provide Su Xia with the Li family's information, he had devised an alternative plan. It felt too lenient to allow the Li family to evade justice. Although the Li family was not as powerful as the One family, Li Jianfu's connections spanned both the underworld and legitimate society, unlike Wen Jiasu's ties, which were confined to the latter. Moreover, if Su Xia could manage to deal with the One brothers, it would demonstrate her family's capability to handle the Li family, at which point he could hand over the Li family's criminal records to her. Su Xia opened the first photo, revealing an image of a large tree. What is this? A tree that is considered significant? This is a burial site. The body is beneath that tree, buried by Wen Jiashang. You need to act swiftly. He might soon relocate the corpse. Upon viewing the photo, Wen Jiashang would surely attempt to dispose of the body, leaving him without any concerns to return and cause trouble. Initially, Lin Qinshu had no intention of getting involved, as it was a matter concerning Wen Jiaming, not him. Hearing this, Su Xia suddenly sat upright, her eyes wide in shock. Wen Jiashang? The eldest son of the One family, one of the 4 great families of Magic City? Lin Qinshu nodded, gesturing for her to scroll through her phone. There's more evidence concerning Wen Jiasu. This should be sufficient to bring down the 2 brothers. Su Xia quickly flipped through the photos, discovering contracts and agreements among them. After reviewing them, her expression turned serious, and she swiftly grabbed her bag. I'll find you tomorrow afternoon. For now, I need to handle this matter. She had always been a person who detested evil with a vengeance. And coupled with the influence of her upbringing, she maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards criminality. Su Xia hurriedly stepped out, her bag in tow, leaving Lin Qinshu in her room, utterly bewildered. This woman certainly acts with decisiveness. Lin Qinshu murmured to himself. With this matter settled, he found himself with free time once more, rising to prepare for a trip back to Yunlu Villa, deciding against attending his afternoon classes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Qing. Master, the property you requested has been located. It's a charming community nestled by the mountains and water, Silver Lake Villa, not far from your school. I have sent you the sales contact, and you may view the property at your convenience. It was then that Lin Qinshu recalled his earlier promise to Yi Mengxi regarding purchasing a house and promptly called her. Ming Ming, Do you have classes this afternoon? I've scheduled a meeting with the real estate agent. Let us go look at the house, senior. I have exams for the last 2 periods this afternoon, and they are quite important. Will the first half of the class be sufficient? That should suffice. I'll come pick you up. Wait for me downstairs at the dormitory. Lin Qingju dialed the number Li Qing had sent him while in the car. The saleswoman was a woman, and her alluring voice came through the line. Hello, this is Zhang Chun from Golden Property. How may I assist you? The slight lilt in her tone left Lin Qingju feeling quite flustered. Li Qing sent me your way. Is there property for sale at Silver Lake Villa? I'll be there in approximately 20 minutes to IT. Only took 10 minutes to get from Jiaotong University to Silver Lake Villa, allowing an extra 10 minutes for Yi Mengxi, as it was known that women often took longer to prepare it. Oh, you must be Mr. Lin. Sister Qing has informed me about you. I'm here waiting. Please call me when you arrive, and I will come out to greet you. Zhang Chun's tone suddenly became warm and inviting. All right, I'll call you once I arrive. After hanging up, Yi Mengxi emerged from the dormitory building. Senior, I heard you were called to the office by the new teacher. Is everything all right? She asked with concern as she settled into the CAR. No worries. The teacher just reminded me not to skip classes, or they might withhold my graduation certificate. Lin Qingju smiled, ruffling her hair. You mustn't skip classes again. Otherwise, you might end up in the same grade as me, and I won't be able to call you senior anymore. Yi Mengxi chuckled. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Silver Lake Villa, where a woman dressed in a white professional outfit and striking black stockings, accentuating her long legs, awaited them. Her hair cascaded in golden waves, loosely tied, and her face radiated a mix of charm and allure. Upon stepping out of the car, Zhang Chun approached with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Chun, the one you just spoke with. Lin Qingju assessed the woman before him. The system hadn't indicated a beauty score below 90, suggesting she was at least an 80. However, her mature allure added to her appeal, easily earning her an 85 in his eyes. Let us proceed. Show us the house. Chapter 60, a 40 million house. Casually given away, Zhang Chun led them to Villa number 33 at Silver Lake Villa, where the properties were all standalone. Though not as expansive as Yunlu Villa, it boasted over 500 square meters, complete with front and backyards. This smaller villa was exactly what Lin Qingju was seeking. Now it was up to Yi Mengxi to determine if she liked it. She explored every corner, occasionally gesturing about where certain items should be placed. Senior, won't this be quite expensive? And it's so large. Cleaning it would be a hassle. Suddenly, Yi Mengxi remembered that she should consider Lin Qingju's finances. Even though it was to be their love nest, perhaps they needn't opt for something so extravagant. Zhang Chun quickly interjected, the property management includes cleaning services. It's only a few hundred for each session. With a house this size, hiring someone to clean is a must. Ming, if you like it, then this is the one. You take your time, and I'll discuss the paperwork with Miss Zhang, Lin Qingju stated. Heading to the hall with Zhang Chun. Miss Zhang, how much is this house? After a lengthy viewing without inquiring about the price, Zhang Chun felt a surge of confidence. Mr. Lin, this house has just been renovated and hasn't been lived in yet. And all appliances are included. Therefore, the price is approximately 42 million. 42 million. That seems rather steep, considering it's near the campus and not in the city center. That's nearly 100,000 per square meter. Miss Zhang, I hope to purchase it for 40 million. Please discuss this with the original owner if possible. We can finalize the deal today. After speaking, Lin Qingju began fiddling with his phone, ignoring her flirtatious gestures. Despite her occasionally leaning forward, revealing a deep cleavage before him, it wasn't that he didn't want to look. He was simply irritated by the display. All right, I'll negotiate with the original owner and get back to you shortly. Zhang Chun took her phone and stepped outside. Lin Qingju pondered that if Zhang Chun was capable, he could also entrust her with the purchase of a property at Tangchen Yiping, as he had promised Chen Shanshan he would have a place there to rent to her. Recently, he had triggered many tasks, all piling up, with most still uncompleted. Speaking of tasks, why hadn't the reward from the One Family Ancestral Hall been credited yet? Had it not been counted as completed? He would need to check with Wen Ruxue later to ensure nothing went awry and hindered task completion. Moments later, Zhang Chun re-entered the room, and as Lin Qingju's gaze fell upon her, she suddenly dropped her phone, hastily bending down to retrieve it. In that moment, her ample bosom nearly spilled forth. Lin Qingju knew Zhang Chun was being deliberate and chose not to call her out. Why not enjoy the view? Even if it was frustrating, it was still worth a glance. Zhang Chun had also taken note of Yi Mengxi referring to him as senior, which sparked her interest. She assumed they were merely a typical couple, Perhaps Lin Qinju, a wealthy second-generation heir, was simply indulging in a fleeting romance. If he could play, why couldn't she? Being an object of desire for such a wealthy heir was certainly preferable to wasting time on those beneath her. Mr. Lin, the original owner has agreed, but conditions dictate that everything must be finalized today. He requires the down payment. Zhang Chun sauntered over, her form-fitting skirt accentuating her curves as she sat beside Lin Qinju. Down payment? That's unnecessary. Bring me the contract, I'll pay him in full upon signing that a down payment. Who does he think he is? Zhang Chun's pupils slightly widened. To pay 40 million in one go showcased his capabilities as a wealthy heir. By the way, Miss Zhang, I intend to purchase a property at Tangshan Yiping. Do you have any listings available? Given her efficient demeanor, Lin Qinju decided to sort out Chun Shanshan's housing as well. We have options, Mr. Lin. What are your specific requirements? Zhang Chun eagerly inquired, sensing a lucrative opportunity, for properties at Tangshan Yiping often exceeded 100 million. Securing a sale there would be worth more than her combined earnings over the years. It must be renovated and preferably unoccupied. The appliances aren't an issue. I can purchase those later. The size is not a concern either. After all, the properties there are spacious. The nearest location to Chen Shanshan's workplace is indeed there, and there's value in the price. After completing the tasks, the money would return. This wasn't frivolous spending, but rather an investment. Zhang Chun quickly browsed through her phone, confirming the availability of a suitable listing. Mr. Lin, there's a renovated place, though it lacks furniture. What do you think? Zhang Chun leaned closer to Lin Qinju, pressing her ample bosom against his arm while presenting her phone. Feeling the softness against his arm, Lin Qinju cleared his throat, feigning composure. Are you available? I'd like to take a look. Of course, there's no need for keys. It's all electronic locks, so I won't need to retrieve anything. We can head over as soon as we finish here, Zhang Chun said excitedly, sensing the potential for 2 transactions that day. Lin Qinju nodded. All right, I'll call Ming Ming down. The property will be in her name, and she can sign the contract with you. Once that's done, I'll transfer the funds to the seller. Lin Qinju withdrew his arm and stepped out to find Yimengshi. Although the feeling was pleasant, it wouldn't be ideal for her to witness. After dropping Ming Ming back at school, he could enjoy that comfort to his heart's content. That moment, Yimengshi had also finished viewing the property and approached Lin Qinju, exclaiming, "This house is beautiful. Can I really live here in the future?" Lin Qinju ruffled her hair. Of course, you can live here as long as you wish. Now, let us go sign the contract, and you'll be the owner of this lovely home. As Lin Qinju led Yimengshi to the table, Zhang Chun remained in a state of shock, unable to process the situation. A house worth 40 million was casually given away without even being placed in his name. Many wealthy heirs, despite their fortunes, often purchase properties in their own names, even if they claimed it was meant for someone else. In reality, it was merely shelter for those women. Yet, this wealthy heir was different. He didn't even put his name on the deed, leaving it solely in the girl's name. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Chun gazed at Lin Qinju, her eyes shimmering with admiration. After Yimengshi signed the documents, she realized that the house was registered solely in her name. Chapter 61. The Articulation and Sincerity of Real Estate Sales. Senior, don't you need to sign? Lin Qinju shook his head. This house is for you. I have too many assets under my name. And adding this would complicate things. Besides, what's yours is mine. Our relationship shouldn't be confined by mere names. Beside him, Zhang Chunjun was utterly astonished, wondering why these words sounded so familiar. Many men claim to buy houses for women. Yet in the end, only the man's name appears on the deed. Wasn't this precisely what men said to women back then? Though the words remain unchanged, the context has reversed. Previously, men urged women not to fret over having their names on the property, while Lin Qinju's principle is to refrain from putting his name down, opting solely for the woman's name. The notion that having too many assets could become cumbersome is laughable. Brother, you are paying in full. What could possibly complicate things? Very well, regardless, everything I possess is yours. Wai Yimengshi nodded, partially understanding. She had heard that having too many assets could pose challenges when purchasing property. Yet she was unaware that this only applied to situations involving loans. After signing, Lin Qinju transferred the funds to the seller, and after Yimengshi changed the password for the front door, Lin Qinju drove her back to school. Senior, if you're busy this weekend, may I take Xingxing and the others to the villa? Yimengshi inquired before stepping out of the car. Of course, go ahead. This weekend, I happen to have other commitments, so take your roommates to enjoy yourselves. It's your house. Don't worry about me. You have full discretion over it. Lin Qinshi affectionately ruffled her hair, inexplicably fond of this gesture towards Yimengshi. Thank you, senior. With a peck, Yimengshi expressed her joy. Lin Qinshi left the campus, heading towards Tangchini Pin, intending to resolve Qin Shanshan's housing issue as well. Upon arrival, he found Zhang Chunjun waiting at the entrance. As a sales representative, she had the authority to escort clients inside. Had it merely been Lin Qinshi, even in a car worth over 100 million, he would not have gained entry without being a property owner here. Lin Qinshi rolled down the window and called out to Zhang Chunjun. Hop in, take me to park. Why isn't Missy here? Zhang Chunjun asked, puzzled, upon noticing Lin Qinshi alone in the car. She has classes this afternoon, and this property isn't for her. Which building is it? Lin Qinshi drove into the underground parking garage. Upon hearing his words, a glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Chunjun's eyes. This was quite the opportunity. With a smile, she replied, It's in Building A. I hadn't realized Miss you was still a student. I'm also a student, just a tad older in appearance, so you didn't recognize me, Lin Qinshi chuckled. Not at all. I certainly knew Mr. Lin was a student, but you are quite the accomplished young man. Zhang Chunjun gazed at Lin Qinshi with an almost predatory intensity, as if poised to devour him in the next moment. Young, wealthy, and somewhat handsome. Such a high-quality man was rare to find. Yet here he was. Zhang Chunjun led Lin Qinshi to the 33rd floor, and as he glanced at the elevator buttons, an odd expression crossed his face. The villa he had purchased for Yimengshi was in Building 33, and now he was securing a residence for Qin Shanshan on the same floor. When the elevator doors opened, they revealed a grand entrance. Each level of Tangchini Pin comprised a spacious flat, with 1 unit per floor. Mr. Lin, this is a larger unit, precisely meeting your requirements, Zhang Chunjun stated while entering the access code for the main door. Once opened, a magnificent view of the river unfolded from the vast balcony, accompanied by a fresh scent of recently completed renovations. Lin Qinshi stepped onto the balcony, letting the river breeze wash over him. Over 500 square meters seems a bit excessive. After all, Qin Shanshan will be living here alone. Is such space truly necessary? Lin Qinshi pondered, suddenly noticing the Jimao Tower visible beyond the balcony. Observing Lin Qinshi's contemplative demeanor, Zhang Chunjun assumed he found the property unsatisfactory and quickly began to tout its virtues. The security and amenities here are top-notch, and the Huangpu River is only 50 meters away. Boasting a panoramic 270-degree river view, truly breathtaking. This development ranks among Asia's top 10 luxury residences. Owning a property here often signifies status. Lin Qinshi remained silent in response to her praises. His dissatisfaction stemmed not from the property itself, but from its sheer size. Such a vast residence would feel quite hollow for a single occupant. Yet, apart from this option, it seemed there were no other commendable developments nearby. As he contemplated exploring other options, he inadvertently turned and collided with Zhang Chunjun, who stood directly behind him. She staggered in her high heels, about to fall, prompting Lin Qinshi to instinctively reach out to catch her. His intention was to grasp her arm. But Zhang Chunjun instinctively raised both hands to brace for the fall, causing Lin Qinshi's hands to slip past her. The brief contact sent his heart racing. After all, he was still a young man brimming with vigor. Embarrassed, Lin Qinshi quickly withdrew his hands. I meant to grab your arm. That was an oversight. Zhang Chunjun feigned shyness as she responded. No worries at all. What do you think of this property, Mr. Lin? Lin Qinshi surveyed the space. It was indeed a fine property, yet too expansive for one person. It would feel quite empty. Furthermore, he wasn't purchasing it for himself, but for someone else who might not appreciate such a large dwelling. Upon hearing Lin Qinshi's reasoning, Zhang Chunjun surmised that the issue was not one of price, leaving her hopeful. A glimmer of ambition sparked in her eyes. At this juncture, she recognized the necessity of offering something in return. A realm in which she was quite adept. A half-hour of uninteresting content ensued. Lin Qinshi stood on the balcony, basking in the river view. This property was renowned nationwide. He had never imagined he would one day acquire a unit here. And for someone else, no less. As the breeze caressed him, Lin Qinshi found his thoughts drifting back to the earlier encounter, which had been rather pleasant. However, should such a scenario arise again, especially with Zhang Chunjun, he would undoubtedly decline. Zhang Chunjun approached, reapplying her lipstick, and positioned herself beside Lin Qinshi. Just as she was about to speak, he interjected, let us fetch the contract. I'll be purchasing this place. With Zhang Chuanjuan's earnestness evident, his previous concerns about size dissipated. The smallest units in Tangchenipin were already over 400 square meters. What difference did it make if this one was slightly larger? He could always visit Qinshanshan for some lively company. Zhang Chuanjuan's expression radiated joy. It seemed her proactive approach had yielded substantial rewards. Chapter 62. Assets reaching 9.9 billion. Mr. Lin, the current market price for this property is 120 million. Will this be a mortgage or a cash purchase? Zhang Chunjun presented him with a contract. Cash. As a student, I wouldn't qualify for a mortgage, Lin Qinshu replied, glancing over the contract before signing it. After completing the paperwork, Zhang Chunjun took the contract to initiate the transfer process while Lin Qinshu transferred the funds. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Should you require anything in the future, please feel free to contact me anytime. I'm available 24 hours a day, Zhang Chunjun said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. The commission from these two transactions surpassed all her earnings from previous years combined. Lin Qinshu chuckled softly and shook his head. He had no intention of engaging with such women, many of whom had likely been with countless others. Though her conversational skills were commendable, they were limited to mere words. He would refuse any further advances. After all, the women in his life were all stunning beauties, each with a score exceeding 90. Having left Tangchenipin, Lin Qinshu returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa. After a night of toil and an early morning dealing with the one family's matters, he yearned only for a shower and sleep. He relayed the apartment number and access code for Tangchenipin to Li Qing, transferring her 10 million to purchase household appliances. With several days remaining until the weekend, he hoped to have everything arranged by then, so he could take Qinshanshan for a seamless move-in experience. Lin Qinshu gradually drifted into slumber under the gentle massage of the maid. Awakening to find it was already evening, upon rising, he discovered that Li Shui had prepared dinner. He took a casual bite, packed a portion, and set off in the Pagani Wind Sun. With the one family's task still unfinished, he intended to find Wen Ruxue to ascertain the situation. The reason for taking the Wind Sun today was to lend it to Wen Ruxue, as it had been gathering dust at Yunlu Mountain Villa. As for why he wasn't using it for the other women, it was because Yi Mengxi was still a student, with limited need for transportation. Chen Shanshan had yet to fully become his woman. Thus he deemed it appropriate to give the car to the one who needed it most, Wen Ruxue. Arriving at Wen Ruxue's building, Lin Qinshu had called her earlier on the road, and this time she finally answered. Today, she had opted to stay home instead of going to the bar. Lin Qinshu brought food to her residence, and upon entry, he found the place had been tidied up. The candles and petals from the previous night had been cleared away, leaving the home spotless. When Ruxue wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, gazing up at him, I'm here to reward you. Couldn't he wait even a day? Lin Qinshu chuckled, returning her embrace, had it not been for today's matters. I wouldn't have been able to wait even a moment longer with that. He lifted Wen Ruxue and carried her into the room. An hour later, Wen Ruxue lay against his chest, tracing circles with her fingers. You truly know nothing about cherishing beauty. I haven't fully recovered yet. Lin Qinshu planted a kiss on her forehead. How could I resist your allure, forgetting that you're still recovering? By the way, how are things with your third uncle? Have you fully taken over the one family? The task had been stagnant for a while. He wondered if there had been any unexpected developments. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ruxue replied, I heard they held a shareholders' meeting this afternoon, with lawyers present for notarization. It should be resolved by now. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully elevating Wen Ruxue to the position of head of the one family, accompanied by a reward of 8.8 billion. Host, Lin Qinshu, Strength, 8, Constitution, 9, Spirit, 8, Charm, 8. As an ordinary person, the maximum attributes are 10, and the host values are within the normal range. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, 33 RD floor, Tower A, Tangchenipin. Skills, Mastery in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance, 9,912,069,053. A refreshing sensation instantly surged into Lin Qinshu's mind, invigorating him and dispelling the fatigue from his recent exertions. Why was option 2 chosen to complete the task? When Ruxue was right beside him, could it be that she was unaware? With a chime, when Ruxue received a notification as well, upon glancing at her phone, her expression shifted to one of shock. What happened? Lin Qinshu noticed her sudden change in demeanor. When Ruxue sighed as she set down her phone, My uncle sent me a message. After consolidating the shares, he transferred 48 of the One Group stock to me, retaining only 10 for himself. From this moment forth, I am the true head of the One family and the chairperson of the One Group. Lin Qinso was taken aback. Based on his understanding of Wen Jiaming, he was a selfish individual. Why would he take such an action? Lin Qinso had not misjudged Wen Jiaming. In truth, his motivations were self-serving. Lin Qinso's formidable methods had alarmed him, and it was evident that Wen Jiaming felt Lin Qinso regarded him with disdain. By transferring such a substantial portion of shares to Wen Ruxue and even conceding the position of head of the family to her. While partially to compensate for his daughter, it was more a result of his fear of Lin Qinso. Having power requires the means to maintain it. Since it was your uncle's gift to you, accept it. The Wen family owes you a great deal. Taking more is hardly excessive. Lin Qinso embraced her, and they conversed late into the night before drifting off to sleep. Qin Shanshan also received a notification regarding Lin Qinso's substantial funds entering his bank account. Upon seeing the balance of 9.9 billion, she briefly wondered if Lin Qinso was laundering money. After investigating the source of the funds, she found no irregularities. The appearance of nearly 10 billion in a private banking account sent ripples through the entire banking community in Magic City. 100 billion in a corporate account was not unusual, but in a personal account, it was a rarity possessed by only a handful of individuals in the city. That night, Wu Xiaogong was at his mistress's place, ready to indulge when a phone call startled him. Damn it, if I find out who it is, I'll kill you. Wu Xiaogong cursed as he answered the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile. President, what a surprise to receive your call at this hour. I'm truly honored. Shut your mouth with the flattery. I discovered that the account holder for a significant fund is a young girl you promoted a few days ago. Is that true? Came a gruff voice from the other end. Wu Xiaogong felt a jolt of panic. Could Lin Qinso have stirred up trouble again, transferring money elsewhere? I'm wronged. A young man claimed he had several billion to deposit with us. But on the condition that we promote his girlfriend, I reported it to headquarters, and Chen Shanshan's position was approved by them. If there's an issue now, it can't be blamed on me. Wu Xiaogong was bewildered. Desperate to exonerate himself. What are you so anxious about? I'm not here to hold you accountable. The president's annoyance was palpable. Chen Shanshan's private banking account has just received an infusion of 8 billion, bringing the balance to 9.9 billion. She is a significant client for us. Whatever it takes, ensure we keep her on board. If necessary, seek assistance from headquarters. Wu Xiaogong was astonished. He had expected a reprimand. Yet instead, he learned of Lin Qinso's incredible financial resources, amassing a balance of 9.9 billion. Yes. I will certainly ensure this benefactor remains with us. I believe a significant reason for his loyalty is his girlfriend. Do we have any plans to leverage her? Wu Xiaogong's mind raced with ideas. After a brief silence, the president replied, promoting her too quickly would be unfair to other employees, but they all combined don't match her performance. Arrange training for her first and offer her a position for an MBA abroad. Upon her return, she will assume your position. Wu Xiaogong was taken aback. He had suggested a plan without realizing it would cost him his job. What about me? I still have 6 or 7 years until retirement, he protested. Calm down. Let me finish. The president's patience wore thin as Wu Xiaogong continually interrupted. You'll return to headquarters as the vice president. Goodbye. With that, the call ended abruptly. Vice president? At headquarters? That changes everything. Wu Xiaogong excitedly hung up and rushed back to his mistress. Meanwhile, the two individuals at the center of this drama remained blissfully unaware. Each nestled in their own beds. Lin Qinso slept soundly until midday, stirred by a flurry of urgent phone calls. You don't need to attend your afternoon class. I've already taken care of it. IVE also delivered your clothes to your roommate. Wear that outfit and come find me. After hanging up, Lin Qinso realized who had called. He touched the cold spot beside him, noticing that when Ruxue had already risen, this was the first time he had slept in so late. Ding! The host's prolonged sleepiness is due to heightened spirit, requiring adaptation with the host's body, which has been completed during the host's slumber. So that's it. No wonder he had slept so much yesterday afternoon and continued until noon today. He thought it was due to a lack of vitality. The sun's shining on your backside. Get up, when Ruxue entered wearing an apron. Upon seeing her in that enticing attire, Lin Qinso felt a rush of blood. A vision of her in nothing but an apron was too alluring. He wasted no time brushing his teeth and pulled Wen Ruxue into his embrace for a morning workout. Over an hour later, they emerged from the room, and Lin Qinso couldn't help but marvel at Wen Rushua's striking beauty. Now transformed into a true woman, she exuded an enchanting allure that was ever present. He wondered if his vitality could withstand such temptation. It seemed he must complete the task regarding Su Weiwei to bolster his stamina. Once he acquired that indomitable vitality, he could handle multiple encounters. Wen Rushua had already prepared lunch, but Lin Qinsu's delay caused it to cool. After she reheated the dishes, they sat down to eat. I might need to visit the one group today, my uncle called, asking me to take over some affairs while he assists me there. The one group is now devoid of other personnel, so I can return to work. As when Rushua spoke, she sensed Lin Qinsu's discomfort regarding her uncle and her potential return to the one household. Casting a nervous glance his way, if you want to go, then go. You can take the Pagani Huayra downstairs. It will make your commute much more convenient. Lin Qinso understood her concerns. She was indeed a capable individual. Having inherited Wen Zhiming's business acumen, it was no surprise that her bar had garnered widespread recognition and admiration. Moreover, Wen Rushua was not the type to be confined to the shadows. She was destined to shine in the world. Wen Rushua playfully kissed Lin Qinso, leaving a trail of grease on his lips. After finishing their meal and tidying up, she drove off to the one group while he took a taxi back to Yunlu Mountain Villa. Although Wen Rushua had offered to drive him, he declined. With a bevy of maids at the villa, it would complicate matters if she were to see them. Now was not the right time. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, he lingered briefly before heading straight to school. During the drive, he pondered whether he had skipped too many classes lately and considered making a donation to the school to secure some privileges. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. After all, he had many more classes to skip in the future, and he couldn't allow coursework to hinder his pursuit of happiness. As he entered the school grounds, he parked beneath the principal's office building and walked directly into the principal's office, taking a seat opposite the bewildered principal. "Do you need something, young man?" Lin Qinso pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one. "Principal, I wish to inquire if our school has any projects that require funding. I happen to have some spare funds I'd like to sponsor." The principal's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly rose from his seat. "What should I call this student?" The principal led Lin Qinso to the sofa, preparing to brew a pot of tea for this enthusiastic student. "Junior, Sociology, Lin Qinso." Lin Qinso introduced himself. The principal found the name somewhat familiar. It seemed to have been mentioned frequently in recent days. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the new wealthy student causing a stir on campus recently? Driving an extravagant car worth over 100 million, he had even reached the principal's office. "So it's you, Lin. Your remarkable deeds have certainly made their way to my ears these past few days," the principal remarked with a smile. Chapter 64. Hidden Choice Task. Lin Qinso waved his hand. "Principal, let's get down to business. I genuinely wish to contribute to the school. The institution has nurtured me. It's time for me to give back." The principal nodded appreciatively and turned to retrieve a stack of documents. "These are research projects submitted by various departments and majors within the school. Please peruse them and decide which ones you would like to sponsor." Wow, so many! The stack of documents appeared to contain at least dozens of projects awaiting funding. Lin Qinso flipped through them. Many were initiated by teachers, professors, and even students, all of which had passed feasibility studies. There were even more piled up that had not yet been approved. The principal sighed. "There are too many schools in this city. Our university is but a tiny drop in the ocean. Although there are many wealthy individuals in the city, they often prioritize donations to other institutions. Those projects that have been approved are left waiting in line for funding to commence their research." Ding! Hidden task triggered. Research funding at Jiaoda. Option 1. Fund all approved projects. Reward: 1 Constitution, 30 billion in cash. Option 2. Fund all approved and unapproved projects. Reward: 1 Constitution, Mastery of Athletic Skills, 50 billion in cash. A hidden task. This was Lin Qinso's first encounter with such a task, and the rewards were astonishing. He had yet to figure out how to utilize his 9 billion, and now he was being offered several hundred billion more. However, who would complain about having too much money? "Principal, include those unapproved projects as well. I will sponsor them all," Lin Qinso declared, thumping his chest. Having glanced at the amounts, sponsoring these projects was a trivial matter given his financial capacity. Such hidden tasks were likely welfare missions, low difficulty with high rewards, though they might possess rather obscure triggering conditions. "What?" The principal was taken aback, unsure if he had just misheard. Those unapproved projects should also have some feasibility, and if they were truly unreasonable, they would likely have been discarded already. I will sponsor all these projects. But I have one condition, Lin Qingshi said, his eyes glinting. He initially only intended to secure his right to attend classes, but unexpectedly triggered a hidden task. The principal finally understood, though he still found it hard to believe. He unconsciously asked, "What condition?" The funding required for these projects was substantial, and he doubted that a rich second-generation student could provide such an amount. My condition is that since I am quite busy, I hope the principal can grant me a privilege. Even if I do not attend classes, my credits should not be deducted, allowing me to graduate smoothly. Lin, this condition is not an issue. But do you truly have that much funding? The principal questioned, skeptical, as these research projects often require tens of millions, with the smaller ones still in the hundreds of thousands. I think you should act within your means and choose a few projects. He advised gently, embodying the qualities of an educator. Lin Qingshi chuckled, recognizing the principal's doubts. Why should you persuade me? The total amount required for these projects is certainly manageable. Just my car outside is worth over 100 million. Upon hearing this, the principal's face lit up with joy. Indeed, Lin Qingshi's car was worth over 100 million, and it was this extravagant vehicle that had first brought him attention. Is what you say true? The combined funding for those approved and unapproved research projects would roughly amount to over 100 million. Principal, you only need to agree to my condition. I have decided to donate 500 million for our school's academic research projects. Once we complete this batch, I will sponsor future projects as well. Please provide me with the school's account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Once you receive the money, you will know whether I have been truthful. This was merely a trivial expense of 500 million for Lin Qingshi. His balance wouldn't even notice the difference. The principal was still short-sighted. Excitedly, the principal rummaged through his desk to find the school's account details. Moments later, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses burst into the principal's office. Principal, our school account just received an additional 500 million, marked as funding for our academic research. Upon hearing this from the finance officer, the principal was finally convinced that Lin Qingshi was not boasting. While his heart raced with excitement, he maintained a facade of calm. Yes, I understand. This matter is under my supervision. You may leave now. After dismissing the finance officer, the principal shook Lin Qingshi's hand vigorously. Lin, the school will certainly remember your generous donation. We might even erect a plaque in your honor. Lin Qingshi swiftly withdrew his hand from the principal's grasp. Please remember to keep it anonymous. I do not wish to draw attention. I would rather avoid journalists seeking me out. That would be quite bothersome. Also, please address the condition I mentioned, and I shall not further disturb your work. With that, he hurriedly exited the principal's office. As Lin Qingshi escaped, he muttered under his breath, that principal is quite the old glass. Earlier, the principal had been overly enthusiastic, gripping his hand while the other hand incessantly patted his knuckles, causing goosebumps to rise. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Jiaodao Research Project funding. Rewards. 1 Constitution, Mastery of Athletic Skills, 50 billion in cash. Dear customer, hello. Your card ending in 9527 from Modu has received a transfer of 50,000,000,000. Current balance, 51,362,369. 053. A surge of energy suddenly coursed through Lin Qingshi's body, making him feel more solid than ever. Host, Lin Qingshi, Strength, 8, Constitution, 10, Spirit, 8, Charm, 8. The maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10. The host falls within the normal range. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangshan Epine A Building, 33 RD Floor. Skills. Mastery of martial arts, chess mastery, marksmanship mastery, mastery of athletic skills. Balance, 59,412,069,053. Lin Qingshi gazed at his balance, which had skyrocketed to over 500 billion, feeling as if he were dreaming. Such a sum of money, when spent wisely, could last several lifetimes. His emotions were still reeling from the previous 9.9 billion, and now he found himself with an additional 500 billion, leaving him somewhat numb. Moreover, his personal attributes had reached the pinnacle of ordinary human capability. The rewards from this hidden task were indeed abundant, both in terms of money and benefits. Chapter 65. Xiao Runan. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Qingshi passed by the basketball court when a basketball rolled to his feet. He picked up the ball and tossed it casually, the basketball swishing perfectly through the net. This scene left everyone at the court in stunned silence. Am I dreaming? That distance was at least 2 basketball courts away, and he made it look so effortless. Look at how confident he was, as if he knew it would go in. Could he possibly be a basketball prodigy? We should remember his face and have the coach recruit him for the team. I didn't catch his face, but he was quite handsome. I would recognize him the next time I see him. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinshu, his casual throw had sent ripples through the basketball community at Jiaoda. As soon as he picked up the ball, knowledge related to angles and applied force flooded his mind, all thanks to his mastery of athletic skills. Upon returning to his dorm, he found that his roommates had gone to class. A suit hung on his bed frame, and on his desk lay a box containing shoes, a belt, and a watch. Lin Qinshu opened the tags and noted that this unfamiliar brand had a price of 3,000 for the suit alone. With the shoes and watch included, the total likely approached 10,000. Su Xia is quite extravagant, preparing a wardrobe for me for a mere performance. Though reluctant to wear them, Lin Qinshu put on the attire for the sake of completing the task. He decided against wearing a tie, feeling that with it, he resembled a real estate salesman. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his toned chest, and muttered to himself, "Now this is how a student should look." Dressed in his gear, Lin Qinshu drove to the faculty apartment and called Su Xia. "Teacher Su, I'm downstairs. Should I come up or will you come down?" "Come up. There's someone here who wants to meet you." "Who wants to meet me?" Lin Qinshu ascended the stairs, entering the room to find a girl in a police uniform, striking and poised, standing before him. Ding! A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has been detected. Name, Xiao Runin. Attractiveness, 95. Age, 26. Height, 171. Bust, 36E. Affinity, 0. Another beauty with a score of 95 in looks. Lin Qinshu scrutinized the figure before him, Xiao Runin. Clad in a police uniform and donning a police cap, her face devoid of makeup. Such an appearance left Lin Qinshu utterly captivated. Her bright, large eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, and a chest that seemed nearly bursting from the confines of her uniform, complemented by black police trousers, could not conceal her extraordinarily long legs. She was undoubtedly the most physically striking woman Lin Qinshu had encountered in quite some time. Such a stunning figure, named Runin, made him wonder if her family had hoped for a son. "This is the student who provided me with the information," Lin Qinshu introduced. "This is my friend, Officer Xiao Runin." Su Xia facilitated their introductions. Xiao Runin examined Lin Qinshu from head to toe. "Is this the student who will be pretending to be your boyfriend tonight? He looks rather careless. Are you sure he can handle it?" She tugged at Lin Qinshu's shirt collar. Lin Qinshu, feeling slightly irked, replied, "Officer Xiao, while I acknowledge your authority as a police officer, your physicality is a bit excessive. I could file a complaint for harassment." Xiao Runin shot him a fierce glare and demanded, "Now, tell me, where did these items come from?" She pointed at the stack of photographs and documents on the table, evidently printed by Su Xia. Lin Qinshu frowned. "Teacher Su, this is rather ungracious of you. Not only have you made my evidence public, but you've also exposed my identity and brought an officer to interrogate me. If you can't manage such trivial matters, then you can handle tonight's performance yourself." He turned to leave. "Wait." Su Xia hurried in front of him. "I admit my fault and apologize. However, to take down the one family, we need assistance from someone at the police station, and the only person I trust is Runin. Only she can operate without infiltration from the one family. Runin, you ought to be more considerate. This individual is providing evidence, not a criminal." Su Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Runin. Xiao Runin pouted and huffed. "Men can be so petty. Fine. I apologize that I'm anxious because the situation has taken an unexpected turn. When Jiashang has already been apprehended, that fool went digging in the one family ancestral hall at night and was caught red-handed. He uncovered a set of skeletal remains, and an investigation has commenced. However, Wan Jiasu is far more cunning than his brother. According to our findings, he went missing shortly after returning home, and we haven't been able to locate any traces of him, even with the surrounding surveillance. Lin Qinshu had anticipated this. When Jiashang would inevitably return to unearth the remains, he initially thought he would hire someone else, but the fact that he went himself was truly foolish. As for Wan Jiasu, such a sly character would certainly go into hiding. With so much evidence in his possession, no rational person would believe that the other party would let him go based on mere verbal assurances. It was unexpected that even the police couldn't find him. Lin Qinshu returned to the room and sat down on a chair. "You needn't concern yourself with where the evidence came from. I've provided it to you. If you're going to question its origins, then there's no need for cooperation. Moreover, I've handed everything over to you, yet you still can't apprehend anyone and instead come here to question me. A mere student, the police's capabilities seem rather lacking. Xiao Runan had no retort and merely replied, "We wish to know the origins for your safety. If one Jiasu discovers that the evidence leads back to you, he may take action against you. You could apply for police protection." A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiangshou's eyes. He had considered this possibility, which was why he had exchanged conditions with Su Xia that very day, fearing that prolonged delays might lead to complications. While he himself was not worried, the situation with Wen Ruxue was different. If Wen Jiasu were to act recklessly against her, it could become quite troublesome. My personal safety does not require your concern. However, there is someone who might need your protection. That is not permissible. We do not deploy police resources for individuals unrelated to the case. Xiao Runan shook her head. Wen Ruxue, she and I are exposing Wen Jiasu's crimes together. Surely that warrants some protection? Lin Xiangshou contemplated whether to hire a security company to train his own personnel to avoid relying on others who might not perform adequately. Chapter 66. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? All right, I will go find her now. Xia, I'll be on my way. If your student has anything else to say, relay it to me. Upon hearing that there was another party who could provide clues, Xiao Runan hurriedly exited the room. Lin Xiangshou rolled his eyes at her reluctance to even exchange contact information, leaving it to Su Xia to relay messages. Forget it. A woman like that isn't suited for me. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Teacher Su, let us wrap this up quickly so we can head home and get some rest. Lin Xiangshou stretched, revealing the lines of his physique, causing Su Xia to inadvertently glance over, a faint blush crossing her cheeks at the sight of his impressive form. Come here and help carry these. IVE purchase some items. You can deliver them to my family under your name. Su Xia picked up some nutritional supplements and packaging from the floor. Lin Xiangshou glanced over, noting that most of the items were rather inexpensive. As someone playing the role of a fake boyfriend, he hadn't thought to buy gifts. Once they reached the car, Su Xia examined Lin Xiangshou's Lamborghini. This car is so small. Where will all these items fit? Shouldn't we take a cab instead? Lin Xiangshou looked at the bundles, realizing that his belongings indeed wouldn't fit comfortably, and no need for a cab. I'll have someone come to pick us up. He took out his phone and called Sheng Ping, instructing him to send a driver. Sheng Ping promptly arranged for a driver to head their way. They returned upstairs to pass the time on their phones, waiting for over half an hour until the driver finally arrived. When Su Xia saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom pull up, her eyes widened in astonishment. She didn't recognize Lin Xiangshou's sports car. As in the bustling metropolis, such cars were commonplace, and many domestic electric vehicles had even been designed to resemble sports cars. Thus, she had no idea of the value of Lin Xiangshou's car. Being new to the university, her status made it difficult to make friends, and she wasn't keen on browsing forums, making her unaware of Lin Xiangshou's recent news. However, she was familiar with Rolls-Royce and was astonished that Lin Xiangshou could summon such a luxury vehicle with a single phone call. Lin, you didn't rent this car, did you? Even if you were renting, you wouldn't need to go for something so extravagant. Su Xia remarked, surprised, yet internally resolved to reimburse Lin Xiangshou for the rental. Why worry about that? If there's a car, let us just ride in it. Lin Xiangshou opened the door and got in, while the driver unloaded their items into the trunk and handed Lin Xiangshou a card. Mr. Lin, this is a message from Mr. Sheng for you. This was a package Sheng Ping had sent over after Lin Xiangshou's earlier call. Though he was merely pretending to be a boyfriend, he had a task to fulfill. It was prudent to prepare some gifts. He had also brought along a precious tonic, the only suitable gift he could manage, given Su's official background. He certainly couldn't show up empty-handed. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll transfer the money to you. You're still a student. It's not right for you to bear such expenses. Su Xia checked her phone. The driver in the front seat cast a bemused glance at the rearview mirror. 300. Lin Xiangshou couldn't be bothered to engage further in conversation. He wondered how this woman had become a teacher with such intellect. Su Xia opened her WeChat and transferred 300 to him. Without hesitation, Lin Xiangshou accepted the payment. As he perused information about various security companies on his phone, Lin Xiangshou reflected on Xiao Runan's earlier words. He realized he had been too naive about the world. If an unexpected incident were to occur, he would regret it too late. However, he was not particularly impressed with the security companies he found. Most of them were merely individuals who had served a couple of years in the military and returned to work. Such individuals, lacking experience in real conflict, might handle ordinary security tasks adequately but would likely flee at the first sign of trouble, which didn't align with his expectations. While Lin Xiangshu was en route to fulfill his role as a fake boyfriend, upheaval was stirring within the university. All research projects submitted, as long as they were reasonable, were approved and entered the funding process. Wow! The university has money now. All these projects got approved? If successful, our school could ascend several tiers. Our university has plenty of talent, it's just been lacking funds. Now that we suddenly have money, Jiaodao will quickly gain recognition. Have you heard? A mysterious benefactor donated 500 million. While that sounds like a lot, all these research projects consume vast amounts of money. What's the issue? The benefactor said to ask for funds whenever needed. Who is this mysterious benefactor? I'll ask my friend if he needs a son or even a grandson. It's anonymous, probably to avoid being pestered by you lot looking for a father. According to insider information, it's one of our university students. The only exceptionally wealthy student at our university is Shunli. It can't possibly be Shunli. The Shin family has a solid partnership with Modu University, which has yielded numerous successful projects for them. Aside from Shin Yu and Shunli, our university has no ties with the Shin family. Then why are Shin Yu and Shunli studying here instead of Modu University? It is said that Shan Yu sought to evade a few suitors, who presumed that she would undoubtedly choose to attend the prestigious Modu University. To their surprise, Shin Yu made an unexpected decision. As for Shinli, his situation was even simpler. He wished to escape the constraints of his family, and the allure of Su Xiaohua lured him to Jiaoda. Speaking of the benefactor, our school conceals many hidden talents and affluent individuals who prefer to remain under the radar. Anyone capable of effortlessly donating 500 million certainly does not resemble an ordinary rich heir. Hasn't a certain individual recently emerged? Indeed, the esteemed Lin Qinsher from the exceptional dormitory. Do you think it could be him? In light of Lin Qinsher's donation, the campus forum has once again become abuzz with activity. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was engrossed in her studies when suddenly, a girl burst into her room. Weiwei, have you heard the news? Zhou Yuming exclaimed, seizing Su Weiwei's arm with excitement. Su Weiwei, puzzled, inquired, heard what? Zhou Yuming lifted a cup of water from Su Weiwei's desk and downed it in one gulp, joyfully explaining, our neuroscience research project with Professor Wu has been approved. We're entering the funding phase, and we'll receive the research funds tomorrow. Is that true? Su Weiwei exclaimed, springing up from her chair, her eyes glistening with tears. This news was of monumental importance to her. The neuroscience research project was one she had persuaded a medical professor to collaborate on. She had tirelessly demonstrated her aptitude in medicine, ultimately convincing the professor to join her and apply for research funding from the university. However, although the project had been approved, the research funds had yet to be dispersed, and their initial funding required over 10 million. A considerable challenge, especially since there had been a dearth of donations recently. It's genuine. The forum is filled with announcements of approved projects, and some have already received their funds. Ours may be slightly delayed due to the substantial amount needed, Zhou Yuming said, opening the forum for Su Weiwei to see. Su Weiwei read the discussions before her. A smile graced her face. She was determined to express her gratitude to the benefactor, whose generosity brought hope to her aspirations. Zhou Yuming wore a mysterious smile. I know who the donor is. They requested to remain anonymous, but my aunt works in finance and just disclosed the name to me. She advised me to cultivate a good relationship with that person, as it could potentially lead me into a wealthy family. Su Weiwei chuckled softly. You'd better work hard then. Such a kind-hearted yet low-profile rich heir is a rare find. Given the anonymous nature of the donation and its substantial amount, it was clear that the benefactor was a discreet and cultured individual. Weiwei, do you want to know who it is? I can tell you. But you must promise not to share it. I don't want to increase the number of competitors, though I wouldn't mind if the competitor were you, Zhou Yuming teased, gently patting her cheek. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course I want to know who it is, but not to compete with you. Merely to express my gratitude, as their donation is crucial for me. The individual is a student at our school and from our cohort. I had never heard of him before. He seemingly appeared out of nowhere as a wealthy heir. If it weren't for my aunt working in finance and seeing the name of the transferor, it might have remained a secret known only to the principal, Zhou Yuming elaborated. Currently, apart from the principal and my aunt, only I know the identity of the donor. Rest assured, you will know shortly. Zhou Yuming built suspense, prompting Su Weiwei to roll her eyes in exasperation. The donor's name is Lin Qinshi, she finally revealed. Strangely enough, I feel like I've heard that name before, but I'm certain I don't know him. Su Weiwei mused. Weiwei, do you know this person? Zhou Yuming asked, looking at Su Weiwei. Upon hearing Lin Qinshi's name, Su Weiwei's body slightly trembled. She was astonished that he was the one who had made the donation. Slowly, she nodded. I suppose I know him. You weren't in class the day before yesterday, and there were no seats left, so I sat next to him. He is from the sociology class. If he is indeed the donor, then your dream of entering high society may be dashed. He already has a girlfriend, Yi Mengxi, a junior. Zhou Yuming recalled that name immediately. Oh, so it's him, the Lin Qinshi from the exceptional dormitory. The one who recently paraded around campus in a luxury car worth over 100 million, sweeping Yi Mengxi off her feet. But why has he suddenly become so low-key after such ostentation? Zhou Yuming marveled, covering her mouth in astonishment. Su Weiwei shook her head. Let us not speculate about others' intentions. We simply need to remember their kindness. However, Lin Qinshi seems rather indifferent towards me. Su Weiwei shook her head again, dismissing such thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. With the research funds finally secured, her focus must be entirely on that endeavor, striving to find a resolution for her health issues. As for expressing gratitude, that could wait until she had fully recovered. Su Weiwei took Zhou Yuming's hand, leading her outside the dormitory. Let us go find Professor Wu. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi had arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Modu. Stepping out of the car, he gazed at the self-built house before him, momentarily taken aback. How could someone with Su Xia's formidable background reside in such a modest 3-story home? Moreover, the exterior bore signs of age. Su Xia, noticing his astonishment, explained, I have lived here since birth. Our entire family resides here, including my grandfather. He is a native of Modu and chose to return to his roots after retiring from the war. Opting not to settle in the city, but in this remote area of Modu. My parents have a government-assigned residence in the city, and I stay in a dormitory. Typically, it's just my grandfather and a caretaker. Aunt Wang, who are here that I apologize. It appears I was rather shallow in my assumptions, perhaps influenced by too many dramas. Lin Qinshi chuckled. Previously, he had assumed that someone with Su Xia's impressive family background must have grown up with a silver spoon in their mouth. Yet he was surprised to find her family living so humbly. The driver unloaded their belongings, and Lin Qinshi and Su Xia each took half. A Ferrari was parked at the entrance, and they exchanged glances. Su Xia shrugged, indicating that the car was not hers. It seemed that her suitor, Zhou Xiao from Kyoto, had arrived ahead of time. Find a place nearby to wait for me. I'll call you when it's time to leave. Also, tell Shengping that you're with me today. Lin Qinshi instructed the driver before entering the house with Su Xia. Mom, I'm back, Su Xia called out as she stepped inside. Lin Qinshi followed. Observing 2 middle-aged women emerge from the kitchen, likely Su Xia's mother and the caretaker she had mentioned. Additionally, a middle-aged man wearing glasses sat at the tea table, engrossed in a document, while an elderly gentleman played chess with a young man in a suit. Upon hearing Su Xia's voice, everyone turned their attention towards them. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, hello. I'm Su Xia's boyfriend. My name is Lin Qinshi. He introduced himself. Li Ling Yu's previously cheerful face froze, replaced by an awkward smile as she greeted him. Ah, Lin, come, have a seat. Dinner isn't ready yet. She hadn't anticipated her daughter would genuinely bring home a boyfriend. She had assumed it was merely a casual remark. Auntie, I brought a few small gifts for you. They aren't very valuable, just a token of my appreciation. Lin Qinshi presented the items Su Xia had purchased. You needn't have brought anything, thank you. Xia, this is Zhou Feng from Kyoto. He is here to visit us. Li Lingyu initially intended to say that he had come to see Su Xia, but had to retract when she noticed Lin Qinshi. Su Xia nodded in acknowledgement and approached her grandfather. Grandpa, how has your health been recently? Su Deng chuckled. Quite well. I can still take down a few of the invaders. Chapter 68. Chess, where does Lin work? Su Baining inquired, setting aside the document. This family appeared quite amiable. Not at all as difficult to converse with as Lin Qinshi had imagined. Uncle, I'm currently unemployed, he replied, almost revealing he was a student, but catching himself just in time. If he had mentioned being a student, they would likely have realized he was a false boyfriend, and given that Su Xia was a teacher, a student-teacher relationship would undoubtedly be met with disapproval from her family. Oh? What kind of work does he plan to pursue? Is he considering civil service? Su Baining's family, with the exception of Su Xia, all served the state, so it was natural for them to pose such inquiries, as serving the nation was of paramount importance to them compared to business ventures. Not at the moment. I haven't settled on what I want to do, Lin Qinshi replied honestly. He had contemplated starting a business, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing he was not cut out for entrepreneurship and preferred to enjoy life instead. No job? This young man could join our company. My Zhou Group has a branch in Modu, located in the Jinmao building. Although we're currently renting a floor, we plan to acquire the entire building for our branch. Zhou Feng interjected, eager to reveal his true identity. Lin Qinshi gazed at him with a peculiar expression, as if the matter were pressing right before his eyes. Should he take action? After all, Jinmao Tower was his asset. And driving away the branch of the Zhou Group was merely a matter of his word. General. No sooner had he spoken than Su Deng executed a move that completely trapped Zhou Feng in the chess game. Zhou Feng smiled and remarked, Old Su, your prowess in chess remains unparalleled. I am far from your match. A flicker of disappointment passed through Su Deng's eyes. He had always cherished a good game of chess but had yet to find a worthy opponent. Now, having encountered someone who could play, he found himself swiftly defeated in just a few moves, leaving him utterly unamused. I am growing old, he mused. Yet the younger generation seems disinterested in such pastimes. He turned to Lin Qinshi. Young man, do you know how to play chess? Come, have a game with me. Su Deng sighed, then glanced at Lin Qinshi, who, upon receiving Su Beining's nod, approached the chess table, reluctantly vacating his seat. Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshi with surprise. You can play chess? There are not many young people who still engage in it these days. I know a little. I could keep the old gentleman company for a while. Lin Qinshi replied with a smile. He possessed quite the skill in chess. Not only was he adept at traditional chess, but even luck-based games like Ludo were well within his capabilities. Ha ha ha, splendid. If you manage to win against the old man, I shall gift you a fine chess set, Su Deng exclaimed with laughter. As the two arranged the pieces, they began their match, while Su Xia, uninterested in the game, retreated to the kitchen to lend a hand. Initially, Su Deng assumed Lin Qinshi's skill was on par with Zhou Feng's, but after a few moves, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Qinshi's strategy seemed to guide him toward a singular outcome, as if he dictated the course of the entire game. Each move Su Deng made required considerable contemplation, while Lin Qinshi played with unwavering confidence, seemingly unperturbed by future developments. Moments later, the game reached a stalemate, prompting Su Deng to exclaim, Ha ha ha, young Lin, your chess skills are remarkable. I, the old man, willingly concede defeat. However, I have one request. Please do not hold back, show me your true abilities, and let us see how long I can last against you. Su Deng realized that Lin Qinshi was allowing him to enjoy the game, and he could tell that Lin's skill surpassed what he had demonstrated thus far. He was indeed the most formidable chess player he had ever encountered. Nearby, Zhou Feng's expression darkened. He had expected Lin Qinshi to be ridiculed by Su Deng, only to find that Lin had triumphed over him and earned his admiration instead. This stark contrast left him wondering how he would leave a favorable impression on the Su family. The old gentleman has praised me. It was merely luck that allowed me to defeat you, Lin Qinshi humbly replied. Su Deng waved his hand dismissively. Such words may deceive others, but not this old man. Come now, let us play another round. They reset the board and commenced the next game. In this round, Lin Qinshi did not hold back, swiftly cornering Su Deng in a deadlock within just a few moves. He perceived that Su Deng did not mind being outmatched, but he did resent being outmatched while being coddled, as it felt like mockery. Indeed impressive. Young Lin, you are the most skilled chess player this old man has ever encountered. I stand by my word. This is a chess set crafted from agarwood, a gift bestowed upon me by an old friend. Today, I pass it along to you, Su Deng declared with admiration, recognizing how rare it was to find a young person adept in chess, let alone one with such prowess. Su Deng retrieved a box of chess pieces from beneath the table and presented it to Lin Qinshi, who graciously accepted the gift, feeling that there was no need to be overly reserved with the older generation. Being genuine was perhaps more favorable. Time for dinner, Su Xia called from the kitchen, prompting Lin Qinshi to rise and assist Su Deng, who appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet. Old gentleman, what seems to be the matter? Lin Qinshi inquired, puzzled. Su Deng shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. I am growing old. My recent medical checkup indicated some signs of renal insufficiency. I must take better care of my health. Haha, an old man like me focusing on such matters. At that moment, Zhou Feng interjected, Old Su, Our Zhou Group hospitals have many esteemed medical professionals. Allow me to arrange for a checkup for you. I am old. There is no need to stir up trouble. I prefer to enjoy my twilight years, Su Deng replied, shaking his head in gratitude for Zhou Feng's kind offer. With Lin Qingche's assistance, he made his way to the dining table, which was a simple round table, devoid of any extravagant adornments, not even made of rosewood. Lin Qingche found himself appreciating this atmosphere, free of ostentatious luxuries. Featuring only the simplest of settings and home-cooked meals, Su Baining took a seat beside Su Deng, while Su Xia positioned herself between Lin Qingche and Zhou Feng, a seat arranged by Li Lingyu to avoid any awkwardness for Zhou Feng. Some simple home-cooked dishes. I hope you too, Xiao Lin and Xiao Zhou, do not mind, Li Lingyu cheerfully invited. Not at all. Having grown accustomed to lavish delicacies, indulging in simple home cooking is a delightful experience. Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 69. Why didn't you mention earlier that you were the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion? The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Lin Qingche struggled to suppress a laugh. While Zhou Feng appeared to have come unprepared, flaunting his wealth inappropriately. Ignoring the polite gesture of saying there was little food, Zhou Feng inadvertently confirmed that the offerings were indeed meager. If you can't speak kindly, perhaps it's best to say less. If you find the food unsatisfactory, you are free to dine elsewhere. No one will stop you, Su Xia retorted, not inclined to tolerate his behavior. Zhou Feng soon realized he had misspoken and forced a smile. Li Lingyu attempted to ease the tension. How can one speak so? Xiao Zhou is simply being honest. I was considering dining at Shuiyun Pavilion tonight, but upon inquiry, I discovered it was exceedingly expensive, costing tens of thousands for a meal, and reservations are required. I've heard much about Shuiyun Pavilion and have long wished to try it. Yet the price deterred me. What's the big deal about Shuiyun Pavilion? No problem at all. I will call and reserve a table for tomorrow, Zhou Feng declared, eager to salvage his impression after the earlier awkwardness. Although Su Xia was bringing her boyfriend, their marriage was not yet formalized. As a scion of the Zhou family, Zhou Feng's sole requirement for marriage was a suitable family background, which Su Xia undoubtedly possessed, being both beautiful and well-off. He was determined to win her over by any means necessary. Setting down his chopsticks, Zhou Feng sought out the contact number for Shuiyun Pavilion and made the call. Meanwhile, Lin Qingche was immersed in his meal. The home-cooked fare Li Lingyu prepared was of a quality he had long deemed high, featuring his favorites like pan-seared red snapper and braised pig's trotter with squid. Lin Qingche's manner of eating pleased Li Lingyu, as it reflected her culinary skills, and he seemed to fit well within their family's ambience. Take your time. No one is competing with you, Su Xia remarked, serving Lin Qingche with a smile, feigning intimacy, as she acted affectionately toward him. I apologize. Your cooking is simply too delicious. I lost my decorum while eating. Lin Qingche chuckled. Hello, is this Shuiyun Pavilion? I would like to reserve a table for tomorrow afternoon. Please hold a spot for me. Zhou Feng spoke imperiously on the phone. The person on the other end, Shang Ping, was taken aback, wondering how a reservation call had reached him. I apologize, sir, but we at Shuiyun Pavilion operate on a reservation system, requiring a deposit of 10,000 yuan for a spot. Currently, the next available date is the 1st of next month. Would you like to reserve for that date? Although puzzled by how the caller had acquired his number, Shang Ping was unwilling to forego potential earnings. What? The 1st of next month is the earliest availability? Today is only the 8th. Are you joking? Zhou Feng responded incredulously that I am Zhou Feng of the Zhou Group. Please arrange for me to dine tomorrow afternoon. Speaking in front of others, Zhou Feng felt his dignity diminish as he was met with such a refusal. Shang Ping chuckled coldly. Even if you are Zhou Feng of the Zhou Group, it makes no difference. Shuiyun Pavilion has its rules. To reserve, you must pay the deposit. This line is not for reservations. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Feng's face turned a shade of purple as he realized he had been dismissed and mocked regarding the Zhou Group. He quickly redialed, only to find himself blocked. Xiao Zhou, let it go. We don't have to eat there. Annie was merely making a suggestion. Li Lingyu quickly offered a way out for Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng forced a smile. No worries, Auntie. Perhaps this customer service representative is simply inexperienced. I will speak with their manager. He made another call to obtain the contact number for the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion. After receiving the number, he dialed it directly. Suddenly, Lin Qingche's phone rang. Zhou Feng glanced at him, entirely unaware that the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion was seated right beside him. Lin Qingche answered the call, and before he could utter a word, Zhou Feng interjected. I am Zhou Feng of the Kyoto Zhou Group. I wish to make a reservation for tomorrow afternoon at your Shuiyun Pavilion. However, before he could finish, Zhou Feng heard his own voice echoing from Lin Qinchu's phone, causing him to turn in astonishment and catch sight of Lin Qinchu's bemused expression. Zhou Feng hung up. "You are the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion?" Lin Qinchu put away his phone. "I suppose so." Zhou Feng's face flushed with anger. "If you were the owner, why did you not mention it sooner? Why toy with me?" He felt like a fool. "You never asked. Besides, Auntie Li advised you several times, yet you insisted on showing off," Lin Qinchu retorted. Lin Qinchu smiled as he spoke, then took a card from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Li Lingyu. This was the Supreme Membership card of Shuiyang, which allowed him to dine there at any time without having to queue or take a number. Originally, he had intended to present it to her after their meal, as her cooking was so exquisite that discussing the cuisine of other establishments might seem rather impolite. Lin Qinchu subtly criticized the lack of manners displayed by the young master of the Zhou family. Aside from Su Dang, everyone at the table was taken aback, including Su Xia. They had all heard of Shuiyang, a top-tier restaurant in the magical city, known for its limited 8 seats available daily. Although it was said that reservations had become increasingly sparse, Shuiyang still symbolized the pinnacle of dining. Distracted, Li Lingyu accepted the card, but Su Banning quickly interjected. As the municipal party secretary, he could not accept such financial gifts, as being discovered could lead to complications. "Uncle Su, there's no need to worry. It's merely a card, not tied to any material wealth. Besides, Su Xia's family is my family too. Inviting family to dine at my restaurant is hardly a violation." Lin Qinchu reassured him, understanding Su Banning's concerns. "Little Lin just claimed to be unemployed. Yet he surprised us all with this," he added, glancing at Su Xia, who appeared oblivious to his ownership of Shuiyang. Su Banning cast a meaningful look at Lin Qinchu. "Uncle Su, you've misunderstood. Although I am the owner of Shuiyang, I am not involved in its operations, so my claim of unemployment was not meant to deceive. As for Su Xia, she prefers a relationship without burdens. If we began discussing backgrounds and family lineage, that would taint the purity of our affection." As he spoke, Lin Qinchu gently took Su Xia's hand. Gazing at her with tender affection, a glimmer of approval flashed in Su Banning's eyes, seemingly acknowledging Lin Qinchu's words. "Then I shall not be polite with this card, Auntie," Li Lingyu said, accepting the VIP card from Shuiyang. She had always had a discerning palate and intended to use it for a single meal that should not cause any issues. Realizing the situation, Su Xia quickly withdrew her hand, having almost been deceived by Lin Qinchu's performance. If she hadn't known he was pretending to be her boyfriend, she might have genuinely believed he was in love with her. Chapter 70. The God of War. Su Feng Zhou Feng's expression darkened. He had intended to recover some standing but found himself soundly rebuffed. "Why didn't you wait for me to eat?" A robust voice boomed as a formidable man strode into the room. "Brother!" Su Xia exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomer. This was none other than her brother, Su Feng, the God of War from the southern military district. Hearing that a young man from Kyoto was coming to court his sister, he had rushed back from the military base. After all, she was his most cherished sister, and he could not allow her to marry a frivolous scion. Upon entering, he immediately spotted 2 young men at the dining table, both clad in formal attire, which he detested. The housekeeper promptly set a set of cutlery before Su Feng. With hawk-like eyes, he scrutinized Lin Qinchu and Zhou Feng. While Lin Qinchu remained composed, Zhou Feng's back was drenched with sweat. This was Su Feng, the infamous God of War known for his ferocity, and his presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Zhou Feng forced a smile, having heard much about the God of War's reputation. Seeing him in person was indeed no disappointment. "I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto, here to pay a visit." "Oh? You are the young man from Kyoto who is here to court my sister?" Su Feng's tone was indifferent, causing Zhou Feng to break out in a sweat. "That's not the case. I merely came to visit the Su family. However, if Su Xia has any intentions in that regard, I would not be opposed." "Humph, and you? Where do you hail from, young master?" Su Feng turned to Lin Qinchu. "Brother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Qinchu." Su Xia quickly introduced. Su Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Boyfriend?" Suddenly, a wave of intense pressure bore down on Lin Qinchu. Lin Qinchu nodded and greeted Su Feng. This moment surprised Su Feng. Despite his intimidating aura, Lin Qinchu remained remarkably calm. "What brings you back so suddenly? The military district hasn't he assigned you any tasks?" Su Banning inquired of Su Feng. "There are indeed tasks. This time, my assignment is to take a stroll," Su Feng declared as he devoured his meal and stood up. "If you wish to marry my sister, You must first earn my approval. You two, come with me. Su Feng moved toward the back door and stepped outside. Lin Qinshu, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and followed Su Feng, fully intending to immerse himself in the performance. Su Xia hurried after them. Lin Qinshu was merely pretending to be her boyfriend, and she worried that something might go awry. They all understood Su Feng's temperament. While he wouldn't resort to extreme measures, he certainly wouldn't be overly accommodating. Zhou Feng's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple, but he ultimately followed suit, as his goal was to forge a union with the Su family. Retreating now would be tantamount to failure. Outside the back door was an open space, accompanied by a stone table, where Su Feng placed his hands on the surface. Let it not be said that I am bullying you. Let us have an arm wrestling match. If you can tilt my hand even slightly, you will have one. Lin Qinshu was taken aback. He had expected something more serious, yet it was merely an arm wrestling challenge. Zhou Feng confidently stepped forward, thinking it would be a fun match. He had practiced some self-defense techniques and felt his strength was relatively solid. Brother, you're being a bit childish, Su Xia pouted. Hearing this, very well, let us take a more masculine approach. You two can team up against me. If you can force me to take a step back, I want to utter another word. That Su Feng felt that arm wrestling was too simple to intimidate the two young men. Zhou Feng's smile immediately froze. They had agreed to merely arm wrestle, yet it had escalated to a fight. Lin Qinshu turned to Su Xia, silently conveying that he would not agree to such a proposal. He had no desire to engage in such a trivial game. His mission was nearly complete, and he had chosen option 2. It seemed he had already gained Su Deng and Li Lingyu's approval. And as long as no one questioned his role as Su Xia's pretend boyfriend, there was no need to partake in a physical contest with the god of war. Feng, these are guests. What kind of behavior is this? Su Banning maintained a calm demeanor. Su Feng disregarded his father's words, reaching for Zhou Feng, who flinched in pain and quickly broke free, forcing a smile as he said, "To have the opportunity to spar with the god of war makes this trip to the magical city worthwhile. I have practiced karate and hold a black belt." He struck a karate pose. However, after being grabbed by Su Feng, he felt the disparity in their abilities. He launched an attack at Su Feng, who glanced at him with disdain and effortlessly knocked him back with a single punch. "He has no match. You can join in too," Su Feng called out to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu took a seat on a stone bench, opting out of the contest. Zhou Feng seated at Lin Qinshu's nonchalant demeanor. He was close enough to Lin Qinshu to kick at his head. Lin Qinshu tilted his head to evade the attack, then seized the leg and lifted it, causing Zhou Feng to fall awkwardly. With the vast and profound nature of Chinese martial arts, why learn the empty-handed techniques of the Japanese? You can't even stand your ground, Lin Qinshu scoffed. His swift action caught Su Feng's attention. Although it was but a fleeting moment, he sensed that Lin Qinshu's skills might be more formidable than he appeared. "I didn't expect to underestimate you. Lin Qinshu, right? Come here and exchange a few blows with me," Su Feng exclaimed with excitement. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly. "Big brother-in-law, you have indeed misjudged. It was he who lost his balance, not my doing. All along, he had been courteous, yet it had not garnered the respect he had hoped for. What difference did it make if he were the god of war?" Su Feng charged at Lin Qinshu, stating, "Whether you can call me big brother-in-law depends on the weight of your skills." He knew Lin Qinshu was reluctant to engage, but being a martial arts enthusiast, he could not refrain from action. Su Feng swiftly appeared before Lin Qinshu and threw a punch. Lin Qinshu raised his hands to block, causing both to retreat a step. In that brief exchange, Lin Qinshu discerned that Su Feng's strength surpassed his own, truly deserving of the title God of War. Su Feng, growing increasingly exhilarated, bellowed, "Excellent! Come again." As Lin Qinshu observed Su Feng's powerful punches coming his way, he sidestepped and executed a shoulder charge, pushing Su Feng back, and formed a Tai Chi stance. Chapter 71. Opening a security company. Su Feng's strength exceeded Lin Qinshu's. A direct confrontation was certainly unwise. However, Lin Qinshu possessed extensive knowledge of martial arts. If his opponent was aggressive, he would employ Tai Chi to counter with softness against hardness. While he might not necessarily win, he could surely maintain an unbeaten stance. Just as they were about to clash once more, Su Xia stepped between them. "Brother, how long do you intend to carry on like this?" she scolded, hands on her hips. Though surprised that Lin Qinshu could hold his own against her brother, she felt compelled to protect him, as he was her student and had come on her behalf. Should her brother cause him any harm, she would feel profoundly guilty. seeing Su Xia's anger. Su Feng realized his sister was genuinely upset and decided to relent. He had ignored their father's words, but seeing his sister angry brought him to a halt. "Lin, my friend, let us save the sparring for another time," Su Feng said with a hearty laugh as he walked back into the house, wrapping an arm around Lin Qinxiu. Beside him, Zhou Feng, who had risen at some unknown point, entered the room with a face ashen and swiftly concocted an excuse to depart. Observing Zhou Feng's retreating figure, Su Feng scoffed. "A black belt who cannot even withstand a single strike from me, yet dares to attack others only to fall flat on his face." As Zhou Feng approached the car, his ears caught these words, causing him to stagger and almost lose his footing before hastily getting into the vehicle and driving away. Once Zhou Feng had departed, Lin Qinxiu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the task had been accomplished. Fenger, you mentioned returning with a mission? What mission might that be? Su Banning inquired of Su Feng, with a heavy sigh. Su Feng replied, "The military has tasked me with investigating the situation of veterans. Some retire voluntarily, while others due to injuries. This issue has persisted for quite some time without a comprehensive resolution." Su Banning and Su Deng both sighed in unison. For a long time, China had maintained a proper arrangement for its veterans, yet with the increasing friction with the outside world, the number of injured retirees had only risen. Furthermore, it had become exceedingly difficult for these veterans to secure good employment. Su Feng continued, "There are many entrepreneurs in the Magic City. The military hopes I can find a willing investor among them to support a venture. But I am not acquainted with such individuals. At this, Lin Qinxiu's eyes brightened. "Actually, I have been considering starting a security company, but I lack personnel. I wonder if these veterans might be interested in joining me?" He suddenly interjected. The three individuals, who had been lamenting, turned their heads in unison to gaze at him. Su Feng, unaware that Lin Qinxiu was the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, looked quizzically at his sister Su Xia, who wore a bemused expression. Initially, she had merely intended for Lin Qinxiu to pose as a boyfriend, but now it seemed the situation was growing increasingly complicated. "Brother Lin, even the veterans from our southern theater could fill an entire city's worth of security personnel. We appreciate your goodwill." Su Feng assumed that Lin Qinxiu was merely attempting to show off. Lin Qinxiu smiled slightly, aware of Su Feng's skepticism regarding his financial capacity. "Brother Su, there's no need for concern. Since I've mentioned it, I assure you it's not an empty promise. I can expand the security company nationwide, even globally. As for finances, you needn't worry." Lin Qinxiu displayed his bank balance on his phone. "Hundreds of millions. 5 billion. Su Feng stared in shock at Lin Qinxiu. Over 5 billion. Everyone present was astounded. They had heard of amounts in the millions, and even the tens of millions would not have surprised them. But 5 billion was a staggering sum. Lin Qinxiu was openly flaunting his wealth in front of so many people, and his willingness to do so indicated the legitimacy of his funds. Su Xia regarded the temporary boyfriend with disbelief. How could such a wealthy individual be coerced by a mere diploma? Was it possible he was playing a long game for his own ends? Su Feng, shifting from shock to excitement, realized that his mission to find a wealthy investor for a veteran supporting company had just been resolved. "Brother Lin, is this truly the case? Are you genuinely willing to assist me?" Su Feng exclaimed, gripping his hand enthusiastically. Lin Qinxiu struggled to withdraw his hand, stating, "I am not assisting you. I am aiding the country and sheltering those brothers in need." At this moment, Su Deng chuckled. "No wonder you can defeat me at chess. On behalf of China, I thank you." The phrase "on behalf of China" was one only Su Deng dared utter, as even Su Feng, the current war god, lacked the standing to say such a thing. Suddenly, Su Feng furrowed his brow, recalling something. There are many disabled veterans among the retirees. Wouldn't that pose a challenge for your security company? If not for their disabilities, they wouldn't have retired. Besides, security roles typically require physical fitness, and some may even be missing limbs. Not to worry. We can expand the company sufficiently. Those unfit for physical roles can take on administrative positions or coaching. Surely training is not an issue. Lin Qinxiu had already contemplated these matters. Once the security company was established, he would need many personnel, and veterans would be preferable to recruiting and retraining new hires. Hearing Lin Qinxiu's response, Su Feng's furrowed brow relaxed instantly, and he joyfully slung an arm around Lin Qinxiu's shoulders, even retrieving a cherished bottle of Wuliangya from Su Banning to celebrate. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Qinxiu noted the lateness of the hour and resolved to take his leave. At that moment, Li Lingyu emerged, exclaiming, "Xiao Lin, it's so late. Why not stay here? She added. You've been around Xiaxia for quite some time. We, as parents, are quite open-minded. Since learning of Lin Qinxiu's substantial wealth, Li Lingyu had grown considerably warmer. This was not merely due to his riches. She had been welcoming even before knowing of his fortune. Now that he was wealthy, her enthusiasm only increased, for who would not want their daughter to marry well? Such an enviable son-in-law must be firmly secured. Mom, what are you saying? Su Xia blushed, pushing Li Lingyu back into the house. She then approached Lin Qinxiu, saying, You should head back. I have no classes tomorrow morning, so you can stay here tonight and return in the morning. Please take care. She pushed Lin Qinxiu out, fearing Li Lingyu might insist he stay longer. Based on her suspicions, Lin Qinxiu likely harbored feelings for her as a teacher, and she could not afford to give a student any leeway, even post-graduation. Chapter 72. An attack. If Lin Qinxiu were aware of such misguided assumptions, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Had it not been for the mission, he would not have come to this place to masquerade as someone's boyfriend. He would have much preferred to return and enjoy some leisure time with his few maidens. Nevertheless, he had gained an unexpected advantage. By establishing a connection with the military district, his plans for the security company could swiftly come to fruition. Previously concerned about lacking bodyguards for his associates, he now realized that by acting quickly, all these issues would be effortlessly resolved. He handed a box containing rejuvenating pills to Su Dang for use in emergencies, ensuring significant healing effects. Su Dang gratefully accepted the box and bid farewell to Lin Qinxiu. Lin Qinxiu summoned a vehicle and instructed the driver to take him back to Jiaodong University, where his car remained. Although it was past the time for entering the campus, gaining access was easy due to his rapport with the security personnel. Approaching the traffic lights near the university, a Rolls-Royce halted, awaiting a green light. Inside the car, Lin Qinxiu gazed out the window, pondering whom to assign the task at hand when suddenly he noticed a large truck barreling towards him without any sign of braking. Sensing something amiss, Lin Qinxiu shouted, Get out, quickly! He immediately yanked open the car door and leaped out. At that moment, the truck collided with the vehicle, which continued to slide until it struck a tree and came to a halt. Fortunately, Lin Qinxiu had jumped backward, rolling away from the car's path. Had he not, he might have been crushed. The driver, however, was not as fortunate. Lin Qinxiu's warning came too late for him. The truck had already smashed into the car, reducing it to a crumpled heap of metal. Exiting the driver's seat was a man wearing a hat, who lowered it slightly as he prepared to flee the scene. Suddenly, an immense force struck him against the truck's tire, causing him to spit blood. Upon closer inspection, he saw a man clad in a tattered suit, covered in dust, glaring at him coldly. Who sent you? The man in the tattered suit was none other than the fortunate Lin Qinxiu, whose clothing had been torn during the earlier tumble. Had he not been vigilant, he might have met his end at the hands of this assailant. The man's deft movements indicated a premeditated intent to kill. The man in the hat, appearing to be in his 30s, was momentarily taken aback upon discovering Lin Qinxiu absent from the vehicle. Drawing a knife from behind, he lunged at Lin Qinxiu. However, Lin Qinxiu seemed to sense the attack beforehand, swiftly deflecting the knife with a palm strike and seizing the assailant's head, slamming it against the cargo container. The man's vision blurred. Lin Qinxiu pressed, I'll ask you again, who sent you? The man, bloodied and grinning coldly, replied, No one sent me. I simply despise the wealthy and cannot abide those who drive Rolls-Royces. Lin Qinxiu released his grip on the man's head, instead seizing his arms, twisting them outward until both snapped. He then raised his foot and delivered a kick to the man's knees, eliciting anguished screams as he crumpled to the ground. Lin Qinxiu crouched down to confront him, asking once more, Who sent you? In that moment, Lin Qinxiu appeared as a harbinger of death, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The man stubbornly refused to divulge his employer's identity. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Qinxiu's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air from a distance. Given the severity of the accident at the traffic lights, it was unsurprising that the police were responding swiftly. However, the sirens quelled Lin Qinxiu's murderous instincts. Having almost been killed himself, he felt an overwhelming rage, which had prompted his earlier violent thoughts. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the sirens, he might have succumbed to the urge to kill his assailant. The police car swiftly arrived at the scene. Upon noticing the semi-conscious man beside the truck tire and the disheveled individual seated on the ground, They mistakenly assumed that Lin Qingshou was the perpetrator and approached him with the intent to detain him. "Is this how casually the police conduct their investigations?" Lin Qingshou exclaimed. "That truck driver is the culprit. He attempted to flee the scene, and I gave him a beating." A glint of realization flickered in Lin Qingshou's eyes. Something felt amiss with these officers. The two policemen, seemingly oblivious to his words, one brandished a baton while the other produced handcuffs. Lin Qingshou clenched his fists, sensing that these officers were indeed targeting him, preparing to resist. "Stop right there." A female officer arrived in a police vehicle, her presence commanding immediate attention. The two male officers promptly stowed their equipment and took a few steps back. This female officer was none other than Xiao Runan, who had previously crossed paths with Lin Qingshou. "What are you two doing?" she inquired sharply, directing her gaze at the two officers. "Officer Xiao, Director Liu sent us to assess the casualties. There might be a terrorist attack, and we were instructed to detain the suspect," one officer stammered. "And what about him? Is he not a suspect as well? Why are you fixating on this individual?" Xiao Runan pointed at the truck driver lying on the ground as she questioned them, deliberately omitting Lin Qingshou's name to prevent revealing their acquaintance. "That man is already incapacitated. We should first apprehend this unharmed individual for further investigation," one of the male officers mumbled. Xiao Runan sensed something was off with the two. Yet she chose not to raise an alarm. They were merely following orders. The true mastermind was still lurking in the shadows, as sirens of ambulances and fire trucks echoed in the distance. Xiao Runan took no further inquiries and grasped Lin Qingshou's arm. "I'll take this one back. You two handle the rest," she commanded, leading Lin Qingshou directly into her police vehicle. Lin Qingshou cast a glance at the mangled remains of the Rolls-Royce. Realizing the driver would likely not survive, he would have to ensure that Shang Ping provided adequate compensation for the driver's family later. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Runan's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated the extent of the adversary's influence, and now it seemed she was fighting this battle alone. "Officer Xiao, we meet again. Yet it appears your precinct lacks unity," Lin Qingshou remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. The very person who had confidently assured him earlier now found herself without any allies. "Humph, had I not arrived swiftly, you might have found yourself in a far worse predicament," Xiao Runan retorted. Through her investigations, she had discovered that when Jiaxu was suspected of hiring assassins, at this juncture, it was highly plausible that Lin Qingshou was the target of Wen Jiaxu's machinations. Thus, she hurried to Su Xia's residence, only to learn that Lin Qingshou had just departed. She barely had time to exchange words with the Su family before sprinting towards Jiaoda. Upon seeing Xiao Runan, Lin Qingshou deduced who had orchestrated today's assassination attempt. It appeared he had underestimated Wen Jiaxu, who was evidently in a secure location, having dispatched individuals to eliminate him with such speed. "Rest assured, even if you hadn't come, I would have been fine. But what about Shuer now that you've left?" Lin Qingshou suddenly recalled that Xiao Runan had set out to protect Wen Rushue. Her absence could place the latter in jeopardy. "Don't worry. There are others safeguarding her. I'm not so reckless as to be lured away," she replied. "Moreover, my priority is to protect the girl rather than you boys." Her words elicited a twitch from the corner of Lin Qingshou's mouth. Gradually, Lin Qingshou realized they were not heading back to his school. He promptly inquired, "Officer Xiao, where are you taking me?" "You are now the prime target of Wen Jiaxu. I must ensure your protection around the clock. However, residing at the school is not conducive to safety, so we must head to my home for your protection," she stated. "You protecting me?" Lin Qingshou replied, incredulous. Given his martial prowess, he saw no need for a woman's protection. Besides, being under her guard would curtail his freedom. "Officer Xiao, I do not require your protection. Perhaps you should focus on safeguarding Wen Rushue instead. I possess certain capabilities," he asserted. At that moment, Xiao Runan suddenly recalled how he had managed to escape from that vehicle, which had been reduced to scraps. While he had only sustained minor injuries, "I was gazing out the window when I sensed something amiss with the truck and jumped out. I urged the driver to jump as well, but he failed to react in time." Lin Qingshou sighed, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The driver had lost his life due to his involvement, and this debt of vengeance must be repaid. Wen Jiaxu could be hiding anywhere, and there's no one in the police department I can trust. Therefore, until we locate him, you must remain by my side," Xiao Runan insisted, furrowing her brow. "I truly do not need your protection. If you could apprehend Wen Jiaxu sooner, I would be safe," Lin Qingshou replied. And no sooner had he spoken than he felt a sudden surge of danger. Break? Get down, he shouted, gripping Xiao Runan's neck and pressing her down as he too lowered himself. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and a bullet whizzed past his head. Lin Qingshou flung open the car door and dashed out, spotting a figure atop a nearby building, aiming a sniper rifle at him. Upon realizing Lin Qingshou had seen him, the assailant hastily stowed his weapon and prepared to escape. Fueled by rage, Lin Qingshou unleashed his agility, sprinting towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, the sniper, seemingly unfazed, methodically gathered his belongings. Confident that Lin Qingshou could not reach him in time given the distance. Just as the assassin was readying to depart, a swift figure struck him with a powerful kick to the abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards to crash against the balcony's edge. The newcomer was none other than the martial arts adept Lin Qingshou. Impossible. How could you be so quick? The assassin gasped in disbelief. Lin Qingshou, his stamina at its limit, was also slightly winded after exerting himself to reach the rooftop. He wasted no words. Knowing the man before him was armed in a flash, he incapacitated the assassin's limbs. The harrowing screams echoed through the air as the would-be killer attempted to draw his pistol, only to find Lin Qingshou had already rendered him helpless without uttering a single word. At that moment, he regretted not hastening his departure when he had the chance. "Where is Wen Jiaxu?" Lin Qingshou demanded. It was evident that this assassin had been sent by Wen Jiaxu, rendering any further inquiry about the sender unnecessary. "I don't know any Wen Jiaxu. I'm merely a hired hand, here to collect my pay," the assassin replied coolly. Another stubborn one, Lin Qingshou thought, irritated by the quality of Wen Jiaxu's hires. He tightened his grip around the assassin's neck, intent on snapping it. Wait. Xiao Runan gasped, arriving at the rooftop, having exhausted herself in the sprint. She hadn't anticipated Lin Qingshou would be so much quicker. Lin Qingshou turned, his eyes sharp as he awaited her to finish speaking before executing the assassin. "If you kill him, Wen Jiaxu will have even more methods to deal with you. Hand him over to me. I'll investigate his background and interrogate him," Xiao Runan urged, approaching Lin Qingshou. Reluctantly, he released the assassin, who displayed a strange smile before collapsing to the ground with a muffled groan. Xiao Runan hurriedly checked his mouth. Discovering he had already begun to stiffen, "He committed suicide," she exclaimed, her expression grave. This was no ordinary assassin. It appeared he was a professional killer, trained to take his own life should he be captured. In less than an hour, Wen Jiaxu had dispatched 3 waves of assassins after Lin Qingshou. First the truck attack, then the corrupt officers, and now a sniper targeting him in the police vehicle. Wen Jiaxu's meticulousness and ruthless determination made Lin Qingshou realize he had underestimated the situation and the caliber of these threats. Noticing a scorpion tattoo on the assassin's arm, Xiao Runan's expression grew even more serious. This is a member of the Scorpion organization, ranked among the top 10 assassin groups worldwide. Scorpion? Lin Qingshou, still a student, was unfamiliar with what such titles represented. Xiao Runan nodded gravely. The Scorpion organization will not cease operations once a contract is accepted. If this individual fails to kill you, another will come until you are dead. Damn. It seems this will never end, Lin Qingshou exclaimed. Grabbing the gun from the ground, Xiao Runan urged Lin Qingshou to leave the rooftop. "We need to move. I've already contacted higher-ups to handle this situation. The trustworthiness of the police in Modu is questionable, so I've arranged reinforcements from Kyoto overnight." Lin Qingshou glanced at Xiao Runan with newfound respect. This beautiful officer seemed to possess a remarkable background, capable of mobilizing forces from Kyoto and demonstrating profound knowledge about these assassin organizations. "I never expected you could subdue an assassin so easily without sustaining any injuries." "Who exactly are you?" Lin Qingshou asked, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. "Your identity is also intriguing. If you wish to know who I am, conduct an investigation, and you shall find I am merely a law-abiding citizen and diligent student, albeit with a bit of brute strength." She replied, "So, you needn't protect me. I am more than capable of safeguarding myself." Recalling the earlier scene, Lin Qingshou was still somewhat apprehensive. Had it not been for a sudden instinct that alerted him to a sense of danger, he might have suffered a fatal blow. Xiao Runan shook her head, expressing her premonition that Wen Jiaxu's primary target was indeed him. "As long as you stay close to me, you will inevitably find Wen Jiaxu." She assured him that do not worry about Wen Rushua. A small team from Kyoto has arrived to ensure her safety, and Wen Jiaming has even hired bodyguards. My sole responsibility is to protect you. Lin Qingshou pulled out his already shattered phone, realizing he was unable to make a call, which he had intended to do to inquire about Wen Ruxue. The vehicle entered a residential complex, situated somewhat far from the city center. He was uncertain whether Xiao Runan had purchased or rented the place. Seemingly anticipating his curiosity, she explained, "This is a safe house, not my home. I usually reside in a dormitory. But given the current circumstances, we have activated a safe house from Kyoto here in Modu. The local police are unaware of its existence, so you can rest assured." Lin Qinsher surveyed the modest 80-square-meter apartment, having no intention of remaining there. However, he understood that Xiao Runan was acting in his best interest, making it difficult for him to outright refuse. He planned to slip away once she fell asleep. Yet, he couldn't help but question the safety of this location. After taking a shower and changing out of his tattered clothes, which were replaced by some simple loungewear available at the safe house, Lin Qinsher finally received a notification indicating the completion of his task. Congratulations to the host for completing task option 2. Become Su Xia's fake boyfriend and successfully navigate the blind date. Earn the recognition of at least 2 members of the Su family. Reward. Strength 1. Invisibility card X1. Invisibility card has been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card. The host can activate it by silently reciting the command. Valid for 1 hour. During this time, no one or anything will be able to perceive the host's presence. Lin Qinsher felt the card in his pocket, bemused by the lack of flair in the system's presentation. He returned the card to his pocket, contemplating the implications of his newfound abilities. Host. Lin Qinsher. Strength. 9. Physique. 10. Mentality. 8. Charisma. 8. The maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10. The host values are within the normal range for an average individual. Vehicle. Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Tangshan Epine Building A, 33 RD Floor. Skills. Mastery of martial arts. Proficiency in chess, expertise in firearms, athletic skills mastery, balance. 59,412,069,053. A surge of power coursed through Lin Qinsher, granting him confidence that he could now contend with Su Feng without fear of defeat. He might even surpass him. In the dead of night, Lin Qinsher stealthily exited, but upon reaching the ground floor, he sensed something amiss. There appeared to be several individuals nearby, not security personnel but intruders. It seemed this so-called safe house was not particularly secure after all. Having been compromised so swiftly, realization struck him regarding the cause of the breach. The police car, the one driven by Xiao Runan, had inadvertently revealed their location, allowing the black-clad officers to trace her and discover Lin Qinsher's whereabouts. Cursing under his breath, he turned back to summon Xiao Runan, only to find her already seated on the sofa, awaiting his return. "I thought you had already left," she remarked with a teasing smile. As a police officer, she was well aware that the police car would expose their location. It was a deliberate tactic to lure the enemy into a trap. Understanding her intentions, Lin Qinsher chose silence and reclined on the sofa, awaiting the unfolding drama. Soon, commotion erupted downstairs, and lights began flickering on as residents stirred from their slumber. Moments later, several individuals were brought in by a group of plainclothes officers. "I apologize for deceiving you. This is not a safe house, merely a regular residence intended for capturing these individuals," Xiao Runan explained to Lin Qinsher. Lin Qinsher shrugged, nonchalant. "You have your plans. I'll leave the rest to you. I just need some fresh air." This time, Xiao Runan made no effort to prevent him from stepping outside, recognizing that he likely possessed greater strength than she had anticipated. She intended to interrogate the captured individuals, and Lin Qinsher's absence would facilitate her task. Exiting the complex, Lin Qinsher encountered the difficulty of hailing a cab at such a late hour, compounded by the fact that his phone was broken. He resolved to search for a taxi to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa, intending to have Li Qing settle the fare. As he walked, he suddenly halted, spotting someone he recognized ahead. "Has the Li family come seeking revenge against me as well?" Lin Qinsher mused. The figure approaching was none other than Zhang Tian, the bodyguard brought by Li Tianzong that day. In their previous encounter, Lin Qinsher had narrowly triumphed, suffering no significant injuries. Without exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Tian charged at Lin Qinsher, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Lin Qinsher deftly parried with his palm, redirecting Zhang Tian's arm before transforming his hand into a fist and delivering a forceful blow to Zhang Tian's chest, causing him to stagger backward. Zhang Tian's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed his astonishment at Lin Qinsher's newfound strength. which had clearly escalated in the short span since their last confrontation. The Li family is on the verge of collapse. Perhaps you should consider joining me, Lin Qinshi suggested, having developed a measure of respect for Zhang Tian. During their previous clash, he sensed that Zhang Tian's strikes were devoid of lethal intent, merely seeking to best him in combat. Moreover, Lin Qinshi recalled a conversation between Zhang Tian and Li Tianzong, indicating that Zhang Tian was primarily motivated by financial gain, and as long as a matter could be resolved with money, he deemed it inconsequential. Withdrawing his fists, Zhang Tian conceded, "I cannot take on this task," before turning to leave. Yet, after a few steps, he paused to add, "I'm not here because of the Li family. There's a bounty of 50 million on your head circulating in the dark web. Every move you make is being reported to those interested. 50 million. When Jiaxu certainly has deep pockets." Lin Qinshi thought, feeling a pang of urgency. Were it not for the fact that he already had money, he might have considered claiming that bounty for himself. Chapter 75. The veteran after Zhang Tian departed. Lin Qinshi's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the depths of the Wen family's machinations. Initially, he had been puzzled as to why the Wen family, of such stature, was classified among the 4 great families of Modu. Now, he acutely felt the weight of their influence. No, it was Wen Jiaxu's influence he was grappling with. Choosing against returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, Lin Qinshi headed straight for the school. He surmised that countless eyes might be watching him from the shadows. Returning to the villa could endanger the maids. Going back to school was his best option, as entry there still required some level of scrutiny. Upon arriving at the campus, he sought assistance from Uncle Wang, the security guard, to pay his fare before heading directly to his dormitory. With his phone broken and no cash on hand, he would have to reimburse Uncle Wang the following day, by the time he returned to the dorm. The other 3 occupants were already fast asleep. Lin Qinshi retrieved his old phone, inserting his SIM card. Fortunately, he had not lost it. Otherwise, acquiring a new phone at such an hour would have been challenging. He dialed Su Feng's number, his mental acuity now at 8, granting him the ability to remember numbers with ease. "Lin, is there something urgent at this late hour?" Su Feng's puzzled voice came through the line. "Su Gu, I've encountered some issues tonight and need to know if there are any veterans from your unit in Modu. I urgently require assistance. Rest assured, it's nothing morally questionable. I simply need them to help protect a few individuals." Lin Qinshi sensed the gravity of the situation. With Wen Jiaxu willing to offer a hefty bounty for his life, he feared he might resort to desperate measures against those close to him. "Is there a problem? Should I arrange for some personnel from the unit?" Su Feng inquired, detecting the weight in Lin Qinshi's tone. "There's no need. It's merely a minor issue. Since we've agreed to establish a security company tonight, I would need some hands on deck, so consider this an early start to their duties." Lin Qinshi declined Su Feng's well-meaning offer. While employing veterans is encouraged by the state, privately mobilizing military personnel could lead to repercussions for Su Feng, making such an action unnecessary. There aren't any in Modu, but there is a team in Su province with a broad range of capabilities. I'll have them contact you tomorrow morning. Su Feng concluded after a moment's contemplation. "Perfect. Have them come to Jiaodong University to find me." "Thank you, Su Gu." Lin Qinshi expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm. "Family doesn't keep score. You've already helped me with my tasks, and arranging their work will ease my burden as well." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they hung up. Climbing into bed, Lin Qinshi found himself unable to sleep. With a bounty of 50 million hanging over his head, he feared that an assassin might come for him in the night. This life was becoming increasingly suffocating. Once reinforcements arrived tomorrow, he would unleash his efforts to uncover Wen Jiaxu's hiding place and begin establishing that security company. Inviting the veterans to join his cause, as dawn broke, Lin Qinshi noticed that his dorm mates were still asleep, so he chose not to rouse them, knowing they had no morning classes and would likely rest until noon. He made his way to the campus cafeteria for breakfast, initially considering inviting Yi Mengxi, but upon reflecting on his current predicament, he decided against it. Better to resolve the pressing matters at hand first. At that moment, Su Feng's call came through. "Lin brother, the team has already arrived at the gate of Jiaodong University. When will you be coming over?" Lin Qinshi had just finished breakfast and was walking towards the entrance. "I'm almost there." Upon arriving at the gate, he spotted the 7 individuals Su Feng had mentioned, 2 women and 5 men, which surprised Lin Qinshi somewhat. "Hello, I am Lin Qinshi. You must be the ones introduced by Su Gu." Lin Qinshi approached to greet them. The 7 scrutinized Lin Qinshi, astonished that the esteemed person Su Feng spoke of was such a young lad. Hello, Lin brother, I am Yang Yun, and these are Li Qing, Mo Feng, Huang Cheng, He Yun, Qiu Lu, and Li Lan. We were comrades in arms with Su Zhanshen back in the day. Yang Yun introduced each person in turn. Lin Qingshi greeted them all in return. At that moment, the vehicles from Shuiyun Pavilion had arrived at the school gate. Lin Qingshi had called Shang Ping early in the morning to arrange several cars, explaining that another driver had passed away the night before. This weighed heavily on Lin Qingshi's conscience, and he felt a deep-seated resentment towards Wen Jiaxu. Everyone, please get in the car. I assume you haven't had anything to eat, so let's go over there and chat, Lin Qingshi said as he led them to Shuiyun Pavilion. He had yet to decide on a permanent gathering place, but thought it best to start with a meal. Upon arriving at Shuiyun Pavilion, Shang Ping and Li Qing were already waiting at the entrance. Lin Qingshi had called Li Qing earlier, as he intended for her to oversee the preliminary work regarding the security company he was planning to establish. Lin Qingshi took out his mobile phone and handed it to Li Qing, asking her to switch to a new device. Li Qing had already bought a new phone that morning and had even purchased several others. Following Lin Qingshi's instructions, each of the 7 received a new phone, with the extras kept as spares or for future use. After ushering everyone into a private room, Shang Ping began serving the dishes. The 7 were astonished by the lavishness of the setting, which Lin Qingshi found somewhat ironic. These were individuals who had once defended their country, yet they had never tasted such opulent meals. While some societal parasites indulged daily in gourmet feasts, after they had eaten their fill, Lin Qingshi began to share his predicament, revealing that a bounty had been placed on him in the dark web. While he was not overly concerned for his own safety, he was primarily worried about the well-being of those around him. He hoped that Yang Yun and the others could provide protection for his companions and expressed his desire to apprehend the mastermind behind the bounty. Once the target was eliminated, the bounty would likely be rescinded. No problem. We've heard from Su Zhanshen about your plans to establish a security company to provide refuge for veterans with nowhere to go. You will surely be a benefactor to us, Yang Yun responded. Those of us who left the military for various reasons are relatively fortunate. Others among our brothers, some of whom are disabled, struggle to find work and even face difficulties in making a living. We hope that Lin brother can offer them a good opportunity. Yang Yun sighed. Lin Qingshi nodded and called Li Qing over. Qinger, please get in touch with Sun Ji and arrange for the office in Jianmao building to be used by these brothers. Additionally, register a larger security company and keep an eye out for a suitable base, preferably a large area of several hundred acres of mountainous land that can be purchased for the brothers' training. Li Qing nodded and quickly exited. Lin Qingshi turned back to Yang Yun. Brother Yang, there's someone at the school named Yimengxi. I might trouble you 2 sisters to protect her. As for myself, I'm fine. Additionally, I need your help to locate someone. Wen Jiaxu. I wonder if you have any leads. Chapter 76. The secret base of Wen Jiaxu. Yang Yun nodded. Our group has expertise in reconnaissance, tracking, and even hacking. Please provide us with Wen Jiaxu's information and any detailed data you have, and we should be able to achieve results swiftly. First, let us find a place to settle, and then we will set up. Yang Yun spoke clearly, which eased Lin Qingshi's mind. He promptly asked Shang Ping to arrange transportation to Jianmao building. Upon arriving, Lin Qingshi observed the lavish decor of the entire office floor. Yang Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Lin brother, this environment is quite a test for one's focus. In such a place filled with every conceivable form of indulgence, it is truly challenging to concentrate on work. Jianmao building resembled a luxurious club, fully equipped for leisure, resembling a vacation environment. Lin Qingshi chuckled. Unfortunately, there are no other options available at the moment. We'll have to make do here for now. By the way, regarding my parents back in my hometown, Brother Yang, could you see if any of our comrades in that area can go protect them? For Lin Qingshi, the only individuals whose connections could be traced were his parents and the widely discussed Yimengxi at school. The others seemed safe and unlikely to be implicated. As for Wen Ruxue, there were already people from Shaorunan looking after her, so he felt she was in good hands. Yes, we have comrades across the country. Where are your parents located? Yang Yun inquired. Lin Qingshi quickly provided the address, and Yang Yun made a phone call to arrange protection. Meanwhile, the others began their tasks. Mo Fong pulled out a laptop and began operating it. Lin brother, we have already dispatched personnel. They won't disturb your parents, but will protect them from the shadows. We are also starting to investigate Wen Jiaxu's information and whereabouts, Yang Yun reported upon returning from his call. Lin Qingshi gave Yang Yun a thumbs up, impressed with the efficiency that came from their military background. He retrieved the secrets concerning Wen Jiaxu and shared them with Imofeng, withholding the information from the others as it wasn't relevant to them. Everyone began to work diligently, and since Lin Qingshi had little to do, he decided to step outside for a stroll. He had a particular location in mind, suspecting it to be a hideout for Wen Jiaxu. With some time to spare, he thought it was the perfect opportunity to investigate. As Lin Qingshi descended in the elevator, it suddenly stopped on the 17th floor. The doors opened, and both parties were momentarily taken aback upon seeing each other. "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you around these past few days," the woman outside the elevator remarked with a smile as she stepped in. It was Chen Jia, the woman he had encountered during the previous incident. Despite her youth, she was already the CEO of a large media company. "What a coincidence indeed. I rarely come here, and it's quite a stroke of luck to run into you," Lin Qingshi replied with a smile. With Yimengxi not present, he felt no need to maintain any distance. "Mr. Lin, are you too busy to join me for a meal? I've been thinking about our last meeting," Chen Jia said, still affected by Lin Qingshi's previous rejection. However, Lin Qingshi wasn't hungry at all. The lavish meal at Shuiyun Pavilion was still sitting in his stomach. "I won TB dining, as I just ate. But how about I treat you to a cup of coffee instead?" he suggested, considering that Chen Jia was a striking beauty and he didn't want to turn her down repeatedly. "Thank you for the coffee, Mr. Lin." Chen Jia winked playfully, and the two headed to a nearby Starbucks in the lobby. "Mr. Lin, the young lady who was with you last time seems to have garnered quite a following on Douyin. I thought she looked somewhat familiar. Would you mind sharing her contact information? I believe she has great potential as a streamer," Chen Jia mentioned, sipping her coffee. "Sure, I accompanied her for an interview last time, but that media company was rather subpar, so I helped her leave. I'll pass your contact information to her. It will be up to her to decide if she wants to reach out," Lin Qingshi replied. Initially, he was hesitant for Yimengxi to enter the spotlight, but perhaps it was her passion, and he couldn't stifle her aspirations simply because of his wealth. Just like when Rushue, she had returned to the one group, and Lin Qingshi had considered keeping her close. However, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that being near him wouldn't necessarily guarantee her safety. Xiao Runan had already dispatched individuals to protect her, so he felt it best to focus on capturing the true culprit first. "Miss Chen, I have some matters to attend to. Let's arrange for another day," Lin Qingshi said as he bid farewell to Chen Jia and hurriedly hailed a cab to leave. It wasn't until Lin Qingshi had completely departed that Chen Jia snapped out of her daze, realizing that his invitation for coffee had amounted to little more than a brief encounter. They had barely exchanged 3 sentences before he left. Feeling rejected, Chen Jia stomped her foot in frustration, took her coffee, and returned to her company, losing her appetite for a meal. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshi had arrived at a neighborhood named Wulong Mountain Villa, a location mentioned in the secrets concerning the Wen family. This was the secret base of Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua, known only to the two of them, and even their closest subordinates had never visited or known of its existence. Without the system, Lin Qingshi would never have found this place. To avoid alerting the enemy, he slipped into the community by scaling a wall. As he approached the building described in the secrets, he initially thought it would be a simple apartment complex, only to discover that it was, in fact, a villa. It made sense. The Wen family was wealthy, and given that Yang Xinghua's family was also affluent, it was only logical they would choose a lavish location for their secret operations. Moreover, a villa offered greater privacy compared to an apartment, where eavesdropping would be a concern. As Lin Qingshi stealthily advanced towards the villa, he initially planned to use an invisibility card to sneak in. However, he reconsidered, thinking that if Wen Jiaxu wasn't there, he would be wasting such a fantastical item. As he neared a window of the villa, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Mom, where did Dad go? The police are searching for him everywhere. What are we going to do if he gets caught?" Lin Qingshi recognized the voice of Wen Wenfeng, and from that singular utterance, he deduced that Wen Wenfeng had already reconciled with Wen Jiaxu. Indeed, he was a treacherous wolf, becoming so familiar in such a short time. Chapter 77. The Woman in the Basement. "He has gone to fetch your uncle. Once he arrives, your uncle will no longer need to hide." Yet, Lin Qingshi was perplexed by the identity of this Lin Qingshi, wondering how he could be privy to so many clandestine matters. This man must be eliminated for safety, for even if your uncle could temporarily shield your father, this individual could still conjure up something to endanger him. Yang Xinghua spoke of Lin Qingshi with gritted teeth. Had it not been for Lin Qingshi, Wen Jiaxu would have already ascended to the head of the family. and she would have extricated herself from the one family, sitting alongside Wen Wenfeng in the role of matriarch, leading a life of utmost contentment. Meanwhile, when Jiaxu's original wife, Yu Qing, after his downfall, had promptly presented a divorce agreement, wishing to sever ties with him, seemingly anticipating the repercussions of his failure. This is splendid. As long as your uncle is present, those pieces of evidence cannot be used against my father, Wen Wenfeng exclaimed joyfully. Lin Qingshou pondered who this uncle truly was. From their words, he could rescue Wen Jiaxu from such overwhelming evidence. What a formidable figure he must be. Yang Xinghua also laughed merrily. Once your uncle arrives, we shall vacate this place for him to stay, and that vile woman in the room will be left for your uncle's enjoyment. And a woman can survive in his presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshou began to speculate about the identity of the vile woman Yang Xinghua referenced. He was acquainted with several women from the one family. Surely, it could not be Wen Jiaming's wife, as he had not heard of any troubles concerning her, and besides, Xiao Runan had dispatched someone to remain close to Wen Ruxue, which surely meant she was also monitoring Wen Jiaming. While he was deep in thought, Yang Xinghua suddenly received a phone call, joyfully announcing, "Let us go. Your uncle has arrived. We must tidy up. Your father has reserved a discreet private dining place for us to enjoy a few drinks with your uncle. Bring the essentials, as we shall find lodging elsewhere tonight. Your father says, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We cannot linger in one spot for too long." After speaking, Yang Xinghua cheerfully dashed upstairs. Once she departed, when Wenfeng's expression turned somber, his eyes flickering as if lost in contemplation before he retreated into a room, it seemed that his earlier affectionate address of father had been feigned. When Wenfeng was indeed no ordinary character, able to deceive even his own mother. Lin Qingshou was deliberating on how to follow them to locate Wen Jiaxu. Yang Xinghua had not disclosed their destination, and to find Wen Jiaxu, he must keep up with them. Hiding in the car, that seemed unfeasible, as the invisibility card had a time limit of 1 hour. Should he fail to reach his destination within that time, he would be exposed. If he were to reveal himself, given Yang Xinghua's character, she might very well vow to protect Wen Jiaxu at all costs. Refusing to lead him to his destination, it appeared he could only resort to coercion, using Wen Wenfeng as leverage against Yang Xinghua. Just as Lin Qingshou was preparing to act, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He quickly exited the villa area to answer the call, as it was from Yang Yun, who might have crucial information. "Brother Lin, we located him. Wen Jiaxu is headed to a place called Bishui Mountain Villa on the outskirts of Modu. From my investigation, it appears to be Wen Jiaxu's secret enterprise, registered under the name of an ordinary employee from the one family without any direct links to him. If we hadn't sifted through all the ordinary employees of the one family, it would have been quite challenging to trace this clue." Yang Yun reported his findings. Lin Qingshou could not help but commend Yang Yun and his small team. While he had relied on the secrets provided by the system to uncover this lead, Yang Yun had managed to synchronize his findings, pinpointing the owner and Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts with remarkable precision. "All right, Brother Yang. Send me the address and arrange for some personnel to shadow Wen Jiaxu. Once I arrive, we will devise our next steps." Lin Qingshou had initially contemplated instructing Yang Yun to act immediately, but a nagging sense warned him that there might be formidable individuals among the visitors from Kyoto. If he carelessly allowed Yang Yun and the others to engage, it could lead to peril. After hanging up, Lin Qingshou intended to leave the villa and take a taxi to the location when, suddenly, the door of Yang Xinghua's villa swung open, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove out. Lin Qingshou hastily concealed himself in a corner. Observing when Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua depart, he recalled the vile woman they had mentioned. And since he had already discovered Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts, he decided to investigate who this vile woman was. Lin Qingshou re-entered the villa. As the front door lacked a key, he employed his agility to leap up to the second-floor window. After searching each room without finding anyone, he finally came upon the entrance to the basement. Most basements in villas were used as wine cellars or for KTV setups, hence Lin Qingshou had not initially considered searching there. Now that he had scoured the entire villa without success, the basement was the only remaining possibility. Who could have imagined that someone would be kept there? Moreover, the basement entrance was rather peculiar. Located within the studied S, he descended the stairs. The dim lighting obscured his view of the contents until he reached the bottom. The basement was vast and empty, lacking partitions, but numerous shelves were present. In the center lay a large bed, with a woman's hands and feet bound to the 4 posts, and the white sheet draped over her could not conceal her voluptuous figure. Lin Qingshou observed an array of torture devices displayed on the shelves, some of which were quite bizarre. It seemed that when Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua indulged in rather extravagant pursuits, to have such items stored in the basement. As he approached the bed, he finally recognized the vile woman Yang Xinghua had mentioned. Wasn't he this one Jiaxu's original wife, Yu Qing? He had not anticipated her to be so cruelly bound in this subterranean chamber. At this moment, Yu Qing appeared to be in a rather disheveled state. Writhing uncomfortably, her face flushed. Lin Qingshou contemplated for a moment before deciding to untie her restraints. From Yang Xinghua's earlier remarks, it was clear that this was intended for her brother. Even if he needed to confront Wen Jiaxu later, he could not leave this woman in such a predicament. Yu Qing's secret lay in her identity as a lily, and he had not witnessed her committing any heinous acts, nor had she significantly aided Wen Jiaxu. As soon as her bindings were released, Yu Qing lunged at Lin Qingshou, who then realized that something was amiss. She was clearly under the influence of a drug. Time rewound 10 minutes prior when Lin Qingshou left the villa to take the call, and when Wenfeng arrived at the basement. Gazing at the woman on the bed, a sinister smile crept across his face as he extracted a bottle of pink pills from his pocket, pinching Yu Qing's chin and pouring them all into her mouth. Chapter 78. Yang Lin. When your uncle arrives, you must attend to him properly. These are for your enjoyment. When Wenfeng also brought a bottle of water, forcing it into her mouth to ensure she swallowed the pills before turning to exit the basement. At this moment, Lin Qingshou, incensed by the situation, decided to take decisive action. An hour later, Yu Qing had regained consciousness. Lin Qingshou hurriedly donned his clothing, awkwardly stating, "In these extraordinary times, I had no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. Otherwise, you might risk a fatal rupture. If you are well, you should leave this place quickly. I must find Wen Jiaxu now. Rest assured, I will handle Wen Jiaxu appropriately. You can return to safety for a while." After saying this, Lin Qingshou swiftly departed, realizing that over an hour had passed. By the time he reached there, Wen Jiaxu might have fled. Truly, a beautiful woman could cause complications. However, in his haste, he failed to notice the faint imprint left on the sheet beneath Yu Qing. Fortunately, he had the foresight to instruct Yang Yun and the others to closely monitor Wen Jiaxu. Even if he were not at the farmhouse, they could still track his movements. As Lin Qingshou took a taxi. Halfway to his destination, Yang Yun's call came through again. "Brother Lin, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the farmhouse. It seems they plan to stay the night. However, the individuals accompanying him are led by Yang Lin, the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto. Yang Lin has already departed the farmhouse with Yang Xinghua. Should we send someone to follow them?" Yang Lin Qingshou was unfamiliar with the Yang family of Kyoto. So even if he recognized the name, he could not gauge the individual's capabilities. The fact that Yang Xinghua had shown a relaxed demeanor upon hearing about her brother's arrival indicated that Yang Lin was undoubtedly formidable. "Are there any other individuals besides Yang Lin?" Lin Qingshou inquired. "Yes, one young man, approximately 1.75 meters tall with a buzz cut, is accompanying Yang Lin. He appears to be quite astute. When we initially attempted to approach, his gaze shifted towards our direction, which deterred us from coming closer." Yang Yun's tone carried an air of seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingshou replied, "Then let us not concern ourselves with him for the time being. Our immediate priority is to deal with Wen Jiaxu. He cannot be allowed to live." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Qingshou's eyes as he uttered this. Wen Jiaxu must not be spared. With his own resources and Yang Lin's assistance, even if he were handed over to the authorities, he would ultimately be exonerated. This was exceedingly disadvantageous for Lin Qingshou. As long as Wen Jiaxu remained alive, the bounty on the dark web would continually bring him trouble. Contemplating this, Lin Qingshou could not help but curse bitterly. He had initially thought he was holding a script of a wealthy protagonist, only for it to morph into a tale of urban gangsters rising to power. Ding! The system has detected the host's predicament regarding the current situation, which is adversely affecting daily life. Option 1. Resolve the issue of being wanted by finding the key figure who issued the task. Reward: a golden silk armor 1. Option 2. Address the problem of being wanted and subsequent retaliation by ensuring the task issuer leaves Huaxia. Reward: 1 power point, a golden silk armor 1. At long last, Lin Qingzhu finds himself in a state of confusion after all that has transpired. Despite encountering numerous challenges, the system has yet to assign him a task. he is determined to select the second option this time. Earlier, he caught a glimpse of Wen Wenfeng's ominous and shifting expression in the villa. He believes in eradicating threats entirely and has no intention of sparing these individuals. However, he must also navigate the mindset of Yang Yun and the others. They are soldiers, after all. Although retired, their views on killing may be fundamentally at odds with his own. Lin Qinzu, while lacking first-hand experience, realizes that if he does not act, he will ultimately be the one to perish. Thus, he must compel himself to proceed. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicle brushes past Lin Qinzu's car, and he recognizes it as the one driven by Wen Wenfeng. Inside, 3 individuals occupy the seats. The young man Yang Yun mentioned is behind the wheel, while a man wearing sunglasses and Yang Xinghua occupy the back seat. At that moment, Yang Xinghua appears visibly agitated, her lips moving in anger, but the brief intersection of the 2 vehicles leaves Lin Qinzu with only a fleeting glance, leaving him unaware of the unfolding drama within the other car. Inside, Yang Xinghua bears an expression of grievance and distress. Beside her, Yang Liren remarks coolly that the situation concerning Wen Jiaxu is quite troublesome. Someone from the capital has arrived, even drawing the attention of the central authorities. Protecting him seems challenging. Even if they succeed, the Yang family would still reveal some of their hidden cards, leading to a net loss. Forget about that father-son duo. Return to the capital with me instead. We can always have another child. I am nearly 50. What do you expect me to use to bear another? When Feng is still your nephew. Can't you at least save him? Yang Xinghua pleads with her brother to rescue her son. Humph. What use is saving such a worthless being? He cannot even fulfill the basic duty of continuing the family line. Let us stay in the capital for a few days, then head abroad. There are surrogacy agencies there. We can extract a little something from you and place it in someone else's womb. Having a few more children will be no issue. Yang Liren is also aware of the troubles surrounding Wen Wenfeng, his anger boiling over. How foolish of you. Your brother-in-law prepared a gift for you at that villa, but since you refused to save him, you might as well not bother claiming it. Hurry and leave. Yang Xinghua crosses her arms and turns her gaze out the window. What good can come from a dog without a home? Yang Liren smirks coldly. Indeed, he is hardly anything of worth, just a woman of fading charm, and one who is bound against her will. Yang Xinghua understands her brother's proclivities. He does not desire the willing but rather those who are unwilling. Yang Liren's eyes flash with a glimmer of recognition. Many women would throw themselves at him due to his prestigious family background, yet he is only drawn to those who look down upon him. A rather perverse inclination. Xiao Lu, go check on that villa. If the gift is acceptable, I might consider rescuing that useless son of mine. A faint smile graces Yang Xinghua's lips as she quickly directs Xiao Lu. Though she is a person devoid of compassion, Wen Wenfeng is, after all, a piece of flesh that fell from her body. However, as a married member of the Yang family, her only recourse is to plead with her brother. As for Wen Jiaxu, she feels there is no longer any hope for him, having caused a ruckus that the Yang family is unwilling to intervene in. Ultimately, his worth does not justify the exposure of the Yang family's hidden assets. Meanwhile, Lin Qinzu has reunited with Yang Yun. With a grave expression, he addresses Yang Yun. Brother Yang, you may not agree with my perspective, but I must be candid. Wen Jiaxu must die. If he is not eliminated, he will create endless troubles for me. Only 4 individuals have arrived at this location. Yang Yun, Li Qing, Huang Cheng, and He Yun. The others, including Mo Fong, have remained at the Jinmao building, where he excels in hacking but lacks skills in tracking. Meanwhile, Qiu Lu and Li Lan have gone to Jiaodong University to protect Yimengshi. Chapter 79. The death of Wen Jiaxu. Upon hearing Lin Qinzu's words, the 4 exchange glances, their faces betraying a mix of amusement and disbelief. It seems that Su Zhanshun has not divulged our group's situation to Lin. Li Qing solemnly states, in truth, we were expelled from the military due to an incident years ago involving a powerful second-generation individual who committed the heinous act of murdering a young girl. Ultimately, he was exonerated. The victim was my sister. Brother Yang and a few other comrades united to incapacitate that second-generation scoundrel, but when the military learned of our actions, they revoked all our achievements and expelled us. He Yun adds, it was deemed that our actions reflected incorrect ideology, thus leading to our expulsion. Lin, you need not feel burdened. Even if Wen Jiaxu were handed over to the police, he would find a way to evade punishment. We are all willing to assist in eliminating this irredeemable scum without hesitation. Upon hearing their sentiments, Lin Qinzu feels a weight lift from his shoulders. From what I understand, Wen Wenfeng is a deceitful and vicious individual. Perhaps I should not allow him to live either. Lin Qinzu recalls that Wen Wenfeng is still inside. Of course, we have investigated Wen Wenfeng's deeds. From the documents Brother Lin provided, we know that like father, like SON.do as you see fit, we will do our utmost to assist you, Yang Yun replies with a smile. Now that the ideological conflict has been resolved, it is time to take action. Lin Qinzu steps into the farmhouse, hastening his way inside, aware that there are security cameras at the entrance. Wen Jiaxiu may already be aware of his arrival. The others swiftly follow, instinctively dispersing to cover more ground. Inside a room, Lin Qinzu finds Wen Jiaxiu, who lies motionless on the floor. As he approaches, he observes a stab wound to the chest, the man devoid of life. Yang Yun and the others soon arrive, examining the body and noting that he has been deceased for some time, as the blood has begun to congeal. This is strange, Yang Yun muses. When Yang Liren left, he accompanied him for a while. It has been less than an hour. Did he die the moment Yang Liren departed? Where's Wen Wenfeng? Has anyone found him? Lin Qinzu suspects it was Wen Wenfeng who killed Wen Jiaxiu. Search everywhere. Even the staff here are dead. There is not a single survivor, and yet we cannot find Wen Wenfeng. The group scours the entire farmhouse, discovering that the chefs and waitstaff have all been murdered. Wen Wenfeng is truly deranged. However, this farmhouse has only one entrance and exit. We have been monitoring it without fail. It is impossible for him to slip past us unnoticed. The group is left bewildered. Suddenly, a splash echoes from outside. The group rushes to the pond's edge and sees Wen Wenfeng swimming towards the center, rapidly approaching the opposite bank. Lin Qinzu smirks coldly. Looks like he's desperate. In such a small pond? Where does he think he can escape? Lin Qinzu signals to Yang Yun and the others, and they spread out to encircle the pond. Realizing he has been surrounded, Wen Wenfeng understands he cannot hide any longer. Regretting his choice to seek refuge by the pond, he never intended to escape by swimming. He merely slipped in after being startled by Lin Qinzu and the others' conversation. Li Qing hauls Wen Wenfeng out of the water and tosses him before Lin Qinzu. Young Master One, what a ruthless heart you possess, even turning against your own father. Lin Qinzu sneers at the once glorious heir of the One family. He is unworthy to be my father. I once believed the One family to be pathetic. But he has proven to be even more so, only daring to acknowledge me now that he is a dog without a home. Had he recognized me sooner, with our combined talents, the One family would have long been ours. When Wenfeng snarls, Lin Qinzu shakes his head, his expression one of disbelief. You killed him for this reason? You claim to possess such strength. Surely you could have handled the current situation with ease. Yang Xinghua treats me like a discarded pawn. I am her son. When Yang Liren took Yang Xinghua away, when Jiaxiu knew he had been forsaken and, feeling cornered, sought to surrender. What kind of cowardly father do I have? In a fit of rage, I killed him. When Wenfeng's laughter borders on madness. With so many dead, Lin Qinzu sees no need to kill him as well. Someone must take responsibility. He dials a number to Xiao Runin. And an hour later, she arrives with 3 individuals, all in plain clothes, not wearing uniforms. Quite impressive. You arrived even faster than we did, Xiao Runin exclaims upon stepping out of the vehicle, surprised to see Lin Qinzu. Waiting for your department's efficiency, I would have been long gone by now, Lin Qinzu retorts with a smirk. You all may leave. I'll handle this matter. With Wen Jiaxiu dead and Wen Wenfeng having killed so many, he cannot escape justice. The rest is up to us. You need not concern yourselves with it. Xiao Runin instructs Lin Qinzu and the others to depart. Lin Qinzu had no intention of lingering. He had called Xiao Runin to manage these affairs. He had already arranged for 2 vehicles to pick them up, as it would be impossible to hail a cab in this desolate wilderness. Lin Qingshou and his companions stood at the entrance of the farmhouse, awaiting the arrival of their vehicle. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qingshou recognized him as the young man who had driven Yang Lian away moments earlier. Lin, that's the young man we spoke of. I can sense a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. It seems he has come to eliminate us, Yang Yun remarked, his expression grave, aware that the newcomer bore ill intent. Lin Qingshou furrowed his brow. Anyone bold enough to approach alone must possess considerable skill. The young man reached into his pocket, seemingly retrieving something. Let us go inside. He may be armed, Lin Qingshou urged. Pulling Yang Yun and the others swiftly into the building. Xiao Runin should also be armed. I have no confidence in facing firearms unarmed. What is going on? Xiao Runan inquired, observing Lin Qingxiu and his group rushing in. A killer has arrived. He is here to eliminate us. Officer Xiao, could you lend me your gun? I will take care of him. Lin Qingxiu's gaze fixed on the firearm at Xiao Runan's waist. She hastily drew her weapon, but instead of handing it to him, she stepped outside. Yang Lu, only I hold the authority in Modu, and my men are unarmed. This gun is the only one available. And it certainly does not belong to you, she declared, and no sooner had she spoken than a gunshot rang out. Yang Lu was one of the professional assassins raised by the Yang family, tasked with managing its darker dealings. The Yang family had a total of 10 such individuals, numbered from Yang Yi to Yang Shi. Yang Lian arrived at the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxu, only to find it deserted, realizing that Wen Jiaxu had been compromised. To prevent the father and son from dragging Yang Xinghua down with them, Yang Lu was dispatched to eliminate the Wen family. With Yang Lu on the job, Yang Lian felt reassured that no unforeseen complications would arise. Xiao Runan swiftly retaliated, and a gunfight erupted between the two parties. Regrettably, although Lin Qingxiu's side was larger in number, they possessed only a single firearm, which Xiao Runan was unwilling to relinquish, insisting on handling the situation herself. Her marksmanship, however, was rendered moot, and relying on a woman for protection was not Lin Qingxiu's style. He quickly maneuvered to flank Yang Lu, intent on disarming him. Just as he departed the scene, the gunfire ceased, with Xiao Runan hesitant to expose herself and the others unwilling to venture outside recklessly. Bang! Several shots echoed from behind the building, causing Xiao Runan's expression to shift dramatically as she sprinted toward the sound. The individuals she had brought were stationed behind the house, guarding Wen Wenfeng. Lin Qingxiu, who had been heading towards the front door, heard the gunfire and promptly turned back, inwardly lamenting the assassin's speed. In one moment he was firing in front, and in the next, he had dashed to the rear. Lin Qingxiu did not rush in recklessly, but instead concealed himself around a corner, steadying his breath. Yang Lu had already killed Wen Wenfeng and was now approaching his location. Just as Lin Qingxiu prepared to strike, a gun was suddenly pressed against his head from around the corner. How do you wish to die? Yang Lu asked coolly, his gaze fixated on Lin Qingxiu as if assessing a corpse. Let him go. I'll be your hostage. Just then, Xiao Runan and Yang Yun arrived, witnessing the tense standoff. Xiao Runan quickly aimed her weapon at Yang Lu. Yang Lu, with his back to her, began counting on his fingers. Then remarked, "You fired 9 shots. The standard police sidearm holds 8 rounds. With the one in the chamber, that makes 9, a gun's limit. Therefore, your weapon is empty." Xiao Runan's countenance paled. Her gun indeed lacked ammunition, and she had not anticipated that he would calculate so precisely. Clearly, he was a professional assassin. Even without bullets, we have enough manpower to subdue you. Your gun should also be out of ammunition. Before she could finish, Yang Lu produced a magazine filled with bullets from his pocket, causing her to turn ashen. However, Yang Lu tossed the magazine into the pond, discarding the one in his handgun as well. Yang Lu rolled his neck, seemingly warming up, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The task is complete. Now the fun begins. It's been 2 years since I last had a good time. I hope you can keep me entertained for a while. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Qingxiu remained silent, even with a gun pressed against him, betraying no sign of panic. As a martial arts master would say, a bullet is swift beyond 7 paces, but within that distance. My fists are swifter. He could disarm Yang Lu in the instant he pulled the trigger, but Xiao Runan's sudden arrival had given Yang Lu the opportunity to show off, and Lin Qingxiu was keen to see him do just that. Upon hearing Yang Lu's words, Lin Qingxiu smiled. Whether you drop your gun or not makes no difference to me. At this distance, your firearm is no match for my fists. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful punch connected with Yang Lu's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Yang Lu tumbled several times before regaining his footing, his previous disdain replaced by a look of terror. Who are you? Such power rivals that of a military god. Why have I never heard your name before? Lin Qingxiu's strike had sent Yang Lu reeling, and the realization struck him that this was no ordinary confrontation. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have attempted to show off and simply taken everyone out with a gun. The unfolding scene left Xiao Runan in shock. The reversal had come far too swiftly. Though she had faced several crises alongside Lin Qingxiu, she had never witnessed his true abilities until now. Flattery will get you nowhere. I remain unchanged, known in the underworld as the Gentle Master. You may call me Diadai, or simply Diadai if you prefer. Lin Qingxiu approached Yang Lu with a smile. Yang Lu snatched up dirt from the ground and flung it towards Lin Qingxiu, who raised a hand to shield himself from the dust. In the next moment, Yang Lu dashed away in a frenzy, prompting Lin Qingxiu to brush off the dirt from his clothes, muttering, "Is throwing dust your last-ditch tactic?" He bent down to pick up a stone and hurled it at Yang Lu. With a swift motion, the stone struck Yang Lu's knee with a resounding crack, causing him to collapse. Lin Qingxiu advanced toward him and stepped on his hand. "Weren't you eager to play? Why the sudden retreat? At your age, you should leave childish games behind." Yang Lu glared up at Lin Qingxiu, a pained sound escaping his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Qingxiu quickly grasped Yang Lu's jaw, but it was too late. Yang Lu had already bitten down on his tongue, ending his own life. Damn it, why are there so many death seekers in today's world, always resorting to biting their tongues or poisoning themselves? Lin Qingxiu cursed internally. Xiao Runan approached, her gaze shifting between the deceased Yang Lu and Lin Qingxiu, an enigmatic expression crossing her face. Whoever trained this death seeker ensured that should capture become imminent. He would not hesitate to take his own life. Thank goodness for your extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Lin Qingxiu rose and began to walk outside. The Yang family from Kyoto, who came with Yang Lian, can be dealt with by you from here on out. Officer Xiao. He calculated the time. The vehicle arranged by Xingping should be arriving soon. Yang Yun and the others followed behind Lin Qingxiu, their admiration for his prowess evident. At such a young age, he had effortlessly dispatched an assassin meticulously trained by the Yang family. Had they all confronted Yang Lu together, they might not have stood a chance. Chapter 81. The irrevocable bounty. Lin Qingxiu had dispatched Yang Lu with a single move, a mere stone capable of shattering his knee. The admiration in the eyes of Yang Yun and the others deepened. The awe of strength transcended gender. Initially, they had perceived Lin Qingxiu as merely a wealthy ordinary man, yet now, his prowess seemed to rival that of their military god. Even the skills displayed moments ago would have been beyond the capabilities of Su Feng. Suddenly, Xiao Runan recalled the gunfire that had erupted from within moments ago and rushed inside to assess the situation. As expected, when Wenfeng and the three individuals she had brought were all dead, each shot through the forehead, Xiao Runan sank to the ground, stunned. She had not anticipated that investigating a scion of the one family would result in the deaths of 3 of her colleagues. The Yang family of Kyoto, I will not let you off easily, she vowed through gritted teeth. Lin Qingxiu closed his eyes in the vehicle, relieved to have resolved this troublesome matter. With Wen Jiaxu dead, he wondered how the bounty on the dark web had been affected. Yang Yun, seated beside him, appeared hesitant, as if contemplating something. Brother Yang, if you have something to say, speak freely. We are brothers and there's no need for formality. Lin Qingxiu opened his eyes to regard him. Brother Lin, Mo Fong discovered that you have a bounty on the dark web. When Jiaxu paid a deposit of 20 million, and upon your demise, he would pay the remaining 30 million, so. Yang Yun looked at Lin Qingxiu. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He understood the implication. His bounty remained, though the final payment had not been made. Reducing it from 50 million to 20 million. Even that amount would attract many reckless individuals, meaning his peril had not been entirely averted. That damned Wen Jiaxu. Could he not have paid a little less? Lin Qingxiu silently cursed. Brother Yang, is there any way to eliminate this bounty? It's becoming quite bothersome. Lin Qingxiu expressed his annoyance. A bounty of 20 million would undoubtedly draw many unwelcome disturbances. Yang Yun shook his head at the poorly concluded bounty notice. Noting that such requests were abundant on the dark web, always attracting those with idle time. 20 million was indeed a substantial sum, likely to place it among the top listings. Lin Qingxiu pondered for a moment, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. He hurriedly asked Yang Degu if there was a way to register an account for him, so he could also place bounties on certain individuals, perhaps inflating the prices to lower their rankings. Yang Yun replied with a shake of his head, stating that while theoretically that could be the case, there would still be individuals who would see his listings. Just as people tend to browse through various items when shopping online, if everyone only purchased the top-ranked items, then there would be no room for others to sell. Lin Qingxiu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it did not matter as long as he could secure an account. Anyone seeking him out would eventually find him anyway. Why not leverage this platform? He recalled that he had a few enemies he could place bounties on for fun. After the vehicle entered the Jinmao building, Lin Qinshi eagerly sought out Fong. Dark web accounts were not like the real name accounts of today. They required special IP addresses and unique methods to access. Observing Fong's operations, Lin Qinshi transferred 200 million, requesting that Fong assist him in placing bounties on several individuals. Li Tianzong for 30 million, Li Jianfu for 70 million, and Yang Lian for 100 million. The bounty funds were transferred directly to the platform, bypassing any deposit or final payment procedures. Once someone completed the task, they could simply collect their earnings from the platform. Once the bounty was issued, there was no need for further concern. Even if Lin Qinshi were to perish, the bounty would remain unaffected. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Fong's computer. He informed Lin Qinshi that the bounty on Yang Lian had been rejected, but the bounties on Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu had been successfully posted. This money remains in the account. Shall we withdraw it? Lin Qinshi was puzzled as to why Yang Lian's bounty had been returned, and Fong had no answers either. He decided it was of little consequence. He was merely experimenting. Thus, he chose to leave the funds in the account for future use, knowing that retrieving money from the dark web could be quite troublesome. While transferring funds into the dark web was straightforward, withdrawing them would involve navigating through numerous overseas accounts. Regardless, he was not lacking in funds at the moment, so it was best to leave it there. Moreover, money could be used to purchase intelligence on the dark web, so it would prove useful in due time. After leaving the Jinmao building, Lin Qinshi returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa, now enveloped in night. He could finally relax his taut nerves after these past few days. Although the issues surrounding the bounty had not been resolved, the assassins had failed multiple times. According to Yang Yun's speculation, they likely would not return in the short term, yet caution was still warranted. One could never know when an assassin might strike. Upon arriving at Yunlu Mountain Villa, he found that Li Qing had yet to return, likely preoccupied with a multitude of tasks he had assigned her. After a brief wash, he succumbed to slumber, soothed by the gentle touch of a maid's massage. He had forgotten about the earlier incident with Yu Qing. In his eyes, Yu Qing was merely a beautiful young woman, not new to such experiences, and their encounter felt more like a friendly match, devoid of burdens in the bustling metropolis, within a high-end community. Yu Qing sat with her legs hugged to her chest, lost in thought. The events of the day she spent with Lin Qinshi marked her first experience with a man. Having previously only associated with women, she found herself enveloped in a sense of confusion regarding today's developments. Surprisingly, she felt less repulsed than she had anticipated, even finding a certain enjoyment in the experience, something she could never share with her female friends. The sweat-soaked exertion, the robust physique, and each movement captivated her, leaving her utterly enchanted. A graceful figure entered from outside, approaching Yu Qing and enveloping her in an embrace. "Do not worry. I will avenge you for the harm you have suffered," the elegant woman said with concern. She was Shen Lizhen, a close associate of Yu Qing, and also the aunt of Shen Li and Shen Yu. Yu Qing cast a complex glance at the woman beside her before shaking her head. "I am fine that I just received internal news that Wen Jiaxu is dead. Better yet. Such scum deserve to perish," Shen Lizhen responded indignantly. Yu Qing recalled that Lin Qinshi had mentioned seeking out Wen Jiaxu before he left. It seemed that Wen Jiaxu's demise was linked to him. Perhaps she ought to utilize her connections to assist him. Yu Qing's mindset had shifted, and she felt a certain discomfort at the hand Shen Lizhen rested on her shoulder. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinshi, he could hardly have imagined that an older woman would be the first to engage intimately with Ama and I in his slumber. He heard the system's notification chime, but was too fatigued to pay it much attention. Deciding to check it in the morning, ding, due to the deaths of Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng, the bounty has become unresolvable. The task is invalidated, and half the reward is forfeited. Reward: Golden Silk Armor X1. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Qinshi discovered the golden silk armor beside him. He vaguely recalled the system's notification from the previous night. The secondary task was deemed half completed, but the cancellation of the bounty rendered further progress impossible. Nonetheless, the system had shown some humanity by granting him half the reward. He donned the golden silk armor, which felt akin to a lightweight vest against his skin, devoid of any cumbersome weight. In the ensuing days, aside from attending classes, Lin Qinshi accompanied Yimengshi to procure household items. The villa he purchased for Yimengshi in Yinhu Mountain had a sizable walk-in closet, perfectly suited to accommodate all the items he had procured from Chanel. Li Qing demonstrated remarkable efficiency, having successfully registered the company and completed various procedures. However, securing land proved challenging. In the bustling metropolis, Real estate was precious, and Lin Qingche's requirements were substantial. Ultimately, he had to approach Su Banning for assistance. When Su Feng finalized matters, Su Banning was present and had mentioned that he could be approached for any difficulties. Su Banning graciously delineated a hillside on the outskirts of the metropolis for Lin Qingche, offering it at a semi-rental arrangement, charging him an annual fee of 1 million. Since they were both serving the nation, Lin Qingche promptly paid for 20 years' worth of rent. Beyond the rental fees, there were plans to construct buildings and allocate areas, which would require substantial financial investment. Lin Qingche's intention in establishing a security company was not for profit. Rather, he aimed to cultivate his own bodyguards. After all, he had the means, and the system would eventually assign him tasks. At this stage in his life, money had become merely a numerical figure. Although he still held onto many habits of a lower class, it would take time for him to adjust. On Saturday morning, Lin Qingche arrived early at the entrance of the financial university, prepared to take Chen Shanshan to his residence at Tangcheniping. This had been arranged a week prior, and during this time, Chen Shanshan had become increasingly busy, as the bank had assigned her numerous training sessions and even some meetings for which she was ostensibly unqualified. Wu Xiaogong had taken her along, seemingly to facilitate her exposure. Originally, Wu Xiaogong intended to take her to the headquarters today, but since she had already made plans with Lin Qingche, she had to muster the courage to ask for leave. Upon learning that Chen Shanshan was going to meet Lin Qingche, Wu Xiaogong immediately donned a fawning smile, wishing her a good time and even granting her Monday off. Chen Shanshan, fully aware of the reasons behind her sudden preferential treatment, recognized that it stemmed from Lin Qingche's substantial assets exceeding 500 billion in the local bank, leading superiors to regard her as Lin Qingche's girlfriend, thus affording her special attention. She did not deny this notion. She too had ulterior motives. Even if she and Lin Qingche had not explicitly defined their relationship, her feelings were gradually leaning in that direction. This perceived relationship opened up smooth opportunities in her work. Since everyone believed it to be true, she decided to go along with it. She read the message from Lin Qingche indicating his arrival at the school gate. Chen Shanshan picked up her white canvas bag, casting a lingering glance at her dormitory of 4 years before departing. Lin Qingche parked at the school entrance, but as he was not a student of the financial university, the security guards adamantly refused him entry. Unfazed even by his attempts to bribe them, it seemed either the bribes were insufficient or that the guards simply adhered to strict regulations forbidding outsiders. After all, the financial university was a haven for beautiful women. If outside individuals were permitted entry, the influx of luxury cars would be overwhelming. Suddenly, Lin Qingche heard a knock on his car window. Turning to look, he was surprised to see the same girl. Qin Yuma, from before. Hey, what a coincidence. Remember what you promised last time. You owe me your contact information upon our next meeting. She playfully winked. Lin Qingche hadn't anticipated encountering her in the same spot again. Initially, he had considered not pursuing it, but now his mindset had shifted slightly. Some women were worth the effort. Nevertheless, he felt obligated to honor his previous promise. Let's add each other on WeChat. My name is Lin Qingche. Qin Yuma quickly opened her phone to scan his QR code. Feeling that the name Lin Qingche rang a bell, though she couldn't quite place it, I'm Qin Yuma, but you can call me Ming Ming. She introduced herself. After they became friends, they exchanged a few casual remarks before Qin Yuma tactfully took her leave. Having seen Lin Qingche pick up Chen Shanshan last time, she suspected he was there to collect Chen Shanshan again. Lacking the confidence to compete with Chen Shanshan, she opted to play it cool, hoping to leave a positive impression for future opportunities. If Chen Shanshan emerged to find her flirting with Lin Qingche, it might jeopardize her chances, rendering her efforts futile. Lin Qingche, too, noted a flicker of surprise. This woman possessed a certain level of savvy. Not long after, Chen Shanshan emerged from the school gate, clad in the pleated skirt she had worn during their initial meeting, complemented by a white sports polo shirt. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, and she carried a white canvas bag. A palpable aura of a common yet enchanting campus beauty enveloped her as Lin Qingche stepped out of the car to open the passenger door for her. Amidst the envious gazes surrounding them, Chen Shanshan gracefully took her seat. Where are your belongings? Aren't you going to move them over? Lin Qingche inquired, observing her casual attire. I have very little, just some clothes. I've already taken most of it to the office. I can retrieve the rest later, she replied. Have you had breakfast? I bought 2 buns from the cafeteria, one for each of us. Chen Shanshan produced the steaming buns from her canvas bag. Lin Qingche, feeling a twinge of hunger, devoured one eagerly, oil dribbling from the corners of his mouth. Chen Shanshan handed him a napkin, wiping his mess as a subtle atmosphere of intimacy began to stir within the car. Observing his carefree way of eating, Chen Shanshan felt a surge of delight. This indicated that their social standings were not vastly different. Whether it was dining, entertainment, or leisure, they shared a commonality that dispelled any sense of distance between them. As Lin Qinsher pressed the accelerator, departing from the gates of the university, Chen Shanshan realized she would not be returning to this familiar yet strange place, and the chances of him visiting again were slim. In the dormitory of the Finance University, Qian Yuming burst into her room, excitement radiating from her. "Hey, IE, you won't believe who I just ran into. That handsome guy who drives a Lamborghini. He looked even more dashing than the last time. I've successfully obtained his WeChat. Capturing this wealthy second-generation heir is just a matter of time." She flaunted her phone screen before Originally intending to congratulate her, He's attention was suddenly drawn to the WeChat name and profile picture. She abruptly seized Qian Yuming's hand, urging her to remain still and examine it closely. A flicker of disdain flashed in Qian Yuming's eyes. Despite their seemingly sisterly bond, they were merely plastic friends, each harboring a subtle animosity towards the other. "You wouldn't want to remember this WeChat ID, would you? If you want it, I can share it with you. There's no need to be so agitated. We're sisters, and whoever succeeds shouldn't neglect the other," Qian Yuming said, maintaining her facade. "Lin Qinsher?" He gritted her teeth as she articulated the name. Qian Yuming, having already noted the name, remained oblivious to any discrepancies. "Yes, that's the name of that handsome guy. When I first heard it, I thought it sounded somewhat familiar." Suddenly, Qian Yuming's eyes widened in realization. Upon receiving He's confirming nod, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Are you kidding me? The contact I painstakingly acquired is actually your useless ex-boyfriend?" Qian Yuming slumped onto the chair. She had been exposed to countless tales of Lin Qinsher's ineptitude, yet she had never encountered him personally. Nor did she bother to remember a face belonging to someone of such lowly status. He gritted her teeth. "What is he doing at our school? Is he trying to run into me?" At this, Qian Yuming recalled how he had previously described Lin Qinsher as a poor loser. However, from her observations, Lin Qinsher appeared to be an attractive and affluent individual. Perhaps he had feigned poverty to test He. And now that she had failed, he chose to reveal his true self. Moreover, Lin Qinsher had not come to the Finance University to seek out He, but rather to escort their campus beauty. Chen Shanshan, isn't Chen Shanshan several hundred times better than He? What right does she have to compete with a campus beauty? Qian Yuming mused, her thoughts spiraling. Since they were no longer together, she felt emboldened to pursue him. "Yuming, delete this loser. He's surely trying to use you to get back with me," He declared, reaching for Qian Yuming's phone to erase Lin Qinsher from her contacts. Qian Yuming quickly snatched her phone back, exclaiming, "Are you joking? I waited a whole week to get this contact. If you delete it just because of your delusions, all my efforts would be in vain." "Xiao Yi, let's hold off on the deletion. I want to tease him first. Didn't he embarrass you? I'll make him fall for me and then delete him, just to relieve your grievances," Qian Yuming reassured He. Unperturbed by the potential fallout, she feared not He's anger or the risk of a falling out, but rather the possibility that He might seek reconciliation with Lin Qinsher upon discovering the truth. Who could guarantee that Lin Qinsher would not harbor lingering feelings for He, given their years together? With competitors aplenty, including campus beauty Chen Shanshan, the last thing she needed was for He to return to the fray, which would obliterate her chances entirely. "All right, then you go ahead and seduce him. Arrange to meet up. I want to see him get his comeuppance," He said, a cruel smile dancing on her lips as she envisioned the forthcoming scene. Qian Yuming nodded in agreement, her mind already racing with ideas on how to charm Lin Qinsher. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qinsher remained blissfully unaware of these developments as he drove Chen Shanshan to Tangshan Yiping. Upon their arrival, Chen Shanshan was left speechless. The location was merely a few hundred meters from her workplace, just a turn away. She had heard of this place, renowned as one of the most prestigious properties in the city. With prices to match, Lin Qinsher actually owns a property here, and he's renting it to me for just 800 a month. Upon opening the door, she found the apartment furnished and equipped, with a balcony offering a sweeping view of the Huangpu River. "Is this really my new home? Am I dreaming?" she murmured. Lin Qinsher approached her with a smile. "Why don't you pinch yourself? If it hurts, then it must be real." Chen Shanshan, compelled to do so, pinched her arm and winced, coming to her senses. This place is too large. It's a waste for just me. She began to leave, incredulous at the thought of such a place costing only 800 a month. It was a mere joke. 8,000 wunti even suffice. Lin Qinshi quickly pulled her back. Wasting such a space isn't an option. Besides, it's conveniently close to your workplace if you don't stay here. It'll just gather dust, so don't feel burdened. You've already paid the rent. After much persuasive dialogue from Lin Qinshi, Chen Shanshan finally agreed to stay. Thank you. Without you, I might not have a job or a place to live. She expressed her gratitude, gazing appreciatively at him. If you truly wish to thank me, then prepare a meal. He suggested playfully, I'd like to sample your culinary skills. Lin Qinshi instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. Chen Shanshan, far from feeling repelled, lowered her head in a bashful demeanor. Let's go grocery shopping. There's a supermarket downstairs where we can find plenty of ingredients. Cooking for Lin Qinshi was currently the only way Chen Shanshan felt she could repay him, though she had other methods in mind, albeit unconsidered. As they entered the supermarket, they began selecting various ingredients, resembling an everyday couple, their closeness growing from an arm's length to walking side by side. In the interim, they also retrieved Chen Shanshan's luggage from her workplace. Her belongings were quite minimal, a suitcase and a backpack, which justified her earlier claim of being able to manage the move herself. Chen Shanshan was adept at preparing only simple home-cooked meals, and Lin Qinshi abandoned his initial idea of buying seafood since she had neither tasted nor cooked it before. They settled for basic dishes like tofu, fish, and beef. From her luggage, Chen Shanshan produced a clear glass bottle containing what appeared to be homemade liquor. This is my father's brew. You should try it. She retrieved 2 glasses and poured the liquor. Lin Qinshi was taken aback. It was unexpected for a young woman to carry such homemade spirits. Without a toast, Chen Shanshan downed her drink in one swift motion. Lin Qinshi stood there, bewildered, as it seemed less like drinking and more akin to quenching thirst. After finishing 1 glass, she refilled it, downing it without a hint of change in her demeanor, smacking her lips as though she were a seasoned drinker, leaving Lin Qinshi thoroughly astonished. Why aren't you drinking? You should try it. My father's liquor is quite delightful, Chen Shanshan urged him, eyeing the untouched glass in his hand. Lin Qinshi raised the glass to his lips for a tentative sip. It was rich and aromatic, yet burned as it slid down his throat. He was no connoisseur of liquor, and even the finest Maodai tasted similarly to him. Noticing he had taken a sip, Chen Shanshan eagerly served him more food. My father enjoys his drinks. I watched him drink alone throughout my childhood, and as I grew older, I began accompanying him. The first time I tasted alcohol, I found it delightful, and I've loved it ever since. Lin Qinshi's mouth twitched. To find alcohol enjoyable on the first try was a clear sign of a natural drinker. They exchanged banter as they savored their meal, swiftly finishing the bottle of liquor. Lin Qinshi soon felt a pleasant haze descending upon him, while Chen Shanshan remained unfazed, efficiently clearing the table. He marveled at her. She was no mere drinker, but rather a goddess of wine. In this apartment, all necessities were accounted for, and even some luxuries were present. Cleaning the dishes was a breeze. They could simply be tossed into the dishwasher. The 2 individuals arrived at the private cinema within the house. And with this luxurious amenity, there was no longer a need to visit a public theater for movie screenings. Initially, Lin Qinshi had expressed his desire to watch a film together, harboring concerns that Chen Shanshan might decline. To his surprise, she readily accepted. The company had arranged for him to undergo training abroad, with his departure imminent in a few days, potentially lasting several months. Chen Shanshan gazed at Lin Qinshi with an inscrutable expression. When do you depart? To which country? It was a challenge to almost breach the 90-point mark in terms of affection, and now he was to leave the country. The bank in this bustling metropolis certainly knew how to complicate matters. Country, Lin Qinshi replied. The company has organized everything. Once I obtain my certification there, I will receive a promotion. After a brief silence, he continued, I own a security company, and I will assign a female bodyguard to accompany you. It is prudent for 2 individuals to look after one another. Although country was advanced, it was also chaotic, with incidents of $0 purchases frequently occurring. Having someone with you would ease my concerns. Chen Shanshan was about to refuse, but, upon seeing Lin Qinshi's expression, nodded in agreement. As a young woman in a foreign land, her safety was indeed a priority. Despite the presence of company personnel there, the reality of being abroad weighed heavily on her. With her acquiescence, Lin Qinshi joyfully began the movie, a poignant love story. Although he had little interest in such films, he felt compelled to endure it. Knowing it was a preference shared among women, as the film progressed, they gradually leaned closer together. Chun Shanshan rested her head on Lin Qinshi's shoulder, and he took her hand in his. When the plot reached an intimate moment, Chen Shanshan blushed and turned her head away, only to find her gaze meeting Lin Qinshi's. In that dimly lit ambience, their eyes drew ever nearer, prompting Lin Qinshi to lower his head and kiss her. Chen Shanshan trembled slightly but did not push him away. They maintained their position as the film continued, until suddenly, Chen Shanshan opened her eyes and pushed Lin Qinshi away. "No, I am not ready." Lin Qinshi's restless hands had startled Chen Shanshan back to reality. "I am sorry. I was too hasty." He quickly apologized, internally cursing his uncontrollable impulses that had shattered the ambience. "I apologize. I am simply not ready and have not fully contemplated this. I admit that I have feelings for you, but you seem too ethereal to me, so much so that I question your very existence." Chen Shanshan, having grown up without maternal affection, grappled with insecurity and uncertainty in all matters. "Foolish one, I am indeed a real person. It is not as exaggerated as you think." Lin Qinshi embraced her. Chen Shanshan did not resist, content to rest against his chest. "Grant me a little more time. Once I return from training, I will provide you with a definitive answer." Lin Qinshi had yet to receive any notification of increased affection and realized that there was no need to rush. He had not anticipated that the final push towards enhanced feelings would prove to be so challenging. "Very well, I shall wait for you." He kissed her forehead gently. Despite this interlude, their relationship had grown closer. Yet a slight barrier remained. After the film concluded, Lin Qinshi took his leave. Chun Shanshan did not attempt to retain him, as lingering would only lead to awkwardness. He arranged for a designated driver to return his vehicle and walk to the Jinmao Tower, where the security company's base was still under construction, necessitating that Yang Yun and the others temporarily conduct their business at Jinmao Tower. "Brother Yang, in a couple of days, could you have Sister Lan accompany a friend of mine abroad? As a young woman in a foreign land, I would feel more at ease with Sister Lan by her side." Yang Yun nodded and instructed Li Lan to procure the necessary passport and visa. The visa for M country was notoriously difficult to secure, but with sufficient funds, it was manageable. However, due to Li Lan's previous identity, there was a possibility that M country might deny her entry, necessitating a change in her identity. Yang Yun possessed the necessary channels for this, so Lin Qinshi would only need to cover the expenses. The rest would be handled by them. Conversely, Yang Yun's team proved to be exceptionally competent, with skilled individuals in various fields, capable of efficiently resolving any issues with just a word. "Brother Yang, you have assisted me immensely, yet I have not discussed compensation with you. I acknowledge my oversight. Please inquire with the brothers if they have any requests." Yang Yun chuckled. "What requests could we possibly have? We are merely seeking a means to make a living." Before coming here, Mo Fong was an employee at a computer repair shop, while several of us were manual laborers at construction sites. Chiu Lu and Li Lan were merely waitstaff at restaurants, occupying the lowest rungs of employment. "We are merely pleased to return to our previous professions. As long as Lin brother provides us with sustenance, we are content." Having served in the military, it was challenging for them to find suitable employment, particularly as they lacked specialized skills, leaving them with only simple labor as an option. For them, having stable employment was a significant source of satisfaction, especially in roles that aligned with their expertise. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshi declared, "Very well, each of you will receive the same salary of 2 million per year. With all benefits at the highest standard, we are still in the nascent stages, and there are numerous areas where I will require your assistance." Yang Yun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly verifying whether he had truly heard correctly. 2.2 million? Brother Lin, are you certain it is not 200,000? An annual salary of 200,000 was already considered substantial. For them, earning 5,000 to 6,000 monthly would ensure a stable living. What does an annual salary of 2 million entail? That amounts to over 16,000 monthly, more than they had earned in 2 years combined. I did not misspeak. It is indeed 2 million. However, once the security company is established, the salaries of incoming personnel may not reach such heights, but rest assured, they will not be slighted, Lin Qinshi assured him, patting Yang Yun on the shoulder. Li Qing had also been conducting business at Jinmao Tower during this period, and Lin Qinshi promptly instructed her to disperse a year's salary to Yang Yun and the others. At that moment, Li Qing turned to Lin Qinshi and said, "Master, I am not well suited for these tasks. It might be prudent to hire someone with stronger professional capabilities. I do not wish to evade work. I merely find these responsibilities somewhat daunting. Fearing Lin Qinshi might think she was trying to shirk her duties, she hastily added a clarification. Lin Qinshi had considered hiring someone to manage these tasks, realizing that Li Qing's abilities were better suited for administrative roles. Entrusting her with management was indeed beyond her capabilities. But where could he find the right person? After some deliberation, he said, "Understood. Focus on completing these preliminary tasks, and I will seek out a suitable candidate." Lin Qinshi agreed, patting Li Qing's back to reassure her not to overthink the matter. After wrapping up some affairs, Lin Qinshi returned to the school. On his way, he pondered where to find the ideal individual for the role. While there were numerous talents on recruitment websites, the cost of trial and error was prohibitively high. If someone lacked the necessary skills, it would waste precious time. He was not concerned about profitability. He merely wished to minimize the hassle involved. Initially, he had considered asking Su Xia for assistance, as her background was fitting. Her collaboration with Su Banning in land dealings and Su Feng's military connections made her an ideal candidate. However, both Su Banning and Su Feng opposed the idea, as did Su Xia herself, who preferred to quietly pursue her teaching career. Su Banning and Su Feng shared the same sentiment, arguing that not every aspect of the operation should involve the Su family, even with the best intentions. Such arrangements could lead to complications. If matters went awry, it would merely create unnecessary trouble, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. Perhaps he could seek Wen Ruxue for a recommendation. He had not approached her recently, as she was currently traveling the world, with Wen Jiaming guiding her through the various enterprises of the One Group to familiarize her with the processes. Wen Ruxue was quite eager, attempting to persuade Lin Qinshi to agree to her requests. Wen Ruxue undoubtedly had connections, but Lin Qinshi wished to avoid entanglements with Wen Jiaming, knowing that any individual introduced by Wen Ruxue would likely carry his influence. After much contemplation, he had yet to identify a suitable candidate. Perhaps he would simply keep an eye out while he continued on. After all, there was still ample time to prepare for the preliminary tasks. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Xia Lu and others quickly surrounded him. "Beast, what is the outcome regarding Li Tianzong's situation?" Earlier, Lin Qinshi had placed a bounty on these two individuals on the dark web, yet to date, no one had claimed the reward. Lin Qinshi had investigated further and discovered that Li Jinfu had a habit of posting bounties on the dark web. Upon seeing the announcement, he immediately fled with his son, and their current whereabouts remained unknown. Due to his actions in issuing the bounty, Su Feng had even called him, but as the dark web fell outside the jurisdiction of the Huaxia system and there was no evidence linking the bounty to Lin Qinshi, Su Feng could only verbally request that he rescind it. Such matters, involving solicitation for murder, were criminal offenses. To spare Su Feng and Yang Yuan from undue stress, Lin Qinshi complied and withdrew the bounty, incurring a hefty fee in the process before sending the evidence of Li's crimes to Xiao Runan in Kyoto. Although Xiao Runan's previous actions against Wen Jiaxiu had not yielded favorable results, they had still demonstrated her capabilities. Initially intending to respond to Li's provocations with force, he now found the pursuit of them unnecessary, as they had gone into hiding. Let Xiao Runan handle the tracking and apprehension. He was aiming for a return to a peaceful life. Rest assured, the Li father and son will be unable to seek us out. Before long, they will both find themselves incarcerated. Upon hearing this, the trio simultaneously exhaled in relief. That is a relief. I have not spent time with Yin Yin in ages. I have been hiding in the dormitory all weekend. Tonight, I shall go on a date with Yin Yin. Farewell, Xia Lu declared eagerly as he departed. Fan Jianqiang and Li Wuqi returned to their seats. Neither of us has plans. What brings you back to the dormitory this weekend? Yi Xiaohua, aren't you going out to date her? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qingshou, who was lying on the bed, with a puzzled expression. It is worth noting that Lin Qingshou had not returned to the dormitory for quite some time. He usually does not come back during class weeks, yet today on the weekend, he has returned. Ming Ming went out to have fun with her girlfriends. I just want some peace and quiet to contemplate things. Previously, Yi Mengshi had mentioned to Lin Qingshou that she wanted to take her friends to the villa for a weekend getaway, and Lin Qingshou had informed her that he was unavailable today. Little did he know that his date with Chun Shanshan ended by the afternoon. Shall we go out for a stroll? I heard that Senior Qin Ruolin is back at school today. Let's chance upon her, Li Wuqi exclaimed excitedly. Not interested. You two go ahead, Lin Qingshou yawned, preparing to sleep. He currently had no interest in any campus beauty. He hadn't even resolved matters with Chen Shanshan yet, so he had no mental space to consider other women. Seeing Lin Qingxiu's lack of interest, Li Wuqi ceased his attempts and began discussing Qin Ruolin with Fan Jiancheng. It is said that Senior Qin was invited back by the school because she lost her internship job and has yet to find a new one. Recently, a wealthy benefactor made a generous donation of several billion, and with the various chaotic projects, it was a perfect opportunity for Qin to be hired back to handle these affairs. She is an ideal fit for managing the financial allocations of these projects, considering her major in business administration. However, why did she lose her internship position? Could there be some underlying issues? Fan Jincheng added. Lin Qingxiu abruptly sprang up from the bed. I'll join you to witness Senior Qin's elegance. Upon hearing the keyword business administration, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected to be in a predicament regarding management personnel. Choice 1. Hire Qin Ruolin as the head of the security company. Reward 30 billion. Choice 2. Hire Qin Ruolin as the head of the security company, ensuring her favorability towards the host exceeds 60, reward 30 billion, language proficiency. The system only issues tasks for talents. And why Qin Ruolin was dismissed from her internship was of no concern to him. In his eyes, she was merely a gold mine. If he could successfully hire her, he would pocket 30 billion. And as for achieving a favorability rating of 60, Lin Qingxiu dismissed that thought. He only cared for the money and the person, not the language proficiency. Chapter 86. A beauty that could bring ruin to a nation. Li Wuqi and Fan Jiancheng stared at him in astonishment. Having just witnessed him looking like a dead fish, only to suddenly appear invigorated. Weren't you just acting aloof and uninterested? Fan Jiancheng teased. That was then, this is now. Let's hurry, Lin Qingxiu urged, pushing the two out the door. The trio meandered aimlessly around campus. After a few laps, Lin Qingxiu could not help but ask, where are we supposed to find Qin Ruolin? This feels like aimless wandering. Li Wuqi feigned seriousness. Only by chance encounters can we deepen our impressions of each other. Seeking her out would be no different from being a loser. Fan Jiancheng nodded in agreement. Lin Qingxiu was at a loss for words. Such chance encounters could take 3 days and nights without happening. Aren't you losers yourselves? Only losers give themselves such psychological justifications. I'm not going to wander around with you. I'm going to find the principal. He must know where Qin Ruolin is. Lin Qingxiu flipped them the bird before turning away. Li Wuqi and Fan Jiancheng exchanged glances. Could this beast be planning to make a move on Senior Qin? Didn't he already have Yi Xiaohua? When did he even get to know the principal? Li Wuqi regarded Lin Qingxiu's departing figure with suspicion. Fan Jiancheng stroked his chin. Who would complain about having too many girlfriends? We can't let him get ahead of us. Let's split up and whoever encounters her first will call the other with the location. On his way to the principal's office, Lin Qingxiu passed by the school's artificial lake and suddenly noticed a girl standing at its edge. The water had already reached her ankles, yet she remained still. Could she be contemplating something serious? Lin Qingxiu slowed his pace and approached her cautiously. Classmate, whatever it is, try to see it positively. Life is only lived once, so cherish it well, he called out from behind her. Yet the girl remained unmoved, as if she had not heard him. Seeing her lack of response, Lin Qingxiu took a few steps forward. A gentle breeze blew across the lake, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance from the girl. At that moment, the campus broadcast crackled to life, typically playing songs that added an ambience to the youthful atmosphere of university life. As Lin Qingxiu drew closer, the girl still showed no signs of movement, appearing lost in thought. Just as he was about to reach out to her, she stirred, brushing her hair aside and removing her earphones, turning to meet Lin Qingxiu's gaze. Walking in the wind, today the sun feels so gentle. The gentleness of the heavens and the earth embraces me. The campus broadcast played a song titled Gentle, by the artificial lake. The setting sun cast a romantic glow over the scene, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an idol drama between the two. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name: Qin Ruolin. Score: 96. Age: 22. Height: 171 centimeters. Bust: 32E. Favorability: 0. Qin Ruolin. So this is Senior Qin. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Qingxiu recognized her identity. Indeed, her statistics were stunning. A score of 96 and a 32E figure. Such beauty could bring calamity to a nation in ancient times. I'm sorry. I thought you were in distress. I called out to you several times but received no response. Lin Qingxiu withdrew his outstretched hand. Qin Ruolin glanced down at her feet. The water had indeed risen to her ankles, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. She nodded slightly at Lin Qingxiu, seemingly expressing gratitude, before stepping out of the water and leaving the area. Lin Qingxiu had intended to call out to her, to discuss hiring her, yet given the current situation and atmosphere, he felt the likelihood of rejection was high. It seemed more prudent to consult the principal first. Qin Ruolin was a cool and aloof goddess. She had not uttered a single word to Lin Qingxiu. She had merely stood by the lake to enjoy some solitude and reflect on her thoughts. Due to her headphones, she had not heard Lin Qingxiu's words. It was only when the campus broadcast interrupted her music that she noticed him. Although Lin Qingxiu had acted out of good intentions, the misunderstanding lingered, and she left without a word. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Lin Qingxiu found the principal, wearing reading glasses, engrossed in a document. Oblivious to Lin Qingxiu's presence, Lin Qingxiu leaned in to take a look, and the document read Divine Plan. The principal, noticing Lin Qingxiu's approach, quickly looked up with a smile. Lin, why aren't you out enjoying the weekend? Isn't the principal also working on a weekend? Lin Qingxiu replied. Sitting on the sofa, he glanced briefly at the document but could not discern its contents. However, the principal had no intention of keeping it a secret. This is a document from above regarding the Divine Plan, aimed at cultivating talent. We need to select several individuals for development, but our school can only submit candidates from the medical field. Others have been claimed by different institutions. Lin Qingxiu nodded, disinterested in the details, as he had come to inquire about Qin Ruolin. Before he could voice his intent, the principal continued, Lin, I was actually planning to speak with you regarding this. The Divine Plan not only requires talent but also needs the school to bear the training fund. Our school intends to allocate some of the funds from the project you donated. What do you think? After all, that money was originally donated by Lin Qingxiu for investment projects, and if it were to be used elsewhere, the principal needed to inform him first. Lin Qingxiu waved his hand dismissively. Let that investment project money remain untouched. Whatever the Divine Plan needs, I can provide separately. After saying this, Lin Qingxiu felt something was amiss. It seemed as if this school revolved around his finances. With every request tied to his contributions, the principal beamed with joy upon hearing Lin Qingxiu's response. Thank you, Lin. The funds are not substantial. Given the long-term nature of this training plan, around 50 million should suffice for several batches of talent development. What? Lin Qingxiu was taken aback. He had thought a few 100,000 would be adequate. After all, wasn't fostering talent merely about reading more books and newspapers? Why spend so much? Nevertheless, Lin Qingxiu refrained from commenting further. He had seen that the plan originated from the Huaxia government, aimed at nurturing talent for the nation, and he was not one to be stingy. Chapter 87. Qin Ruolin's internship. After Lin Qingxiu completed the transfer, the principal's smile widened. Our medical class is brimming with talent, but we are still uncertain about whom to recommend. Do you know any standout students, Lin? The principal's implication was clear. He was essentially asking Lin Qingxiu to pull some strings. After all, they were all part of the same institution, so it would make little difference whom he recommended, and it would serve as a favor to Lin Qingxiu. Lin Qingxiu shook his head, expressing his unfamiliarity with the medical class. The only person he had exchanged a couple of words with was Su Weiwei. He did not recognize anyone else. Let the principal arrange it, he suggested. The principal murmured the name Su Weiwei, but while Lin Qingxiu merely intended to convey his lack of acquaintance with the medical class, the principal had fixated only on the mention of Su Weiwei. Disregarding the rest of his words, Principal, there is something I need your assistance with. The purpose of my visit today is precisely this, Lin Qingxiu finally articulated after much preamble, having been sidetracked for 5 million. Oh, please do speak, Lin. That as long as the school can assist, we shall make every effort to help, the principal replied. After all, a generous donor of 550 million should have their modest request accommodated. Given Lin Qingxiu's wealth, the matter he sought assistance with was presumably trivial, related to school affairs. I have heard that the school has invited Senior Qin Ruolin back to handle some project-related tasks. The principal confirmed, indeed, it is true. Recommended by a professor from the business department, she possesses commendable abilities. Unfortunately, she has encountered some difficulties, making it hard for her to find work. The school is in need of such talent and thus brought her back. That suffices. I would like the school to release her to me. I recently established a security company dedicated to providing job opportunities for veterans, but I am struggling to find managerial personnel, causing projects to stagnate. I have heard that Senior Qin has exceptional professional skills, which is why I am here to request her, Lin Qingxiu stated directly to the principal. upon hearing Lin Qinsher mention providing jobs for veterans. The principal felt a wave of respect. He was taken aback by Lin's youthful awareness and declared, "I must provide you with this individual. I will call her over immediately." With that, the principal took out his phone and contacted the business professor. "Professor Huang, this is Lin Qinsher, a student from our school and the benefactor of the project fund. He wishes to hire Qin Ruolin. What are your thoughts?" "What are my thoughts? Ruolin has already been called back, and she is set to sign a contract on Monday. Why would we push her away?" Professor Huang replied, his expression darkening as he regarded Lin Qinsher with an air of suspicion, even tinged with anger. Suspecting the principal of trying to exploit his student, yet he failed to realize that it was Lin Qinsher's donation that had created the vacancy for Qin Ruolin's position, enabling her return to the school. Lin Qinsher was left speechless, while the principal's face turned grim. Does Professor Huang not understand human communication? He has acknowledged Lin as the benefactor, yet he continues to regard him with such hostility. "Professor Huang, you are being somewhat disrespectful," the principal rebuked. "Student Lin has made anonymous donations to support our school's project research. His request for Qin is also to further his company. Moreover, I believe that following Lin will be infinitely more beneficial for Qin than remaining at the school. I will not introduce my student to become someone else's mistress," Professor Huang retorted, seemingly protective of Qin Ruolin, even at the cost of offending the principal. The principal was on the verge of losing his temper. Bewildered by Professor Huang's obstinacy, "Professor Huang, it seems you have misjudged me. Such matters should not require reiteration, but if you remain unwilling to release her, I must speak up. I have established a security company collaborating with various military districts to provide a workplace for veterans. However, I am not well versed in management, which is why I sought the principal's help regarding Senior Qin," Lin Qinsher interjected, realizing the two elderly gentlemen were incapable of effective communication. "Is this true?" Professor Huang looked at Lin Qinsher with skepticism. "Indeed, it is true. Student Lin's awareness far surpasses ours. He has selflessly donated such a substantial amount to the school without seeking recognition. Just based on that, you should not doubt his character," the principal interjected before Lin could respond. "If you are skeptical, you may summon Senior Qin to decide for herself," he added, insisting that the matter be resolved directly. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Huang sighed. "Ruolin is the most outstanding student I have encountered. But her stunning beauty often overshadows her capabilities. Her internship was awarded based on her appearance rather than her professional skills. Her stubborn nature led to a fallout with the company, resulting in her being blacklisted from the industry." Professor Huang recounted the challenges Qin Ruolin had faced, noting that many companies now prioritize public relations over actual business acumen. "If you could illuminate the circumstances surrounding Senior Qin's situation, I may be able to assist her." Being blacklisted suggested she had offended a significant figure, yet the manner in which it was done indicated a certain civility, avoiding any overt coercion. If it had been the Li family, things would have been handled far more ruthlessly. Professor Huang glanced at Lin Qinsher, then at the principal, who nodded in encouragement for him to elaborate. Ruolin's internship commenced at a high level as the assistant to the president at the Wang Group. Given her abilities, she was expected to swiftly acclimate to the position and move into other managerial roles. However, it turned out that her hiring was primarily based on her looks, and she was never assigned substantial tasks. The role of a president's assistant was reduced to that of a servant, attending to trivial errands. Upon discovering the true nature of the position, she indignantly resigned but was met with resistance and subsequently accused of being a corporate spy. Leading to her being blacklisted and entangled in legal battles, Professor Huang expressed, his fists clenched in anger over the injustice faced by Qin Ruolin. "Is it possible that you miscommunicated with the Wang Group?" Lin Qinsher pondered, recalling the group's involvement in the underhanded dealings depicted in the One Family saga. The Wang Group was backed by one of the four prominent families of the Magic City, raising questions about the moral integrity of the wealthy. "Rest assured, while I do not know anyone from the Wang Group, I will not allow them to mistreat my school's senior. Being blacklisted is merely a temporary setback. I will hire Senior Qin as the CEO of my company, and I will engage the best legal team in the country to help her win this unjust case. Even if not for the task, it is my duty to uphold justice for my employees. In my eyes, Qin Ruolin is already part of my team," Lin Qinsher asserted, confident in her capabilities as a talent recognized by both the system and the esteemed professor. "Thank you, Junior, but I would still prefer to assist the professor at the school first," came a melodious voice from outside, as a striking figure entered the principal's office. "Qin Ruolin herself?" The principal had summoned Professor Huang and Qin Ruolin together. With Huang arriving first due to proximity, as Qin reached the door, she overheard Lin Qinshi's remarks, and though she was unaware of the full context, she could surmise the general intent. Upon seeing Lin Qinshi, she felt he seemed familiar, recalling the misunderstanding by the lake when he thought she was about to jump in. Lin Qinshi, already aware of her identity, smiled and greeted, "Senior, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Turns out my kind-hearted junior is also quite affluent." Qin Ruolin laughed in response. However, her radiant smile left the three men momentarily speechless. She was breathtaking. As Qin Ruolin entered, the principal and Professor Huang exchanged words about Lin Qinshi's intentions, embellishing his character to a heroic degree. Professor Huang left the decision to Qin Ruolin, whether she wished to remain at the school or join Lin Qinshi, while the principal unceremoniously annulled the position, leaving her with no choice. Professor Huang pointed an accusatory finger at the principal, branding him a mercenary, and a quarrel ensued between the two older men. Lin Qinshi sat quietly, refraining from comment as he observed the unfolding drama. Initially, Qin Ruolin had no intention of accepting Lin Qinshi's offer, but the principal's assertion held merit. This position existed solely due to Lin's donations. He had the authority to retract that funding at any moment, rendering her role a mere farce. Lacking familiarity with Lin Qinshi, she hesitated to gamble on his character. Moreover, Lin's proposal was not without merit. Although it was in its infancy, it presented an opportunity for mutual growth. "Junior, I look forward to your guidance in the future." After careful consideration, Qin Ruolin ultimately accepted Lin Qinshi's invitation. Although it felt somewhat coerced, it was the best choice for her circumstances. Upon her agreement, a smile graced Lin Qinshi's lips. "Rest assured, Senior, you will come to appreciate this decision in time. I hope for a fruitful collaboration ahead." Lin Qinshi rose from the sofa, extending his right hand. Qin Ruolin reciprocated, gently shaking hands with him. The softness of the touch sent delightful tingles through Lin Qinshi's heart. The two elderly gentlemen, witnessing Qin Ruolin's agreement, ceased their bickering and smiled, proclaiming that the collaboration of the two would undoubtedly forge a company among the Fortune Global 500. "Senior sister, it's getting late. I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow, and we can discuss some details at the company." After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Qinshi departed from the principal's office. "Ruolin, despite my brief encounter with Xiao Lin, I believe he is not someone untrustworthy. You should weigh your options. If you're unhappy, feel free to leave," Professor Huang remarked to Qin Ruolin after Lin Qinshi's exit. The principal, overhearing, scoffed. He donated 500 million to the school without batting an eye, and it was an anonymous contribution. What right do you have to question his reliability? Why don't you donate 500,000 instead? Professor Huang, taken aback, huffed in indignation, rendered speechless. Qin Ruolin couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the scene before her, then bid farewell to the principal and Professor Huang, returning to her dormitory, which he had recently moved back into after a brief absence. On his way back, Lin Qinshi stopped by the cafeteria for a meal before returning to his dormitory. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang had yet to return, likely still out in search of a chance encounter. Unbeknownst to them, their intended encounter had already taken place, and Lin Qinshi had even welcomed them as employees. With nothing to do, he reclined on his bed and opened Douyin. Since that day he had showered gifts. He hadn't logged in again. Today, with ample free time, he decided to browse for gifts once more. Given the data algorithms, the moment he logged in, he was directed to Xiao Yu's livestream. Having showered her with gifts previously, he immediately drew the attention of all present. A magnificent dragon effect has entered the livestream. "Welcome, Shuangmu Gij. You haven't visited my livestream in ages," Xiao Yu pouted playfully. She refrained from mentioning her offline messages to Lin Qinshi, fearing that her viewers would assume she was in constant communication with the #1 supporter. During this time, Xiao Yu had sent numerous messages to Lin Qinshi, all without a reply. She wished to express her gratitude while also discerning his motivations for assisting her. The wealthy benefactor has arrived. The #1 supporter who helped Xiao Yu achieve today's peak popularity is here. Why isn't the #1 supporter speaking? Xiao Yu, could it be that your greeting was inadequate? Perhaps Shuangmu Gij is reluctant to respond. Xiao Yu, go change into your battle attire, paired with stockings and heels. The #1 supporter will surely notice you. As the chat rolled with lively banter, Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "As long as Shuangmu Gij wishes to see, I shall change." After a lengthy wait, however, Shuangmu remained silent, not a word uttered. Xiao Yu had no choice but to shift the conversation to other topics with her viewers. In truth, the moment Lin Qinshi opened his phone, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang burst into the dormitory. "You beast! I considered you a brother, yet you didn't even think to share your good fortune with us. You went to encounter Senior Qin and didn't tell us a thing," Li Wuqi lamented, his expression one of betrayal. Chapter 89. A return to Xiao Yu's livestream. Lin Qinshi looked at them in confusion as Fan Jianxiang handed him his phone. The screen displayed a campus forum with the title and atmosphere like a romantic drama. Qin Ruolin and Lin Qin's Hideout featured a photograph of the two by the lake, gazing at one another under the glow of the setting sun. Lin Qinshi's hand still outstretched. The quality of the photo conveyed a certain artistry. These students certainly had a knack for paparazzi work. "Oh, that? I saw a girl with her foot stuck in the lake and thought she was in distress. I intended to offer assistance, unaware that she was Qin Ruolin, but I figured it out later," Lin Qinshi explained, returning the phone to Fan Jianxiang. This would have undoubtedly been seen by Mingming as well. But since she hadn't inquired, he felt no urge to elaborate. Some matters only became murkier with explanation. "Alas, we thought we had orchestrated a chance encounter, only to discover you had ventured out on your own. Poor judgment in friendships." Li Wuqi sighed. "Enough with the lamentations. I'll introduce you two when the opportunity arises." Lin Qinshi waved them off, exasperated. "Please, you merely had a stroke of luck encountering Senior Qin, and you dare claim you'll introduce us? You don't even have her contact information," Li Wuqi scoffed, regarding him with disdain. This remark reminded Lin Qinshi that he indeed lacked Qin Ruolin's contact details. The two had agreed to meet at the Jinmao Tower tomorrow. Without contact information, how could they meet? Forget it. I'll ask the principal for it tomorrow. How about we go out to have some fun this rare weekend? Fan Jianxiang suggested, eager to spend time together since Lin Qinshi had been distant lately. "You two go. I'll take a nap." Lin Qinshi waved dismissively. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang, seeing his disinterest, prepared to shower and change before heading out. Lin Qinshi handed them a membership card for the Snowfall Bar, filled with various drinks for their enjoyment. After all, he was the owner. His friends, while not requiring money from him, could certainly take advantage of such perks. Given Lin Qinshi's financial backing, they would have no qualms about enjoying themselves. Before long, Lin Qinshi drifted off to sleep, only to be roused by the loud sound of the door closing after they left. Upon awakening, he grabbed his phone, finding he had still been watching the live stream. Albeit with the sound muted in the live stream, Xiao Yu was discussing her current situation, noting that several MCN agencies had approached her, though she had yet to decide which one to join. Her former game company had also reached out for a contract renewal, which she declined, feeling that her status as a veteran employee might not attract the same enthusiasm from fans who had moved on. "Tomorrow, I'll be interviewing at an MCN agency in the financial center. The owner personally sought me out, and reportedly, she's a stunning beauty. Friends in the industry have spoken highly of the agency's benefits, unlike those parasitic MCNs masquerading as media companies that exploit their talents." Xiao Yu shared her plans for the following day, omitting specific details about the location in the live stream due to her IP being in Magic City, as revealing too much could attract overly enthusiastic fans. Just then, a carnival gift flooded the live stream screen, followed by an avalanche of similar gifts, causing many viewers' screens to freeze. Lin Qinshi held down the carnival gift button, repeatedly flooding the chat with gifts. After a considerable time, he finally ceased. The live stream chat erupted in chaos. "Wow! My screen is frozen. The esteemed benefactor has arrived, showering gifts without warning. Please, less gifts. I can't even see Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu, bewildered, noted how she had just been captivating the audience. And yet Shuangmu Gij had remained silent. Now he was showering gifts. Could he possibly be laundering money? "I'll also be at the financial center tomorrow. If fate allows, let us grab a meal together." After showering gifts, Shuangmu exited the live stream, leaving everyone puzzled by his sudden appearance and actions. This number one supporter is quite the character. How rich must one be to spend lavishly just to utter a few words? I need to learn more about this number one supporter. When I start my own streams, I hope he'll come by to shower gifts. In the midst of the lively chatter, Xiao Yu quickly messaged Lin Qinshi, asking if what he had said earlier was genuine. Her IP address was indeed in Magic City, and the financial center he mentioned was the only one that truly existed. "Tomorrow, I have matters at the financial center. If fate allows us to meet, let us have a meal together." Lin Qinshi's words left Xiao Yu feeling suddenly insecure. Were he any other viewer, They would likely inquire about her precise location in the financial center or arrange a meeting. Yet, he casually suggested they could share a meal if fate permitted. Could it be that Shuangmu Gij was merely indifferent? Did he hold no interest in her? For the first time, Xiaoyu questioned her own beauty. All right, I hope to meet Shuangmu Gij. Though her heart was clouded with doubt, she resolved to present herself well. The financial center was vast. Encountering one another was far from guaranteed. Lin Qinshi explored other live streams but found them lacking in allure. As most were sales pitches, for entertainment, he preferred dedicated platforms. Were it not for the plethora of virtual currency, he wouldn't bother logging in. Noticing an influx of private messages, he discovered that aside from greetings from viewers, several female streamers had reached out. However, the images they sent had been removed by the platform, leaving Lin Qinshi in the dark. It was easy to guess the nature of those images, and some male streamers had even sent pictures of their abs. Likely presuming his lack of enthusiasm for Xiaoyu indicated a different inclination. The online world was rife with opportunists, each striving for instant success in a society that values wealth over virtue. Leaving male streamers devoid of integrity, Lin Qinshi turned off his phone and set it aside. After a simple wash-up, he went to bed. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep in his dormitory. Relishing the quietude was indeed a pleasant experience. In the dead of night, the soft creak of the door roused Lin Qinshi from his slumber. The door to their dormitory emitted a distinct squeak when opened slowly. The more cautious the approach, the louder the sound. Thus, Lin Qinshi was abruptly awakened, for all four occupants of the dormitory were aware of this peculiarity. Typically, no one would ever dare to gently push the door open. Even in the dead of night, they would swiftly swing it open, especially those who had been out drinking, like Li Wuqi and his companion. Chapter 90. The Dark Web Assassin. Xinyu. Lin Qinshi remained motionless, his senses alert as he listened to the footsteps entering from outside. The tread was light, suggesting a female presence. The figure approached his bedside and swiftly drew a knife, plunging it towards his heart. Startled, Lin Qinshi opened his eyes wide and seized the assailant's wrist, leaping from the bed and twisting her arm behind her back. To his astonishment, the assassin seemed to possess an uncanny flexibility. She twisted free from his grasp as if her bones were made of rubber. The two stood in a standoff in the darkness, unable to discern each other's features. The assassin's supple form hinted at professional training. Was this yet another bounty hunter? It seemed that as long as he did not eliminate a few audacious souls, this trouble would persist. Lin Qinshi propelled himself forward towards the assassin. Although he managed to grasp her, she slipped from his hold in an instant, akin to an elusive eel. Frustrated, Lin Qinshi transformed his palm into a fist, striking the assassin's chest forcefully, only to feel an unexpectedly soft impact. The assassin emitted a muffled groan and staggered back, colliding with the dormitory door. Ding! A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has been detected. Name: Xinyu. Score: 93. Age: 21. Height: 169 centimeters. Bust: 36C. Favorability: 0. The system's untimely announcement resounded. Yet Lin Qinshi had no time to ponder its significance. He hurried forward, intent on apprehending the female assassin. Blood trickled from Shan Yu's mouth, but the dim lighting obscured Lin Qinshi's view. As he closed in, the assassin quickly flung open the door and leapt from the balcony. Their dormitory was on the 3rd floor, and a professional assassin should not suffer fatal injuries from such a jump. In the pitch black of night, she vanished from Lin Qinshi's sight with a few deft leaps. Watching her retreating figure from the balcony, he murmured to himself, "Quite a leap." That punch had not been intentional. In the darkness, it was difficult to discern where he struck. It was already fortunate to make out a silhouette. However, this incident served as a stark reminder for Lin Qinshi to remain vigilant. A bounty of 20 million was a tempting lure for many. The system had already revealed the assassin's identity, and to his surprise, one of the 4 campus beauties, Xinyu from one of the 4 prominent families of Modu, had emerged as a killer, no less a woman. He wondered whether this was a family endeavor or Shan Yu's personal initiative. Regardless, he resolved to be cautious around members of the Shen family in the future. Casting a lingering glance at his right fist, Lin Qinshi turned and returned to his dormitory to resume his slumber. In the darkness, a figure darted through the campus, slipping into the female dormitory building. As she entered, the lights illuminated her pale visage. Her almond-shaped eyes rested above a prominent nose, with a strand of crimson staining her cherry-like lips. Removing her night attire revealed a tall and curvaceous figure beneath. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, "Lin Qinshi, you lecherous scoundrel, I will not let you off easily." Inside Xin Yu's dormitory, she found herself alone, seemingly because it was the weekend and everyone else had vacated. She picked up her phone from the table and dialed a number. "How did it go? Was the task resolved?" A heavy voice responded from the other end. "The intel was accurate. Lin Qinshi is quite formidable. I only managed to land a punch on him, and it left me reeling. If he strikes again, I fear I might not survive." Xin Yu reported back, and after a brief silence, the voice replied, "Understood. Let's push his ranking down on the dark web. We cannot afford to have those assassins meet their demise. I will send someone else to test him soon. If his abilities do not match the bounty, we shall revoke the warrant. We cannot allow this 20 million bounty to undermine the integrity of the dark web's reward system." Xin Yu nodded silently. "During this time, I will seek an opportunity to eliminate him. There are very few capable of prompting the dark web to retract a bounty, and he will not be the exception. Regardless of his strength, this concerns the reputation of the dark web. You handle it as you see fit. Prioritize your own safety." With that, the call ended. After hanging up, Xin Yu entered the bathroom and examined the area where she had been struck, revealing a bruised imprint of a fist before her. Embarrassment and fury mingled on her face as she murmured, "Lin Qinshi, I swear I will kill you." This was the first time she had been struck in such a manner by a male, and the pain overshadowed any sense of peculiarity. Unaware of these events, Lin Qinshi had already drifted back into dreams, sneezing in his slumber and rolling over to continue his rest. The following morning, after breakfast in the cafeteria, he found Qin Ruolin waiting by his car, saving him the trouble of seeking the principal for contact information. Lin Qinshi's recent high-profile behavior had not escaped even the newly returned Qin Ruolin's notice, and she naturally recognized his vehicle. Today, Qin Ruolin donned a black bodycon dress paired with black high heels, her height nearly matching Lin Qinshi's eye level. Her long hair was elegantly tied back, with a few loose strands framing her face, presenting a look that was both formal and relaxed. "Good morning, Senior Qin," Lin Qinshi greeted her with a smile. Qin Ruolin cast a blank glance at her junior and remarked, "It's almost time for breakfast. Do you think it's still early?" Lin Qinshi sheepishly approached the passenger seat and opened the door. Having consumed alcohol the previous evening, he had arranged for a chauffeur to drive his car back. Noticing Qin Ruolin's demeanor, he surmised she had been waiting for a while. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed through the campus, and the moment Qin Ruolin entered the car, many onlookers were left agape. "What? I wondered why Senior Qin was in the parking lot so early. Turns out she was waiting for the owner of this luxury car." "Luxury car owner? That's Lin Qinshi from the elite dormitory. The campus forum has been buzzing about him lately. Isn't he Yimengxi's boyfriend? How did he end up with Senior Qin? Is wealth a free pass to behave so recklessly? It seems that beautiful women are uninterested in the less affluent. I just took a photo. I'll upload it to the forum to show Yimengxi the true colors of her boyfriend. Support. We can't let the campus beauty be ruined by the same scoundrel. I am furious. 3 of the 4 campus beauties have already been linked to this CAD. Chapter 91. Exposing the scoundrel. Yimengxi is dating this beast. Last time, Su Xiaohua sat next to him in class. And now Senior Qin is riding in his car. Only Shen Xiaohua remains unscathed. "Shen, you must hold firm. Expose him. We must reveal this beast's true nature to all the lovely ladies," as the crowd murmured. They recalled the undeniable truth of the matter. Who exactly was this scoundrel, and why did every campus beauty seem to have some connection to him? Lin Qinshi drove swiftly to the Jinmao Tower, and upon entering, every employee greeted him warmly. This scene astonished Qin Ruolin. Jinmao Tower was a premier office building in Modu, and its employees were notoriously aloof, maintaining clear boundaries with anyone except their direct superior, Sunji. Yet, they greeted Lin Qinshi with familiarity. "This building belongs to me, though I have rented it out, leaving only 1 floor for myself. You can temporarily work here while the other side is under construction and not ready for use," Lin Qinshi explained, noting Qin Ruolin's astonishment. Her shock only deepened as they ascended to Lin Qinshi's office floor, where Yang Yun and others were busy preparing for various contacts. Mo Fong was establishing an intelligence network for Lin Qinshi. Through the incident with Wen Jiaxiu, Lin Qinshi realized his ignorance of many societal intricacies, including the dark web itself. Mo Fong's current task was to gather relevant information, as intelligence work was notoriously expensive. Lin Qinsher had allocated 10 billion for this endeavor. Handing Qin Ruolin a contract prepared by Li Qing, Lin Qinsher said, "Senior Qin, please review the contract thoroughly. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign it today. And you can commence your work." The system's notification had yet to sound, leading Lin Qinsher to suspect that perhaps a labor contract signing process was necessary to complete the task. As Qin Ruolin sat down to examine the contract, Lin Qinsher refrained from interrupting. Signing a contract was a serious matter that required meticulous scrutiny. As she read, Qin Ruolin's astonishment grew. The contract was not the oppressive, exploitative agreement she had anticipated. Rather, it was a generous and favorable arrangement. Upon joining, she would receive housing, with the freedom to select from any property in Modu. Lin Qinsher would even purchase her a unit in the prestigious Tangshan Yipin if she desired. The monthly salary was 1 million. With a 13th month bonus, amounting to an annual salary of 13 million, all statutory holidays are provided, and each year she is granted an additional month of leave for her emotional well-being, during which all travel expenses can be reimbursed. Any financial contributions made for work purposes are also fully reimbursable. This seemingly divine job leaves Qin Ruolin feeling as though it is unreal. Lin Qinsho has invested considerable thought and resources to secure this golden opportunity with her. Once Qin Ruolin's contract is successfully signed, he stands to gain 300 billion. You may profit, but I shall not incur any losses. After reviewing the contract, Qin Ruolin found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Such a contract could not possibly exist in reality. She is acutely aware that a fresh university graduate like herself is unqualified for such lavish treatment. Unless Lin Qinsho possesses foresight, anticipating her future capabilities, it suggests ulterior motives on his part. After much contemplation, Qin Ruolin leans towards the latter assumption, even questioning whether Lin Qinsho is affiliated with the Wang Group. Her gaze sharpened with vigilance, she remarked. "Junior, I am fully aware of my worth. This contract transcends a labor agreement. It is akin to a monetary gift. What exactly are your intentions?" Alarmed by the generous benefits, Lin Qinshu's heart raced. "Senior, please do not misunderstand. The benefits here extend beyond just you. They apply to everyone. However, each individual's responsibilities vary, thus affecting their respective benefits. Your role will entail more responsibilities, justifying this level of compensation. Others may fare slightly worse, but not significantly so. The salaries of Yang and the others were also determined by me. They simply receive an annual salary of 2 million, along with year-end bonuses." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Ruolin's eyes flickered. Even so, the treatment still seemed astounding. "Junior, this is too much. I do not deserve such compensation. Please provide me with the basic salary instead. An annual salary of around 100,000 will suffice. As a recent graduate seeking employment, I do not require such a high wage. If you genuinely value my abilities, then grant me shares instead, even just 1%. Qin Ruolin believed that by accepting a smaller salary, she would not be easily manipulated. If he truly intended to start a business, acquiring shares would be acceptable. Lin Qinshu shook his head. "I will not be granting you shares." Qin Ruolin was taken aback. Surely, a 1% share would be more advantageous for Lin Qinshu than an annual salary exceeding 10 million. Moreover, holding shares would effectively bind her to the company, ensuring her retention. Could Lin Qinshu guarantee that the company would indeed be profitable? He continued, "The purpose of establishing this security company is twofold. Firstly, to create a workforce for myself. Secondly, to provide refuge for soldiers who find themselves without a place to go after service. This initiative collaborates with the military district and various projects across China. Profit was never the intention. If I were to grant you shares, not only would you not receive dividends, you might even jeopardize your own investment." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolin's perception of Lin Qinshu shifted, further solidifying her resolve to obtain shares. After tearing up the contract, she declared, "Junior, please draft a new one. I must have shares. Since you have shown such magnanimity, as a senior, I too should share the burden. Should there be losses, I, Qin Ruolin, will also bear a portion of the financial setback." Observing her unwavering determination, Lin Qinshu instructed Li Qing to prepare a new contract, maintaining the original benefits while adding 5% in shares. This way, if losses were incurred, she would not be solely responsible. He had not anticipated that his earlier words would yield such an effect. Qin Ruolin's gaze had transitioned from suspicion and confusion to steadfastness, all due to his remarks. After glancing at the newly drafted contract, Qin Ruolin affixed her signature. The accompanying system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting Qin Ruolin. Her favorability rating has reached 70 points, completing option 2. Reward, 30 billion in cash, proficiency in languages. Dear customer, your bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 30,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 87,412,069,053 yuan. Chapter 92. Gu Xiaoyu, host. Lin Qinshu, strength, 9. Physique, 10. Mentality, 8. Charm, 8. All attributes for ordinary individuals max out at 10. The host falls within the normal range of ordinary individuals. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangchini Pin, Building A, 33 RD floor. Skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, athletic skills, and language proficiency. Balance, 87,412,069,053. Lin Qinshu gazed at the ever-increasing balance, marveling at the impossibility of exhausting such wealth. He had not anticipated that Qin Ruolin's favorability rating would soar to 70 points, indicating that his recent performance had been commendable, surpassing the standard to achieve the completion of option 2. From today onwards, I am your employee, Boss Lin, Qin Ruolin said with a smile, extending her hand. Senior, please just call me by my name. The title boss makes me uncomfortable, Lin Qinshu replied, chuckling as he took her hand. Then I shall refer to you as Lin Jr. I cannot bring myself to utter the name Lin Qinshu, Qin Ruolin laughed, covering her mouth. Although she was not particularly attuned to campus affairs, she had heard whispers of infamous dormitories, each name evoking both laughter and disbelief. Since I have now become your employee, I am eager to commence work. Please inform me of the current progress and any challenges we face. Qin Ruolin seemed impatient to dive into her responsibilities. Lin Qinshu directed Li Qing to brief her, as he himself was unaware of the current work status. Li Qing led Qin Ruolin into an office to report on ongoing tasks. Lin Qinshu then proceeded to the office where Yang Yun and others were situated. Mo Fong. How is the investigation into the Wang family in Modu progressing? Mo Fong, a 30-something young man sporting black-rimmed glasses, was originally deemed unfit for military service due to his eyewear. However, his exceptional abilities warranted an exception. We have gathered substantial information. The Wang family originated from the real estate business, and Li Jianfu's Jianlong real estate was supported by them. Currently, the Li father and son are hiding within Wang family territory, though their exact location remains unknown. Mo Fong handed Lin Qinshu a dossier. As Lin Qinshu perused the contents, he learned that the Wang family had risen from the underworld, initially extorting protection fees before escalating to territorial acquisitions. Their approach was not merely to seize territory. They directly coerced landowners into transferring ownership to the Wang family. When government expropriations arose, the elder Wang Tianfeng quickly recognized the business prospects, mobilizing resources to seize numerous locations in an era of limited information, thus amassing his initial fortune. Wang Tianfeng was also known for his charm, fathering 8 sons and 3 daughters. However, in the current generation, male heirs had become scarce. Without recent scientific advancements, the Wang family's 3rd generation would consist of only one Wang Jingda. Presently, the CEO of Wang Group is Wang Jingda, a capable yet indulgent scion, embodying all the traits associated with such privileged youth. Upon reviewing Wang Jingda's profile, Lin Qinshu deduced that Qin Ruolin had been recruited to serve this individual, only to face repercussions for her unwillingness. From now on, Qin Ruolin would oversee all matters concerning the security company. Any issues could be directed to her. It was fortunate that Wang Jingda harbored ulterior motives, creating an opportunity for her to join their ranks. However, daring to blacklist our CEO necessitates teaching the Wang family a lesson. Proceed with your plans, and feel free to request any necessary funds from me, Lin Qinshu concluded, placing the Wang family dossier down before Yang Yun and the others. Upon hearing this, the team was instantly invigorated. After a recent lull following the death of Wen Jiaxu, they were eager to regain their momentum. Originally, Lin Qinshu had contemplated issuing a bounty on the dark web for Wang Jingda but decided against it. Recognizing that even the notorious Yang Lian could not ascend the dark web's bounty list, indicating the presence of formidable families in control. After providing his instructions, Lin Qinshu exited the office, leaving everyone to their tasks. He found himself at loose ends. As he descended in the elevator, it fortuitously stopped once more on the 17th floor. The door opened, revealing not Chen Jia, but another acquaintance of Lin Qinshu's. He had recently sent her a flurry of gifts during a carnival event, leaving a note suggesting they dine together if they met. Ding. A beautiful woman with a score exceeding 90 has been detected. Name: Gu Xiaoyu. Attractiveness: 93. Age: 24. Height: 162 centimeters. Measurements: 34 c. Favorability: 80. This marked Lin Qinshu's first encounter with someone of notable online fame in reality. To his surprise, Xiaoyu possessed a mature demeanor yet stood at a diminutive height, creating an amusing contrast at that moment. She was adorned in a white sheer dress with spaghetti straps, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders. And although she wore a black mask, Lin Qinshu recognized her instantly. Jiyu Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Qinshu in the elevator before turning her back to him. Did you succeed in your interview? Lin Qinshu inquired suddenly. Jiyu Xiaoyu turned around, astonished, and gazed at him. Are you speaking to me? Do we know each other? It was no secret that she was here for an interview, but given her current appearance, would anyone still recognize her? She was merely a gaming commentator, not a major celebrity. Surely, there wouldn't be any obsessive fans stalking her. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly. Didn't I mention last night that if we happened to cross paths today, we would dine together? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she hastily removed her mask. You are the Shuangmu Qinsha. In Gu Xiaoyu's imagination, the Shuangmu Qinsha was at least a man in his 30s or 40s. She never anticipated that he would be such a handsome young man, seemingly around her age. Lin Qinshu nodded. I didn't expect that the interview you mentioned was at Chanjia's company. What a coincidence. Jiyu Xiaoyu had not yet fully confirmed that Lin Qinshu was indeed the Shuangmu Qinsha, as the Shuangmu Qinsha had said that very line during the live stream. She feared that someone with ulterior motives had deliberately orchestrated this encounter, intending to impersonate the Shuangmu Qinsha and harbor malice towards her. Chapter 93. Impersonation. Before the real deal, Gu Xiaoyu took out her phone and sent an emoji to the Shuangmu Qinsha's WeChat. Lin Qinshu felt his phone vibrate and took it out. Upon seeing the emoji, he surmised Gu Xiaoyu's small concerns. She likely doubted his identity as the Shuangmu Qinsha. Lin Qinshu felt somewhat speechless. Could it be that even he had someone impersonating him? He displayed his phone to Gu Xiaoyu, and at that moment, she confirmed that he was indeed her top supporter. I'm sorry, brother Shuangmu. Since you mentioned dining together on the live stream last night, many of your fans are aware, and I was worried someone might impersonate you. Jiyu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, displaying a playful demeanor. It's all right. Girls should know how to protect themselves when out and about. Being cautious is wise. Lin Qinshu shook his head, indicating he was not bothered. I didn't expect brother Shuangmu to be so young. I thought he was a middle-aged man. Gu Xiaoyu observed Lin Qinshu. At that moment, Lin Qinshu's charm had reached a score of 8. Despite his features remaining unchanged, he appeared more harmonious and handsome. When his charm reached 9, he would possess a level of attractiveness that all females would find appealing. Upon breaking the 10-point threshold, he would be universally admired by all, regardless of age or gender. My name is Lin Qinshu. Feel free to call me by my name. Lin Qinshu felt somewhat uneasy about being addressed as brother Shuangmu. Qinshu? Gu Xiaoyu could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Qinshu was no stranger to such reactions. Anyone who heard his name often reacted similarly. I apologize. I just recalled something amusing, Gu Xiaoyu quickly explained. Lin Qinshu chuckled as the elevator reached the first floor, and he stepped out. Jiyu Xiaoyu was taken aback, sensing that Lin Qinshu had no intention of dining with her, perhaps because she laughed at his name. During her moment of confusion, Lin Qinshu had already exited the main door, prompting Gu Xiaoyu to hurriedly follow him. Brother Lin, didn't we say we would dine together if we happened to meet? Gu Xiaoyu caught up to Lin Qinshu, blocking his path. Oh, that was just a casual remark. You likely have other matters to attend to. We can arrange another time, he replied. Although he had made that statement the night before, he was not one to cling to someone just to share a meal. If she wished to dine with him, she should take the initiative. I have nothing pressing at the moment, and it happens to be lunchtime. If possible, I would like to treat you to a meal. After all, Lin Qinshu had gifted her a considerable amount of money, and as her top supporter, it was only fitting for her to share a meal with him. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment and realized he truly had no other engagements. So he agreed to dine together. Jiyu Xiaoyu joyfully nodded and walked to the passenger seat. Yet she hesitated at the door, unsure how to open it. Lin Qinshu approached and opened the door for her, allowing her to enter. It's your treat. You decide what we shall eat, Lin Qinshu stated as he got into the car. Having sent so many gifts to her, it was not unreasonable to enjoy a meal in return. Let us go to Manhan Pavilion. I happen to have a reservation for today. The reservation at Shuayan Pavilion is difficult to obtain and quite expensive, Gu Xiaoyu said, pulling out her phone to check her reservation details. Manhan Pavilion? ISNT that the place you ordered takeout from last time? Lin Qinshi pressed the accelerator and drove away from Jinmao Tower. Brother Lin, your car is so stylish. Is it a Lamborghini? I've heard of Lamborghinis. There are big bulls and little bulls. Is yours a big bull? Gu Xiaoyu asked, admiring the car's interior. Not a big bull. It's called Poison, Lin Qinshi casually replied. Poison? What a fierce name. Gu Xiaoyu, unfamiliar with cars, was like most girls who only knew the brand. To her, any sports car looked expensive. Soon, they arrived at Manhan Pavilion. This was Lin Qinshi's first time here. Previously, he had only ordered takeout. After Gu Xiaoyu showed her reservation text to the front desk attendant, she led them to a table in the main hall. Once seated, Gu Xiaoyu explained, I initially planned to eat alone, so I took a spot in the main hall since it's quicker. Had I known I would be treating Brother Lin to dinner, I should have reserved a private room. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she glanced at Lin Qinshi, who shook his head, indicating that it was of no concern. Although both had the word pavilion in their names, there was a significant difference between Manhan Pavilion and Shuayan Pavilion. Manhan Pavilion resembled a bustling popular eatery, while Shuayan Pavilion was an upscale private dining establishment with an elegant ambience and a diverse menu. Gu Xiaoyu handed the menu to Lin Qinshi, and she casually ordered a few dishes. While waiting for the food, a young man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, approached them. Xiaoyu, I can't believe we actually ran into each other. I am the Shuangmu Qinsha, the man said, flashing a self-satisfied smile at Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback, and Lin Qinshi was equally stunned. He hadn't expected someone to impersonate him right before the real deal. Gu Xiaoyu's bewildered expression quickly shifted to anger upon realizing that someone was indeed impersonating him. If the real deal hadn't been sitting across from her, she would have had to verify through text once more. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Qinshi nudged her foot, signaling her to remain quiet. Gu Xiaoyu understood and inwardly criticized Lin Qinshi for his mischievous behavior. Really? Are you truly Brother Shuangmu? Gu Xiaoyu feigned surprise, covering her mouth. The man, confident, replied, Of course, last night, I sent you so many gifts during the carnival. Have you forgotten your brother so soon? He took a seat, and their table had 4 seats facing each direction. I can't believe I've actually met Brother Shuangmu. Gu Xiaoyu pretended to be surprised. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi sipped his tea, observing her performance. Since we've run into each other, I suppose I'll have to cancel my other plans. After we finish eating, let us catch a movie and then relax. I booked a room at Bulgari, the man said, failing to even glance at Lin Qinshi, as if he didn't exist upon hearing this. Gu Xiaoyu's face darkened. The man's intention in impersonating Lin Qinshi was evidently to pursue such an end. I think you've misunderstood. Dining together was something Brother Shuangmu suggested, and I never agreed. Besides, I'm currently having a meal with a friend, Gu Xiaoyu retorted, curious to see how the man would continue his charade. Would he persist with his shamelessness or resort to another tactic? The man coldly smirked. What friend is more important than me? I've sent you so many gifts. Skipping the meal is fine, but you must come with me to Bulgari. Lin Qinshi couldn't help but admire the man's audacity. Such shameless words were impressive, and he genuinely believed himself to be the Shuangmu Qinsha. He was deeply immersed in his role. Chapter 94. The Wang family group Gala Hemph. You claim to be the Shuangmu Qinsha. Do you have any proof? Show me your account, Gu Xiaoyu scoffed. The man seemed prepared, pulling out his phone to show her. Lin Qinshi glanced at it, surprised to see that the man had set his profile picture and name to be identical to his own. He knew that his imitation would likely have flaws, so he hastily showed Gu Xiaoyu and then withdrew the phone. Had Gu Xiaoyu not encountered Lin Qinshi beforehand, she might have been deceived. However, she was certain that the man was a fraud. No matter what evidence he presented, she would know it was false. Have you confirmed now? I can send you tens of millions in gifts, just as easily as I can send them to others. The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it depends on you, the man said, a mocking smile on his face. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Don't send me gifts. I'm not interested. The man immediately flew into a rage. You wretched girl. I'll find a marketing account to smear you. I have plenty of money, and I'll ensure you can never work in this industry again. With that, he grabbed the cup in his hand, preparing to throw it at Gu Xiaoyu's face. Lin Qinshi reacted swiftly, striking the man's hand, causing the cup of water to splash back onto his own face. If you are the Shuangmu Qinsha, then who am I? Lin Qinsha stated, his first words since the man's arrival. The man suddenly realized, looking at Gu Xiaoyu's mocking gaze, that he had been played. He was in the presence of the real Shuangmu Qinsha, yet continued his farce. Wretched girl, how dare you trick me? The man fumed, grabbing a bowl from the table, intending to smash it over Gu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, he felt his feet slip and found himself on the floor. Lin Qinsha had stepped on his ankle, and a sound of cracking bone echoed, accompanied by the man's piercing scream. The staff at Manhan Pavilion had noticed the commotion when the man splashed water and were now calling the police while attempting to intervene. Dante let him escape. He is a fraud and must have a criminal record. He was just trying to assault my girlfriend in front of me. Lin Qinsha pointed at the man on the ground, addressing the manager. Upon the utterance of those words, the manager, in collusion with two young servers, pinned him to the ground, awaiting the arrival of the police. This area, part of the financial epicenter of the magical metropolis, was frequented by numerous officers on horseback, and it wasn't long before the police arrived at the establishment. After ascertaining the situation and reviewing the surveillance footage, they determined that the man on the ground had initiated the altercation and promptly took him into custody. The two of you will also accompany us to provide a brief statement. It's a simple procedure, a young officer informed Lin Qinsha and his companion. With the police having made their intentions clear, they had no choice but to comply and head to the precinct, unaware that it was merely a street behind the restaurant. Manhan Lu, given such proximity, it was no wonder the police had arrived so swiftly. Upon reaching the precinct, the police investigated the identity of the man. Indeed, he had a criminal record. His name was Lulu, a former convict who had served time for fraud. With the demeanor of a con artist, he often posed as a top supporter before various female streamers, a ruse that had proven effective time and again. Many streamers, believing him to be a legitimate benefactor, were not only deceived of their money but also fell prey to his charms. Had Gu Xiaoyu not encountered Lin Qinsha beforehand, she too might have been a victim, though the deceit would have likely been limited to financial losses. After leaving the precinct, Lin Qinsha found himself devoid of any appetite. Just then, Yang Yun called, indicating he had important matters to discuss. We'll have to reschedule our meal for another time. I have pressing matters to attend to, Lin Qinsha hurriedly replied as he returned to his vehicle and departed. Gu Xiaoyu watched Lin Qinsha leave in a flurry, her expression one of bemusement, though a flicker of curiosity about him ignited within her. This top supporter seemed rather different from others. Throughout their interaction, he had only exchanged a few words with her, neither making unreasonable demands nor acting inappropriately. His manner of departure suggested he wished to avoid lingering with her even for a moment. Upon returning to the Jinmao Tower, Yang Yun handed Lin Qinsha an invitation that had just been delivered. Upon opening it, Lin Qinsha discovered it was an invitation to a banquet aboard a Wang family cruise ship the following evening, courtesy of the Wang Group. While he found it unsurprising that the Wang family had taken notice of him, the sudden invitation from two parties with no prior connection left him pondering their intentions. Brother Lin, your previous actions concerning the Wang family are not exactly shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, with the Jinmao Tower changing hands and your acquisition of the top private dining establishment, Shuiyun Pavilion, every move you make is under the scrutiny of those with keen interest. It appears they wish to cultivate a relationship with you, Yang Yun remarked, to which Lin Qinsha silently nodded. Although he preferred to remain inconspicuous, such matters could hardly escape the attention of certain individuals. Contemplating his unoccupied schedule, Lin Qinsha decided a stroll would be beneficial. Just then, Qin Ruolin approached him. Junior, I need additional personnel during this initial phase. May I invite some acquaintances to join us, as well as recruit more staff? Lin Qinsha waved his hand dismissively. Senior, you are free to make these decisions yourself. I shall not interfere. You can even bring your parents aboard if you wish. Qin Ruolin nodded and intended to return to her office. Wait! Lin Qinsha suddenly recalled the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has received an invitation to a banquet. A top-tier banquet requires a top-tier companion. Option 1. Invite a companion with an attractiveness score exceeding 90 to attend. Reward of master-level piano skills. Option 2. Invite a companion with an attractiveness score exceeding 95 to attend. Reward of master-level piano skills, singing proficiency, charm level 1, and a cash prize of 1 billion. There were numerous candidates scoring above 90, yet only Qin Ruolin exceeded 95. She was the only fitting companion for this occasion. Senior, accompany me to a gathering tomorrow evening. It's an assembly of entrepreneurs. and I'd like us to explore potential learning opportunities. Even without a specific task, he intended to take Qin Ruolin along, to elevate her presence at the Wang family's event. Unaware that Lin Qinsher intended to bring her to the Wang group's gathering, Qin Ruolin agreed at Li Qing, please take Senior to purchase several elegant outfits, along with professional and casual attire. Although Qin Ruolin was currently dressed in a professional fitted skirt, upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat faded. As his employee, she needed to maintain a polished image, as faded clothing would hardly convince anyone of her status as the company's CEO. Chapter 95. Misunderstanding. I don't have time for shopping. I have a myriad of tasks to oversee. Qin Ruolin promptly declined, feeling the fervor of her new responsibilities. Very well then, Li Qing, you assist her with the purchases. Choose what you deem attractive and acquire a good quantity for her to try on. Li Qing nodded and promptly called a representative from a clothing store to come and take Qin Ruolin's measurements. Lin Qinsher returned to his lounge, and during this time, Li Qing had already arranged for the measurements to be taken and proceeded to purchase the garments. An hour later, a group of female sales associates from the clothing store arrived at Qin Ruolin's office, each carrying an array of clothing. Lin Qinsher had initially intended to wait for Li Qing to return to the villa. But observing the busy scene, he decided to depart on his OWN. As he prepared to leave the lounge, he suddenly noticed the nearby Thompson Riviera building. Contemplating a visit to Chen Shanshan, he realized he had not contacted her since his departure the previous day. Nor had she reached out to him. If this continued, their connection would surely diminish, especially after such a prolonged effort to cultivate rapport. As a man, he felt compelled to take the initiative. The Jinmao Tower was not far from the Thompson Riviera, and he walked over. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Thompson Riviera, Lin Qinsher's expression soured at the scene before him. A young man of similar age stood before Chen Shanshan, presenting her with a flower while exchanging some words. Chen Shanshan accepted the flower, and the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Chen Shanshan caught sight of Lin Qinsher in the distance and called out to him, only to see him turn away and leave without a glance back. Realizing something, she hurriedly attempted to pursue him, but the young man interjected, Shanshan, what is the matter? The elders in the village and your father are still waiting to video call with you. Chen Shanshan halted, gazing at Lin Qinsher's despondent figure, biting her lip, and refrained from chasing after him. The young man before her was a village elder's son, who had come to the magical metropolis to deliver goods and, at Chen's father's request, to check in on her. Given that she worked at a bank in the magical metropolis, it was a source of pride for the villagers, and they had arranged to video call with the community on the big screen that evening. The flower was a gift from the village committee, intended for Chen Shanshan. It was this most misleading scene that Lin Qinsher had witnessed. Wandering the streets, his thoughts became muddled. He was unsure of his feelings. Chen Shanshan was the first girl he had encountered since receiving the system. The tasks assigned to him by the system seemed to carry an element of servitude towards her. Initially, he had hoped to win her over with sincerity and financial means, but it now appeared he had failed. Yi Mengshi had harbored a secret affection for him, placing him in a passive position, while Wen Rushua's affection stemmed from his timely support and the love she had long been deprived of. In contrast, despite expending both financial resources and considerable effort on Chen Shanshan, he had yet to win her heart. At one point, Lin Qinsher even found Chen Shanshan's integrity admirable. She did not abandon her principles for the allure of wealth. He arrived at the banks of the Huangpu River, gazing at the turbulent waters. Gradually, his inner turmoil settled, and his gaze grew resolute. Go hell with love. From now on, I shall no longer waste my time on romance when money can resolve these matters. Lin Qinsher silently vowed as he returned to his Yulu mountain villa. Upon his return, Lin Qinsher summoned the maids, instructing them to bring forth the wine. They would not leave inebriated. Eventually, it was unclear when he lost consciousness, but the maids were in a similar state by the end of the night. The following morning, he awoke to find everyone sprawled across his bed in a tangled heap. Having indulged in too much drink the previous night, they had all ended up sleeping together. Li Qing, who had returned later, had also been drawn into the revelry, yet she had awakened earlier than Lin Qinsher. Despite her hangover, she had numerous tasks to complete. As Lin Qinsher made his way downstairs, he spotted Li Qing preparing to leave and called out to her. There's no rush for those tasks. You can have them assist you, he then inquired. By the way, has Qin Ruolin's accommodation been arranged? Although he had intended to address this matter yesterday, she had been too preoccupied to discuss it. Master, I reserved a long-term room for her at the hotel in Jimao Tower. I also inquired about her preferred living arrangements, but she indicated she would postpone such considerations until after she settled into her work. Furthermore, the luxury vehicle you requested, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, has been purchased and is ready for pickup today, Li Qing reported. Lin Qinsher affectionately patted her head, expressing his gratitude for her hard work. Today, take a break. Rest well and worry about nothing. It's no trouble. Your matters take precedence. You should focus on resting. Master, Li Qing replied, preparing to depart. However, Lin Qinsher pulled her into an embrace, playfully feigning irritation. You dare disregard my words? When I say to rest, you are to rest. It seems I have not punished you for far too long. With a swift motion, he lifted Li Qing into his arms, and amidst her startled exclamations, he casually selected a room and stepped inside, shutting the door behind them. Before long, melodious sounds emanated from within. Upon awakening, the other maids also heard the delightful sounds, and they each scoffed, hastily retreating to their own quarters with flushed faces. After several hours of frolicking in the room, Li Qing ultimately decided to return to work. But this time she brought Song Yu along, who possessed a driver's license and could assist her with driving, or they could alternate. Lin Qinju glanced at the time. It was already afternoon, and it was time to prepare for the gathering hosted by the Wang Group. He donned a relatively casual suit and drove to pick up Qin Ruolin. The moment Qin Ruolin appeared in the first-floor lobby, the air seemed to still, clad in a slightly form-fitting black evening gown. Adorned with a pearl necklace and sporting an elegant European-style updo, she exuded an aura of grace. The low neckline of the gown revealed an enchanting vista that rendered Lin Qinju unable to look away. Qin Ruolin appeared somewhat uneasy, continuously covering her chest. Lin Qinju removed his suit jacket and approached her, draping it over her shoulders, instantly alleviating her discomfort. Truly, she was a stunning beauty, scoring a perfect 96 in looks. With a touch of embellishment, she captivated all passerby gazes. Senior, you look absolutely beautiful today. Compliments for a girl should be straightforward. Beautiful is beautiful, and one should not hesitate to express simple praise. Sometimes, a direct compliment can resonate deeply. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Ruolin blinked her large eyes and asked, Junior, was I not beautiful yesterday? Lin Qinju awkwardly chuckled. You were beautiful, but in different ways. Qin Ruolin had no intention of letting him off easily. A glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Oh, how are they different? Care to elaborate? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinju replied, Yesterday, you resembled a simple white lotus, pure and divine, embodying the essence of a goddess. No embellishments were necessary. You were already the most exquisite flower in existence. Today, however, you are akin to a vibrant black lotus, adorned with colorful accents, exuding charm, grace, and allure. Qin Ruolin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lin Qinju had indeed articulated the distinction between her appearances over the 2 days. Her cheeks flushed slightly at such candid praise, which even she found gratifying. Stop joking around and just drive, she said, glancing out the window. Lin Qinju smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. His words, owing to her favorable impression of him, did not evoke any annoyance. Before long, they arrived at the dock, where it was rumored that a ship would set sail that evening, journeying across the sea all night and returning to the dock the following afternoon. A magnificent cruise ship loomed before them, accompanied by a lengthy red carpet. After disembarking, Lin Qinju handed his car keys to a valet, who would park the vehicle and return the keys to him later. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting a companion with a beauty score exceeding 95 to accompany him. Reward, level 10 piano skill, charm 1, 10 billion cash. Dear customer, hello. Your card ending in 9527 from Magic City has received a transfer of 10,000,000,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 95,628,446,251 yuan. Host, Lin Qinju, Strength, 9, Vitality, 10, Mentality, 8, Charm, 9. Normal human attributes max out at 10. The host values are within the normal range. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangchen Epine Building A, 33 RD Floor. Skills, Mastery in Martial Arts, Chess, Marksmanship, Athletic Skills, Languages, Master Level Piano Skills, and Singing Proficiency. Balance, 95,628,446,251. Upon receiving the task reward, Lin Qingzhu unknowingly exuded an even stronger charm, prompting women passing by to steal glances at him. Meanwhile, Qin Ruolin remained oblivious to the changes in Lin Qingzhu's demeanor. With her arm linked through his, she walked down the red carpet towards the cruise ship. At the entrance, a designated reception staff member checked their invitation before escorting them to their cabin. Given the extended duration of the banquet, arrangements were made for guests to have accommodations. Once guests were informed of their room numbers, they could return to their quarters to rest at their leisure. Upon entering, they found a modest suite, featuring a single bed and a sofa. The invitation indicated that companions were permitted, so it was presumed that guests would be accompanied by individuals for leisure, hence no arrangements for 2 beds were made. Mr. Lin, this is your resting area. Please take your room card. You may rest for a while. The banquet begins at 7, and our staff will escort you to the main hall at that time. After the receptionist provided the necessary information, they departed, leaving Lin Qingzhu to observe the awkwardness and discomfort on Qin Ruolin's face. He reassured her, "You can take the bed. I can request another room from the organizers." Qin Ruolin glanced at Lin Qingzhu and replied, "You can sleep on the bed. I'm fine with the sofa. It's quite spacious." Lin Qingzhu chuckled, "I'm not accustomed to having a girl sleep on the sofa. Don't worry, perhaps there is something entertaining outside. I'll be out all night. Here, take the room card." He placed the card into Qin Ruolin's handbag. Choosing not to linger in the room, they opted to explore the cruise ship, which offered ample opportunities for sightseeing, even though the banquet had yet to commence. "What is the theme of this banquet?" Qin Ruolin inquired, still unaware of the event's purpose. Lin Qingzhu had previously asked Yang Yun about this. It was rumored that a film city was to be established at the intersection of Magic City, Jiangqing, and Sucheng. The Wang Group was spearheading the initiative, gathering entrepreneurs from Magic City to discuss the matter. This gathering appeared to be a summit for entrepreneurs from Magic City. Although he was uncertain why he had been invited, it was a chance for some amusement. He heard that many celebrities and directors would also be present, along with representatives from the Chinese government, an opportunity for them to witness firsthand. Lin Qingzhu held little interest in the entrepreneurial summit. Rather, he was keen to see if any of the female celebrities would have a beauty score of 90 or above, potentially triggering some tasks. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolin's eyes lit up. The construction of the film city? That will surely require a significant number of security personnel. If we can get involved, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Lin Qingzhu gazed at her in surprise, not expecting her to be so focused on company matters. Just a casual remark from him sparked her thoughts about the film city's potential benefits for their company. With this perspective, Lin Qingzhu found himself intrigued by the film city as well. As they stepped onto the deck, they spotted a female celebrity posing for photos. Lin Qingzhu did not recognize her, but Qin Ruolin did. That is Su Huilin, a variety show host from the Treasure Island. I adore her hosting style. I'm going to ask her for an autograph. Qin Ruolin excitedly trotted over. Just then, Su Huilin finished her photo shoot and was reviewing the pictures. When Qin Ruolin approached to express her intention, Su Huilin glanced around. Noticing no one else was taking pictures, her demeanor instantly turned cold. "Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost?" Su Huilin shoved Qin Ruolin away. Wearing high heels, Qin Ruolin stumbled backward from the push, but Lin Qingzhu quickly caught her. Once he steadied her, he stepped forward and slapped Su Huilin across the face. "How dare you hit me?" Su Huilin was momentarily stunned, and the onlookers were equally bewildered. Who was this audacious individual? "How dare you push my person? What does it matter if you're a celebrity? In my eyes, you're worth less than a strand of Ruolin's hair." Lin Qingzhu scoffed. "Aya, I'm going to kill you. What are you all standing around for? Did I invite you to watch me get hit?" Su Huilin shouted angrily. One of her assistants rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Lin Qingzhu a lesson, but was sent flying with a kick. The commotion drew the attention of many, and numerous individuals gathered to witness the spectacle. Although most were prominent figures, they were not dissuaded from enjoying the drama unfolding before them. Chapter 97. Wang Jingda, what's going on? A tall young man, clad in a white suit and sporting a crew cut, approached. Lin Qingzhu examined the newcomer, noting his neat appearance, devoid of ostentatious hairstyles or casual attire. "Young Master Wang, I was taking photos when this lunatic suddenly slapped me. Look at my face, it's swollen. How am I supposed to face anyone later?" Su Huilin pouted to the young man. The young man did not take Su Huilin's word for granted, turning to Lin Qingzhu. "May I ask for your name?" Is there some misunderstanding here? This banquet was hosted by the Wang family, and all attendees were notable figures. Although the young man did not recognize everyone, he was cautious not to offend anyone. After all, the goal was to foster relationships and secure the Film City project, where every ally counted. Even with his own plans in mind, he aimed to minimize conflict, treating significant issues as trivial. Who are you? Why should I explain myself to you? I, Lin Qingzhu, do not see the need to justify my actions. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. This was a banquet hosted by the Wang group. And he didn't even recognize the host? Surely, he must have snuck in. Where did this country bumpkin come from, not even knowing Wang Jingda, the young master Wang? Su Huilin scoffed disdainfully from the side, yet internally seethed with indignation at having been struck down by a mere country bumpkin. How utterly humiliating it was, as if she had lost face on an international scale. Wang Jingda! A melodious voice echoed behind Lin Qingshi, tinged with a hint of coldness and intrigue. Qin Ruolin emerged from behind Lin Qingshi, casting her gaze upon Wang Jingda. Until now, Lin Qingshi had shielded her from view. She had intended to counsel him against acting impulsively. Yet he had moved with such swiftness that he had dispatched the troublemakers in mere moments. The moment Qin Ruolin stepped forward, all the men present fell silent, as if the very air had stilled. Wang Jingda's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected beauty before him. Little did he know, this woman had once been his assistant. Due to his frequent business trips, he had never had the chance to meet her in person. Conversely, Qin Ruolin had anticipated the nature of her assistant role and had chosen to resign preemptively. Lin Qingshi scrutinized the heir apparent of the Wang family and the president of Wang Group, who appeared refined on the surface. However, Lin Qingshi detected a glimmer of malice and ruthlessness in his eyes. So, you are Wang Jingda. Indeed, it is true that meeting in person speaks volumes beyond mere reputation. Lin Qingshi chuckled coldly, recalling the dossier he had on Wang Jingda. Highly capable, yet sufficiently debauched. Such individuals are the most formidable. Debauchery is their nature, while capability is their gift. This reminded him of a former classmate who would doze off in class and spend nights gaming, yet consistently top the exams. Initially suspected of cheating, it was later revealed that his academic prowess was extraordinary. He could grasp in a day what others would take days to comprehend. The current Wang Jingda embodied this very archetype. Wang Jingda, momentarily entranced by Qin Ruolin's beauty, smiled at Lin Qingshi and said, "Ah, Mr. Lin, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Let us resolve this amicably." Su Huilin intended to retort, but was silenced instantly by Wang Jingda's dismissive glance. Lin Qingshi remained silent, leading Qin Ruolin away from the scene. Wang Jingda watched her retreating figure intently, then instructed his associate, "Within 5 minutes, I want a complete dossier on that woman, and on the man accompanying her." He had encountered many beautiful women, even those who could rival Qin Ruolin, yet none had evoked the same feeling within him. Wang Jingda realized he might have fallen for this woman at first sight. Perhaps due to her icy demeanor and ethereal grace, or perhaps due to her disdainful regard toward him. Since childhood, he had never encountered a woman who did not vie for his attention. Nor had any dared to regard him with such contempt. Upon seeing her former superior, Qin Ruolin recalled their ongoing lawsuit, her mind awash with fury, failing to notice that Lin Qingshi was still holding her hand. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to be wronged without recompense. I have already arranged for Li Qing to secure the finest legal team in the nation. As for the compensation, I intend to have them pay you instead." Lin Qingshi softly reassured her. Qin Ruolin gradually regained her composure. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she looked at him with suspicion. "Did you just call me by my name? Helping a senior and not even using senior to address me?" Lin Qingshi cleared his throat. It was an urgent situation. After all, if I had called you senior, it might have diminished my standing. Qin Ruolin, oblivious to her own charm, rolled her eyes playfully. "From now on, just call me Ruolin. I have left school, no need for the formalities. Let us go. The time is right. We should check the main hall." Lin Qingshi replied with a smile, not engaging further, as he offered his arm, which Qin Ruolin graciously accepted. In a luxurious suite aboard the cruise ship, Wang Jingda sat listening to his subordinate report on the identities of Lin Qingshi and his companion. Lin Qingshi, a student from Jiao University in the Magic City, comes from an unremarkable family, engaged in tea cultivation at home. He is the owner of Jinmao Tower, the proprietor of Shuiyun Pavilion, and a shareholder in the Piaoxue Bar. Recently, he played a key role in the re-election of the One family's head. Yet even after a bounty was placed on him on the dark web by Wen Jiaxiu, nothing came of it. Wang Jingde reviewed the information, noting that Jinmao Tower was a formidable asset, raking in billions in rent annually. However, to the Wang family, it was inconsequential. What piqued his interest was the mysterious transformation of this individual from an ordinary person to someone of such significance, especially since the dark web bounty had seemingly failed to deter him. Upon flipping to the page detailing the dark web bounty, he discerned the truth. When Jiaxiu had indeed been rather stingy, offering a mere 20 million huaxia coins, which would significantly limit the pool of capable assassins. While Lin Qinshi was undoubtedly formidable, he was not as exaggeratedly dangerous as he had been led to believe. If the bounty had been set at 20 million US dollars, the world's top assassin organizations would have certainly been dispatched to eliminate him. Now, tell me about that girl, Wang Jingde inquired, his interest piqued more by the woman than by Lin Qinshi's dossier, which he deemed noteworthy but not urgent. Chapter 98. Shen Yu, a nearby attendant, with an odd expression, glanced at Wang Jingde before reporting, "The girl's name is Qin Ruolin, also a student at Jiao University. Currently in her internship phase, serving as the president's assistant at Wang Group." Wang Jingde's eyes widened in shock. He had indeed received some information on assistance upon his return, yet Qin Ruolin's name had not appeared among them. He quickly deduced that some unforeseen circumstance must have arisen. Elaborate. "I would like to understand what led to such a beauty being dismissed." The attendant, upon receiving the directive, began to narrate the events leading up to her departure. It was Qin Ruolin herself who chose to leave, having realized the nature of her position. However, our legal team has already filed a suit against her for disrupting normal company operations and for resigning without consent, seeking several million in compensation. Should she fail to pay, she will have no choice but to return. The attendant spoke confidently. Wang Jingde regarded him as if he were a fool. How could I have bred such a simpleton? Did you forget to include the information on that man? Lin Qinshi, with his billion-plus annual rental income, could easily afford several million. Though I do not know their relationship, for someone with a fortune in the billions, several million is but a trifling sum. You understand? The attendant muttered. There have been those who have latched onto wealthy patrons before. When they learned of our lawsuit, they left in disgrace. Wang Jingde shot him a glare. He had sensed that Lin Qinshi had not regarded him with any seriousness. The man had managed to intervene in the One family's succession, effectively sidelining Wen Jiaxiu, and being on par with the Wang family meant he certainly did not fear them. Investigate her vulnerabilities. I am not concerned with the methods you use, but bring that woman back to me. This was Wang Jingde's second infatuation. The first occurred during his youth when he fell for the older sister of a classmate. After confessing his feelings, she vanished and was never seen again. He had initially assumed she left due to a lack of interest, only to later discover that his grandfather had ordered her assassination. Confronting his grandfather, Wang Tianfeng, as an adult, he was told that the woman had been sent by a rival company to undermine the Wang family, and thus, she was eliminated. After learning of her demise, Wang Jingde left his grandfather's chambers, and with the woman gone, regardless of his grandfather's claims of her being an alien, he could not confirm the truth. Since then, he had locked his heart away, engaging in superficial relationships wherever he went. Now, a woman had reawakened his heart, and this time he would not allow his grandfather to interfere. He had matured and had the right to choose his own partner. Also, inform the others not to harm that girl. Bring her to my room. Wang Jingde seemed to recollect something and reiterated his instruction. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshi and Qin Ruolin had arrived at the main hall, where a stage adorned with a piano stood prominently at the front, seemingly prepared for speeches and performances. On either side lay an array of food, pastries, and various beverages. This banquet was indeed a buffet. Lin Qinshi casually picked up a pastry and took a bite. As soon as the pastry hit his stomach, he felt a tumultuous churn, and his abdomen began to cramp painfully. "Senior, please enjoy yourself. I need to visit the restroom," Lin Qinshi said to Qin Ruolin before hastily making his way to the restroom. Once inside, he was perplexed. He could not recall the last time he had experienced stomach pain. Given his peak physical constitution, how could he be afflicted thus? Ding. The host's physique has reached the pinnacle of an average person. Upon consuming unhealthy food, the body will expel it. The system promptly clarified Lin Qinshi's confusion. However, this revelation only deepened his bewilderment. An event hosted by Wang Group would serve unhealthy food. He would almost believe it if someone accused them of poisoning. Poisoning? An idea sparked in his mind. The system had mentioned unhealthy, not stale, which indeed raised the possibility of poisoning. But what motive would the Wang family have for such an act? Pondering this, Lin Qinshi hurriedly emptied his stomach and exited the restroom. In the grand hall, Qin Ruolin found herself accompanied by a girl clad in a pristine white gown. As Lin Qinshi approached, the girl's demeanor abruptly turned frosty. "Junior, allow me to introduce you. This is Shen Yu from our school. I never expected to encounter Xiao Yu here. She has come with her family elders, and we can get to know her better shortly," Qin Ruolin joyfully explained to Lin Qinshi. "Xiao Yu, this is Lin Qinshi. A name you might have heard before." After introducing Shen Yu, she reciprocated by presenting Lin Qinshi. Shen Yu. Upon hearing the name, Lin Qinshi instinctively glanced at the girl's chest. Today, Shen Yu's gown was quite modest, concealing everything below the neck, perhaps to hide the bruises. This was Lin Qinshi's first time seeing Shen Yu. Last night, in the pitch darkness, he could only discern a vague silhouette. Though she might pale in comparison to Qin Ruolin, she surpassed many of the other starlets present in beauty. Lin Qinshi greeted Shen Yu with a smile, but she merely nodded impassively. She was incapable of engaging in amiable conversation with someone who had inflicted harm upon her. Qin Ruolin picked up a delicacy from the table and offered it to Shen Yu, intending to indulge herself as well, for dinner time had long passed, and she felt hungry. Lin Qinshi quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Don't eat that. I always feel ill after eating it. It might not be clean." Shen Yu let out a cold laugh. "Lin, are you perhaps suffering from a touch of paranoia? This banquet, hosted by the Wang Group, features only the freshest ingredients. How could it possibly be unclean? Would you like me to introduce you to a psychiatrist? While you're still young, there's a chance for treatment." Had Lin Qinshi been unaware that she was the female assassin from the previous night, he might have found her hostility puzzling. However, understanding her identity, he refrained from engaging in verbal sparring, knowing that, were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have retaliated. He would show no mercy to someone intent on taking his life, regardless of their stature. "Senior, trust me, do not consume these items," Lin Qinshi insisted, disregarding Shen Yu's scornful remarks, his gaze resolutely fixed on Qin Ruolin. Observing the gravity in Lin Qinshi's expression, Qin Ruolin gradually set the delicacy back down.